Chapter 1. The Great Battle of the Golden Lion. In the tranquil waters of Marine Headquarters Marineford, the Navy's stronghold is not merely one of the safest places in the world, but arguably the epitome of security itself, however. The once clear skies of Marineford were suddenly darkened by an ominous cloud. The Marines, engaged in their drills, merely glanced at the foreboding cloud. Dismissing it as an inconsequential phenomenon without warning, a humanoid figure plummeted from the cloud, hurtling towards the port of Marineford at an astonishing speed. Upon landing, an explosive detonation erupted, capturing the attention of the training Marines, who rapidly converged around the blast site. From the epicenter of the explosion emerged a man wielding twin swords, his waist-length golden hair cascading down his back, adorned in a resplendent golden kimono, with a ship's helm perched atop his head and a cigar clamped between his teeth with each swing of his dual blades. A Marine fell before him yet. The Marines, undaunted by his ferocity, brandished their weapons and bravely charged towards the conference room. Faced with such a formidable adversary, several Marines immediately activated the port's alarm, causing its blaring sound to resonate throughout Marineford, as if in response to the countless Marines succumbing to the man's onslaught. The once clear skies opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour. Each raindrop seemed to claim yet another Marine's life. The man slog upon returning to his room. Sengoku immediately stood before the mirror. Gazing at his own reflection, he studied the visage that was both familiar and foreign. In a moment of disbelief, Sengoku slapped himself. Ouch! Have I truly crossed over? Was that fellow really the naval hero, Iron Fist Garp? I merely made a jest about that clueless comic artist who doesn't comprehend One Piece. And here I am, transported? Before his transmigration, he was an 18-year-old youth named Huabwa Jian, who had just completed his college entrance examinations and was joyfully enjoying his summer vacation. Huabwa Jian was a fervent admirer of pirates, particularly fond of several formidable old rascals within the Navy faction. His discontent peaked after reading chapter 1088 of the manga, which left him feeling nauseated. The disappearance of Garp was intolerable to him, especially since it was to aid a cowardly king. In an uproar, many online claimed Garp's strength was lacking, having previously praised him to the skies. Only to face this outcome, Huabwa Jian could not abide such slander and immediately engaged in a rebuttal, earning himself the title of Garp Fanatic. This infuriated Huabwa Jian to the point of bloodshed, as he entered a state akin to the Land Key Immortal, battling numerous foes until he succumbed to slumber. Initially, when Huabwa Jian received Sengoku's memories, he believed he was merely dreaming, unaware that he had genuinely crossed over. After a mental struggle, Huabwa Jian accepted the reality of his situation. He reasoned that since he had transmigrated and become Sengoku, he would rectify the grievances he perceived within the pirate world, striving to make this realm a better place. From this day forth, I shall be Sengoku. Huabwa Jian is no more. Wait, don't transmigrators usually have systems? Where's my system? System, are you there? Congratulations, host. The system has been activated. This system is named the Elderly Reemployment System. In light of the increasing aging population, this system was established to encourage seniors to continue contributing to society. The Elderly Reemployment System aims to assist the host, an elderly individual, in navigating the workplace. The higher the position held and the later the retirement, the better the rewards obtained. Sengoku inquired, "What exactly are the rewards you speak of?" Specific rewards are for the host to explore on their own. This system is under no obligation to disclose such information. Listening to the system's arrogant tone ignited Sengoku. Sire, isn't there usually a beginner's gift pack for transmigrators? You haven't pilfered my beginner's gift pack, have you? Hurry and present it to me. Host, please do not casually slander the system. It merely forgot to send you the beginner's gift pack. This system will now send you the beginner's gift pack. Before long, a luminous screen materialized before Sengoku, visible only to him. A loading page appeared on the screen. Beginner's gift pack sending 50. Beginner's gift pack sending 80. Beginner's gift pack sending 99. Just as the gift pack was nearly complete, it suddenly stalled at 99, motionless. Then the screen displayed the words, "Loading failed." Sengoku could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "What kind of system is this? It can't be a pirated version, can it? Stalling on sending my beginner's gift pack is one thing, but to have it fail to load is utterly ridiculous." The system paid no heed to Sengoku's ridicule. After a moment, the system finally responded. The previous error was not the system's fault, but rather the host's responsibility. Upon hearing the system shift the blame onto him, Sengoku, already agitated, began to vent his frustration. Sengoku fully unleashed the might of the Land Key Immortal. He was before his transmigration. Even the system dared not confront Sengoku directly, waiting until he grew weary from his tirade before continuing. No matter how much the host denies it, the error in sending the beginner's gift pack is indeed the host's responsibility. Sengoku, gasping for breath, retorted, "You claim it's my responsibility, then you must provide me with a reason for shouldering the blame. Since the host wishes to know the reason, the system will benevolently inform him that he just insulted the system. Enough with the nonsense. If it truly is my fault, I will certainly apologize, however. If you are attempting to shift blame onto me, I expect some form of compensation. Surely that is reasonable." Chapter 3. The Deceitful System. A gentleman's word is his bond. Sengoku chuckled. "Oh, you can even use idioms. It seems you're made in our yin country. Thus, a gentleman's word is his bond. Host, you should know my name. Isn't your name simply Elderly Reemployment System? My memory isn't that poor. How could I forget something so quickly? What does this have to do with my responsibility? It certainly relates to your responsibility. I am the Elderly Reemployment System. And naturally, I can only activate once you reach retirement age. You're currently only 55 years old. Retirement age is 60. Since you have not yet reached the required age, the system cannot activate, and consequently, the beginner's gift pack cannot be successfully dispatched. Because your age is insufficient, the failure to send the beginner's gift pack is indeed your responsibility. Thus, quickly apologize." Upon hearing the system's reasoning, Sengoku indeed felt it was his fault. However, as he pondered further, Sengoku realized he'd been ensnared by the system's words. He then replied coolly, "Your reasoning is flawed. The age of the identity I assumed upon transmigration is not something I can dictate. It is determined by the system. Based on the name of the system, it should have allowed me to cross over at the age of 60. If I've been brought over 5 years early, that is a significant oversight on the system's part. Both matters are the system's responsibility. Pushing the blame onto me is rather unjust. Therefore, overall, the responsibility lies with you, system. Hurry and provide me with the compensation you promised. By the way, don't forget to give me the beginner's gift pack. I am entitled to otherwise. Send me back so that I may cross over again in 5 years, and I shall have no objections. I cannot ascertain whether there was an issue with the timing of your transmigration, but your analysis does indeed hold merit. The timing of the crossing appears to be in error. I maintain that it is my responsibility. So how do you intend to compensate me? Strictly speaking, it is not my fault, however. I will still provide you with compensation. What is the compensation? Hurry and present it. Compensation can be granted, but the beginner's gift pack cannot be given at this moment. You must wait until you are 60 years old for that. You cannot blame me. I, too, desire to provide it to you now, but the creators of my system have decreed that it shall only be given upon your reaching the age of 60. If you wish to return, I can send you back immediately. However, upon your return, you will lose these memories, and there is a significant risk you may become an imbecile. Therefore, you must contemplate your choices with great care." The warring states fell into silence, inwardly cursing. This wretched system appears to present two choices, yet it is, in truth, but a singular option. After much persuasion to accept my transmigration, I have no intention of returning to the life of a fool. Having come to this realization, the warring states declared, "Since that is the case, I shall not make it difficult for the system. I choose to receive the novice gift package 5 years hence. What compensation will you bestow upon me?" "Excellent. Host, you have made the right choice. Your reward shall be the preservation of your strength at its peak, impervious to the ravages of age and illness. Furthermore, this boon will enable you to fully master all the capabilities of your physical form. However, this reward is not without its costs. It requires a substantial expenditure of my energy. To recuperate, I shall enter a deep slumber upon granting you this reward, awakening only when you reach the age of 60. In other words, I must navigate this world alone for the next 5 years. Indeed, if the system is prepared, I shall now bestow the reward upon you. I am ready." Subsequently, the luminous screen before the warring states vanished as abruptly as a television turning off, and in his hand appeared a transparent vial containing a vibrant green liquid. Zhang Guo was well aware that this vial contained the reward bestowed by the system. Without a moment's hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and consumed the verdant liquid in one swift motion. Upon finishing the drink, he remarked with a lingering sense of delight, "This reward is surprisingly delightful. It has a flavor reminiscent of apples. This is undoubtedly the finest apple-flavored beverage I have ever tasted. I cannot fathom how the system concocted such a delectable apple drink. Alas, I must wait 5 long years before I can indulge in such exquisite flavors again." As Zhang Guo spoke to himself, a radiant glow began to emanate from his body, a luminous green hue. Initially, he was oblivious to the shimmering light surrounding him. But it was only when he stepped into the shower and caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror that he realized his body was aglow with a vivid green light. With a sudden exclamation of surprise, the valiant warrior of the Warring States period exclaimed, "Ah!" He then began to scrutinize his own body, perplexed by the emanation of an otherworldly green light. Despite multiple examinations, he could not discern the source of this phenomenon. Ultimately, He conjectured that it might be a reward bestowed upon him by the system, particularly since the mysterious vial he had encountered was also of a verdant hue. In due course, he discovered a method to conceal the radiant green glow. However, this solution came with certain limitations. It could only be employed while he transformed into the great Buddha form, and it necessitated an enhancement of the golden light that this form radiated. Otherwise, the feeble golden luminescence would merely shift the green glow from a light shade to a deeper hue. After indulging in a refreshing bath, the warrior felt an overwhelming fatigue and promptly succumbed to slumber upon his bed. To his delightful surprise, upon awakening the following morning, he noticed that the green light emanating from his body had vanished entirely. This transformation filled him with immense joy. After completing his morning rituals, he donned his reading glasses, only to find the world somewhat blurred. When he removed them, clarity returned. In an instant, Sengoku realized that the rewards bestowed by the system had restored his body to its prime, even alleviating his presbyopia. Consequently, he promptly removed the lenses from his reading glasses and donned them once more. After all, not wearing glasses would be too conspicuous, should anyone astutely notice the change. It would spell trouble. Dressed impeccably in a new black suit, adorned with a cape that symbolized justice, and topped with a naval cap, Sengoku stepped through the door. He followed the route etched in his memory towards Captain Garp's residence, greeted along the way by enthusiastic Marines who recognized him. Sengoku reciprocated their greetings with warmth. Although Sengoku's home was not far from Garp's, he traversed the path at a leisurely pace. Upon finally arriving at Garp's abode, he searched in vain for the captain. Unable to locate Garp, Sengoku continued along his recollected path towards the headquarters office. However, halfway there, he encountered Admiral Tsuru, who was accompanied by a large contingent of female soldiers. Zhanghua, recalling the familiar name, chuckled. Xiaohe, were you not dispatched on a mission? What brings you back to the headquarters so unexpectedly? Chapter 4, Injured? He, glancing at the debris of the surrounding structures, remarked, didn't T. Carp mention that you were injured and resting? How is it that you have recovered so swiftly? Given the magnitude of the events that transpired at the headquarters, it is only natural for me to return. As for my return, it is certainly to assist in tidying up this mess. In the Warring States period, Xiao Dao remarked, I am unscathed. It is merely that yesterday's battle with the Golden Lion left me utterly fatigued, compelling me to retire for rest post-battle. By the way, Xiaohe, have you seen that rascal Carp? What business do you have with him? I spotted Carp's warship departing the harbor as I entered the port of Marineford, but I am unaware of his destination. My inquiry regarding Carp is of no great consequence. I simply visited his residence and found him absent, which is why I sought your assistance. Have you had breakfast, Xiaohe? Would you care to join me for a meal? I have already dined. You may go ahead. If you have no pressing matters, please return swiftly to assist me afterward, for today is laden with numerous tasks. The Warring States, with an awkward smile, said, I apologize, Little Crane, but I have other matters to attend to today. I must trouble you for a while. Is there something of great significance that compels you to leave the headquarters? Has Marshal Kong assigned a task to you? Logically, that should not be the case. Even if Marshal Kong were to delegate a mission to you, he would surely ensure that both you and Carp departed the headquarters together. Moreover, he himself is currently absent from the base. If you leave, the only formidable strength remaining here would be Zephyr, and should the celestial dragons arrive. Well, Little Crane, you need not elaborate further. I comprehend your intention. I shall remain at the headquarters today. If your task is indeed of utmost importance, you might consider reaching out to that rascal Carp and asking him to return, as he likely has no pressing assignments at the moment. Until Carp returns, you may assist here at the headquarters. Very well. I shall help you after I finish my breakfast. Little Crane nodded and departed, while Warring States retraced his steps to his warship, intending to retrieve Carp's Din Mushi. As he made his way to the ship, he observed the ruins of Marineford, where countless Marines were tirelessly clearing debris and reconstructing the fortress. From this, Warring States understood the ferocity of the battle that had transpired the previous day. Although he bore memories of that conflict, the sight of the wreckage rendered those memories even more profound. Along the way, numerous Marines regarded Warring States with admiration in their eyes. As Sengoku located the snail phone belonging to Garp aboard his warship, he promptly dialed the device. The line rang. Hello, who is this? It is Garp. Garp, do you not recognize my voice? Ah, Sengoku, how is your injury? Did I not inform you yesterday that I was merely fatigued? Why did you spread rumors to Little Crane, claiming that I was injured? Ha! Instead of addressing Sengoku's inquiry, Garp erupted into carefree laughter. In a moment of resignation, Sengoku remarked, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Garp, where are you headed now? I am en route to Impel Down. Garp replied, why on earth are you going to Impel Down? Surely it is not to see that scoundrel, Roger. Sengoku exclaimed, my purpose in going to Impel Down is not to meet with Roger. Rather, I am escorting Shiki to the prison. Garp asserted, then muttered under his breath. It wouldn't hurt to pay Roger a visit as well. Hey, Garp, it appears you indeed intend to see Roger. Did you think I wouldn't hear you simply because you whispered? Sengoku pressed. If you are to see Roger, I implore you, do not assist him in any other matters. Understand? Understood, Sengoku. You are quite the nag. I am a Marine, after all. How could I possibly lend a hand to a pirate? Garp retorted. Within his heart, Sengoku muttered, I can't believe you, you old rascal. Reluctantly, he conceded, very well, I shall trust you, Garp. Once you escort the Golden Lion, return post-haste. But why the urgency to return, Sengoku pondered. Hadn't Tsuru already arrived at headquarters? What does Tsuru's presence at headquarters have to do with you? If you do not return, I am unable to execute my duties. You must come back quickly. The headquarters cannot be without our top-tier combatants. Should Whitebeard or remnants of the former Roger pirates launch another assault on Marineford, it is imperative that we have our strongest forces stationed there. You must comprehend the gravity of the situation. I understand, Sengoku, but after executing Roger, I require a break. A break is of no concern to me. You must discuss this with Admiral Akainu. Besides, I desire a vacation as well. Garp, you must return today. With that, Sengoku abruptly ended the call. Garp scoffed. Sengoku is truly something else. If he wants me back, then so be it. Why the rush? It's no wonder he tires so easily. He is but a year my senior, yet his health is so much poorer. If only his temperament matched my own, he wouldn't be in such dire straits. Were Sengoku to learn of Garp's musings, he would undoubtedly have a word with him. You spend your days idling while Zifa has been injured. The entire Navy has only me as its available top-tier combatant. How could I not be weary? Meanwhile, Sengoku, in the midst of a meal, sneezed several times in succession. Who is thinking of me? He inquired, before returning to his breakfast. After finishing his meal, Sengoku gazed at the mountain of empty plates before him, astonished. Did I consume all of this? How have I become so gluttonous? After a moment of reflection, he recalled Luffy's prodigious appetite and felt reassured. With that, he set off to find Tsuru. In a well-preserved office amidst the ruins of the main fortress, Sengoku discovered Tsuru. The office was brimming with naval personnel, yet it remained surprisingly tranquil. Standing at the doorway, Sengoku pondered how to enter and locate Tsuru. Suddenly, a Marine who had concluded his business approached the entrance and spotted Sengoku. It's Admiral Sengoku, he exclaimed, prompting everyone to part ways and allow the Admiral to pass. It's Admiral Sengoku. Thanks to him and Vice Admiral Garp, Marineford was spared from the devastation that the Golden Lion would have wrought. The previously serene office erupted into a cacophony of astonished voices as the Marines expressed their surprise at Sengoku's presence, and even amidst the commotion, they dutifully cleared a path for him. The warring states smoothly traversed that path until they stood before the Crane. Zhangguo addressed Crane with a light-hearted tone. Little Crane, I have arrived. What tasks await me? Initially, Crane chose to ignore Zhangguo, instead directing his voice towards the raucous Navy personnel. Silence. I demand order. Instantly, the once boisterous office fell into a profound stillness. Subsequently, Crane gestured towards another desk, instructing, Zhangguo, you shall attend to official duties at that desk. The warring states nodded slightly and took a seat at the desk. As soon as Zhangguo took his seat, a naval officer approached him, carrying a thick stack of documents. General Zhangguo, how do you believe this matter should be addressed more reasonably? The warring states period did not indulge in idle chatter. It directly took the documents and began to peruse them. Chapter 5, Handling Documents. To his astonishment, the warring states found himself capable of comprehending the voluminous documents before him. In the era of the warring states, one recognizes that the former self lacked such capabilities. The ability to comprehend such a voluminous document with ease is largely attributed to the extensive experience in document handling that the original warring states amassed, which has now become an instinctive skill. Otherwise, amidst the plethora of top-tier combatants, only warring states donned reading glasses. Before long, warring states distilled the essence of the document that required attention. It pertained to the restoration and aid for the civilian houses that were devastated in the recent battle at Marineford Town. The priority is to repair the destroyed homes with utmost urgency. Have all the displaced civilians been rescued? Since the moment you and Vice Admiral Garp vanquished the Golden Lion yesterday, we commenced the rescue operations. All civilians have now been successfully extricated, and we have also established temporary shelters for them. Excellent work. The costs incurred for the construction of these shelters will be borne entirely by our Navy. However, with such expenses, might it not become overly burdensome for our Navy? Should we not consider having the civilians contribute as well? No. It is imperative that our Navy shoulders this responsibility. These civilians have suffered an unwarranted calamity. Their homes have been destroyed, and expecting them to pay for their reconstruction would severely tarnish our Navy's reputation. You need not worry about the financial aspect. I shall personally discuss this matter with Admiral Akainu. I believe that seizing Roger will prompt the world government to allocate additional funds to our Navy, so you need not fret over excessive expenditures. Having said this, warring states affixed his signature to the document. Upon hearing this, the naval officer's expression brightened instantly, and he departed with the signed document in hand. Subsequently, another sailor approached, presenting an even thicker document than the last, placing it upon warring states' desk. Zhangguo commenced a swift perusal of the documents, rapidly distilling the primary issues contained therein. The prison at Marineford had recently been demolished. Thus, It was imperative to undertake its reconstruction. However, rather than adhering to the original specifications, all facilities should be upgraded, employing only the finest equipment. There is no need for concern regarding Bailey. The quality must undoubtedly meet the highest standards. You are required to personally supervise this endeavor, as a specialized team will conduct inspections upon the completion of the prison's reconstruction. Should any issues arise during these evaluations, the responsibility will rest solely upon you. Very well. Zhonghua, I shall ensure diligent oversight throughout the process, queried the Admiral. Should the prison be expanded? No need for expansion. The current facility is sufficiently adequate. With that, the Admiral departed with the documents signed by Zhonghua. Although Zhonghua processed the paperwork with remarkable speed, the multitude of tasks involved in the reconstruction of Marine Ford was indeed overwhelming. Zhonghua, and he diligently toiled from the break of dawn until the early hours of the morning to address the pressing matters at hand, barely pausing to consume a hasty lunch or dinner before resuming their paperwork. This was merely a day spent on significant documents. Had every task been entrusted to Zhonghua and he, it would take no less than a week to conclude all affairs. At last, with the paperwork completed, Zhonghua turned to he and said, "We have finally finished. Would you like to join me for a late-night snack? I wish to partake in the late-night feast as well. Let us invite ZFA to join us," came a cheerful voice in response. Turning around, Zhonghua discovered that it was Karp who had arrived. Berserk rushed to Karp's side, trapping Karp's head under his left arm, and with his right hand, he clenched a fist and forcefully twisted Karp's head. "Karp, you rascal, didn't you claim you were merely escorting the Golden Lion? Why have you only just returned to the headquarters?" he exclaimed. "Little Crane and I have toiled throughout the day while you've enjoyed a leisurely one. How do you intend to compensate us?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'll treat you all to tonight's late-night snack. How does that sound?" Karp retorted. "No, your vacation is also cancelled. This simply won't do, Sengoku." Little Crane interjected helplessly. "You two have had enough. There are others present, so cease this ruckus." "In the Warring States period," Sengoku declared, thus liberating Captain Karp. He then turned to the other sailors in the office and said, "Tonight's supper is graciously offered by our esteemed Vice Admiral Karp." A round of applause for Vice Admiral Karp. The sailors in the office immediately erupted in cheer. Karp, witnessing the scene, could only chuckle foolishly, not declining the offer. Subsequently, the group departed from the office, heading towards the place that sold late-night snacks. When the warriors of the Warring States arrived at the place for their evening repast, Zifa had already made his appearance. The 4 individuals from the Warring States period entered a private room. The late-night snacks were prepared swiftly, and before they could exchange many words, the meal was served. Consequently, they began to converse while enjoying their supper. All 4 harbored hopes that the world would become a better place following Roger's execution, knowing full well that the demise of Roger would not usher in a better world, but rather plunge it into deeper chaos and ignite the era of pirates. Sengoku gazed upon the joyful faces of a few individuals and found it difficult to reveal the harsh truth. Thus, he resolved in his heart to hasten the demise of the world's malignancy. While enjoying a late-night meal, Zephyr announced his intention to depart. "Come now, Zephyr. Don't be such a downer," Karp exclaimed. "Why must you leave? My wife insists I return home before it gets too late. I have already spent so much time with you all. If I linger any longer, I shall face her wrath." At that moment, memories of Zephyr's wife and children, still alive, surfaced in Sengoku's mind. According to the historical account Sengoku once knew, Zephyr's family had perished 7 or 8 years prior. The only explanation for this discrepancy was that Sengoku's arrival had altered the course of pirate history. With this realization, Sengoku's resolve strengthened. He was determined not to allow Zephyr to become the tragic figure known as Z. By transforming Zephyr's fate, he could also bolster the Navy's strength. "Zephyr, with your sister-in-law urging you to return home early, it is indeed getting late. If you go now, you will surely face her ire. Why not wait for us to accompany you to your home tomorrow? With us by your side, I am certain your sister-in-law will not scold you." Crane chimed in, "Indeed. Zephyr, do not be such a spoilsport." Seeing their enthusiasm, Zephyr downed a bottle of beer and laughed. "In that case, I shall stay and feast with you until dawn. However, Sengoku, you must accompany me home afterward." Karp teased. "Zephyr, you truly are a man who fears his wife." In an instant, Sengoku retorted, "Karp, what do you know? Zephyr is not afraid of his wife. Rather, he shows profound respect for her. Am I right, Zephyr?" He continued. Sengoku makes a valid point, unlike Karp, who seems to know nothing beyond consuming senbei all day. Karp, with a dismissive smirk, replied, "I do not merely indulge in senbei every day. I also savor donuts." The people of the Warring States era were accustomed to Karp's responses, and the 3 chose to selectively ignore him. "Zifa, are there any outstanding sailors in your academy recently? If there are any exceptional ones, do remember to recommend them to me." As he spoke, Sengoku incessantly winked at Zifa. Chapter 6. Tricked by Karp. Which of the sailors I have trained is not exceptional? However, I do not possess any individuals akin to those 3 monstrous beings. Zifa remarked. "If you seek outstanding sailors, I cannot assist you. It depends on the allocation by Admiral Kong. After all, I am not the principal of the academy." I merely serve as a part-time instructor. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Sengoku wisely shifted the topic. The four continued their discourse until the following morning. When it was time to settle the bill, Carp declared that he had no berries. The owner of the late-night eatery chuckled. Who among you will settle the payment? We are merely a small establishment and do not extend credit. Zifa and Crane both turned their gazes toward Sengoku. Buddha Sengoku, with a visage of trepidation, inquired, "Why do you regard me thus?" It was not I who proclaimed the invitation. It was that rascal, Garp. Hawkeye, with a hint of amusement, replied. But Garp lacks the necessary berries. Moreover, it was you who suggested this late-night feast. Enough, little hawk, do not speak further. I shall cover the expenses. With that, Sengoku produced a handful of berries from his pocket and handed them to the proprietor of the late-night establishment. Once the proprietor had made the change, Sengoku and his companions departed the eatery. As they exited, Sengoku resolved to confront Garp, demanding an explanation as to why he had claimed to treat without the means to do so. However, just as Sengoku reached the threshold of the establishment, he beheld Garp fleeing at a remarkable speed. As Sengoku was about to pursue, he was halted by Zephyr. Why are you stopping me, Zephyr? I need to teach that rascal Garp a lesson. Zephyr replied with a sense of resignation. Just let it go, Sengoku. Garp has always behaved this way. Even if you reprimand him now, he will surely act the same next time. Besides, you must accompany me to my home. Otherwise, I will be in dire straits. But I have a mission to execute. Sengoku protested. Hawkeye, why don't you accompany Zephyr? Hawk shot Sengoku a glance and responded, I can go, but you must handle the remaining matters. In the aftermath of yesterday's experiences, Sengoku was drenched in cold sweat. There's no need to trouble you, little Crane. I shall accompany Zephyr instead. With a disdainful snort, Crane departed. Observing this, Zephyr took hold of Sengoku and began to lead him toward his abode. Sengoku hurriedly exclaimed, Wait a moment, Zephyr. What are we waiting for, Sengoku? Do you not see that dawn has arrived? Zephyr replied, How about you accompany me on a mission? Sengoku suggested, What task requires two generals? Spare me the trivialities and let us return home swiftly. Zephyr insisted. Understood. With that, Sengoku followed Zephyr as they made their way home, stopping along the way to purchase a breakfast to bring along. As Zifa entered his home, he was immediately met with an irate female voice. Zifa, you have truly become quite audacious, daring to stay out all night. In the next moment, a slipper soared through the air, narrowly missing Zhanggua's face, who could even sense the sonic boom produced by its flight. What an impressive slipper it was. Shortly thereafter, an ordinary-looking woman, her face contorted with anger, emerged, glaring fiercely at Zifa. Coughing discreetly, Zhanghua cleared his throat, prompting Zifa's wife to finally register her surroundings. She blushed deeply and hurried into the kitchen. Observing this, Zifa explained, My dear, I was attending to official matters with Zhanghua until just an hour ago. Zhanghua mentioned he hadn't seen Ziyu in quite some time and wished to pay him a visit. Please wake Ziyu. Zhanghua even brought breakfast for him. Zifa's wife, understanding the situation, said nothing further and promptly ascended the stairs to summon their son. Once he saw his wife heading upstairs, Zifa finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for your quick thinking, Zhanghua. The Warring States period waved his hand and said, I must hasten to finish my breakfast, as I have tasks to undertake. Very well, I replied. I shall prepare the breakfast promptly. You simply need to find a seat at the dining table. Zhanghua nodded, guided by the recollections of the Zfa family's arrangements as he approached the dining table. Just as he pulled out a chair and prepared to take a seat, a cheerful and vibrant voice rang out. Uncle Zhanghua, what gift have you brought me this time? No sooner had the words left his lips than a boy of about 10, clad in a modified naval uniform, dashed down the stairs and leaped into Zhanggua's embrace. In a flurry, Zhanghua hastily embraced the boy. At that moment, Zfa had also arranged breakfast and brought it to the dining table. Upon seeing his son request a gift from Zhanghua, Zfa promptly placed the breakfast on the table to assist Zhanghua in alleviating the awkwardness. My dear son, both your uncle Zhanghua and I were quite occupied yesterday and were unable to prepare a gift for you. Please do not put your uncle Zhanghua in a difficult position. Come quickly and enjoy your breakfast. All this breakfast was purchased by your uncle Zhanghua, and it consists of your favorite dishes. Indeed, my son, hurry and partake in your breakfast. Both Zfa and his wife were encouraging their child to ease the tension for Zhanghua. Zhanghua gazed at the pitiable and aggrieved Zai, his heart softening as he said, It is my fault for not bringing a gift for you this time. Dear Zai, how about next time I prepare 2 presents for you? Would that help you forgive me? Upon hearing this, Zai's sorrowful little face instantly brightened with a smile. He cheerfully replied, Uncle Zhanghua, I hold no grudges against you. Just remember to bring me a gift next time. Haha, rest assured, Uncle Zhanghua will not forget. He reassured, Now, do be a good boy and go eat. With that, Zai finally climbed down from Zhanggua's embrace and made his way to his seat. Noticing this, Zfa's wife remarked, Zhanghua, you spoil this child too much. Zfa concurred, Indeed, if you continue to indulge him like this, he will surely become a little tyrant. In a light-hearted jest, Sengoku remarked that with such stern parents as the two of them, Zei would surely excel as a marine and would not be spoiled by him. Zeph's wife discerned the underlying implication in Sengoku's words, which suggested that her fiery temperament was excessive, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. Observing her reaction, Zeph interjected to defend his wife, insisting that they should cease their conversation lest their breakfast grow cold, for a meal served cold would surely be unpalatable. Thus, the group commenced their breakfast. As Sengoku gazed upon Zei, he was reminded of the trials faced by Zei and his mother in the anime before his transmigration. Although his arrival in this world ensured the survival of the mother and son, it did not guarantee that the original events would not unfold. Zeph was advised to closely follow Zei and his mother upon their departure from Marineford, and if he were to be absent during a critical moment, he should inform either Garp or Tsuru in advance so that Marines could be dispatched to protect them, safeguarding against unforeseen calamities. Zeph expressed his confusion, pondering that Zei and his mother generally resided in Marineford, and their most frequent destination beyond its confines was the Sabaody archipelago, where danger seemed unlikely. Moreover, after Roger's execution, the world was destined to become more peaceful, wasn't it? More peaceful, Sengoku countered. The future is ever uncertain. It is prudent to exercise caution. However, he acknowledged that it was inappropriate to have subordinates undertake personal matters. But Sengoku, you must be aware of something, he continued. Such words are not typical of your usual discourse. Chapter 7. Journey to Impel Down. Let me be candid with you, Sengoku began. I recently received a document detailing the gruesome murders of numerous officers' families at the hands of vengeful pirates. These pirates bore grudges against the officers, and most of them shared a common thread. They were spared by those very officers in the past. Zeph, known for having spared the most lives among the Navy, felt a chill at Sengoku's words. The expressions on both Zeph and his wife turned grave. Is what you say truly accurate? Zeph inquired, his voice tinged with concern. Do you think I would jest about such matters? It is wiser to err on the side of caution. Observing Sengoku's serious demeanor, Zeph understood that Sengoku would not speak lightly of such dire issues, and he too was fearful for the safety of his wife and children against potential pirate retribution. With a heavy nod, Zeph declared, I comprehend the gravity of the situation. Henceforth, you must inform me whenever you leave Marineford. I understand, my husband, she replied, and they exchanged tender affections, providing Sengoku with an ample serving of their domestic bliss. The pace of breakfast during the Warring States period has undoubtedly accelerated. Immediately after finishing their meal, the Warring States bid farewell to the Zephyr family. As soon as Sengoku departed from Zephyr's residence, he heard Zei passionately exclaim, Uncle Sengoku, please do not forget to bring me a gift on your next visit. Rest assured, Sengoku replied, and promptly made his way at the swiftest pace to his warship, commanding his naval subordinates to set sail. One of the sailors inquired, General Sengoku, you have yet to disclose our destination. The once exuberant Sengoku, taken aback by the question, awkwardly admitted, our destination is Impel Down. With this revelation, the sailors refrained from further inquiries and set off. Thanks to the Gate of Justice, Sengoku reached Impel Down in record time. However, this very same gate meant that his inaugural voyage after crossing over revealed no picturesque scenery. Gazing upon the immense Gate of Justice, Sengoku could not help but marvel at the formidable power of the world government. The perimeter of Impel Down was now lined with numerous naval vessels, all owing to the legacy of Roger. Upon the arrival of the Warring States at the Pushing City, a group of its inhabitants promptly came forth to greet them. As the Warring States passed through the Gate of Justice, the people within Pushing City were already informed of their impending arrival. Zhanghua immediately recognized Magellan amidst the throng of people in Impel Down. Although Magellan was still quite young at present, his distinctive features were unmistakable to Zhanghua. Magellan approached Zhanghua and said, General Zhanghua, I am Magellan, the deputy warden of Impel Down. The warden has departed for Mariewa. For the time being, I shall oversee operations at Impel Down. Please feel free to convey any matters you wish to discuss. Zhanghua nodded and said, I understand. I have come to meet the Golden Lion and Roger. Please take me to the 6th level. As a general, Zhanghua commanded, lead the way. Magellan saluted Zhanghua and proceeded ahead. Subsequently, Zhanghua followed Magellan into the depths of Impel Down, for even he had to undergo a security check before entering the prison. Observing this, Magellan expressed his apologies, stating, General Zhanghua, ordinarily you would not require a check, but with Roger currently in Impel Down, the authorities have mandated that everyone must undergo inspection. Zhanghua replied, I understand. Let us expedite the process. I have matters to attend to with the Golden Lion and Roger, as well as other tasks. After a thorough inspection, Zhanghua accompanied Magellan and a group of guards deeper into Impel Down. The group swiftly ascended to the 6th level via the elevator. Magellan inquired, General Zhanghua, now that we have reached the 6th level, do you require our company? As Sengoku cast a glance at Magellan, he remarked, I would appreciate it if you could assist me in locating a prison guard well-versed in the intricacies of the 6th level of Impel Down. I will not trouble you further. Magellan chuckled, General Sengoku, I am not yet the director. I am merely the vice director. You have mistaken my title. Sengoku replied, I have not erred. A vice director is still a director in essence. Moreover, I hold great faith in you, Magellan. One day, you shall ascend to the directorship. And when the time comes for the election, I shall cast my vote in your favor. Sengoku's words deeply moved Magellan, to the point where tears welled in the corners of his eyes. Thank you for your recognition, General Sengoku. I shall not waste your time any longer. I will dispatch a guard familiar with the 6th level to escort you. Subsequently, a guard led Sengoku into the 6th level of Impel Down. Upon entering the 6th level, Sengoku immediately attracted the attention of the notorious pirates confined within. After all, those who resided in this level were no ordinary criminals. They were all formidable pirates. In Sengoku's recollection, these notorious figures were captured by himself, Garp, Zephyr, and Sara. And he vividly remembered the various crimes they committed as well as the moments of their apprehension. Is that not General Sengoku? What brings you to this forsaken place? One pirate's jeer incited a chorus of mockery from the others, particularly from those Sengoku had personally incarcerated. Yesterday, it was Garp. Today, it is Sengoku. The Pirate King truly draws attention. The world government, fearing Roger's escape, had tasked Sengoku and Garp with alternating patrols. Perhaps tomorrow it would be Zephyr or that old coot Sora visiting us. This is indeed the cowardly and despicable nature of the world government. As the raucousness among the pirates escalated, the guard accompanying Sengoku attempted to retort but was swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of insults hurled at him. After all, how could one man contend with such a multitude of ruffians? These pirates were not only numerous but also adept at crafting the most vulgar taunts. After a prolonged silence, Sengoku unleashed his conqueror's haki, a formidable wave of dominance that surged forth, overwhelming the pirates in their cells. These long-imprisoned brigands, deprived of sustenance and shackled with the highest purity sea prism stone chains, found themselves in a woeful state, both physically and mentally. Under the oppressive atmosphere of the 6th level, it was a wonder their spirits remained intact. As Sengoku's potent haki enveloped them, many of the less resilient pirates succumbed to its intimidation, while those with stronger wills were rendered speechless, momentarily halting their derision. Once he had released his haki, Sengoku coldly declared, "You are but a collection of defeated foes, reduced to howling in this wretched place. Remain here and languish for the remainder of your days." Chapter 8. Roger upon concluding his words. The Warring States envoy gestured for the jailer to continue guiding the way. After the departure of Sengoku, some astute pirates came to a realization: Sengoku was merely a schemer, lacking the qualifications to label them as defeated foes. Just as they were about to unleash further insults towards Sengoku, they noticed that he had vanished from their sight. Their curses would now fall on deaf ears, as Sengoku could no longer hear them, and they found little point in wasting their breath. They resolved to wait until Sengoku returned, eager to express their grievances directly to him for a sense of satisfaction. After the jailer escorted Sengoku to the door of the Golden Lion's cell, Sengoku glanced at the jailer and inquired, "Where's Roger's cell?" The jailer looked at Sengoku with palpable excitement, clearly taken aback by Sengoku's recent display of authority. The cell of Admiral Sengoku, Roger, was located in the first cell behind that door. Zhangguo followed the direction indicated by the guard and indeed discovered the presence of a door. Outside the door stood several guards, and Zhangguo realized that the first cell within was the very one where Roger was incarcerated. The Warring States nodded and said, "All right. I understand. From here on, I can manage on my own. You may return to your duties." It was the Warring States general who held the key to the Golden Lion's cell, and I do not possess the key to Roger's cell either. After the jailer handed the key to the Warring States and saluted him with military respect, he departed without delay. Once the jailer had left, the Warring States turned his gaze towards the Golden Lion's cell, discovering that the Golden Lion was firmly secured to the ground by several chains. It was evident that the chains binding the Golden Lion were crafted from sea prism stone, and of the highest purity at that. Sengoku is now exceedingly curious about how the formidable ability user, Gold Lion, managed to escape from such an array of sea prism stone chains. Reflecting on the havoc that Gold Lion could wreak upon the Navy, Sengoku considered advising Magellan to bolster the security measures surrounding Gold Lion. However, upon further contemplation, Sengoku realized that Gold Lion's emergence posed an even greater threat to the world government. Thus he dismissed the thought of alerting Magellan. Sengoku, what brings you here?" Gold Lion remarked. "Standing outside my cell for so long must serve a purpose. Surely, it is not to mock me. A man of your rank should not be so idle." As Sengoku chuckled, he remarked, "I have come merely to take a casual glance at you. My primary purpose is to see Roger." With that, Sengoku grasped the key, preparing to unlock the prison door. The moment his hand made contact with the door, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washed over him, and he instantly realized that this cell was also constructed from sea prism stone. Although this initial sensation of weakness did not greatly affect him, upon stepping into the interior of the cell, Sengoku discovered that the feeling of impotence surged upon him exponentially. Zhangguo felt a force within himself completely restrained, aware that the power of his devil fruit was subdued by the sea prism stone. In the cell, Sengoku discovered that it was entirely constructed from sea stone. Not only was the entrance forged from this material, but the floor, ceiling, and walls were also made of sea stone. Upon seeing Sengoku enter the cell, the Golden Lion laughed heartily and remarked, "Sengoku, I trust you find this confinement rather uncomfortable. The sensation of having lost one's strength is truly disconcerting." Sengoku, dismissing the Golden Lion, retorted that conversing was futile and proceeded to walk towards the exit of the cell. The Golden Lion continued to laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Sengoku, I shan't remain here for long. This so-called first prison, this myth of having no escapees, I shall shatter all of it and break free from here." Despite the Golden Lion's words, Sengoku's stride remained unbroken as he departed from the Golden Lion's cell and made his way directly to Roger's cell. Before Sengoku could approach Roger's cell, he was intercepted by a guard stationed nearby. Upon recognizing Sengoku's visage, the guard hastily exclaimed, "My apologies, Admiral Sengoku. I did not realize it was you." In the Warring States period, Sengoku remarked, "It's nothing. You merely fulfilled your duty. I am here to see Roger. Please open the door." Upon hearing this, the guards hastily rushed to the entrance and unlocked it. Subsequently, Sengoku passed through the threshold, only to discover that several guards still lingered beyond the door. Indeed, Roger was confined in the very first cell behind that door. "General Sengoku," the guards exclaimed in unison. The Warring States nodded slightly at the guards and then cast a glance at Roger, who sat quietly in the innermost part of his cell. It was rather amusing that, while Roger's guards appeared to possess a level of authority surpassing that of even the Golden Lion from the outside, the reality was that he was confined merely within an ordinary cell, restrained by a simple pair of shackles. Those unaware of Roger's voluntary surrender could scarcely fathom that the illustrious pirate king was ensnared by such trivial means. It is perplexing to contemplate the mindset of the higher echelons of the world government. Even if they feared that the guard's elevated status might provoke Roger into a flight, they failed to consider the ramifications should the unrestrained Roger decide to retract his surrender. It is not a matter of impossibility. After all, nothing is truly impossible. After finishing his remarks, Sengoku turned to the guard beside him and said, "I have matters to discuss with Roger. I would appreciate it if you could step outside for a moment. I will call for you when I am ready to leave." However, before the young guard could voice his objections, a middle-aged guard swiftly covered his mouth and pulled him out of the room. Another middle-aged guard added, "Please do not hold it against Admiral Sengoku. The young lad is unfamiliar with you and does not recognize your esteemed status." Zhangwa cast a glance at the guard being led away and remarked, "I am not so petty as to engage in a dispute with a mere jailer, so there is no need for concern. Thank you, General Zhangwa. I express my gratitude on his behalf. We shall take our leave now. General Zhangwa, feel free to inquire about the duration for as long as you wish. We will await you outside. You may ask about the time as much as you desire." Zhangwa cast a glance at the gate, and the prison guard immediately comprehended his intent. The doors leading to the 6th level of the city, where General Zhangwa was advancing, were entirely soundproof. "Even if I were to shout at the entrance, you would not hear a thing." Zhangwa nodded, and then the prison guard departed, closing the heavy door behind him. Once the door was shut, the young guard outside, with a face full of indignation, exclaimed, "Master, why did you stop me just now?" The guard who had exited replied, "Fool, do you not realize your master just saved your life? Even if Zhangguo is a general, he is merely an admiral of the navy and should not concern himself with us, right? You are making too much of this. The general indeed does not oversee us, but it would be trivial for him to eliminate you should he desire. Do you truly believe that the director or deputy director would offend General Zhangguo over one ordinary guard like you? Moreover, many prominent admirals are already speculating that General Zhangguo will inevitably ascend to the rank of fleet admiral." Chapter 9, Zhangguo versus Roger. Upon hearing this, the young guard's expression grew exceedingly grim. The middle-aged guard paid no heed to the young guard's demeanor and continued speaking. The young guard's master reassured him, "Do not fear. The matter is past. Given General Zhangguo's stature, if he chose to overlook it, he would not seek retribution afterward. It is only due to General Zhangguo's good temperament that we are spared. Had we crossed paths with a more irascible figure, we would all meet our doom alongside you. Although Shima's words may be blunt, he speaks truth. You must tread carefully in the future. For most calamities arise from careless speech. I had not anticipated that you, a fellow of some renown, would go unnoticed by me until now." "Oh. What kind of person do you perceive me to be, Zhangguo? Are you not aware of your own character? Why ask me? Quickly, tell me what brings you here. Do not claim it is merely a visit like Carpes. I hardly recall us sharing such a close bond." Warring States chuckled. "I have indeed come to seek you out, but it is not for matters of state. Rather, it is for personal affairs." "Personal affairs?" "In the absence of any interference." Sengoku chose to disregard Roger, directly unleashing his conqueror's haki, which enveloped the guards outside the prison as well as the surveillance den mushi within. Both the guards and the den mushi, now shrouded in Sengoku's powerful aura, succumbed to unconsciousness. "With no one to disturb us, Roger. I am already aware of the conversation you had with Garp, and I have also discerned the true purpose behind your surrender." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Roger's pupils contracted momentarily, before he responded with a smirk, "Oh, I am quite curious to hear your interpretation of my true intentions for surrendering. Are you certain you wish for me to articulate it? Absolutely. Your purpose in surrendering is none other than to inspire others to become pirates in search of the One Piece, thus igniting the so-called era of great pirates. I comprehend your reasoning, yet the repercussions of your actions will far exceed your expectations. Nevertheless, I shall not impede your course. After a brief silence, Roger replied, What are you saying? What era of great pirates? I am not privy to such notions. I have stated that I will not obstruct you, and there is no need for you to refute this. I do not require your acknowledgement. You merely need to understand that I am aware of your intent behind your surrender. Furthermore, I am privy to your other matters as well. In essence, I am aware of all your secrets. Cease your cryptic theatrics, Sengoku. Port St. Ace. As Sengoku uttered that name, Roger's formidable aura instantly regained its renowned intensity, and his Conqueror's Haki surged towards Sengoku with fierce resolve. In the Warring States period, the Conqueror's Haki was unleashed to counter Roger's own formidable Conqueror's Haki. The clash of these two powerful forces resonated intensely. In the Warring States period, the character remarked, Roger, do not be so agitated. I would never bring harm to Port St. Rouge or your child. You need not harbor any doubts if I wish to inflict harm upon them. It would be an effortless task. Surely, you do not believe that Port St. Rouge stands a chance against me. As the conversation concluded, the Conqueror's Haki emanating from Roger gradually subsided. How on earth did you come to know all this, Sengoku? Carp would never divulge such secrets. I am well acquainted with his character. There are no absolutes in this matter. Do you have a longer acquaintance with Carp than I do? Or do you believe your relationship with him surpasses mine? Roger, slumped on the ground, let out a bitter laugh. It seems I have misjudged people in the end. You have not misjudged anyone. None of this was disclosed by Carp. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Roger, who had been lamenting his ill fortune in meeting the wrong people, immediately ceased his musings, looking at Sengoku with a bewildered expression. You did not inform Carp of your intentions to usher in the era of great pirates. Yet I too am aware of it. So, how did you come to know, Sengoku? If you were to report my wife and children to the Gorosei, I assume you would quickly ascend to the position of admiral. What, pray tell, is your true purpose, Sengoku? Why do you engage in such actions? The allure of becoming an admiral of the Navy is undeniably enticing, yet I remain unfazed. I shall inevitably ascend to that position in due time. And this fleeting moment holds no significance for me. As for my intentions, that is a secret I cannot divulge. However, I may share a fragment of my plan. The rest, I leave to your imagination. Roger found Sengoku's cryptic behavior exceedingly irksome, although he was reluctant to entertain Sengoku's riddles. The matters at hand were of utmost importance to him, compelling him to listen despite his discomfort. This unease, he felt, surpassed even the torment inflicted by his ailments. In the Warring States period, Jian asked, Roger, do you wish to hear it? If you do not respond, I shall take my leave. And you may depart with your unanswered questions. Enraged by Jian's continued provocations, Roger swiftly broke free from his restraints, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the prison door. Charging towards Jian. Seeing Sengoku remain unfazed, he parried Roger's attacks while taunting, Roger, your arrogance knows no bounds. Do you still fancy yourself in your prime? The so-called Pirate King? Now you're but a dying man ravaged by illness, bereft of your famed blade ace, and likely starved for days. Do you truly believe your current state can rival mine? You're merely courting humiliation. Roger roared with laughter, Sengoku, ever the chatterbox. Whether I prevail or not shall be determined in battle, for I am the Pirate King. Surely you realize that should we truly clash, my presence here would be exposed. Imagine the complications when the world government's higher echelons discover this. The consequences concern you alone, not me. With these words, Roger intensified his assault. Sengoku could only respond with a wry smile before engaging Roger with full might. Deep within, other versions of Sengoku yearned to cross blades with Roger once more, though memories surfaced of their numerous past encounters. In the midst of the battle, Sengoku felt a tinge of unreality in the memories of combat. Furthermore, Roger was on the brink of death, presenting Sengoku with a singular opportunity to engage with him. More importantly, Sengoku had long desired to face a formidable opponent. Considering these factors, Sengoku approached the confrontation with utmost seriousness. The intensity of their clash escalated. Although Roger maintained a facade of defiance, he found himself consistently subdued by Sengoku's onslaught. Sengoku, however, was mindful of the surrounding structures. They were beneath the sea. And should he inadvertently breach the walls of impel down, the rushing waters would spell doom for him. Just as Sengoku was gaining momentum in the fight, Roger abruptly ceased his attacks. In the midst of the tumultuous Warring States period, Sengoku exclaimed, Roger, why have you ceased your efforts? Let us continue. Noticing an unexpected surge in Sengoku's strength, Roger mused, I never realized you possessed such power before. Chapter 10. Cultivating Ace into an Admiral of the Navy. Sengoku's frustration grew as Roger's responses evaded the point. Come on, Roger, he urged. With a sidelong glance at Sengoku, Roger retreated to his cell, seeking to rebind himself with the shackles. However, to his dismay, he discovered that he had inadvertently rendered the shackles inoperative. Unfazed by the awkwardness of the situation, Roger simply found a spot to sit. With a chuckle, he declared, No more fighting, Sengoku. Why not? Sengoku inquired. There's no particular reason, Roger replied nonchalantly. If you wish to continue the fight, by all means, do so. Regardless, I shall not retaliate. If you were to strike me down now, it would merely hasten my liberation. During the Warring States period, it was understood that Roger recognized he was not a match for him at present, thus resorting to this method of avenging the Riddler's actions. As soon as Zhang Guo opened his mouth, he heard the jailer outside shouting, General Zhang Guo, what is happening inside? Seeing the displeasure on Sengoku's face, Roger cast a glance at him before the latter approached his side and, in a voice audible only to the two, chuckled. Did you not proclaim the dawn of the great pirate era? What if I were to send your son to Ace to bring an end to this era? I shall cultivate Ace into an exceptional sailor. Who knows? He may even rise to the rank of admiral or perhaps even commander-in-chief in the future. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Roger's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively moved to pursue the departing Sengoku. In a swift motion, the Warring States delivered a powerful blow to Roger, sending him hurtling deep into the confines of his cell. The strike from the Warring States seemingly shattered several of Roger's ribs with a single blow. Although Sengoku was curious as to why Roger did not defend against his attacks, he did not turn back to inquire about Roger's lack of defense. As Zhang Guo swung open the door, several prison guards stumbled backward in shock. They exchanged awkward glances with Zhang Guo before their eyes fell upon the utterly devastated prison cell, leaving them in a state of stunned silence. Zhang Guo observed the situation and stated, I have inquired all that I needed to. You need not concern yourselves with the matters of the prison cell, nor should you fear. I shall speak with your director. Having said this, Zhang Guo prepared to depart. However, a guard interjected, General Zhang Guo, the prison cell has been compromised. Does that not imply that the Pirate King, Roger, could potentially escape? Zhang Guo cast a sidelong glance at the jailer and said, Do you truly believe that cell could contain Roger? Rest assured, he will not attempt to escape. Had he wished to flee, he would have done so long ago. With that, Zhang Guo strode away, leaving the bewildered jailers in his wake. The jailers dared not impede Zhang Guo, and under the command of one of their own, they returned to their respective posts. As Sengoku made his way to the elevator, he moved with remarkable swiftness, leaving the pirates no opportunity to hurl insults at him. By the time the pirates noticed his presence, Sengoku had already successfully entered the elevator. The pirates could only seethe in impotent rage at the sight. Once inside the elevator, Sengoku initially intended to descend to the ground floor, but to his surprise, it came to a halt at the basement level. When the doors opened, he found himself face to face with Magellan. Magellan, your arrival is quite fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out. I have matters to discuss. Magellan, who had been conversing with a nearby prison guard, was taken aback to see Sengoku in the elevator. General Sengoku, how is it that you emerged so swiftly? Last time, Admiral Karp lingered on the 6th floor for quite a while. Magellan exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Sengoku. In the midst of their conversation, Sengoku remarked, Once all inquiries are completed, the truth shall inevitably unveil itself. I hope you can pardon any inconvenience I have caused you today, Magellan. He then proceeded to inform Magellan of his confrontation with Roger, as well as the destruction of Roger's cell. Initially indifferent, Magellan's expression gradually shifted to one of concern. General Sengoku, I must hasten to summon a physician to attend to Roger. Despite his numerous transgressions, it is not yet his time to perish. Magellan reassured him. It's not as grave as it seems. My approach has been measured. Roger will not succumb. Simply instruct your subordinates to fetch a doctor to tend to his wounds. Upon hearing this, Magellan cast a glance at Sengoku and began directing the nearby jailer to locate a physician for Roger's treatment, while also requesting an architect to repair the cell or arrange for Roger's transfer to an alternative confinement. Subsequently, Sengoku followed Magellan into his office. The Warring States directly approached the matter, stating, Magellan, can this incident regarding Roger not be known to others? Magellan gritted his teeth and replied, The advance of the Warring States general into the city is not solely my decision, and there are numerous individuals from CP within the city. I can only endeavor to prevent the leak of information, but I cannot guarantee how long I can keep it concealed. After a moment of contemplation, the Warring States general smiled and said, Since that is the case, there is no need for concealment. It would not be good if it burdens you later. The higher-ups will not hold me accountable. He continued, Might I inquire why you have chosen this course of action? The response came swiftly. I shall reveal to you my reasoning. I am eager to understand why Roger chose to surrender. I firmly believe his confession holds significant motives. My own actions, regrettably, did not yield the answers I sought. This is the rationale behind my intervention. Magellan, deep in thought, remarked, According to your assertion, it appears that Roger's surrender indeed harbors undisclosed intentions. As for the interrogation of the prisoner, it is not your forte. Leave that to me. And we shall surely extract the purpose behind Roger's confession. As Sengoku gazed at the self-assured Magellan, he remarked, Magellan, I certainly trust in your interrogation prowess. However, Roger is no ordinary individual. The CP has undoubtedly already interrogated him without yielding any results. If you attempt to question him again today, it may provoke Roger's ire. You are surely aware of Roger's formidable strength. Angering him brings nothing but detriment, not benefit. Thus, there is no need for you to seek out Roger again. Magellan nodded solemnly. I understand. Admiral Sengoku. That is good to hear, Magellan. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You may continue with your own duties, Sengoku stated. Understood, Admiral. Upon leaving Impel Down, Sengoku had just arrived at Marineford when Crane approached him. Sengoku, how could you act so foolishly like that imbecile carp? Never mind, I shan't dwell on it. Admiral Akina has returned and wishes to see you. Prepare yourself for a reprimand. Sengoku then recounted his conversation with Magellan to Crane. Do you take me for a fool? This is far beyond what you are capable of accomplishing. Never mind, if you choose not to share, I have no desire to pry. Inform me when you are ready to divulge the information, she replied. As Zhangguo observed Crane's mocking expression, he could only scratch his head awkwardly, simultaneously expressing his gratitude to Crane for being so understanding. The two soon arrived at the empty office, which bore no resemblance to the dilapidated state of other offices, appearing entirely untouched by the ravages of war. Upon reaching the desk, Zhangguo finally discovered evidence of the previous conflict within the pristine office. Chapter 11. Reprimand. The wall behind the empty desk had been completely obliterated during the earlier battle with the Golden Lion, now reduced to a mere vacant surface, devoid of any bricks. From Zhangguo's vantage point, he could even glimpse the expansive sea beyond the back of Marineford. Upon noticing Zhangguo's arrival, Kong adopted a serious demeanor and stated, Zhangguo, how could you engage in such reckless behavior, akin to that rascal carp? What were you thinking? One carp is already a considerable headache. I do not wish for a repeat of this. After expressing his discontent, Kong fell silent, immersing himself in the documents on his desk. Zhangguo waited for quite some time, but Kong remained engrossed in his paperwork, clearing his throat. Zhangguo finally broke the silence. At last, Kong lifted his gaze, remarking, Zhangguo, why are you still here? Did I not instruct you to leave? Are you hoping for me to reprimand you? Although Zhangguo silently scoffed at the statement, having never uttered such words, his body obediently moved towards the door. Zhangguo initially anticipated a stern reprimand for himself, yet he was taken aback by the outcome. As soon as he arrived at the vacant office of the Warring States period, he was greeted by a burst of laughter. In the Warring States period, upon looking up, one discovered that it was Carp and Crane, with Carp laughing so heartily that tears streamed down his face. In a swift motion, Sengoku positioned himself behind Carp and delivered a punch, chuckling as he remarked, Carp, what are you laughing at? You seem exceptionally cheerful, just when I'm feeling quite irate. Why not share your joy with me? Upon hearing Sengoku's voice, Carp disregarded the impact of Sengoku's strike and immediately turned to ascertain Sengoku's identity. Once confirmed, Carp attempted to suppress his laughter, yet was unable to contain himself, his struggle to stifle his amusement appearing rather comical. As he realized he could no longer hold back his mirth, Carp instinctively covered his mouth with his hand, as if attempting to silence a ringing bell. During the Warring States period, Sengoku showed no regard for Carp, directly pulling his hand away. Carp, having his hand released, couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at, Carp? Hurry up and tell me. However, Carp was laughing so uncontrollably that he was utterly incapable of responding to Sengoku's inquiry, though he had no intention of answering it in the first place. Tsuru coldly remarked, Carp is mocking you. Zhangguo expressed his astonishment, saying, Xiaohe, is Carp mocking me? What could possibly warrant Carp's ridicule? Xiaohe, rendered speechless, replied, Are you truly unaware? Carp must have rushed here as soon as he learned you were to be reprimanded by Marshal Kong. He certainly couldn't resist the urge to come and deride you. Carp looked at Xiaohe, his face a mask of astonishment. Foolish Carp, even if I hadn't informed Zhangguo, it wouldn't take long for him to discover that you had awakened him. As Sengoku chuckled, he remarked, Kapu, how can you find the audacity to mock me? Surely, you must have lost count of the number of times you've faced reprimand from Admiral Kong. Besides, I have not been chastised by him. Kapu replied, Sengoku, why should I not mock you? Just today, wait, did you not claim that Admiral Kong has never scolded you? How can this be? Clearly, you have engaged in such conduct. Yet he refrains from reprimanding you. It is evident that Admiral Kong shows favoritism. In the Warring States period, one queried, What have I done, Carp? That would compel Marshal Kong to reprimand me? You have acted, indeed, you have. Yet, I remain oblivious to your deeds. However, I have heard whispers that you were to be chastised by Marshal Kong, prompting my hasty arrival to witness your folly. To my surprise, the Marshal did not scold you. Thus, my journey was in vain. I might as well have returned to Count Donuts. In the Warring States period, I remarked, Kapu, do you truly wish to revel in my misfortune? In truth, I do not yearn to witness your folly either. I merely wish to impart some wisdom upon you. After all, each time I am reprimanded by Marshal Kong, you seize the opportunity to lecture me. The mere thought of using your previous admonishments to guide you fills me with immense joy. Seeing Carp's foolish expression, Sengoku could tell that Carp was daydreaming about a scenario in which he was lecturing himself. Crane, puzzled, inquired, Sengoku, why did Admiral Kong not reprimand you? What you did this time is indeed quite serious. Logically speaking, even if Admiral Kong wished to spare your dignity by not chastising you, he should still impose some form of punishment. What punishment did the empty commander impose upon you during the Warring States period? In a moment of silent contemplation, Sengoku cast a glance at Crane and remarked, Little Crane, why do you also behave in this manner? However, he too found himself intrigued by the fact that General Kong did not reprimand him, nor did he impose any form of punishment. He merely advised him to refrain from repeating his mistakes in the future. With these thoughts lingering, both Sengoku and Crane fell into deep reflection, seeing their pensive expressions. Carp interjected, "What are you two pondering? If it eludes your understanding, then let it be. We should proceed to dinner." "No, it is beyond the hour for dinner. Let us instead seek a late-night snack. Last time, I treated, so it is only fitting that Sengoku covers this one." Carp's mention of the late-night meal ignited Sengoku's ire. "You rascal! Last night, you declared it was your treat, yet when it came time to settle the bill, you claimed to be out of belly, leaving me to foot the expense. And today, you have the audacity to suggest that I host the next meal." What followed was a playful skirmish between the two. Reminiscent of mischievous children, they were mindful of their surroundings, pausing their antics when others were present, only to resume their joviality once the coast was clear. Eventually, the trio ventured out for their late-night snack, extending an invitation to Zephyr, who declined, citing that returning home would incur his wife's wrath. Not wishing to press the matter further, the three continued their late-night revelry until the midnight hour, with Sengoku ultimately assuming the responsibility for the bill. Though he indulged to excess, Sengoku did not regard it with concern, however, upon awakening the next day with the remnants of a hangover. The memory of the previous night resurfaced. Yet, upon reflection, Sengoku deemed the incident unworthy of vexation and soon contemplated a means to engage Carp in a friendly spar. Thus, he made his way to Carp's residence, where upon arrival, he discovered that the decor was strikingly similar to his own, albeit Carp's quarters were cluttered with an array of snacks, in stark contrast to the tidiness of his own abode. Originally, Sengoku sought to spar with Garp, but nearly got dragged into a contest of who could devour more donuts. In the end, Sengoku had to threaten Garp by withholding his beloved donuts before the latter reluctantly agreed to the duel. Since they couldn't unleash their full power in Marineford, the two relocated to a deserted island nearby for their clash. Through their fierce battle, Sengoku realized that despite possessing Conqueror's Haki and the ability to infuse it into his attacks, he still fell slightly short of Garp's strength. To his astonishment, Sengoku discovered that although Garp lacked Conqueror's Haki, his techniques carried a dark lightning-like force eerily reminiscent of Haki infusion. The Warring States period is suspected to have elevated Carp's mastery of Haki to a more advanced level. Chapter 12. Descent into the Abyss. During the Warring States period, inquiries were indeed made to Carp. However, he himself was uncertain as to why his techniques were accompanied by a dark lightning reminiscent of Conqueror's Haki. Carp's exact words were, "I certainly do not possess Conqueror's Haki, and as for the dark lightning that accompanies my techniques, I am equally perplexed. It simply manifested as a result of my training." Burgundy, too, was well aware that the oblivious and carefree Carp was utterly unaware of how he had cultivated his abilities. Thus, Burgundy refrained from further inquiries and engaged earnestly in combat with Carp. As their duel progressed, both warriors became increasingly exhilarated, gradually intensifying their efforts until they unleashed their full potential. Their fierce confrontation persisted for 3 days and nights. Carp, with a hearty laugh, warned Burgundy to be cautious. Suddenly, Carp employed advanced techniques of shave and moonwalk, propelling himself into the air with a few swift steps. Then, with a mighty roar, he proclaimed, "Fallen from the abyss." Carp descended upon Burgundy from above, delivering a strike imbued with a tremendous surge of dark lightning. Even in the face of adversity, Sengoku dared not be negligent. He summoned the full force of his three-colored Haki, coalescing it into his fist. With great vigor, Sengoku met Carp's assault head-on, and in an instant, a surge of lightning erupted around him. Unlike Carp's ominous black lightning, Sengoku's crackled with a brilliant golden hue. In the blink of an eye, their strikes collided across the void, resulting in a momentary stalemate. Ultimately, Carp's undersea drop proved to be the superior force, overpowering Sengoku's attack. The sheer might of their confrontation transformed the deserted island into a barren landscape, obliterating everything in its wake. What was once a thriving isle now lay desolate, marked by a colossal crater. From this chasm, torrents of water gushed forth, converting the vast void into a grand lake. Meanwhile, the instigators of this chaos, Sengoku and Carp, lay exhausted at the lake's edge, both nursing injuries and with their garments tattered from the fierce battle. Sengoku, reclining on the ground, weakly inquired, "Carp, how are you holding up? Please, do not perish." To which Carp replied, equally fatigued yet resolute, "Sengoku, I implore you, do not leave me." Their shared laughter echoed through the desolation, a testament to their enduring camaraderie amidst the chaos. Despite sustaining significant injuries in this battle, Sengoku has discovered a remarkable breakthrough in his own strength, which is indeed a cause for great joy. Buddha believed that in their next encounter with Garp, he would undoubtedly not be inferior. After lying on the deserted island for a while, a multitude of Marines suddenly appeared, led by none other than Zephyr. As Zephyr set foot on the island, he immediately sensed the presence of Sengoku and Garp. Realizing that a battle had taken place, Zephyr hastened his pace. Upon reaching the center of the island, he was taken aback to see Sengoku and Garp covered in blood. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that they were merely asleep and not seriously harmed, which brought him a sense of relief. He then personally summoned a medical officer to attend to them, confirming their well-being before escorting them back to Marineford. Although they were not gravely injured, Zephyr still took them to the Marineford hospital for a thorough examination. Finally, after ensuring their safety, Zephyr could breathe a sigh of relief. The two men from the Warring States period did not regain consciousness until dusk, awakening one after another. As the Warring States period merely opened its eyes to the world, it was greeted by a tender voice. Mr. Warring States, how wonderful it is. You have finally awakened. Zhang was sat up from his sickbed and gazed at the speaker, instantly recognizing him as his adopted son, Rasi Nandi, whom he had taken in several years prior. Observing the still wet traces of tears on Rasi Nandi's face, a myriad of memories regarding him surged forth in Zhangguo's mind. Zhangguo has come to understand why during this period, Rasi Nandi has not been at home. It is because Rasi Nandi is studying at the Naval Academy, where he typically resides in the dormitory. Thus, Zhangguo had not thought of his adopted son, Rasi Nandi, during these past few days. In Sengoku's mind, the memories of Razanandi are imbued with profound tenderness and happiness, which in turn softens the gaze he cast upon Razanandi. Within his heart, Sengoku resolutely vowed that he would never allow Razanandi to meet a fate as tragic as that. Little Razanandi, do not fret. I am unharmed. I was merely sparring with your Uncle Carp, and there is nothing to worry about. Mr. Sengoku, now I can rest easy. You have battled with Uncle Carp for 3 days and nights and have been unconscious for most of the day. You must be quite famished now. In the midst of a light-hearted exchange, Sengoku remarked, Razanandi, have I not advised you before? From now on, refrain from calling me Mr. Sengoku. You refer to others as Uncle Carp. If outsiders were to witness our interactions, they might mistakenly believe we are mere acquaintances. You need not call me father. Foster father would suffice. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, a faint blush graced Razanandi's cheeks as he replied, Mr. Sengoku, allow me to prepare some food for you. With that, he dashed toward the door. Just as Razanandi reached the entrance of the ward, he heard Carp bellow, Razanandi, make sure you prepare some food for your Uncle Carp as well. Understood, Uncle Carp. It was then that Sengoku realized that Garp had also awakened. Garp, when did you come to your senses? Why was there no commotion upon your awakening? Garp chuckled heartily. I came to my senses when you asked Razanandi to change his address. If it were up to me, Razanandi would have altered his title long ago. Zhangguo cast a sidelong glance at Carp and remarked, You? Don't jest. How could you possibly teach children? Do I resemble you, wielding a shoe against Rashi Nandi? That rascal dragon has endured your beatings countless times, yet he still refuses to heed your words. Even today, he did not come to see you. It seems your methods of education leave much to be desired. Upon hearing Zhangguo's words, Carp found himself devoid of the inclination to retort. Zhangguo. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have recalled that dragon did not come to see me. Upon my return, I shall certainly give him a proper lesson. As Sengoku observed Carp's chest swell with indignation, he realized that Long was in for a dire fate. All Sengoku could do was silently mourn for Long for a few moments. Carp ceaselessly berated Long, the unfilial son, continuing his tirade until Razanandi entered with food, at which point Carp finally ceased his scolding. The two then indulged joyfully in their meal. Suddenly, an unexpected guest made their entrance. You two fools. How could you engage in such foolishness on such an important day? I truly cannot comprehend your thoughts. While I can somewhat understand Carp's actions, I cannot fathom why you would accompany him in this madness. You have been acting unusually lately. Why indulge in such aberrant behavior? Have you perhaps taken the wrong medicine recently? Both Sengoku and Garp paused their meal upon hearing Kong's words, momentarily stunned. The reason for their astonishment lay in their memories. Never before had Kong spoken to Sengoku in such a manner. Such reprimands were usually reserved for Garp alone. Chapter 13. CP0. Seeing that Sengoku and Garp had stopped eating, Kong barked angrily. What are you two stopping for? Keep eating. How do you expect your injuries to heal quickly if you don't eat properly? Speak my piece. You eat yours. No interruptions. Hurry up and recover. Because tomorrow you'll have a critical mission. You're setting off tonight. Seeing the situation, the two individuals from the Warring States period reluctantly resumed their meal. However, Kong continued to berate them, gradually shifting his ire towards Carp. Carp, unwilling to concede, retorted, only to be swiftly countered by Kong's sharp tongue. Subsequently, Kong abandoned any pretense and unleashed a torrent of insults directed at Carp. Overwhelmed by the barrage, Carp resorted to venting his frustration through food, devouring his meal with fervor as a means of release. Kong, undeterred by fatigue, persisted in his tirade until the two had satisfied their hunger. Finally, upon their completion, Kong cleared his throat and declared, Now that you have finished eating, it is time to address more pressing matters. The abrupt shift in Kong's demeanor left both individuals astounded. Do not remain lounging on the bed. Rise and heed my assignment. Upon witnessing the situation, Sengoku and another individual immediately rose from their sickbeds. The day after tomorrow marks the execution of Roger, and the world government's personnel have already arrived at Impel Down. Who among you shall escort Roger to Loketown? Kong. The fleet admiral inquired, Cannot we all accompany the mission? If you all depart, who shall safeguard Marineford, defend against the pirates of the New World, or protect Mariewa? Seeing this, Garp suggested, Let Sengoku take charge of the escort. I shall proceed to the New World to deter the pirates. Sengoku, what is your stance? I am amenable. I shall adhere to Fleet Admiral Kong's directives. Very well, then, Sengoku, you shall escort Roger, while Garp will head to the New World. Now, Do not squander any more time. Hasten to fulfill your duties. The two individuals from the Warring States period did not hesitate and swiftly made their way to their warships. By nightfall, they finally arrived at Advanced City. Upon reaching the port, they were met with a chorus of scornful jeers. General Sengoku, you truly are a busy man, making so many of us wait for your arrival. If the execution is delayed, whose fault is that? Spoke a masked CP0 agent. An elderly man clad in the uniform of the Warden of Advanced City remarked, since everyone is now present, I shall proceed to escort Roger onto the transport vessel. Another CP0 agent added, now that General Sengoku has arrived, do not create further disturbances, Avignon. Once Roger is aboard the transport ship, we shall hasten to Logue Town. There is still time. Humph. Avignon, upon hearing this, snorted coldly and ceased his further remarks. Jean Gua, aware of his own shortcomings, chose not to pursue the matter further. Subsequently, he spotted an old acquaintance, Magellan, escorting Roger onto the transport vessel from the advancing city. The two exchanged a nod of acknowledgement, after which no words were necessary. Once the agents of the Warring States and CP0 boarded the escort vessel, it set sail. During the journey to Logue Town, they encountered no unwelcome assailants attempting to seize the ship. Warring States, well aware of the reasons behind this calm, remained utterly relaxed throughout the voyage. In stark contrast, the team of CP0 agents, oblivious to the underlying circumstances, was fraught with tension along the way. In the tumultuous era of the Warring States, there was no inclination to remind the CP0 agents of their duties. Even if Sengoku were to inform them that no one would attempt to seize the ship, his words would fall on deaf ears. Furthermore, should they successfully reach Logue Town, the CP0 personnel would inevitably suspect a conspiracy between Sengoku and the Roger pirates, prompting Sengoku to refrain from inciting further conflict. This was especially true for the CP0 agent Avignon, who, being on his inaugural mission and tasked with escorting the pirate King Roger, was already under considerable stress. Upon witnessing Sengoku's relaxed demeanor and noting his tardiness, Avignon's ire was ignited. Approaching Sengoku, who reclined comfortably in a chair, Avignon removed his sunglasses and remarked, Sengoku, you appear less like someone assigned to escort Roger and more like a vacationer enjoying leisure time. If you seek enjoyment, I suggest you return to your Navy headquarters. With that, he crushed Sengoku's sunglasses in his grip. The nearby sailors, witnessing this affront, were filled with indignation. Some of the younger sailors, incensed by the humiliation of Sengoku, contemplated retaliating, only to be restrained by their more seasoned comrades. As the shattered sunglasses lay before him, Sengoku displayed no anger. Instead, he retrieved another pair from his pocket and donned them with a calm demeanor, stating, the pair you just crushed was worth 3,000 berries. Do remember that. By the way, could you kindly step aside? You are obstructing my sunlight. With that, Sengoku fell silent, relishing in the warmth of the sun. Observing this, Avignon tossed a 10,000 berry note onto Sengoku's face. He then proceeded to violently smash Sengoku's sunshade, sending it tumbling aside, and subsequently obliterated the coconut resting on Sengoku's chair with a single punch. Is this 10,000 berries sufficient for your needs? If not, I can certainly provide you with more. With those words, Avignon reached for the newly donned sunglasses that adorned Sengoku's face. In the presence of Avignon, who displayed such shamelessness, Sengoku could no longer contain his fury. The overwhelming presence of his conqueror's haki radiated from him, permeating the entire transport vessel, instilling a sense of trepidation among the crew. Weaker individuals were momentarily dazed by Sengoku's formidable aura, a testament to the sheer power he directed toward Avignon. Had he unleashed his full might indiscriminately, those of lesser strength would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness from the sheer intensity of his haki. In a hushed tone from his cell aboard the ship, Roger pondered aloud, questioning the sudden surge in Sengoku's power. Oh, Warring States, how many secrets do you still harbor? I truly underestimated you back then. Besides Sengoku, Avignon, who was subjected to the overwhelming might of Conqueror's haki, found himself subdued, kneeling upon the ground, his face drenched with copious beads of sweat. His pristine white uniform almost instantaneously soaked through. Observing this, several other CP0 agents promptly entered combat mode, surrounding Sengoku. Meanwhile, other CP agents attempted to assist, but were immediately intercepted by the marine personnel. In an instant, the entire transport vessel was engulfed in a tense atmosphere, fraught with anticipation of conflict. As Sengoku gazed at the encircling CP0 agents, he chuckled. Surely, you do not believe that your combined efforts can rival me. The leading CP0 agent retorted, Sengoku, what are your intentions? Release Avignon at once. He is one of ours. You are merely a naval officer. How dare you lay a hand on one of CP0? Under duress, Avignon implored, Captain Casville, please save me. As Sengoku observed the situation, he chuckled and remarked, you still possess the strength to speak. It appears that my efforts were insufficient. Upon uttering this, Sengoku intensified his suppression of Avignon, who was already kneeling on the deck, forcing him to lie prostrate, utterly immobilized, unable even to part his lips. Chapter 14. Guernica. The other CP0 agents, witnessing this, unleashed a barrage of insults towards Sengoku. Yet, Sengoku remained unfazed, summoning all his might. He first delivered a blow that sent the most provocative of the CP0 agents tumbling into the sea, then followed up with a series of strikes that repelled the encircling CP agents. Seeing Sengoku taking action, the other agents ceased to hold back and launched their own assaults upon him. From his previous encounters, Sengoku had gauged the strength of these CP0 agents, although formidable. They were still inadequate in the face of his prowess. However, he did not underestimate the multitude surrounding him and promptly transformed into his Buddha form. Just as the two factions' attacks were about to collide, a CP0 agent burst forth from the prison, directly intercepting Sengoku's onslaught. The other CP0 agents, upon seeing this newcomer, immediately halted their offensive. Sengoku cast a perplexed glance at the CP0 agent before him, astonished to discover that this individual could withstand his assault, which he had delivered without holding back. "Who has angered you so, Admiral Sengoku?" he inquired. "What has provoked such intense fury within you? Speak to me, and I shall personally administer the necessary reprimand. There is no need for you to take matters into your own hands. You are all well aware of the significance of today's mission. Should an unfortunate incident arise due to our internal discord, both you and I shall surely face the consequences." As Sengoku reverted from his Buddha form back to his human shape, reclining in his chair with a smile, he remarked, "This matter should not be directed at me, but rather at him." Following Sengoku's gesture, they observed Avignon, who had been kicked into the sea, being rescued by another CP0 agent. "Did Avignon provoke you, Admiral Sengoku?" Noticing that Sengoku remained silent, he bore no resentment and continued, "Avignon, come over here and explain how you managed to provoke Admiral Sengoku. You must tell me the truth. Should I discover otherwise?" The CP0 agent then recounted the events to him. Upon concluding the tale, the CP0 agent promptly kicked Avignon back into the sea. "Kisville, Lord Jernica, what are you doing? Why are you attacking our own?" he exclaimed. "Avignon is a devil fruit user." With that, Kisville attempted to rescue Avignon, only to be thrust back into the sea himself. "Kisville, cease this at once. No one is to rescue Avignon without my command." "Understood, Lord Jernica." Kisville retreated, his expression one of palpable frustration, as if flames would erupt from his eyes. Jernica then turned to Sengoku, reclining in his chair, and said, "Admiral Sengoku, I have already punished the individual in question. What shall we do about the others? The events of the Warring States period have indeed reached a critical juncture. As for Jernica, the situation is far from a simple conclusion. It is imperative to rescue Avignon post-haste. He has yet to compensate for the treasures he has ravaged, and we cannot allow him to perish so easily." A flicker of displeasure crossed Jernica's eyes beneath his mask as he inquired, "What are the Warring States General's intentions?" "I have already stated my position. We must first ensure his safety. Should he perish, the responsibility lies with me. I did not wish for his demise." Jernica responded, "Did you not hear the Warring States General's words? Hurry and bring Avignon to safety." No sooner had Jernica finished speaking than several CP0 agents leapt into the sea, and shortly thereafter, Avignon was rescued. "Quickly, awaken Avignon and have him apologize to the Warring States General." Upon being roused, Avignon's eyes fell upon the Warring States General, prompting him to erupt in vehement curses. "Warring States, you truly deserve condemnation. How dare you treat me in such a manner?" Zhanghua murmured, "Fool." Although his voice was barely audible, those nearby could hear it clearly. Of course. Avignon caught wind of this remark and was about to retort when he was abruptly interrupted by Jernica's swift kick. "Hurry and apologize to General Zhanghua. Is the punishment you just received not sufficient? Or do you truly wish for your own demise? If that is indeed your desire, I shall gladly oblige." Avignon, upon gazing into Jernica's icy eyes, understood that failing to apologize to Zhanghua would indeed lead to his own death. Reluctantly, Avignon uttered, "General Zhanghua, I was in the wrong. Please forgive me." As the Warring States was about to acquiesce and bring this farce to a close, he heard Guernica demand that Avignon apologize anew. "It appeared that you were quite reluctant to offer an apology, and your voice was so faint. Were you apologizing to yourself? Hurry and provide a proper apology. I want everyone aboard the vessel to hear your words. Should your voice falter again, I shall not grant you another opportunity." The Warring States remarked, "Let this matter rest. I accept his apology." However, Avignon appeared to defy the Warring States, interrupting before the latter could finish his statement, exclaiming loudly, "General Warring States, it is my fault. I implore you to forgive me with magnanimity." After uttering these words, he cast a haughty glance at the Warring States. The Warring States faction dismissed him with a laugh, stating, "The apology is concluded. I have already forgiven him. Now, we must address the matter of compensation, correct, Lord Guernica?" Avignon interjected, "What compensation? Have I not already given you 10,000 belly? Your worthless items hardly amount to that sum." "Silence. You possess no right to speak here." Avignon cast a resentful glance at Guernica before obediently sealing his lips. "General Warring States, please enlighten us regarding the value of the items Avignon has damaged." "Very well. This sunshade is no ordinary canopy. It has accompanied me on countless voyages over the decades. I invested a considerable sum to have it custom-made. You see, the belly is well spent, as this sunshade remains as pristine as the day I acquired it. I shall not ask for more than what I initially paid for its creation. At that time, I spent 500,000 belly on this sunshade, so I request merely 50 belly from you. Upon hearing the figure of 500,000 belly, Avignon could no longer contain himself and was about to unleash a tirade against warring states, accusing him of shamelessness and asserting that he was being egregiously swindled. He insisted that the sunshade was clearly just a cheap item worth a mere 100 belly at a street stall. Just as Avignon prepared to berate warring states, he was silenced by a piercing look from Guernica. General Warring States, do you have any other items to claim? Indeed, I have this small table, which was also custom-made alongside the sunshade. It is not as expensive, costing merely 200,000 belly. Fortunately, Avignon did not damage my reclining chair. That piece is the most valuable, having cost me a staggering 3 million belly. Altogether, that amounts to 700,000 belly. General Warring States, do you have any further claims? Chapter 15. Compensate me with 1,253,000 belly. Although Zhangguo could not see the face beneath the Guernica mask, he could distinctly sense a change in the tone of Guernica's speech. However, Zhangguo remained indifferent to these matters. Zhangguo remarked, surely there are treasures beneath that you cannot perceive. Once I have concluded my thoughts, I shall certainly inform you. So please refrain from interrupting me, if you would be so kind. Very well, General Zhangguo, please proceed. There's no need to delve into the history of these treasures, simply disclose their worth in berries. Guernica's voice noticeably shifted, particularly when he uttered the word treasures. The Warring States continued, this simply cannot stand. If I do not elucidate the true worth of these treasures, you may mistakenly think I am attempting to deceive you. I assure you, I am not one who delights in misleading others. The treasures I am about to discuss are few in number. Among them is this exquisite tea set, which is valued at a considerable sum of berries. I acquired this set at an auction, where it was claimed to be an antique from 500 years ago. Upon first sight, I was utterly captivated and subsequently purchased it for 550,000 berries. Though many years have elapsed, undoubtedly enhancing its worth, I shall not seek more. I will accept the original price I paid. Additionally, I possess a pair of sunglasses valued at 3,000 berries, though I shall not bother with the relatively insignificant value of the coconut. Therefore, dear Avignon, you owe me a total of 1,253,000 berries. Is 1,253,000 berries not clear enough, Avignon? Hurry and compensate the General of the Warring States. Once the payment is settled, this matter will reach its conclusion. Afterward, should anyone dare to cause trouble, rest assured it will not require the General's intervention. I shall personally handle any instigator with a firm hand, unlike the General's merciful approach. Simultaneously, I implore the General's entourage to refrain from instigating discord. Zhangguo removed his sunglasses and raised an eyebrow, saying, are you instructing me on how to proceed, or are you issuing me commands? I hold no authority to command a general, nor would I dare to teach General Zhangguo how to act. Zhangguo let out a cold snort and remarked, humph. Our navy does not relish stirring trouble like you miscreants lurking in the shadows. Hurry and settle the debt of 1,253,000 berries, and then be on your way. My presence on the deck suffices. Guernica shot him an indignant glance, yearning to retaliate but ultimately restrained himself. They still owed the formidable General Zhangguo a sum of 1,253,000 berries. After handing over a stack of banknotes to Zhangguo, Avignon said, count them. I trust you will not shortchange us. Should you do so, I shall certainly seek you out. Now that the berries have been settled, do not linger any longer. We shall take our leave. After all the CP agents, including Admiral Sengoku, left the deck, they turned to the Marines beside them and said, distribute these berries evenly among the Marines on the ship. Remember to ensure an equitable division. The Marine, with a perplexed expression, replied, Admiral Sengoku, these berries were hard-earned by you. It is not right to give them to us, as you have already suffered considerable losses. In the midst of banter, Sengoku remarked, what have I truly lost? Merely a pair of sunglasses, which are hardly worth any significant amount of berries, just 50 berries for a buy one get one free deal. I cannot wear 2 pairs at once. One is sufficient. As for the other items, what treasures are they? Did you not provide them to me? Surely you haven't forgotten that. By the way, are there any sunshades aboard? If so, please fetch me a new set. With Admiral Sengoku here, I shall retrieve them for you. What are you doing? The berries haven't even been distributed yet. Let someone else fetch them. They are not hard to find. Is Admiral Sengoku truly going to distribute the berries? Wouldn't that be rather audacious? It could provoke those CP0 fellows. Provoking them is a privilege. Just a moment ago, I did just that and faced no repercussions. Plus I acquired a substantial amount of berries. Such a swift method of earning berries is rare. Enough chatter. Quickly send someone to fetch the sunshades. Who knows when our time of leisure may conclude? We cannot afford to waste it now. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Soon. All the Marines aboard the escort ship gathered on the deck to claim their berries, and the sunshades had already been prepared for Sengoku. He took a large gulp from a fresh coconut and reclined comfortably on a lounge chair, savoring the moment. In stark contrast to the Marines' joyful expressions, the CP agents, particularly those from CP0, wore faces of discontent. The more they observed the Marines' elation, the more their discomfort grew. Eventually, Avignon could no longer contain his frustration. Lord Guernica, why must we appease the Navy? Sengoku is clearly setting a trap for us. I just saw several Marines carrying sunshades identical to the ones before. Those items are nothing like what Sengoku claimed. They are merely ordinary. Guernica cast a resigned glance at Avignon and replied, silence. Who doesn't he know that Sengoku is spouting nonsense? Yet, since you were the first to provoke him, even if he claims those items are worth billions of berries, you must comply. It is truly vexing. When have we, CP0 agents, ever felt this way? Lord Guernica, you are certainly capable of confronting Sengoku. Why do you let him have his way? Sengoku, even as the Admiral, has no authority over us in CP0. Let alone now when he is merely a Vice Admiral, who claims to be Sengoku's equal. Though I successfully withstood one of Sengoku's attacks just now, I cannot guarantee I could endure several more. However, I assure you, Sengoku could effortlessly dispatch all of us. If Sengoku were not my adversary, or if my strength were comparable to his, do you think I would act this way? Haha. Roger's laughter echoed in the ears of the CP0 agents, sounding especially grating. Avignon scowled. Roger, what are you laughing at? Be quiet at once. Haha. I am undoubtedly laughing at you fools. Do you truly believe that you, the rats in the gutter, could match Sengoku, who has battled me for years? The warring states were indeed overly cautious. Had I been in your position, you would have perished long ago. This impertinent fellow. Before Avignon could finish his words, he collapsed instantly. Upon hearing Roger's mockery, Avignon contemplated retaliating against the bound Roger. Yet he did not anticipate Roger's decisive action. Roger effortlessly broke free from his shackles, smashed through the prison bars with a single punch, and obliterated Avignon's head with another strike. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Avignon had no time to react before meeting his demise. Among the surrounding CP0 agents, only Guernica managed to respond, but even he had no opportunity to save Avignon. Even if Guernica had the chance, he would not intervene. After his recent encounter with the warring states, he recognized the vast chasm separating him from these formidable beings atop the ocean's pinnacle. He certainly would not seek his own death. Chapter 16. Roger strikes. After dispatching his foe, Roger resumed his previous demeanor as if nothing had transpired. He surveyed the CP0 agents around him, who were now poised for battle, their abilities ready to be unleashed at any moment. Those wielding weapons gripped them tightly, awaiting Guernica's command to charge forward. Guernica too had entered a state of readiness, yet he dared not attack Roger. Quickly summoned Admiral Warring States. Only he can thwart Roger now. Will Warring States even come down? We just provoked him. Simply inform him that Roger intends to break out. Admiral Warring States will surely descend. Roger chuckled. Do not slander me. I have no intention of escaping. Then why did you kill Avignon? I just stated it. I was on the brink of death myself. Unlike Warring States, I do not overthink matters. That fellow attempted to strike me, and naturally, I retaliated. Who could have predicted his frailty? With just a single punch, he was slain. This is not my fault. Blame it on his lack of strength, given his temperament. If he were not to perish at my hands today, he would eventually fall to another. His weakness is entirely to blame, leaving me drenched in blood. Hurry and find a place for me to clean up, and then repair this wretched prison. What a disgrace this prison has become. The CP0 agents exchanged speechless glances at Roger, and just when Guernica was at a loss, the CP0 agent sent to summon Warring States rushed back down. Why are you the only one here? Where is General Sengoku? Why has he not descended? Lord Guernica, General Sengoku remains above. Why does General Sengoku not come down? Did you perhaps miscommunicate again? Did you relay the words I instructed you to convey to General Sengoku? I assure you, Lord Guernica, I have faithfully conveyed your message to Sengoku. Then why does he still not descend? Sengoku claims that Roger, had he wished to flee, would have done so long ago. He would not wait until now. As long as we fulfill Roger's conditions, he shall not escape. Upon hearing this, Guernica was instantly engulfed in exasperation. What then? Is General Sengoku doing on the deck? He is sipping coconut water. Ha ha ha, Sengoku truly understands me. Hurry and take me to freshen up, by the way. I too desire coconut water. Caswell inquired, Lord Guernica, what shall we do? Guernica replied solemnly, we shall proceed as Roger has instructed. Take him to freshen up and ensure coconut water is prepared for him. However, Lord Guernica, the coconuts belong to the Navy. You question me over such trivial matters? I care not what means you employ. The coconuts must be in my possession before Roger has finished freshening up. With that, Guernica led a group of CP0 agents as if facing a formidable adversary to oversee Roger's ablutions. As for Avignon, the troublemaker, he garnered little attention. His body had been disposed of by agents who cleaned up the scene, and those concerned for Avignon lamented his knack for inciting trouble. On his first mission, he had already drawn the ire of both Sengoku and Roger, and some even felt relieved that Roger had dispatched him. Otherwise, embarking on future missions with Avignon would surely lead to their own demise. On the deck, a Marine was reporting to Sengoku regarding the events in the prison. Is it truly safe to allow Roger to freshen up? I maintain my stance. If Roger wished to escape, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? We are nearing the East Blue, and it seems Roger's crew shall not arrive to rescue him. Even if calamity were to befall us, it would fall upon CP0, for why provoke that fellow Roger? Attend to your duties. Unless it is of utmost importance, do not disturb me. Yes, General Sengoku. In this relaxed atmosphere created by Sengoku, others could not afford such ease. They remained tense, intently observing every occurrence upon the sea. The ensuing hours passed without further farce. After Roger completed his ablutions, he savored a delightful coconut juice akin to Sengoku's. Upon finishing, he instructed the CP0 personnel to confine him once more. Sengoku, unfazed by the absence of a coconut, carried on. As evening approached, the group successfully arrived at the hometown of the Pirate King, Roger, Logtown. As the warship entered the harbor, a yellow laser shot from the shore towards the deck of the escort vessel, gradually coalescing into the figure of a mature-looking Vice Admiral, Borsellino. The sailors on deck exclaimed in unison, Vice Admiral Kizaru. Within the port, even before meeting the Pirate King Roger, I can already sense his formidable presence, Borsellino remarked. He turned to a nearby sailor and inquired, where is Admiral Sengoku? The Admiral is beside the prison on the escort ship, currently escorting the Pirate King Roger aboard. The sailor replied. No sooner had he spoken than Sengoku, accompanied by a group of CP0, led Roger onto the deck. In stark contrast to the CP0's rigid demeanor, Sengoku appeared remarkably at ease. Roger, this is your hometown, Logtown. Now that you have returned, do you have anything to say? Roger did not respond to Sengoku's inquiry. Instead, he simply directed a bright smile towards the direction of Logtown. The warring states merely shook their heads in response. As soon as he arrived on the deck, he spotted the striking figure of Borsellino standing out among the crowd. He promptly approached Borsellino and inquired, why have you come alone? Wasn't it said that you were stationed in Roguetown alongside that fellow, Dragon? The discourse of Sengoku had yet to conclude when a gust of wind arose on the deck. Following the calm, a man with a stoic visage appeared beside Borsellino. At that moment, Dragon's face bore no mark of the supreme sandal left by Garp, remaining quite unblemished. My apologies for my tardiness, Mr. Sengoku, he exclaimed. You are not late. Your arrival is quite timely. I leave Roger in your capable hands. I must proceed to Logtown to inspect for any members of the Roger Pirates. With that, Sengoku soared towards Logtown. Not granting the two any chance to voice their objections, Borsellino chuckled, Dragon, you shall handle Roger. I will accompany Mr. Sengoku on his inspection of Logtown. Dragon, with a frosty expression, retorted, what nonsense are you speaking, Borsellino? You should hasten to escort Roger with me. With that, Dragon made his way towards Roger. Within the mouth of the dragon, both of you are truly formidable, Borsellino remarked, though his body obediently followed Dragon. Roger cast a look of bewilderment towards Dragon, who met his gaze without flinching. As they exchanged glances, both men eventually averted their eyes from one another. Throughout their journey, Roger did not attempt to flee, and he was efficiently escorted by a throng of Navy personnel to the branch prison in Logtown. Inside the prison, Dragon dismissed the guards and engaged in a conversation with Roger, the content of which remained a mystery to all. Chapter 17, Exploring Logtown. Upon arriving in Logtown, Sengoku commenced his search for locations frequented by the protagonists of the anime. Although Luffy had yet to be born, Sengoku still managed to locate these sites. He even stumbled upon the weapon shop where Zoro acquired the cursed sword, Sandai Kitetsu, and the fine blade, Yuki. At present, the owner of this weapon shop was not Ipponmatsu but rather his father. Through inquiry, Sengoku learned that the current proprietor was indeed Ipponmatsu's parent. Moreover, the cursed sword, Sandai Kitetsu, had not yet been relegated to a pile of worthless blades priced at 50,000 belly. Instead, it was the most expensive sword in the shop. Initially, Sengoku intended to purchase Sandai Kitetsu, but Ipponmatsu's father proved to be even more cunning, a merchant of higher caliber. The sword was priced at an astonishing 500,000 belly, a sum Sengoku was unwilling to pay. When he inquired about Yuki, the response was that it was not for sale. Ultimately empty-handed, Sengoku began to wander through the bustling market of Logtown. Perhaps due to the impending execution date of Roger, the town was unusually crowded, with every eatery brimming with patrons, leaving Sengoku unable to find a place to dine. He ultimately returned to the base to enjoy a warm meal. During his wanderings, Sengoku did encounter pirates, albeit in disguise, yet he discerned their presence. However, he was too famished to pursue them. As Sengoku savored his meal in the base's cafeteria, an incongruous voice interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Sengoku, were you not supposed to be capturing the pirates of the Roger crew? Why are you here enjoying a meal? Have you apprehended anyone? The warring states cast a fleeting glance and discovered it was Borsellino. Zhangguo slowly remarked, I have not encountered any members of the Roger pirates in Logtown. Why are you the only one here? What of that rascal, Dragon? And how is Roger faring? Have you prepared dinner for him? After all, this is Roger's final meal. It ought to be a sumptuous feast. Mr. Zhangguo, I am unaware of Dragon's whereabouts. However, the CP0 agents have already arranged Roger's dinner, and the dishes were selected by Roger himself. I believe they must cater to his taste quite well. That's good to hear. Have you eaten? Would you care for a bite? I shall pass, Mr. Zhangguo. I have already dined. In the context of the warring states, he gazed at Borsellino with a skeptical eye and remarked, since you have already dined, why have you returned to the cafeteria? Surely, you are not here merely to slack off. Borsellino replied, Mr. Sengoku, why do you regard me with such suspicion? I am not slacking. I have come to the cafeteria in search of a midnight snack. Sengoku retorted, regardless of whether you are indeed slacking, should any unexpected circumstances arise tomorrow, you must exert yourself fully. There shall be no shirking of responsibilities. Otherwise, I shall petition Admiral Kong to send you back to the Naval Academy to once again undergo Zifa's rigorous tutelage. After all, Zifa has mentioned to me on several occasions that you have become overly reliant on your devil fruit abilities. Ah, Zifa-sensei continues to be as loquacious as ever. Rest assured. Mr. Waring states, I shall exert myself to the fullest tomorrow, and certainly shall not slack off. Remember your words. Within the confines of Mr. Waring states, indeed. As Sengoku listened to the derisive tone of Borsalino, he found himself at a loss for words. It was not as though no one had ever attempted to persuade Borsalino to alter his manner of speaking. However, Borsalino remained obstinately unchanged in his tone. Gradually, the attempts to amend his speech ceased, for even the most scornful of tones, when heard repeatedly, lose their sting. After finishing his meal, Sengoku sought a quiet place to rest, unperturbed by the notion of unauthorized individuals attempting to rescue Roger during his respite. This confidence stemmed not just from Sengoku's knowledge of history but also from the understanding that the strength of the Navy stationed at Logtown rendered any covert rescue of Roger impossible. The presence of a Marine Admiral, several Vice Admirals, and countless other officers, accompanied by 10 warships and the local branch's personnel, as well as a duo of CP-0 agents and numerous CP agents, made such an undertaking unfeasible. As time passed, the following day arrived, and Sengoku found himself outside the prison that held Roger. There, a multitude of soldiers had gathered, with all the Vice Admirals present. They greeted Sengoku with nods, to which he responded in kind, yet a glance around revealed no sign of Dragon. Thus, he approached the center of the throng, where Borsalino stood, and inquired, Borsalino, have you seen that scoundrel Dragon? On such an important day, where could he be? Mr. Sengoku, I am unaware of Dragon's whereabouts. After escorting Roger yesterday, I have not laid eyes on him. Borsalino replied. Have any of you seen Dragon? Sengoku asked the assembled Vice Admirals, who all shook their heads in response. Seeing this, Sengoku declared sternly, enough. The time for execution is fast approaching. It is time for Roger to make his departure. Let us proceed according to plan. Yes. The Marines responded in unison. As Roger was being escorted out of the base by a significant contingent of Marines, a vast crowd had gathered outside, eager to catch a glimpse of the Pirate King just before his demise. Upon witnessing the situation, Sengoku promptly dispatched 2 squads of Marines to maintain order. In no time, a pathway leading to the execution platform was cleared. All Marines stood at the ready, vigilant against any unforeseen incidents in these final moments. The escorting party proceeded at a measured pace, neither hurried nor sluggish, perfectly timed. As time elapsed, Roger was escorted to the square before the execution platform. Concealed in the shadows, Sengoku recognized several familiar faces: Shanks, Buggy, Dracula Mihawk, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Crocodile, Gecko Moria, and Smoker. Sengoku even spotted Dragon. Despite the latter's attempt to cloak himself in a dark green cape, though others may have overlooked him, he was strikingly conspicuous to Sengoku's discerning eye. Sengoku has already devised a strategy to deal with these individuals. While he remains indifferent to the Dragon, he deems it essential to capture Shanks, who is guiding Luffy along the path of piracy. However, Sengoku will not resort to executing Shanks. Instead, he will confine him within Impel Down, as Shanks has not committed any grave offenses. As for the esteemed Buggy, he too shall be incarcerated in Impel Down. Others can be apprehended as well. Sengoku is particularly keen on nurturing Smoker, ensuring that this Logia user does not end up as feeble as in his previous life, unable to defeat anyone. By introducing Smoker to Zephyr for training at this early stage, Sengoku is confident that Smoker will not fail to blossom into a formidable talent. Subsequently, Sengoku crafted a meticulous capture plan and instructed Borsalino to disseminate the orders. Borsalino, with a look of astonishment, remarked, within a mere span of time, Sengoku-san has conceived such a comprehensive strategy. These pirates are in for a rough time. I truly wonder how they will evade the intricate web Sengoku has prepared for them. Chapter 18. One Piece. With a serious expression, Sengoku turned to Borsalino and said, Stop wasting time. If the plan fails, you will forfeit your salary for this month. Upon hearing the mention of a salary deduction, Borsalino, without uttering his usual catchphrase, transformed into light and vanished from Sengoku's side. Zhang Guo was taken aback. He merely intended to test the extent to which Borsalino valued his salary. Little did he anticipate that Borsalino held such a profound regard for his remuneration. Zhang Guo conceived a more effective method for Borsalino to accomplish his tasks. As he pondered, a sinister expression crept across his face, reminiscent of a callous capitalist scheming to exploit his employees. Borsalino, who had just conveyed the message through his light clone, felt a shiver run down his spine. What is happening to me? Is my light clone technique still inadequate? Nevertheless, for the sake of my salary, I shall personally clarify the instructions. Are you clear about the commands of the general from the Warring States? Yes. Upon obtaining the desired answers, Borsalino transformed into a beam of light and soared towards another direction. Soon, the Marines in Logtown sprang into action. Meanwhile, before the execution platform, Roger was ascending the scaffold alone. As he stepped onto the platform, the crowd below was stunned by the calm smile on Roger's face as he faced his death. Their hearts overwhelmed with awe. Truly, he was the Pirate King. Roger on the scaffold said softly, "Come, let us get this over with." The executioners, hearing his words, were drenched in sweat. Although they were exceedingly nervous about executing the pirate king, their professionalism compelled them to instinctively raise their execution blades. After a moment of silence in the square, a voice rang out, halting the blades suspended in midair. The voice called out, "Hey, Pirate King. Where have you hidden the treasure you found? Is it indeed in the Grand Line? You must have acquired it, right? The legendary great treasure, the one and only one piece." The crowd below gazed at Roger with tense expressions, their hearts brimming with anticipation for his response. Upon hearing this, Roger burst into laughter. "Ha, my treasure? If you want it, you can have it." The two executioners, regaining their composure, aimed their blades at Roger and shouted in unison, no unauthorized speaking. Yet Roger ignored them. Continuing, "If you have the guts, come and take it. Go seek it out. I have placed everything in this world there." No sooner had Roger finished speaking than the executioner shouted, "Execute." And with that, the blades pierced Roger's body, marking the end of an era as the Pirate King fell. His face still adorned with a bold smile. Just after Roger's execution, the previously clear skies of Logue Town began to rain. The sudden downpour roused the stunned crowd, and people began to surge out of the crowded square. Many pirates took advantage of the chaos to flee, undoubtedly complicating the Navy's efforts to capture them. However, the Navy, well prepared for such a situation, remained calm. Yet, due to the overwhelming number of fleeing individuals, their forces were still somewhat insufficient, allowing them only to apprehend those with bounties. The news of Roger's death and the great treasure spread throughout the world, carried by those present in various news outlets. Reactions to Roger's demise were mixed, some mourned, while others rejoiced. The sorrowful were mainly those close to Roger, like Shanks, while the joyful far outnumbered them, including ordinary citizens, Navy personnel, government officials, and even pirates. Citizens and Navy members celebrated Roger's death, believing it would usher in a period of stability, unaware that the world would descend into greater chaos. Pirates rejoiced at the demise of the man who had overshadowed them, as it opened the possibility for them to aspire to become the next Pirate King. As Jean-Gua gazed at the sudden rain descending from the sky, he chuckled and remarked, "Dragon, have you somehow foreseen my plans? Utilize your abilities to disrupt the operation." "Mr. Jean-Gua, it appears our scheme has had an unintended consequence." As Sengoku gazed at the sudden appearance of Borsalino, he inquired, "Borsalino, what brings you here? Have you forsaken your duty to capture pirates, perhaps in a bid to incur a wage deduction?" Borsalino responded earnestly, "I assure you, I am not idling. It is merely that you have not assigned me any tasks. I have come to seek your guidance on my responsibilities. This plan has indeed backfired. First, Borsalino, apprehend that individual who posed a question to Sengoku. I suspect he is someone Roger arranged in advance. Once you have captured him, hand him over to the other Marines. And then continue your pursuit of pirates. Do not indulge in any idleness, understood? Within the confines of your duty." With that, Borsalino vanished before Sengoku's eyes. Witnessing this, Sengoku emerged from the shadows and made his way to the execution platform, instructing the two executioners to properly handle Roger's remains. Subsequently, Sengoku proceeded to apprehend Shanks, a target of particular interest, having dispatched 3 vice admirals to monitor him. Upon locating the trio, Sengoku discovered, to his dismay, that they had lost track of their quarry. Admiral Sengoku, with a displeased expression, reproached, "How could you 3 vice admirals allow merely 2 trainee members of the Roger Pirates to escape?" One of the vice admirals, filled with shame, responded, "Admiral Sengoku, we were on the verge of capturing Shanks when unexpectedly, Buggy intervened and rescued him, and thereafter, we could not locate them at all." In the midst of the tumultuous chaos, Sengoku recalled that deceptive fruit user, the one with the false ability to fragment and scatter. He also reflected upon the true wielder of the luck fruit, and could not bring himself to blame the trio any longer. "You go apprehend the other pirates," he commanded before hastening towards the port. Upon his arrival, he found that Admiral Borsalino had already captured a significant number of pirates, rendering their ships nearly obliterated. With their means of escape annihilated, the pirates fiercely resisted the onslaught of the Navy, acutely aware that their only chance of survival lay in vanquishing their adversaries. Borsalino was the first to sense Sengoku's approach, hastening his attacks, fearful of a potential deduction from his salary. As Sengoku entered the fray, the pirates soon recognized his formidable presence. "It is Admiral Sengoku, the Buddha of the Navy. Everyone, flee at once." The reputation of Sengoku proved to be quite formidable, causing many pirates to flee, while others stood frozen in fear. With Sengoku's presence, the morale of the Navy surged, leading to the swift capture of the pirates at the port. However, upon concluding the arrests, Sengoku realized that none of the key pirates had been apprehended. Chapter 19. Smoker observing the unfamiliar pirates, Sengoku lost interest in lingering at the port, promptly setting his sights on another location. Yet, upon arriving at several other ports, he found that most of the pirates had already escaped, with only a handful caught by the Marines. Despite Sengoku's rapid pace, much time had been squandered on the journey, and he recognized the futility of capturing those elusive pirates. Consequently, he began to search for Smoker. With the assistance of the Marines, Sengoku eventually located Smoker, who, Despite the significant upheaval in Logtown, remained composed and carefree, playing in the streets at the tender age of 12. As Sengoku observed Smoker's displeasure, he chuckled, "Youngster, the streets are in such disarray. Why aren't you heading home? Have you perhaps lost your way? Would you like me to escort you back?" "Old man, don't speak to me like that. I am not a child anymore," Smoker retorted indignantly, though Smoker felt a sense of relief in expressing his frustration. The surrounding Marines were taken aback by his words, fearful of inciting Sengoku's ire. Even Sengoku himself was momentarily taken aback by Smoker's audacity. Burgundy had not anticipated that Smoker, at such a tender age, would exhibit such rebelliousness. After a moment's pause, a nearby Marine, having noticed the exchange, remarked, "You insolent brat. How dare you speak to Admiral Sengoku in such a manner? Apologize to him at once." Smoker defiantly turned his head away, retorting, "I refuse to apologize to that old codger." The Marine cast an awkward glance at Sengoku, his expression one of discomfort. In the Warring States period, one waved his hand and squatted down to Smoker, saying, "If you do not wish to apologize, then do not. What is your name? How old are you this year? Why should I divulge that to you?" Buddha Sengoku chuckled, "I perceive that you are not unwilling to divulge, but rather too timid to share the truth with me." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Smoker felt the gaze of the surrounding Marines, who were barely suppressing their laughter, upon him. Instantly, Smoker's face flushed with embarrassment. He shouted defiantly, "Who says I am afraid? I am Smoker, and I am 12 years old." Smoker is indeed a fine name, and at the age of 12, he could aspire to become a Marine. Would you entertain the thought of joining the ranks? Initially, Smoker felt a surge of happiness at Sengoku's compliment. But when he was asked if he wished to become a Marine, the joy on his face swiftly dissipated. Sengoku chose not to disturb Smoker, allowing him ample time to reflect. The surrounding Marines scrutinized the young lad with keen interest, eager to discern what made Smoker so unique that Sengoku had personally invited him to join the Navy. However, after a prolonged examination, they failed to uncover anything particularly extraordinary about him, save for his audacious character. After all, how many could dare to scold a general at the tender age of 12? "Smoker, Smoker, where are you? Why haven't you returned home yet?" Several voices jolted Smoker from his reverie. "The old man is looking for me. My parents have come to fetch me. I must be on my way," he replied hastily, dashing toward the visibly anxious couple. A few Marines attempted to intercept him, but were promptly halted by Sengoku. Upon seeing Smoker, the woman rushed to embrace him, her earlier anxiety transforming into relief, while the man's worried expression morphed into one of sternness. After a brief exchange among the three, the father led Smoker and his wife toward Sengoku. "Thank you, esteemed Navy officers," Smoker's father expressed gratefully. "We are truly fortunate to have you here. Otherwise, my son might have encountered a grave mishap." His mother echoed the sentiment. "Thank you, esteemed Navy officers." Smoker, initially inclined to retort, glanced at his father and chose silence, instead making a playful face at Sengoku. Buddha Sengoku remarked, "You need not express your gratitude. It is the solemn duty of our Navy to safeguard the public's safety. However, as parents, you both have been somewhat remiss. How could you allow your 12-year-old child to roam freely under such circumstances? As you mentioned, should an accident occur, regret will come too late." Smoker's father nodded in agreement, acknowledging their parental negligence. "Indeed, we have not fulfilled our responsibilities as parents. However, Smoker is an exceptionally mischievous child. I have been preoccupied with family business, which has left me unable to supervise him properly. He causes quite the ruckus in Logtown every day. I have heard that the Navy has extended an invitation for Smoker to join. Is that true?" "Indeed, it is true," Sengoku affirmed. "I had intended for Smoker to join the Navy when he turns 18, but I heard the Navy only recruits individuals over 18. Can a mere 12-year-old truly enlist?" An officer from the Navy interjected, "This is General Sengoku of our Navy headquarters. If he says your child can join, it is assuredly the case." Upon learning Sengoku's identity, Smoker's father was visibly excited. "Ah, it is an honor to meet General Sengoku." Observing his father's humble demeanor, Smoker, initially eager to join the Navy, felt a surge of rebellion and exclaimed, "Old man, do not presume. I never agreed to join the Navy. You cannot consent on my behalf. If you wish to join, do so yourself. I refuse to go." Hearing her son speak thus, Smoker's mother could no longer contain herself and tearfully protested, "Smoker is only 12 years old. He is far too young. The Navy faces peril daily. Perhaps he should wait until he is 18 to enlist?" Smoker's father promptly countered, "At 12. Do you truly think Smoker's antics resemble those of a typical child his age? If he continues this way, he will undoubtedly bring calamity upon himself, just as he did today." Other 12-year-olds are obediently heeding their parents and remaining at home, rather than allowing Smoker to persist in his mischief. It would be better for him to join the Navy, where he could be guided and perhaps learn to behave. However, Smoker's mother lamented, "But if he truly becomes part of the Navy, our chances of seeing him will diminish." Tears streamed down her face as she uttered these words. Smoker's father, wishing to respond, was abruptly interrupted by Sengoku. "Gentlemen, our Navy does not force anyone to enlist, particularly in such exceptional cases. If Smoker himself does not agree, I will not permit him to join. Therefore, I suggest you return home and deliberate further. I shall remain in Town for the next few days, should Smoker consent. He may come to the branch office to find me. Chapter 20. The Smoke Fruit Smoker's father, upon hearing this, paled and said, General Sengoku, enough talk. Please return home and consider the matter. Although most pirates have been apprehended, some still remain at large. For your safety, I shall assign a squad of Marines to escort you home. With that, Sengoku signaled to a nearby Marine, who promptly interrupted Smoker's father, saying, This way, please. Reluctantly, Smoker's father followed the Marine towards their home. As Sengoku gazed in the direction where the Smoker family had departed, his mouth suddenly fell agape. For he beheld an astonishing sight. In the Warring States period, Smoker observed his mother handing him a bag filled with fruits. Without even taking a moment to examine the appearance of the fruit, the unfortunate child promptly placed one into his mouth. As Sengoku gazed upon the fruit that Smoker was about to bite into, it was unmistakably a devil fruit. Its pristine white exterior, adorned with swirling smoke-like patterns, left Sengoku certain that this fruit was not merely a devil fruit, but specifically a Logia-type smoke fruit. Moments later, Sengoku overheard Smoker exclaim, This tastes terrible. Mom, did you buy a rotten apple? It's truly awful. Impossible. I meticulously selected each apple. How could any of them be bad? Let me see it. Smoker's mother insisted, reaching for the devil fruit in her son's hand. This is not an apple one bought. What kind of fruit is this? I've never purchased anything like it. This is a devil fruit. Sengoku interjected, startling the Smoker family with his sudden appearance. Smoker was the first to respond, perplexed. A devil fruit? What is that? The devil fruit is often referred to as the treasure of the seas, and it bears the moniker the embodiment of the sea's demons. Even the least valuable of these fruits commands a market price of 100 million berries. Consuming a devil fruit grants one a variety of extraordinary abilities. However, the strength of these powers is contingent upon the user's own capabilities. Devil fruits are categorized into three main classes: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia, with Logia being the rarest. Only the mythical Zoan fruits surpass Logia in rarity. While the benefits of consuming a devil fruit are numerous, there are significant drawbacks. A person who eats a devil fruit becomes a landlubber, losing their strength upon contact with seawater. Moreover, for those unfamiliar with the devil fruit compendium, consuming one is a gamble. It may bestow advantageous powers, but it could also prove entirely useless or even detrimental. Additionally, it is worth noting that those who have tasted a devil fruit universally agree that it is among the most unpalatable experiences imaginable. In summary, the advantages of devil fruits generally outweigh the disadvantages. However, one can only consume a single fruit. Ingesting a second will result in immediate death. Historically, no one has survived after consuming 2 devil fruits. Upon hearing of the formidable nature of the devil fruit, Smoker's eyes gleamed with excitement. So, what kind of devil fruit did I just eat? Is it powerful? The Admiral Sengoku observed with a smile, remarking on Smoker's fortunate acquisition of a formidable devil fruit. The smoke fruit, a Logia type that transforms him into a being of smoke. You have now become a smoke human. Every part of your body can transmute into vapor. To give it a try. Upon hearing this, Smoker eagerly endeavored to turn his hand into smoke, and soon, his hand transformed into a billowing white mist. The surrounding Marines gazed at Smoker with envious expressions, marveling at his good fortune. One Marine slowly remarked, as expected of Admiral Sengoku, It appears our Navy is gaining yet another wielder of a Logia-type ability. Seeing his hand morph into smoke ignited a playful spirit within Smoker, prompting him to envelop his entire body in mist as he charged towards Sengoku, intending to tease the esteemed Admiral. Seeing the situation, Sengoku remained unfazed, merely observing as his right hand spun wildly. Soon, a vortex materialized before him, drawing in the fog-like figure of Smoker. Gradually, the vortex became filled with a swirling white mist. As Sengoku sensed that the time was right, he ceased the rotation of his right hand, causing the swirling vortex to dissipate. Smoker transformed back into his human form, and Sengoku promptly caught him before he could fall, gently placing him on the ground. This sequence of events unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Upon landing, Smoker felt as though the world was spinning around him, and he immediately knelt down, succumbing to nausea. Observing this, Smoker's mother rushed to his side, tenderly patting his back in an attempt to soothe him. Sengoku reassured, There is no need for concern. Smoker is unharmed, merely a bit dizzy. I was careful in my approach. He will feel better after a brief moment. However, a voice interrupted, Sengoku. The remaining smoke fruit has been taken. It was Smoker's father who spoke. It turned out that as Smoker's mother rushed to his side, she inadvertently dropped the half-eaten smoke fruit from her grasp. Seizing the opportunity, a pirate lurking nearby snatched away the discarded fruit. Certainly, Sengoku took notice of that individual. Yet he did not regard the pirate as capable of orchestrating any significant events. Now that the remaining smoke fruit had been seized, Sengoku was even more convinced that this pirate was no formidable adversary. There was no cause for concern. The remaining smoke fruit had lost its potency, for the devil fruit only bestowed its powers upon the first consumer. Hence, the leftover fruits had merely transformed into unpalatable produce. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Smoker's parents finally breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Sengoku instructed several nearby Marines, saying, "You may send a few of your ranks to apprehend that fool." After a few Marines departed, Smoker finished his retching. In the Warring States period, a voice remarked, "Do you truly believe that transforming into smoke renders you invincible? In the future, refrain from carelessly turning into smoke to assault others. Not everyone will be as benign as I am." Smoker nodded in rare agreement. Zhangguo continued, "Well, it is getting late. You should hasten back and remember to ponder over it thoroughly. I await your news." With that, Zhangguo made his way towards the branch in Rocktown. Upon arriving in Rocktown, Zhangguo noticed a group of vice admirals anxiously pacing at the entrance. As soon as they caught sight of Zhangguo, they rushed towards him with utmost urgency. "General Zhangguo, you have finally arrived. Marshal Kong wishes to speak with you." Buddha Sengoku nodded and said, "I see. What about Borsalino? Why have I not seen him?" "Borsalino has come to seek you, Admiral Sengoku." Subsequently, Sengoku informed several vice admirals about Smoker's situation. Upon learning that Sengoku had discovered a Logia-type devil fruit user, the vice admirals were greatly astonished. Without even being prompted, they eagerly volunteered to protect Smoker's family. Chapter 21 also brings good news. Certainly, Sengoku agreed without hesitation. After bidding farewell to the generals, Sengoku followed the commander of Roga Town to his office, where he dialed the empty telephone bug. The ringing ceased, and a hollow sound emanated from the device. "Hello? Is that you, Sengoku?" "Yes, it's Sengoku. What do you need? Have you forgotten to report to me?" "Admiral, it's not my fault for the delay. I have been occupied until now, finally returning to the base. But it's merely the execution of Roger. It's not as if you had to carry it out personally. What could possibly have kept you so busy? Was there an incident during the execution? Please, hurry and explain what transpired. Shall I proceed? Stop dilly-dallying and speak." Sengoku then recounted Roger's words to the Admiral, who fell silent upon hearing them. In the midst of the tumultuous events, Admiral Sengoku remarked, "The situation regarding the Admiral Kong is irreversible. However, allow me to share some positive news." "Why has this information not been disseminated?" Sengoku inquired. "What do you think? Today, journalists from around the globe have gathered in Rogue Town, and I fear that by tomorrow morning, various news outlets will report this story. Within a week, the entire world shall be aware of it. Moreover, the speed of information spread is accelerated by eyewitness accounts. Had we not apprehended the majority of the pirates, the dissemination would have been even swifter. Regardless, I have exerted every effort to delay the news, and it is imperative that those in higher echelons devise a strategy promptly. I must also convey some unfortunate news. Dragon has vanished." "Dragon is missing? How could a living person simply disappear? Given his prowess, it is unlikely anyone could subdue him undetected under your watch." According to Borsalino, the last he saw of Dragon was his conversation with Roger, after which Dragon was never seen again. Hence, I wish for Admiral Kong to investigate Dragon's whereabouts. If he were present today, we could have apprehended even more pirates. "Understood. Yet, I must also share some good news with you, Admiral Kong. Would you care to hear it? What positive tidings could you possibly share? Since you seem disinterested, I shall refrain from speaking further. When did I express disinterest? Stop withholding information and speak. I have encountered a young boy with a natural type ability in Rogue Town, and I am extending an invitation for him to join our Navy. His family holds a favorable view of us, so he is likely to accept. However, there is a complication that requires your attention." "What is the issue?" "The boy is only 12 years old. Our Navy typically recruits individuals aged 18 and above." "Is that all? We can have him attend the academy at headquarters like Razanandi. If his family is willing to relocate, we will arrange accommodations and employment for them. Even if they choose not to come, I will ensure that our nearby branch provides protection for his family." "Excellent. Upon my return to headquarters, the Navy shall gain a new natural type ability user. You have spoken at length without revealing the nature of the boy's devil fruit. His fruit is the smoke fruit." "The smoke fruit, you say? That is indeed splendid. Amidst a plethora of unfortunate news, we finally have a glimmer of hope. Expedite the boy's return, and I shall take my leave for now." Though Admiral Kong did not vocalize his feelings, Sengoku could distinctly sense the disappointment in his tone. There is little to elaborate on regarding the Warring States period. After finishing the call with Kei, Sengoku proceeded to the cafeteria for a meal. Upon arriving, he coincidentally spotted Borsalino enjoying a bowl of ramen. Upon witnessing the situation, Sengoku requested a bowl of ramen. After savoring the first mouthful, he found the chef's culinary skills quite commendable, prompting him to indulge in several more bowls. Consequently, this led to an extended duration of his stay in the cafeteria. Just as Sengoku was about to relish his fourth bowl of ramen, a major general rushed in, his demeanor a blend of urgency and excitement, exclaiming, "Admiral Sengoku, Smoker's child has arrived at the base, eager to join our Navy." "Oh, why now of all times? What hour is it?" Originally, Smoker's father had mentioned he would come to meet you tomorrow morning, yet Smoker, being the impatient youth he is, determined to become a Marine and set off immediately to seek you out. "I have come ahead merely to inform you." Zhangguo nodded and said, "I understand. Since Smoker has decided to join our Navy, we shall return to the headquarters tomorrow. On their way back, Borisolino, who was relishing a bowl of ramen, reluctantly replied, Mr. Zhanghua, why must I be the one to teach him? Isn't it enough that you are here? I wouldn't dare to instruct with you around. Enough with the excuses, Zhanghua insisted. If I say you shall guide him, then you shall. After all, both of you are users of Logia-type abilities. And your teaching undoubtedly surpasses mine. Very well, Borisolino conceded, but I want to be instructing once we reach the headquarters. I have no inclination to teach children. Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at Borisolino, then disdainfully finished the last sip of his ramen broth and remarked, You need not say so. Even if you were to beg me at that moment, I would never allow you to teach Smoker. I dread the emergence of another individual like yourself within our navy. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Borisolino, who had endured a day of threats regarding his salary, could no longer contain his frustration. What do you mean by someone like me, Sengoku-san? What is wrong with being like I am? You must clarify. During the Warring States period, instead of seeking out the incompetent and furious Borisano, he directly followed the vice admiral in preparation to meet Smoker. Zhanghua retorted without turning back, What sort of person are you that you still need to ask me? You should already know. Upon hearing Zhanghua's words, Borisolino instantly felt deflated, for it is not lies that wound, but rather the piercing truth. As soon as Sengoku entered the conference room, he was greeted by the voice of Smoker. Shortly thereafter, Smoker, accompanied by his parents and several generals who had taken it upon themselves to protect him, stepped inside. Smoker was the first to speak. Stinky old. No. I mean Admiral Sengoku. I wish to join the Navy and become an exceptional Marine. At the utterance of the term stinky, the expressions of those present in the conference room shifted dramatically. Smoker's father's right hand shot up, poised to strike Smoker on the head, but fortunately, Smoker quickly corrected himself, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Nonetheless, his father's hand could not retract in time and landed gently on Smoker's head. Chapter 22. The mischievous Smoker feeling quite displeased, Smoker exclaimed, Father, why did you hit me? I followed your instructions, did I not? I have shown him enough respect. I didn't even call him an old geezer. Upon hearing this, the faces of those in the conference room turned grave. Smoker's father, unable to contain himself, began to strike Smoker multiple times, each slap far more forceful than the last. Realizing that his father was serious, Smoker decided not to remain a stationary target and began to flee around the conference room. Although Smoker's physique might be somewhat superior to that of his peers, he was no match for an adult, and soon his father was in hot pursuit. In a moment of desperation, Smoker suddenly remembered that he could transform into smoke, thus evading his father's blows. Just as his father landed a slap on his head, Smoker's head dissipated into a swirl of smoke, startling his father considerably. Fortunately, Smoker had no intention of frightening him. His disintegrated head was gradually reforming, and he chuckled. Ha, I knew it. This way you can't hit me. Realizing he could no longer strike his son, Smoker's father turned to Sengoku, his face filled with shame, and said, Admiral Sengoku, it is my failure as a parent. All of this is my fault. I hope you will not hold it against him. Seeing the situation, Sengoku understood that it was time to conclude this farce. He chuckled and remarked, It is of no concern. It is preferable for children to be spirited. If they are listless, they scarcely resemble children at all. He then shifted the conversation to the matter of Smoker's enlistment in the Navy. Have you all consented to Smoker joining the Navy? Both Smoker's parents and he himself nodded in affirmation. That is splendid. Since you all have agreed to Smoker's enlistment and he himself wishes to join, we shall not oppose. However, considering Smoker's tender age, it would be imprudent to thrust him into battles against pirates at this juncture. Therefore, after discussions with the headquarters personnel, we have decided that Smoker should first attend the lower academy at headquarters for a few years. Once he has attained a sufficient level of strength and maturity, he may then participate in combat. Of course, during his time at the academy, he shall be regarded as a preparatory sailor, not yet a true seaman, and his rank will remain that of a mere foot soldier. Noticing a change in Smoker's father's expression, Sengoku continued, However, there is no need for concern regarding the notion of Smoker wasting time at the academy. The knowledge he will acquire there is invaluable. Furthermore, you need not worry about the pace of his rank advancement. Should Smoker excel in his studies, his ascent through the ranks will surpass your expectations. The officers present had all spent some time in the academy, and those who graduated successfully became the backbone of our Navy. Moreover, Admiral Zifa frequently visits the academy, and several of our most distinguished vice admirals are his disciples. Should Smoker exert sufficient effort, he too could have the opportunity to become one of Zifa's students. Importantly, the academy offers a far safer environment than immediate combat, allowing Smoker ample time to develop. After all, even the most gifted prodigy remains merely a prodigy if not nurtured, and cannot be deemed a true powerhouse. What are your thoughts? Smoker was utterly bewildered by Sengoku's discourse, failing to grasp the essence of his words, while Smoker's mother turned her gaze towards his father. Smoker's father smiled and said, We shall defer to Admiral Sengoku's arrangements. We have faith in his judgment. Admiral Sengoku smiled contentedly and remarked, Indeed, there is also the matter concerning you. As for Smoker, his duration of study at the headquarters academy remains uncertain. Even during holidays, the Academy does not grant extended breaks, which means Smoker will not have the opportunity to return to Rogue Town. Furthermore, it is implausible for our Navy to dispatch personnel solely to escort you to Mariewa. Even if we were to do so, safety cannot be guaranteed. After all, the pirates of the Grand Line are far more formidable than those of the Four Seas. They are known to actively assault naval vessels. Smoker's father's expression shifted dramatically as he interjected, "How can this be, Admiral Sengoku? Wasn't the pirate King Roger executed? How can any pirate dare to be so audacious?" Sengoku replied, "There are indeed many pirates in these waters whose strength rivals that of Roger. They will not hesitate due to the death of the pirate king. In fact, they may become even more reckless in their pursuit of his title. However, you need not fret. We have devised a proposal that would allow you to see Smoker, contingent upon your agreement. Please, Admiral Sengoku, feel free to speak candidly." Sengoku continued, "Our proposal is to relocate you to Mariewa, where we shall arrange accommodations and employment for you. This way, you could reunite with Smoker during his breaks. Of course, if you prefer not to join us, we can ensure your safety in Rogue Town through the local Marines. However, this means you would not see Smoker for several years." Smoker's mother appeared inclined toward the first option, yet was restrained by Smoker's father. "Admiral Sengoku, we choose the second option. Smoker is now a young adult, and we should nurture his independence. I have faith that he will adapt well to life at the Academy, and we can maintain contact via Den Mushi. We have lived in Rogue Town for generations, and we are accustomed to life here." Smoker, buoyed by his father's praise, chuckled heartily. "Father is right. My Smoker will surely dominate the commercial district of Rogue Town, just as he will conquer that Academy." While Smoker boasted, his mother shed a tear, which she quickly wiped away. The eyes of those present in the conference room were fixated on Smoker, yet only Sengoku noticed the tear on Smoker's mother's cheek. "Zhang Guodao, since you have chosen the second option, I shall respect your decision. We will depart from Rogue Town to Marinvan, due tomorrow noon. For the remainder of the time, we shall not intrude upon your family. Please enjoy your time together." Upon hearing this, Smoker's mother could not restrain her tears and exclaimed, "General Zhanghua, did you not say that you would be staying in Rogue Town for a few more days? Why must you leave tomorrow?" In a moment of palpable awkwardness, Sengoku found himself unable to articulate the true reason for his premature departure. It was indeed due to Smoker's unexpected visit. Just as the tension thickened, Smoker's father interjected, asserting, "Admiral Sengoku must have pressing matters that necessitate his early leave." Thankfully, we heeded Smoker's advice to arrive ahead of time. Otherwise, he might have missed the opportunity to join the Navy altogether. Chapter 23, Mind the Balance. "Moreover, why are you crying? Smoker is not lost to us forever." He continued, "Did not Admiral Sengoku mention that after a few years of study at the Academy, we shall be reunited upon his graduation? If you miss him, simply use the transponder snail to reach out." Seeing his mother in tears, Smoker was flustered and quickly embraced her, saying, "Mother, I promise to contact you every day while at the Academy, and I will train diligently to graduate as soon as possible, so I can see you again. Please, do not cry anymore. If you continue, I might reconsider and stay with you forever instead of becoming a Marine." His mother, touched by Smoker's maturity, wiped away her tears and held him tightly, her voice tinged with emotion. "Oh, my dear child, how could you possibly stay with me for a lifetime? You have your own path to follow. While at the Marine Academy in Marineford, do not overextend yourself. It is all right if I see you a little later. Just promise me you won't exhaust yourself." The heartfelt display of emotion between Smoker and his mother did not go unnoticed by Sengoku and the others, who were moved by the scene. Subsequently, Smoker's mother recognized her earlier rudeness and bid farewell to Sengoku and the rest before returning home. Sengoku then turned to the several vice admirals and inquired, "Why have I not seen any of the CP0 personnel? Where could they have gone? I have yet to spot them at the base. Could it be that they have returned to Mariewa?" Following the execution of Roger, the CP0 operatives and other CP agents departed without delay. Had they not left, not a single pirate in Rogetown would have escaped. Observing the indignant expressions of the officers, Sengoku intervened after they had expressed their frustrations, saying, "All right, you have lamented enough. You are no longer fresh recruits in the Navy. These grievances can be aired here, but refrain from voicing them elsewhere. Who knows if there are CP agents present in other locations? After all, the intelligence capabilities of CP are formidable. It would not bode well if such sentiments reached their ears." As the officers fell silent, Sengoku continued, "Now, return to your quarters and rest. We shall be heading back to headquarters tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the other officers bid farewell to Sengoku and departed the conference room. The following day, at noon, at the port of the Rogetown Naval Branch, Smoker was saying his goodbyes to his family. Accompanying him were not just his parents, but also other relatives of various ages, all present to see him off. Sengoku harbored suspicions that Smoker's father had summoned all the relatives he could muster. Smoker was approaching Sengoku, burdened with a colossal backpack. As Sengoku gazed at the enormous package behind Smoker, juxtaposed against his diminutive frame, a sense of incongruity washed over him. With a smile, Sengoku inquired, "Would you like me to lend a hand with that?" Smoker, with a hint of pride, retorted, no need. I can manage this modest weight on my own. Undeterred by the refusal, Sengoku pressed on. What has your family packed for you? It seems rather excessive for the academy, where you truly need nothing at all. I have no idea what my mother included, Smoker replied with a hint of exasperation. The package was this size when she handed it to me. It's quite bothersome. Zhang Guo observed the insincere expressions of Smoker and shook his head. Despite Smoker's verbal complaints, the smile upon his face betrayed the true thoughts that lay within his heart. Seeing the situation, the Warring States did not expose it but smiled and said, if you wish to bear the burden, then carry it yourself. Come with me aboard the warship. As soon as the two individuals from the Warring States period spoke, a voice resonated. Mr. Warring States, how did you come aboard my warship? And you've brought a child with you. I presume this child is the one possessing the smoke fruit abilities? In the midst of the Warring States period, Sengoku addressed Admiral Borsellino with a tone of urgency. Borsellino, spare me the trivialities. Do you not comprehend the purpose of my visit? Do not forget the promise you made to me yesterday. Along the way to Marineford, Smoker will impart knowledge to you, so I expect your utmost diligence. After speaking to Borsellino, Sengoku turned to Smoker and instructed, Smoker, during this period, you shall closely follow Admiral Borsellino and absorb his teachings. With a look of disdain, Smoker retorted, what could I possibly learn from this old man? He appears older than you, yet his rank is inferior. What wisdom could he impart to me? I refuse to be tutored by him. As Sengoku observed the visibly displeased Admiral Borsellino, he stifled a chuckle and declared with utmost seriousness, Smoker, do not utter such nonsense. Admiral Borsellino is considerably younger than I am. If his prowess is insufficient to guide you, then no one in this world would possess the qualifications to teach you. Moreover, Admiral Borsellino is a user of a natural type ability. He can impart knowledge that others cannot. I have only just managed to secure his tutelage for you. And now you've offended him. He was reluctant to teach you in the first place, and now, it would be difficult for me to persuade him to continue. You must sincerely apologize to Admiral Borsellino. Upon hearing Sengoku mention that Borsellino was also a natural type user, Smoker's eyes lit up with understanding. He hastily approached Admiral Borsellino and said, Admiral Borsellino, I must admit that I was foolish to underestimate you. Please do not hold my ignorance against me. Borsellino, upon witnessing this, revealed his signature smile and replied, while I may not possess the expansive generosity of Mr. Sengoku, I will not cast blame upon you for a mere slip of the tongue. Rest assured, I shall dedicate myself to teaching you well in the days to come. That is splendid, Admiral Borsellino. I shall go and stow my belongings, and then we shall commence training immediately. As Zhang keenly discerned the emphasis with which Borsellino articulated the word teach, he understood the impending misfortune that awaited Smoker in the days to come. The naive Smoker, oblivious to the implications, could not grasp the meaning behind it, yet Zhang was all too aware. To shield himself from the impending chaos, Zhang cast a wary glance at Borsellino and remarked, you must exercise restraint. He is merely a 12-year-old child. Borsellino, with an air of confidence, assured, fear not, Mr. Zhang, I shall certainly be mindful. Nevertheless, Zhang, observing Borsellino's expression, remained unconvinced. Then I shall not intrude upon your training, he declared, subsequently employing moonwalk to alight upon another naval vessel. In the ensuing days, Zhang was incessantly troubled by the echoes of Smoker's anguished cries. Borsellino employed the most rigorous methods he knew to train Smoker, rendering the likes of Sea Prism Stone and the Sunken Sea package mere child's play. Each time Smoker's cries reached his ears, Zhang felt an immense relief at his decision to relocate ships, while simultaneously lamenting Borsellino's disregard for his counsel. Initially, Zhang had expressed discontent at Borsellino's harshness, yet as he grew accustomed to the cacophony of Smoker's wails, his concern waned. Hoping merely that Borsellino retained a semblance of conscience and would not push Smoker to the brink of death. Chapter 24. The office Zhang was perplexed by the absence of any news reports regarding Roger's declaration of One Piece during the past 2 days of the fleet's voyage. Just as he was nearing Marineford, he received a call from Kong. Hello, Zhang, where are you? Kong, I am on the verge of reaching Marineford. Perhaps in 10 minutes. Do you have any tasks for me? To be brief, despite the world government's efforts to suppress news of Roger's proclamation, some newspapers have publicly promised not to publish it, but are doing so clandestinely. Currently, pirates and ambitious souls across the globe are in a fervor. Data from various branches indicate a continual increase in the number of pirates, with the rate of growth accelerating. Our plans have utterly failed, and instead, they have had the opposite effect. Those pirates are proclaiming the dawn of the pirate era. When Zhaijia Roger uttered those words, I had already foreseen the possibility of such events transpiring. Commander Kong, do you summon me for a specific task? Not at the moment. Upon your return to headquarters, refrain from leaving indiscriminately. Currently, both Carp and Zephyr are absent from the base, and your primary duty is to safeguard our headquarters diligently. As the eyes of Sengoku narrowed, he inquired, so, does this mean that our headquarters is currently devoid of any supreme combat power for its defense? Marshal Kong, you truly have a remarkable sense of ease. Are you not concerned about a potential pirate attack on our base? Where have you dispatched Garp and Zephyr? I naturally anticipated your return to the headquarters, which is why I set out. My destination was Mariehua. Even if any unexpected events were to occur at the base, I could reach it in the shortest time possible. The pirates of the Four Seas pose little threat at present. I have only sent a few brigadier generals and rear admirals to patrol the Four Seas, while Garp and Zephyr have been deployed to the New World to prevent any disturbances from the pirate crews there. Well, I shall not prolong this conversation. If there is nothing further, I will hang up now. Wait a moment, Marshal Kong. I have one more question to ask you. Speak quickly and avoid unnecessary chatter. You mentioned that newspapers around the world have received news regarding Roger. Yet why have I not encountered any news during these past 2 days on the warship? Had you not brought this up, I would have been infuriated. Those news agencies have conspired to ensure that their news does not reach the Navy or the world government, and thus you have been deprived of any reports. However, rest assured, such occurrences will not happen again. The Gorasei have already dispatched individuals to address the issue with those news agencies. I understand. I have arrived at headquarters and will not disturb you further, Marshal Kong. I shall take my leave now. With that, Sengoku terminated the call. Shortly thereafter, several warships docked at the port of Marineford. As Sengoku disembarked from the ship, he noticed the lecherous grin of Borsalino approaching him, followed closely by Smoker. However, the Smoker now exuded an entirely different aura compared to his days in Lobetown. He appeared significantly more world-weary. Yet, his eyes sparkled with determination, and his demeanor had transformed from that of a petty delinquent to that of a seasoned, trained individual. It was evident that despite the arduous training, Smoker's abilities had markedly improved. As Sengoku reflected on these changes, Borsalino approached him with a smile, saying, "Since you have arrived at headquarters, I shall leave this little fellow in your capable hands." In response to the situation, Sengoku coughed lightly and remarked, "Initially, upon arriving at headquarters, you need not concern yourself with him. However, that is no longer the case, as there are numerous documents awaiting my attention." Borsalino, displaying evident displeasure, retorted, "Wait a moment, Mr. Sengoku. You are not yet the fleet admiral. What matters are you attending to while there is work to be done?" Sengoku proceeded to relay the content of his conversation with Admiral Akainu to Borsalino, expressing his irritation. "Do you think I desire to deal with these documents? Were it not for Admiral Akainu's request, I would not be engaged in this task. After so many days of labor, I too yearn for a respite. Rest assured, I am not instructing you to continue training Smoker, nor would I dare to do so any longer. If you persist, Smoker may well emerge from your tutelage in tatters. All you need to do is accompany Smoker to the academy and assist him with enrollment. Everything else is of no concern to you." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Borsalino's expression softened considerably. He promptly took hold of Smoker, transforming into a radiant beam of yellow light, vanishing from Sengoku's sight. Subsequently, Sengoku made his way towards Marineford. Although less than 2 weeks had passed since the fortress's destruction, it had already been nearly restored. Moreover, the new stronghold exuded an even more formidable presence than its predecessor. As soon as the warring states entered the fortress, a group of scholars approached him. The sudden appearance of the civil officials startled the general of the warring states, who exclaimed, "What are you rascals doing blocking my path?" One of the officials stepped forward and replied, "General of the warring states, we are not obstructing your way. Rather, we have come to request your assistance in addressing some documents." Sengoku, filled with perplexity, inquired, "Process documents? What documents are we speaking of? Isn't Admiral Kong merely en route to Mariehua? He will return, so why must I handle this? I am not the admiral at present." He resolved to traverse through the bureaucrats toward his office. However, their subsequent remark brought him to an abrupt halt. "Admiral Sengoku, these documents are those that Admiral Kong has just instructed us to bring to you for processing. He informed us that you would soon be entering the fortress, and we were tasked with intercepting you at the entrance." Jean Gua, with a bitter expression, inquired, "Where is my office? Please take me there at once and bring all the documents that require my attention into my office." The general replied, "Your office remains in its original location, and we have already transferred all the documents that require your handling there. We have other matters to attend to, so we shall not disturb you further." With that, the officials dispersed like birds taking flight, vanishing from Jean Gua's sight. Jean Gua swiftly located his office, guided by the recollections of its position. Casting a brief glance at the 2 Marines stationed outside, he proceeded into the office. The decor within was strikingly minimalist. A colossal naval flag adorned one wall, while a plaque entitled "Justice Reigning Over the World" hung prominently. Furnished with a sofa, a desk, and an office chair, the space exhibited a harmonious blend of the old and the new, save for the plaque, which bore the marks of time. Despite the simplicity of the office's design, it exuded a profound sense of comfort, particularly from the balcony that offered a breathtaking view of the sea. The Warring States period is indeed fascinating. However, the mountains of documents piled upon the desk during this era caused considerable distress. Chapter 25, The Most Exceptional Disciple. In the depths of his mind, Sengoku silently berated himself for having informed Borsalino that he needed to attend to paperwork while at the port. Surely, there were more suitable excuses to offer. Now, faced with the reality of an overwhelming mountain of documents to tackle, he had little choice but to forego further self-reproach. He promptly approached his desk, drew out his chair, and settled down to begin his arduous task. Before long, Sengoku managed to sift through the paperwork, only to realize that most of it was not of urgent concern. The truly pressing matters were few and far between. Consequently, he meticulously categorized the documents into those requiring immediate attention and those that could wait. In no time, he had successfully organized the files. Just then, Borsalino entered Sengoku's office. In the Warring States period, the figure inquired, "Borsalino, what brings you here?" Borsalino replied, "Mr. Warring States, I have merely settled that child smoker and came to report to you. I shall not disturb you, given how busy you are. I will take my leave now." As soon as Sengoku observed the situation, he immediately spoke up. "Wait a moment, Borsalino." Just as Borsalino was about to push the door open, he halted his steps and smiled. "Is there something else you wish to instruct me on, Mr. Sengoku?" Zhangguo remarked. "Borsalino, your performance during this mission was commendable, and I am quite pleased. Therefore, I have decided to entrust you with additional responsibilities." Borsalino, with a hint of resignation, approached the sofa and seated himself, saying, "Mr. Zhangguo, there is no need for circumspection. Simply inform me of the destination for my assignment." "Who said anything about assigning you a mission?" Zhangguo retorted. "Then, Mr. Zhangguo, what is it that you require of me?" Zhangguo smiled as he pointed to the documents on the table. Borsalino, with an expression of sheer terror, exclaimed, "Mr. Zhangguo, you cannot be serious. Asking me to handle the documents, setting aside whether I possess the capability to do so. I lack the qualifications to manage such matters." In a commanding tone, Sengoku rebuked, "Who said you, Borsalino, are unqualified to handle documents? I assert that you are, and you should not underestimate yourself. With just a little more time, you could ascend to the rank of admiral. This task of managing documents will serve as a valuable opportunity for you to acclimate to the responsibilities of an admiral. Now that it's just the two of us, feel free to ask me anything you find daunting. When the time comes for your promotion, it would be quite embarrassing to be an admiral yet incapable of managing paperwork." At the age of 34, Borsalino had not entirely relinquished his ambition, and thus he found himself persuaded by Sengoku's words. "Mr. Sengoku, I am only 34. It is still premature for me to become an admiral. I have ample time to learn how to manage documents. When I undertake missions in the future, I shall handle the paperwork myself, without burdening my aide. What of being 34? Your mentor, Zephyr, achieved his admiral rank before the age of 38. As Zephyr's most exceptional disciple, you undoubtedly possess the potential to surpass him, possibly attaining the rank of admiral by the age of 35. However, that would leave you little time to learn, for the documents handled by a vice admiral differ significantly from those managed by an admiral." Borsalino's concern did not rest on the rank of admiral, but rather on Sengoku's claim that he was Zephyr's finest disciple. "Mr. Sengoku, did Master Zephyr truly say that I am his most outstanding disciple?" Subsequently, Borsalino appeared disheartened. "Mr. Sengoku, you must be deceiving me. Master Zephyr often reprimands me. How could he possibly regard me as his best disciple? It is more fitting to say that Sakazuki and Kazan are his most distinguished pupils." Zhangguo observed the despondent expression on Borsalino's face and felt a twinge of unease. In his recollection, Borsalino had never displayed such an expression before. John's heart steeled. He declared, "Zfa, this is what you stated. You claim that the disciples you trained are the most outstanding, and it is not mere folly on my part." In the Warring States period, he approached Borsalino and said, "How could I possibly deceive you? Zephyr himself has proclaimed you to be his most outstanding disciple. If you doubt my words, you may inquire directly with Zephyr. Did Master Zephyr truly say such a thing? Then why does he reprimand me every time we meet?" As Sengoku gazed at the innocent and perplexed expression of Borsalino, he reassured himself, "Of course it is true. Does Zifa not repeatedly admonish you, advising you against an over-reliance on your devil fruit powers and urging you to cultivate your innate abilities?" Upon seeing Borsalino nod, Sengoku continued, "That is correct. Zifa, though it may appear as reprimand, is genuinely concerned for your well-being. He cannot plainly express his worries for your safety. After all, such sentimental words are not within Zifa's nature. Moreover, Zifa's admonitions hold merit. While your devil fruit abilities are formidable, you must not disregard your own talents. For the powers of the devil fruit are not omnipotent and can indeed be countered. These sentiments Zifa has surely conveyed to you numerous times. So I shall refrain from reiterating. I will certainly strive to enhance my own strength and not solely depend on the powers of the devil fruit." Observing the emotional Borsalino, Sengoku gently patted his shoulder and inquired, "Shall we attend to the documents together?" After Sengoku's heartfelt encouragement, Borsalino readily acquiesced to his request and joined him in managing the paperwork. Initially, Sengoku was quite pleased to have assistance, and he patiently guided Borsalino through any uncertainties. However, as time progressed, Sengoku's feelings grew increasingly intricate. He discovered that, With Borsellino's aid, the pace of document processing had actually slowed down several-fold. At first, Sengoku presumed that Borsellino was merely reluctant to assist and was feigning ignorance regarding document handling. But he was taken aback to realize that Borsellino had genuinely never engaged in such tasks before. The Warring States period can indeed be seen as a time of learning from the ground up. Fortunately, Borsellino is not overly foolish and, being eager to learn, gradually became adept. However, even with Borsellino's formidable talent, the progress on the first day of document handling was not particularly swift. This resulted in Sengoku, who could have completed the documents by mealtime, only finishing them by the time supper was served. As Sengoku stifled a yawn, he remarked, "Borsellino, it is getting late. Let us prepare for rest and attend to these documents tomorrow." Borsellino nodded in agreement and followed Sengoku as they departed from the fortress. Just as they exited, Sengoku heard the rumbling of Borsellino's stomach nearby. Zhang was suddenly recalled that he had not dined that evening. Although the soldiers outside had invited both Zhang Guo and his companion to partake in dinner, their invitation was met with refusal. The Warring States period could not fathom why he had declined to partake in dinner. Perhaps he was simply overwhelmed with paperwork. Chapter 26, A Fresh Perspective. In the Warring States period, Zhang Guo remarked, "Borsellino, I invite you to join me for a late-night meal." To which Borsellino replied, "Sir Zhang Guo, I cannot allow you to treat me. You have rendered me such a significant favor today. It is only right that I extend the invitation to you." As Sengoku gazed at the sincerely earnest Borsellino, he did not decline the invitation. They ventured to a familiar late-night eatery, indulging in a light meal before returning home to rest. The following morning, upon arriving at his office, Sengoku discovered someone engrossed in paperwork. To his astonishment, it was none other than Borsellino. Observing Borsellino's diligent engagement with the files, Sengoku chose not to disturb him and began attending to his own tasks. Thus, the days passed in a cyclical manner, and with Borsellino's assistance, the duo eventually completed all the paperwork. It must be acknowledged that Borsellino exhibited remarkable potential as an employee, although his processing speed was not yet on par with Sengoku's. It had already reached a level comparable to that of the clerks within the fortress. After finishing the last document, Sengoku intended to treat Borsellino to a hearty meal. Yet Borsellino insisted on reciprocating the gesture. Ultimately, Sengoku managed to persuade him. As they deliberated on their dining destination while strolling toward the fortress's exit, they encountered Sara and Zephyr, who were heading into the fortress. Sara, observing the jovial exchange between Sengoku and Borsellino, inquired with curiosity, "Sengoku, when did you and Borsellino become such close companions? Have you managed to complete the documents I entrusted to you? What purpose do you serve by not attending to your duties at this hour?" In the Warring States period, the two individuals finally noticed Kong and Zifa and exchanged greetings with them. "Marshal Kong, the documents you entrusted to me have been duly processed, and this is largely thanks to the assistance of Borsellino. Otherwise, I would not have been able to complete them so swiftly. I'm currently preparing to treat Borsellino to a meal as a token of my gratitude. Would you, Marshal Kong and Zifa, care to join us?" Both Kong and Zifa looked at Borsellino with expressions of astonishment, their disbelief evident. As Sengoku observed the situation, he interjected, "Hey, what kind of look is that? Do not underestimate Borsellino." Zifa, realizing his own gaze was excessive, cleared his throat and remarked, "Ahem, Sengoku. Has Borsellino truly assisted you with the documentation? It is not that I doubt your words, but while I can believe that Borsellino has apprehended formidable pirates, how could he possibly excel in clerical work? There is nothing he cannot accomplish. I am the finest example of that," he continued. "You simply failed to recognize Borsellino's potential at that moment. I merely offered him a few pointers, and now he manages documentation on par with any other clerk. His handwriting on those documents serves as the best testament to his capability. Zifa, you still do not fully comprehend your disciple. You cannot be excessively strict with your most outstanding student. You must also nurture their emotional well-being." Kong, sensing Sengoku's discourse was straying further, interrupted, "Sengoku, where are you going with this? We could never doubt your words. Let us set aside the matter of dining for now. There are pressing issues that require our attention. Please, both you and Borsellino, join us." The others should have already arrived at the conference room. Sengoku nodded and followed suit. Upon entering the conference room, he discovered that it was indeed already filled to capacity. Carp and Crane were prominently seated at the main table, while Sengoku recognized some of the officers. Many others would only come to mind once he was able to see their faces and recall their names from memory. It was evident that those gathered in this conference room were all high-ranking officials and significant figures within the Navy. As soon as the Warring States settled into his seat, Carp began to exchange knowing glances with him. As Sengoku was about to respond to Carp, he was interrupted by a sharp reprimand from Kong. "Carp, refrain from making faces at Sengoku. The meeting is about to commence." Carp reverted to a neutral expression, casting an awkward glance at Kong. The other officers displayed no reaction to this exchange, clearly accustomed to such antics. With Kong announcing the commencement of the meeting, the atmosphere shifted. What I am about to discuss pertains to the declarations made by Roger at his execution, which have led to a substantial surge in the number of pirates, amplifying the pressures on our branch's manifold. In retrospect, it is evident that our devised plan has met with failure. However, we cannot remain passive in the face of this situation. We must formulate a response strategy. I invite all of you to share your thoughts, perhaps through collective brainstorming. We may devise an effective solution. Upon the conclusion of Kong's remarks, the officers in the meeting room began to engage in discussion. Sengoku and a few others closest to Kong remained silent, with Zifa and Karp at a loss for potential solutions, while Tsuru pondered earnestly on the matter at hand. The Warring States period prompted reflections on the discussions and historical knowledge possessed prior to one's time travel. It swiftly became apparent that the conclusion of this assembly was the establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea, aimed at counterbalancing the ever-increasing number of pirates. The initial thought of Sengoku was to oppose this policy. However, he soon contemplated its feasibility, and his mind began to stir with possibilities. After thorough consideration, Sengoku listened intently to the discussions among the other officers, which ultimately centered around conscription. Sengoku, Karp whispered, "Have you devised a solution?" Zhangguo chuckled. "Of course I have thought of it. It is hardly a challenging conundrum. By the way, Karp, are you aware of the whereabouts of that fellow, Dragon, from your family?" Karp, looking utterly bewildered, turned to Zhangguo with a puzzled expression. "Isn't Dragon in the conference room? Why are you asking this? Has he done something peculiar again?" Sengoku gazed in silence at Karp, this incompetent father, which only intensified his determination to bring Ace and Luffy to the headquarters for training. "Karp, it seems, you are utterly indifferent to Dragon. Is he present in the conference room? If he were there, would I even need to ask you?" Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Karp abruptly stood up, looking towards Dragon's seat, only to discover it was indeed empty. With a look of astonishment, Karp exclaimed, "Where has Dragon gone, Sengoku? Wasn't he supposed to accompany you on the mission to execute Roger? Both Borisolino and you have returned, so where could that fellow Dragon possibly be?" In a moment of exasperation, Zhangguo cast a glance at Karp and remarked, "Karp, could you lower your voice? I too am curious about the whereabouts of the Dragon. Or else I wouldn't have inquired about it." The two engaged in conversation were evidently oblivious to the fact that the assembly in the conference room had turned their attention towards them, drawn by Karp's sudden rise and his earlier exclamation. Suddenly, Sengoku became aware of the silence that enveloped the meeting room. Kong wore a facade of a smile that did not reach his eyes as he gazed at Sengoku and Garp. "You two seem to be engaged in a fervent discussion. Surely you have devised a solution. Please, share it with everyone." Chapter 27. The draft. Indeed, Marshal Sengoku had conceived a solution, and not merely one. Under Kong's penetrating gaze, Garp hastily divulged the details of their plan. Warring States cast a silent glance at Garp before rising to speak. "I have indeed conceived a potential solution, though its feasibility remains uncertain. Cease the idle chatter. If you have a proposal, present it promptly." Observing the stern countenance of Fleet Admiral Kong, Warring States abandoned further preamble and proceeded directly with his strategy. "Having attentively considered the discourse among our assembled colleagues, the prevailing consensus advocates military conscription as the optimal resolution. Initially, my thoughts aligned with this perspective. However, I must posit that the world government's upper echelons would undoubtedly oppose any expansion of marine forces. They harbor no desire to witness our continued strengthening, particularly when the seas appear more tranquil than preceding years, what with the dissolution of both the Rocks pirates and Roger pirates, leaving no formidable pirate crew to threaten the world government's dominion. Yet I maintain that these very waters now conceal the gravest perils. Though the aforementioned pirate crews have disbanded, only their captains met their demise. Their surviving crew members remain at large. Need we look further than the Whitebeard pirates and Wang Ji? Regarding Whitebeard's combat prowess, I challenge any present to claim assured victory against him. Personally, I make no such assertion." Garp interjected opportunely. "Newgate's might is indeed formidable, chiefly due to his Tremor Fruit's cataclysmic potential, a destructive capacity unmatched within our marine ranks." This exchange between Warring States and Garp visibly heightened the chamber's tension. Silence. "Garp, who granted you leave to interrupt Warring States?" came the sharp rebuke. "Further interruptions will earn your immediate expulsion. Proceed, Warring States." Zhangguo nodded. "As for Wang Ji, although he lacks the prowess and ambition of Rocks, he has nonetheless claimed the territory of Hive Island, once held by Rocks. Hive Island is home to a multitude of ruthless pirate crews, and I would not be surprised if the Rocks pirates were to resurrect at any moment. In summary, the seas are far more perilous now than ever before, as every pirate has succumbed to madness in pursuit of the elusive One Piece, in light of the burgeoning number of pirates. Conscription is undoubtedly our most prudent course of action. However, you need not concern yourself with the matter of conscription, as I have already conferred with the Gorosei regarding it. Unfortunately, they declined our request, stating that they would not extend any support to us. This means that should we wish to proceed with conscription, the expenses will fall solely upon our navy. You are well aware that our navy cannot bear such a burden of recruits. The Warring States should refrain from discussing the method of conscription. Let us explore alternative approaches." Following the receipt of a definitive response, the atmosphere within the conference room grew increasingly somber. Zhangguo, with a knowing smile, remarked that the recruitment of soldiers by Marshal Kong is indeed feasible. Even without financial support from the world government, we possess the means to sustain the newly enlisted naval personnel. Kong's eyes lit up, eager to hear Zhangguo's plan. What scheme do you propose? Speak swiftly. Is the challenge of recruitment not due to the lack of berries? If we are short on berries, we shall simply earn them. While the task of generating berries may seem daunting for others, it is remarkably straightforward for our navy, which has branches throughout the world. The berries we procure could easily allow us to double our naval forces. Allow me to elucidate a couple of methods for generating berries. First, we shall establish a profit-generating enterprise, aptly named the Navy Joint Stock Company. Next, I present a lucrative avenue, express delivery. Express delivery? The assembly echoed in unison. Their voices tinged with confusion, as it was evident that they were unfamiliar with the concept. Express delivery, as the term implies, is the swift transportation of goods. For instance, consider an individual situated in the North Sea wishing to procure a specialty from the East Sea. Not only must he traverse the perilous journey from the north to the east, constantly facing the threat of marauding pirates, but he must also contend with the considerable time and energy expended, not to mention the potential danger to his life. Now, imagine if a company were to emerge, offering to procure that specialty from the East Sea for a modest fee. Would he not be inclined to part with a few berries for such a service? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. He would surely agree. While he might hesitate to trust a different company, he would have faith in ours. As it is established by the Navy, our esteemed reputation assures them of our reliability in the realm of the warring states. The concept of express delivery was readily comprehended by the astute, while some, like Carp, appeared utterly bewildered, gazing at the discussion with a perplexed expression. It was Crane who first spoke up, stating, "The notion of express delivery you mentioned, warring states, is indeed remarkable. Regardless of the transportation costs, venue expenses, or labor charges, we are not required to incur any additional costs. However, you just mentioned that the fee for a single delivery is not substantial. How, then, shall we earn our berries?" Zhangguo, with a smile, remarked, "Heron, you seem to have missed the point. If I were to acquire more berries, it would naturally imply a reduction in the number of items to be delivered. However, if a single shipment costs merely 100 berries, or even just a few dozen, can you fathom the sheer volume of parcels we would need to transport for an entire kingdom? The total berries amassed would be staggering. Of course, the pricing of deliveries is intrinsically linked to the distance and the peril associated with the destination. Should someone wish to send a package to a hazardous location, the cost would undoubtedly exceed mere hundreds or thousands of berries, potentially soaring into the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Thus, the profitability of the courier service is self-evident. Only we, the Navy, possess such an advantage in the entire world, and even if others attempt to replicate our success, they would find it impossible. Heron's eyes lit up as he acknowledged, "Indeed, the plan put forth by Fleet Admiral Zhangguo is quite feasible. However, we may find ourselves lacking in manpower and naval vessels. We require a substantial recruitment drive, and the profits generated by the courier company would be more than sufficient to cover the costs of our conscription. The plan is commendable, yet once our enterprise is established, it is inevitable that the world government will seek to intervene, demanding a share of the berries. Have you considered this?" Sengoku chuckled. "Of course, I have anticipated this. Even if the world government wishes to intervene, they must have the means to do so. Their CP personnel are far too limited in number. If you, Admiral Kong, were to provide the 5 elders with a substantial sum of berries each year, I am confident they would not permit any meddling. As for the amount of berries, that remains within our control. Even if they deploy CP0 agents to investigate, I assure you, they will uncover nothing. Moreover, I have devised multiple strategies to generate berries. I will tackle each one in due course. However, our immediate focus must be on establishing the courier service. Once that is operational, the other revenue-generating methods will become feasible." Chapter 28. The 7 Warlords of the Sea. Upon hearing Sengoku's remarks, the atmosphere in the conference room noticeably lightened, with Garp even breaking into a smile. Although Garp could not fully grasp Sengoku's plan, he understood that it had the potential to yield berries, which would enable the Navy to recruit more personnel. Kong interjected with a grin, "Now that we have devised a solution to this dilemma, let us move on to the next agenda item, titled the 7 Warlords of the Sea Plan. Yet, even with a solution at hand, can we truly evade the consequences?" Sengoku sighed inwardly. The essence of the 7 Warlords of the Sea Plan entails the Navy selecting 7 formidable pirates to assist in restraining other pirate factions. In return, we grant them certain rights to plunder. During their raids, the Navy would remain uninvolved. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in uproar. Both the hawkish and dovish factions within the Navy vehemently opposed the plan, with Zifa expressing the most fervent dissent. "Silence, everyone. I am aware of your strong objections to this plan. I share them as well. This initiative was not my decision. It was a consensus reached by the 5 elders. My opposition is of little consequence. The 7 Warlords of the Sea plan must be executed. Furthermore, it is imperative that our Navy carries it out swiftly and without delay." Before Kong could finish his statement, the atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy with tension. In the Warring States period, General Kong remarked, Is it true that the 7 warlords of the sea plan will be executed by us? Indeed, it is true. Who understands pirates better than our Navy? The execution of the 7 warlords of the sea plan is undoubtedly our Navy's responsibility. This reassures me, since this 7 warlords of the sea plan is in our hands. Its feasibility is greatly enhanced. We can select those virtuous pirates to become warlords of the sea. We are well aware of the reasons that led them to piracy. Most were compelled by circumstances. However, as the Navy, we have been unable to assist them. Now, this 7 warlords of the sea plan serves as a timely aid for those righteous pirates. I believe we are all astute individuals, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. After Sengoku finished speaking, the expressions of some officers visibly brightened, for given their rank, they were well aware of the corruption within the world government. Some pirates indeed upheld justice more honorably than they did. However, a few officers wore grim expressions, though they recognized the truth in Sengoku's words. Their hearts burned with deep-seated vendettas against pirates. The mere thought of collaborating with them was utterly unacceptable. Yet none dared voice opposition to Sengoku. Their discomfort remained unspoken. They were not fools, after all, and had no desire to work alongside those ruthless and villainous buccaneers. Buddha surveyed the reactions of those present in the conference room before continuing. Of course, even if we have certain candidates in mind, we cannot extend invitations to them without stipulating any conditions. To become a warlord of the sea, they must fulfill specific requirements, such as eliminating a designated number of pirates as a show of loyalty. After considerable deliberation, it was decided that when we invite the selected pirates, if they agree to become warlords of the sea, they must first slay 100 bounty-holding pirates to gain the Navy's recognition and truly attain the status of warlord of the sea. Is there anything else anyone wishes to discuss? If not, we shall adjourn the meeting. Just as the others were preparing to leave, Buddha stood up again. Marshal Kong, I have a topic I would like to discuss. Marshal Kong gazed at Buddha with a look of curiosity. As the warring states gazed into the void, he bestowed a benevolent smile upon it. Taken aback by this unexpected gesture, the void awkwardly sipped its tea, cleared its throat twice, and remarked, "Warring states. If you have a topic to discuss, please proceed swiftly. Everyone has yet to dine, so do share your thoughts expeditiously, allowing us all to partake in our evening meal." Admiral Sengoku chuckled and assured, "Rest assured, Commander Kong, I shall be succinct. The topic I wish to address is rather straightforward. It pertains to the elevation of the naval personnel's ranks. With the impending conscription, our Navy has welcomed a significant influx of new recruits. Positions that previously lacked opportunities for promotion can now be addressed. For instance, the role of Admiral is currently held by only myself and Zephyr, which is exceedingly insufficient. The two of us simply cannot manage the workload." Commander Kong was so taken aback by Sengoku's statement that he immediately spewed the tea he had just taken a sip of, in the presence of the warring states. The Air Marshal inquired, "What seems to be troubling you? If my previous remarks were inappropriate, feel free to express your thoughts." The Air quickly responded, "I found nothing amiss in your words. I merely choked on water moments ago. Please, continue." Having lived for such an extended period, he was not foolish enough to oppose this matter. "Then I shall proceed," he continued. "Elevating everyone's military rank is undoubtedly beneficial, yet it cannot be done haphazardly. The number of individuals receiving promotions will certainly be substantial, and the more candidates there are, the stricter the criteria for advancement must be. Promoting a new admiral is out of the question, as none in our Navy possess military achievements or prowess comparable to mine or Zephyr, except for that rascal, Carp. If we were to hastily elevate a rear admiral to admiral, it would surely meet with widespread dissent. Therefore, I propose establishing a rank of admiral candidate between admiral and rear admiral, selecting some exemplary rear admirals to bear this title as a means of testing them. After a few years of evaluation, we would be able to select new admirals from amongst them. When the time comes to appoint new admirals, not only will it benefit those promoted, but it will also serve as a testament to our Navy's strength on the world stage, significantly enhancing our prestige. That concludes my statement. Feel free to share any critiques you may have. With no objections to Warring States' proposal, the Heir's plan was smoothly approved. Now that this proposal has been ratified, it is time to see who will enlist. All current members are qualified to apply. However, should one feel their own capabilities insufficient, they may recommend a powerful subordinate. This time, we shall not consider seniority or military achievements, but solely the strength of the candidates. The registration period will last 3 months, after which a competition will be held at headquarters. Those who excel will be awarded the rank of Admiral Candidate and will also be bestowed with the title of Admiral. As soon as the discussion led by Sengoku concluded, numerous vice admirals expressed their intention to enlist, brimming with confidence in their own capabilities. Only a handful recommended the sailors under their command. After the meeting, Sengoku, Garp, Saru, along with Kazan and Pausalino, walked together. Admiral Sengoku cast a glance at the figures of Borisolino and Kazan behind him, then called out to the hooded Sakazuki, who was preparing to depart. "Hey, Sakazuki, will you join us for dinner?" Chapter 29. The candidate Admiral Sakazuki halted, a puzzled tone in his voice as he replied, Mr. Sengoku, are you addressing me? Is there anyone else I could possibly be calling? Look at Borisolino and Kazan. They are accompanying us. What would it appear like if you chose not to join? You three are the most exceptional disciples of Zephyr. Sengoku continued. Your master has invited you for a meal. Would you dare to refuse? Wouldn't you agree, Zephyr? Zephyr, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Sakazuki had no further words to offer and silently followed Sengoku and the others. It was only then that Garp noticed Kazan and Borisolino trailing behind him. Before long, the group arrived at a restaurant. Once the dishes were served, Zephyr was the first to speak, expressing his frustration. I truly cannot fathom what those higher-ups are thinking, allowing us in the Navy to collaborate with pirates. What do they take us for? With that, Zephyr downed an entire bottle of beer in one go. In the context of the warring states, it was observed. The events have transpired and are beyond alteration. Let us not dwell on these disheartening matters any longer. Instead, let us discuss the topic of the candidates for the position of general. I hold great faith in your most exceptional disciple, Zephyr. I am convinced that they are destined to become candidates for the role of general, particularly Borisolino. As soon as Sengoku's words left his lips, the room fell into an immediate silence, the only sound discernible being the clinking of cut utensils. Curiously, Crane inquired, when did you and Borisolino become so close, Sengoku? In the midst of the conversation, Sengoku remarked, previously, I viewed Borisolino through a biased lens. However, after spending some time together, I have come to understand the true nature of Borisolino, and consequently, my attitude towards him has shifted. My earlier perceptions were largely influenced by Zifa. Zifa, taken aback, inquired, why am I being blamed by Sengoku? Sengoku responded, it is because you incessantly criticize Borisolino for prioritizing his devil fruit abilities over his own physical prowess. Your constant remarks led me to believe that Borisolino was an unreliable individual. Zifa, bewildered, questioned, did Sengoku truly say that Borisolino relies too heavily on his devil fruit powers? Indeed, he did. The others in the conference room echoed in unison. Zifa turned to Karp, pressing, Karp, I should not have mentioned this to you in private, correct? Karp chuckled, you certainly did not. Zifa retorted, then why bring it up? Karp replied with a grin, I simply echoed what I heard from others. With that, Karp burst into laughter, and Zifa, seeing this, chose not to pursue the matter further. I often do express that Borisolino is overly reliant on his devil fruit powers. But I speak the truth for his own benefit. Zhanghua, eager to unveil his own deception, hastily interjected, Zifa, I am well aware that your concern for Borisolino stems from your fear that he might become a target. If his devil fruit abilities are rendered ineffective, he would undoubtedly be in dire straits. This reminds me of the pirates I once encountered who mistakenly believed their strength was solely derived from the Buddha fruit. They thought to counter me with sea stone, yet they failed to realize that my prowess as an admiral was not solely reliant on a devil fruit. He, however, was met with a gentle tap of the chopsticks from he, who remarked, You've digressed, Zhanghua. We did not come here to listen to your self-aggrandizement. Zhanghua flushed slightly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he continued. Although Zfa, your intentions regarding Borisolino are commendable. It is unwise to speak of him in such a manner. One might even assume that your relationship with Borisolino has soured. If it weren't for my intervention, Borisolino might have thought you harbored a dislike for him. Nevertheless, this predicament is not solely attributable to Zfa. Borisolino, you too must reflect on your own shortcomings. I have previously addressed these issues with you, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. It is imperative that you strive for improvement. Rest assured, Mr. Zhanghua, I will certainly heed the teachings of Master Zfa and you, and I shall place greater emphasis on my own capabilities moving forward. Both Zhanghua and Zfa nodded in appreciation upon hearing Borisolino's words. Crane remarked, there will undoubtedly be fierce competition for the position of Vice Admiral this time. You three must exert yourselves and not presume invincibility merely because you possess the natural type devil fruits. It is imperative that you train diligently during this period. For I would not want you to bring shame upon Zfa. If none of you are able to attain the position of Vice Admiral, it would be a significant embarrassment for Zfa. The three of them responded in unison, we shall ensure that such a situation does not occur. Zfa concurred, saying, Crane speaks wisely. While I have no desire to compete for anything, if none of you can secure the position of Vice Admiral, I shall ensure you relive the rigors of academy life. In the face of their instructor's admonition, Borisolino and his companions fervently assured him of their commitment. In response to Sengoku's interruption, he remarked, by the way, speaking of natural ability users, I have discovered a young individual with such powers in Roger's hometown, Logetown. This child is currently studying at the academy, albeit at the tender age of 12. Zephyr, you must take care to properly guide this young one. Zephyr scoffed and retorted, Sengoku, you cannot simply admit students into the academy at will. Zhanghua was displeased upon hearing this. Zfa, what do you mean by that? If you do not wish to teach this child, I shall personally see to it that he is withdrawn from the academy. I refuse to believe that the disciple I cultivate will be inferior to one taught by you. Haha. Zfa replied. What do you mean by haha? Do you think I am intimidated? Of course, it means haha. What else could it mean? You. The crane, roared. You two may bicker normally. But with juniors present today, is this how you conduct yourselves as generals and educators? The crane's words were remarkably impactful, and the two who had been quarreling fell silent in an instant. Observing Jean Gua and Zhe Fei's sudden quietude, the crane continued, Jean Gua. What type of Logia devil fruit has that child consumed? It is the smoke fruit, Jean Gua replied. While its destructive power may not rival that of the three of them, its potential when developed is formidable, although the smoke fruit does not compare to their abilities. Being a Logia-type devil fruit, if cultivated properly, we shall gain another formidable ally in the Navy. This child not only possesses Logia powers, but his personality closely resembles that of Carp. The moment I noticed him, he had not yet consumed the smoke fruit. It was his spirit akin to Carp that inspired me to want him as a Marine. Resembling Carp? You mean the Vice Admiral Carp? Like me? Faced with the puzzled expressions of those present, Jean Gua revealed all he knew about Smoker, while Pagliusolino shared the details of his relationship with Smoker. After hearing about Smoker's exploits, images of Carp consuming the smoke fruit appeared in everyone's minds. Chapter 30. The mongoose Carp laughed heartily. Indeed. This little rascal's actions mirror my own. The others disregarded Carp's outburst. Kazan proposed, shall we pay a visit to this young Mr. Carp? With Kazan's suggestion, everyone became eager to see Smoker. They nodded in agreement, fell silent, and began to eat. Soon, a large table of food was consumed by the group, with Jean Gua being the one to finish it off. In no time, they arrived at the academy, and with the guidance of Jean Gua and Pagliusolino, they swiftly located Smoker, observing him from the shadows. Smoker was provocatively confronting a group of students who were 4 to 5 years his senior. One-on-one. I challenge you all. You are all so large, your strength cannot be that remarkable. Once I defeat you, I shall be the strongest in the academy. After that, I still wish to have a late-night snack, so let us not waste time. Smoker, do not presume that just because you are a Logia user, you can act so arrogantly. I alone can handle you. With that, the student charged at Smoker, who evaded the attack by transforming into smoke. The two soon became embroiled in combat. Despite having trained under the powerful Pagliusolino for a few days, the gap in age, combat skills, and experience could not be bridged in such a short time. Smoker was quickly overwhelmed and found himself on the defensive. Instead of pretending to fight back, he transformed into smoke to evade the students' attacks. As the battle unfolded, Jean Gua observed the two individuals engaged in a fray and remarked, Pagliusolino, it appears your teachings over the past few days have borne fruit. Smoker, having consumed the smoke fruit, has achieved such mastery of elemental control in less than a week. Your contributions are indeed commendable. Pagliusolino chuckled in response. Smoker's innate talent was always remarkable. I merely guided him. Zephyr interjected with a stern tone, accept your credit. Denying it would only reveal your insincerity, Pagliusolino. The training session had exhausted the students, yet none could land a blow on Smoker. With an air of arrogance, Smoker declared, I told you, alone, you cannot match me. Do you now believe? He continued, I'm pressed for time. Why not all of you come at once? The onlookers, already weary of Smoker's bravado, whispered among themselves. Should we confront him, Brother Squirrel? His arrogance is unbearable, and our seniority is at stake. Brother Squirrel, recognizing the urgency of the situation, addressed the group. Everyone, calm down. It is essential we act. We cannot allow Smoker to trample on our senior's dignity. However, we must not all rush in together, for that would play right into his hands. Should we all charge at him, we would be the architects of our own disgrace. Upon hearing Brother Squirrel's words, those who had suggested a collective attack broke into a cold sweat, realizing the cunning of a mere 12-year-old like Smoker. Their conversation was loud and candid, and Smoker, overhearing, felt a mix of confusion and intrigue. Who am I? Where am I? Was that strategy truly my own? Yet he couldn't help but admire the cleverness of the plan. However, while reveling in his thoughts, he momentarily neglected his control over the elemental form and was jolted back to reality by a sudden pain. Realizing his oversight, he noticed his opponent remained unaware of the successful strike, so he chose to maintain his pride and not reveal his injury. Brother Squirrel, observing the commotion, felt a surge of frustration. Enough of this bickering. I have devised a solution. I shall face Smoker alone. If I can defeat him, it will restore some honor to our senior class. But doubts arose among the others, questioning whether Brother Squirrel could truly contend with Smoker. Are you suggesting Brother Squirrel would fall short against him? Brother Squirrel, unwilling to engage in further debate, grasped a wooden training sword and approached Smoker. I'm Squirrel. I wish to spar with you. Do you require a moment to rest? Smoker, still brimming with arrogance, scoffed. Rest? I need no such luxury. Just one of you? I'm on a tight schedule. How long will this take? Unperturbed by Smoker's bravado, Brother Squirrel retorted with a smile, you need only defeat me. The others will yield to you and acknowledge your superiority in our academy. Smoker questioned, will your words hold weight? If I conquer you, will they truly accept me? The tension escalated among the students, with some nearly losing their composure. Smoker, amused by the discord, admitted, I didn't foresee your words carrying such influence. Very well. I shall engage you. With that, he announced the commencement of the duel. In an instant, Smoker transformed into a plume of white smoke and charged at Brother Squirrel. who swiftly brandished his training sword to counter the elemental onslaught. Squirrel's swordplay was rapid, delivering multiple strikes in mere seconds. Although not yet a master swordsman, his talent was evident. Yet, no matter how swift his attacks, they could not harm the ethereal Smoker. Initially, Smoker considered retaliating, but the effort to evade Brother Squirrel's relentless strikes drained his energy, leaving him unable to launch a counterattack. As time passed, exhaustion set in. While his elemental form was impervious to harm, the continuous dispersal and reformation of that form consumed considerable stamina, especially under Brother Squirrel's relentless assaults. Realizing he could not evade Squirrel's attacks indefinitely, Smoker contemplated taking to the air to escape. However, as he ascended, Brother Squirrel utilized his moonwalk technique to follow, rendering Smoker unable to elude his onslaught. Desperate to avoid defeat, Smoker attempted to negotiate. Brother Squirrel, let us call it a draw. We can resume this battle in a few days. Yet, Squirrel remained resolute, and his attacks intensified in response to Smoker's plea. In the distance, observing the unfolding drama, Carp remarked, "That young man is destined to lose. There's little more to witness here. Let us depart." The others nodded in agreement and turned to leave. In the Warring States period, Zephyr remarked, "That little marmoset you trained is quite impressive. Not only has he achieved a commendable level in the way of the sword, but he also masters the 6 forms with remarkable proficiency. Moreover, his disposition is commendable. He is a promising candidate for leading troops." To which Crane concurred, "Indeed. He is quite remarkable." Zephyr responded with a hint of modesty. "Remarkable, you say? If that marmoset were not so easily distracted from the swordsmanship, he would have already mastered the hockey of armament. Would he still resort to such clumsy methods to attack if he had grasped it? Not even one of the strategies I taught them for dealing with ability users before mastering hockey was he able to employ. It was merely due to Smoker's youth and naivety that he was outmatched by such tactics. Employing those methods against others would be akin to courting death. When I next visit the academy for teaching, I shall certainly give those youngsters a stern lesson." Carp interjected, "Where is Smoker lacking in wit? I find him quite competent." The peculiar logic of Carp left everyone bewildered, further convincing them that Smoker was increasingly resembling Carp. Subsequently, they all dispersed towards their respective quarters. After the departure of the Warring States group, the Flying Squirrel triumphed over Smoker. Initially, Smoker could have held out a bit longer. But upon realizing that the Flying Squirrel was ignoring him, he understood that defeat was inevitable. Smoker's character was not one to passively await his fate. Seizing the moment, he sought an opportunity to launch a counterattack against the Flying Squirrel. However, unbeknownst to him, the opening he found was deliberately presented by the Flying Squirrel. Just as Smoker emerged from his elemental form to strike, he found the Flying Squirrel's weapon aimed directly at his head. Feeling the imminent threat of death, Smoker instinctively attempted to evade the attack. The Flying Squirrel, being judicious in his approach, refrained from using his gun. Instead, he swiftly struck Smoker's rear with his sword. This unexpected blow instantly reminded Smoker of the bamboo strip stir-fry his father had prepared for him back in Rogue Town, causing his face to flush a deep crimson. "I've lost this time, but I shall surely reclaim victory next time." With that declaration, Smoker transformed into smoke and fled. The senior students, witnessing this, erupted in cheers and began to mock Smoker for his overconfidence, but were quickly silenced by the Flying Squirrel. "Friends, we must not emulate Smoker's foolishness. He is merely 12 years old, and we, being 5 or 6 years his senior, should not revel in defeating him. Moreover, it is late, and General Zephyr will be here for class tomorrow. Let us return to our quarters and rest well." With Smoker long gone and the hour growing late, the students obediently made their way back to the dormitory, all the while continuing to extol the virtues of the Flying Squirrel. The following morning in a training classroom at the main academy, Zephyr was reprimanding the students before him, the majority of whom were those provoked by Smoker the previous day. "You lot are all in your 20s, yet you allowed a mere 12-year-old newcomer to best you, tarnishing the prestige of senior students." The moment he made his move, your authority evaporated. Were it not for the Flying Squirrel, you would have faced utter disgrace. And Flying Squirrel, do not take this as praise. With your combat experience and prowess, defeating Smoker should not have required any special effort. One student muttered under his breath, "But Smoker possesses the powers of a Logia user." Though the student's voice was barely audible, Zephyr's keen senses picked up on it. With a dismissive snort, he responded, "I understand your discontent. You believe Smoker relied solely on the smoke fruit to challenge you, that his victory was merely a stroke of luck. However, possessing the smoke fruit is a testament to his strength. Luck is a component of power. If you refuse to acknowledge this now, do you think you won't encounter Logia users outside the academy? When you face a pirate, do you expect him to forfeit out of a sense of unfairness? Absolutely not. Furthermore, I have previously informed you of the weaknesses of devil fruit users. You must exploit these weaknesses in combat. Logia users, like all devil fruit users, have vulnerabilities. Yet through yesterday's encounter, I see you have forgotten the strategies I taught you. Today's training will be doubled. You shall not eat until it is completed." The students, their faces flushed with shame, fell silent and immediately set to training. Thus, a month passed. During this time, Sengoku and Tsuru were primarily occupied with establishing a logistics company, as only once it was operational could recruitment commence. A multitude of events transpired during this month. the most notable being the incident involving the 7 warlords of the sea. Carp had approached Whitebeard with an invitation to join the ranks of the 7 warlords, but Whitebeard declined. He expressed his disdain for serving the world government, a sentiment shared by many pirates. However, numerous others sought to leverage the Navy's power and began ruthlessly eliminating rival pirates in their quest to become warlords. This led to further chaos at sea. Many pirates approached Marineford, eager to become 7 warlords, yet most were apprehended by the Marines stationed there. This sparked significant outrage among pirates, who believed the Navy was using the allure of the warlords to incite them into self-destruction, though they were already prone to infighting. Feeling deceived by the Navy was particularly disheartening. Chapter 32. The Logistics Company in a flash. Many pirates demanded an explanation from the Navy, but the Navy had no interest in addressing their grievances. The more timid pirates could only swallow their pride, while the more ferocious ones resorted to attacks. However, fearing the Marines at Marineford, they targeted various branches instead, leading to a flurry of activity among the Navy's officers, including Sengoku, who had to intervene on several occasions. These interventions were primarily against pirate crews attempting to pillage the Sabaody archipelago, as Sengoku, being the commanding officer at the headquarters, had to take action. The uproar was ultimately quelled when a pirate became a 7 warlord and announced that to achieve this status, one must first receive an invitation from the Navy and meet their requirements. The pirates previously captured by the Navy were deemed unworthy of becoming warlords, which justified their arrest. Following this declaration, the pirates ceased their assaults on the Navy's branches, bringing about a brief period of peace at sea. The first individual to be appointed as a 7 warlord was the Desert King Crocodile. Crocodile was not a product of Sengoku's direct invitation. Rather, Carp encountered him while seeking Whitebeard, and they engaged in battle. Ultimately, Carp emerged victorious. Impressed by Crocodile's strength, Carp extended an invitation for him to join the 7 warlords. Taken aback initially, Crocodile considered Carp's offer, recognizing that Carp was open to sparring in the future. With Carp's approval, Crocodile began hunting down other pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million berries, dismissing those with lower rewards as beneath his notice. Once he had amassed a sufficient number of pirate heads, Crocodile made his way to Marineford. During the Warring States period, Sengoku was taken aback upon hearing that Crocodile had been invited by Garp to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. After inquiring about the situation with Garp, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words. Following a stern warning to Crocodile, he ultimately permitted him to become the inaugural warlord. Originally, Sengoku's plan had been to recruit Dragon and Fisher Tiger for this position, yet despite his efforts to reach out to them, he was unable to establish contact. With Dragon proving elusive, Sengoku chose not to press further and urged Garp to make haste in contacting him. However, upon discovering that there were no records of Fisher Tiger within the Navy's archives, Sengoku was unexpectedly pleased. Fisher Tiger, renowned for his formidable strength that surpassed Jinbei, was the first leader of Fishman Street and a hero among the Fishman tribe, famously rescuing thousands of slaves at Mariehua. This demonstrated not only Fisher Tiger's immense power, but also his elevated status within the Fishman community. Securing his allegiance would likely foster a closer relationship between the entire Fishman tribe and the Navy, paving the way for the formation of a Fishman battalion. Most importantly, Fisher Tiger had yet to be deeply disheartened by humanity, making this the opportune moment for outreach. Sengoku planned to attend to the affairs of the logistics company before promptly heading to Fishman Island in search of Fisher Tiger, with no intentions of pursuing mermaids. After a month of diligent work, the logistics company's framework was nearly complete, and the relevant personnel had been adequately trained, with operations expected to commence in another month. One day, while Sengoku and Tsuru were occupied with logistics matters, a Marine burst in, exclaiming that Admiral Akainu wished to see Sengoku urgently and required both him and Tsuru to report to his office post-haste. Although Sengoku was irked by the interruption, he refrained from venting his frustration on the messenger. Exchanging a glance with Tsuru, they swiftly delegated their tasks and hurried to Akainu's office. Before long, Sengoku and Tsuru arrived at Akainu's office, where Akainu greeted them with an immediate seriousness, inquiring about the status of the logistics company. Can Sengoku depart now? Crane replied, the foundational work for the courier company has been adequately established. What remains are merely secondary tasks. In a month's time, our naval courier service will commence operations, thus Sengoku may leave now. The reason why Sengoku remains vigilant regarding the preparations of the courier company is entirely due to his concern that others might mishandle the situation. However, after several days without Sengoku's intervention, it has become evident that the others have managed the documents without error, which reflects the effectiveness of our previous training efforts. Henceforth, I shall oversee matters alone. Should any tasks arise, Sengoku may feel free to mobilize as he sees fit. Admiral K, with a pleased expression, remarked, both of you have performed admirably. Indeed, there is an important task that requires Sengoku's involvement. I summoned you to inquire about the status of your courier company. If Sengoku is unable to depart, I shall take matters into my own hands. Admiral K, you are our Navy's Supreme Commander. How can you act so casually? They urged. Please, do inform us of the task at hand. This past month, Sengoku has been utterly exhausted from the relentless affairs of the courier company. eagerly awaiting a mission that would necessitate his expertise. After such a prolonged period without any assignments, his frustration had reached its peak, and today, the prospect of a task requiring his involvement filled him with excitement. This mission pertains to the former member of the Roger Pirates, Douglas Bullet. Known as the Devil's Descendant, your objective is to apprehend Douglas Bullet and bring him to Impel Down. To minimize unnecessary losses, you, along with Carp and Zifa, will engage him in a manner that incurs the least cost. Originally, I had not intended to confront him, but upon learning of Sengoku's demise, Bullet has begun to wreak havoc, especially recently, becoming increasingly audacious in his attacks on our naval vessels. Reports suggest that he even intends to assault the G1 branch. To prevent the G1 branch from suffering damage, you must apprehend Bullet in advance. I have already designated the location for his capture, a deserted island along Bullet's expected route. This site is ideal for neutralizing Bullet, given the overwhelming destructive capacity of his combined devil fruit abilities. Engaging him on this deserted island will also serve to diminish some of his strength, thus facilitating your efforts in dealing with him. The Warring States nodded and said, I understand, Marshal Kong. Shall I set off at once? Chapter 33 Barrett. I have already dispatched the markers for the ambush location to the navigator aboard your warship. Once you arrive on the vessel, you will be able to embark. Carp and Zifa are also en route to the ambush site. Without uttering a single word, Zhangguo departed from the vacant office and made his way to his warship. Upon arriving aboard, he discovered that the vessel was already teeming with Marines, and there, amidst them, stood the formidable Borsalino. As soon as the Warring States stepped aboard the warship, it set sail. As Sengoku approached Borsalino, he inquired, Have you been sent by Admiral K? Indeed, Mr. Sengoku. Upon our encounter with Barrett, I shall first allow you to engage him, so that I may witness your true prowess. After all, Barrett is a formidable adversary, capable of matching the legendary Dark King Rayleigh in combat. He is certainly a worthy opponent for you. Within the realm of Kawa, he truly is a terrifying foe. Sengoku cast a silent glance at Borsalino, whose words were laced with terror, yet whose eyes radiated a fierce battle intent. Afterward, Sengoku sought refuge in a room to rest. For an entire month, he had been residing in the office of the logistics company, enduring sleepless nights. To ensure that he was in peak condition for the impending battle and to avoid any unforeseen mishaps, Sengoku recognized the necessity of maintaining his vitality. After a day and night of rest, Sengoku awoke, and the very first thing he did was to nourish himself to replenish his strength. Having slept for an entire day and night, his appetite had greatly increased, and he dined for 2 continuous hours. Just as he finished his meal, Sengoku suddenly noticed that the warships had come to a halt. Peering into the distance, he discerned a multitude of warships anchored near a desolate island. Thus realizing they had arrived at the ambush site. Upon setting foot on the desolate island, Sengoku was immediately confronted by a multitude of Marines. A sight that darkened his expression. Swiftly, he sought out Zephyr and Garp, and before Garp could offer a greeting, Sengoku inquired with urgency, Who dispatched these Marines? Is it truly necessary to deploy so many against the solitary Barrett? Furthermore, you are well aware that the quantity of troops is inconsequential against Barrett's fruit abilities. In fact, these Marines' weaponry may inadvertently enhance Barrett's strength. I insist that you order these Marines to depart the island with their arms and vessels at once. I have no desire to be stranded here without a ship to return. A nearby rear admiral, sensing Sengoku's ire, hastily replied, Admiral Sengoku, I shall immediately withdraw all Marines from the island. As Sengoku observed the vice admiral hastily departing, he recognized him as the commander of the G1 branch. Noting the man's impending retirement age, Sengoku felt reluctant to continue his reproach. However, after dealing with Barrett, Sengoku was determined to appoint a new commander for the G1 branch. After all, the G1 branch was the largest naval outpost in the New World, and entrusting it to someone of questionable caliber gave Sengoku pause. What has riled you so? Sengoku? Why this outburst? Garp inquired, a cheerful smile adorning his face as he savored his donut. In a swift motion, Sengoku snatched the remaining half-bag of donuts from Garp's hands and proceeded to devour them all. Ah, Sengoku, my donuts. After swallowing the last bite of his donut, Zhangguo disregarded Carp, who was demanding compensation for the donut beside him, and proceeded to question, You two fellows. It's one thing for that guy not to be aware of Barrett's devil fruit abilities, but you both have faced Barrett in combat. Surely you must know of his powers? Zephyr, wearing an expression of embarrassment, replied, Carp and I arrived first. We had no inkling he had brought so many Marines with him. Zhangguo waved his hand and said, Never mind discussing this matter any further. Where is Barrett now? Kazan, standing nearby, responded, Mr. Zhangguo, according to the intelligence, Barrett will arrive at this desolate island in approximately 1 hour. It was at this moment that the Warring States realized that not only Kazan, but also Sabaody was present. An hour remained, and there was still time to formulate a battle plan. However, I would argue that there is no need for such a plan. We should simply take action. With the 3 of us together, we need not fear just Barrett, let alone the full might of the Roger Pirates at their peak. In a moment of exasperation, Sengoku chided Carp. Carp, silence yourself. I have not tasked you with devising the battle strategy. Simply listen attentively. With the presence of the three of you, the plan is for you to launch the assault on Barrett, while the three of us will provide support, allowing us to witness the prowess of our Navy's future 3 admirals. Sengoku's decision to designate these 3 as the primary attackers seemed questionable. However, he reassured, there is nothing amiss. Their capabilities are sufficiently formidable to confront such a powerful adversary, and with our backup, you need not be concerned for their safety. Zephyr retorted, I am not worried about their safety. Rather, I am apprehensive about their potential failure to subdue Barrett in a timely manner. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise that prevent them from fulfilling the Marshal's mission, it would be a significant embarrassment for our Navy. Especially given that our elite forces have been deployed in full. Zephyr's words struck a chord, awakening the possibility of unexpected interventions, particularly if the Roger pirates were to attempt a rescue for Barrett. We have 3 hours until sunset, Sengoku reminded them. You must capture Barrett before the sun sets. Once darkness falls, we shall intervene, which means you have merely 2 hours to deal with Barrett. With that, Sengoku gestured towards the sun. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Zephyr's expression darkened considerably. The 2-hour limit imposed on their battle with Barrett only intensified the constraints they already faced. Before Sengoku could speak, Kazan interjected, Teacher Zephyr, you must have faith in the capabilities of the 3 of us. Although our adversaries are former members of the Roger Pirates, we are not to be underestimated. Upon hearing Kazan's words, Zephyr gazed at his 3 spirited disciples and realized that his concern had led to a moment of recklessness. There was no need to apologize for his past relationship with Sengoku. Thus, Zephyr awkwardly stated, I will go check on the evacuation of the Marines on the island. With that, he vanished from their sight as if fleeing. Zhangguo, with a smile, remarked, your teacher is merely flustered out of concern for you. In all my years working alongside ZFA, I have never encountered such a version of him. When you engage in battle with Barrett later, ensure that you perform splendidly to uphold your teacher's honor. Understood, Mr. Zhangguo. The 3 responded in unison. Zhangguo nodded with satisfaction, filled with anticipation for the upcoming events, eager to witness the prowess of the 3 major generals under the command of the Vice Admiral. Regardless of how they performed, Zhangguo would undoubtedly offer his critiques, urging them to train with greater diligence, for it is only through relentless effort that their strength would burgeon in the future. In the event that they excelled beyond expectations and successfully apprehended Barrett, Zhangguo could still assert that their coordination was lacking, prompting them to cultivate a deeper camaraderie in battle. This, he believed, would fortify their bonds and prevent the recurrence of the dire circumstances witnessed during the previous war on the top, where Sakazuki found himself isolated and overwhelmed. An hour swiftly passed, and soon a grand vessel emerged upon the horizon. At its bow stood a tall, robust man clad in a black military uniform adorned with numerous medals, his striking golden hair catching the light. In the Warring States period, it was declared, Barrett has made his appearance. It is time for the 3 of you to take action. Upon hearing this, Kazan and the others refrained from further discussion and swiftly advanced towards Barrett at an astonishing speed, with Porcelino being the quickest among them. Just as Porcelino's attack was about to reach Barrett, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Dozens of warships emerged around Barrett's vessel, relentlessly bombarding it. Observing this, Kazan and his companions retreated. Who has initiated the demon-slaying decree? The first reaction of Sengoku was to glance at Zifa and Karp, for among those present, only the 3 of them possessed the authority to invoke the Demon Slayer Order. Such a scale of bombardment could only be achieved through the Demon Slayer Order. Upon noticing this, Zifa and Karp's expressions also shifted, and when Sengoku turned his gaze upon them, they shook their heads in unison, indicating that it was not they who had initiated it. Seeing the situation, Sengoku was filled with confusion. If it was not the 3 of them who initiated the demon-slaying order, then who could have possibly done so? Lost in thought, Sengoku pondered deeply, while Barrett emerged directly from the epicenter of the bombardment, charging towards the warships that had launched the demon-slaying order. The tattered state of Barrett's clothing indicated that he had sustained considerable injuries as well. As the situation unfolded, the Warring States immediately dispatched Kazan and 2 others to intervene. However, the distance was simply too great, and by the time the swiftest Porcelino arrived, Barrett had already obliterated a warship. Without pausing after the destruction of the first vessel, Barrett readied himself to annihilate another. The Marines aboard attempted to thwart Barrett, but before they could launch their attacks, they were incapacitated by the overwhelming, hellish blue hockey emanating from Barrett, which left them in a state of unconsciousness. Those who managed to withstand the hockey were no match for Barrett's might. Just as Barrett was about to demolish the warship beneath him, a flash of light struck his hand, halting his advance. The force of Porcelino's kick sent Barrett staggering back several paces, but he quickly regained his composure. Observing the scene, Porcelino remarked, within the range of Kawa, you truly live up to your reputation as a former member of the Roger Pirates, effortlessly resisting our long-distance lightspeed kick. Barrett, filled with rage, bellowed, the Navy's power is commendable. You could serve as my opponent, but you are not my match. Just like that fellow from years ago. You too are a Logia user. He wielded sand, while you command light. And remember this, I am no longer a mere crewmate of that dead man, Roger. I am Douglas Barrett, and I shall one day surpass him. Within Kawa, fighting against a monster like you is quite taxing. As Polysolino's words faded, Kazan and Sakazuki arrived on the warship. Oh, three of you, excellent. I was just lamenting the lack of worthy opponents. I hope you can provide me with a more enjoyable battle. With that, he charged toward the trio. Barrett sought to prioritize his attack on Polysolino, but the latter's speed was too great, and Barrett found himself entangled with Kazan and Sakazuki, unable to catch up to Polysolino. Consequently, Barrett redirected his assault towards Sakazuki. Sakazuki, undeterred by Barrett's advance, retaliated with a massive burst of flames, launching a molten rock projectile toward him, followed by a charge with his sword. Barrett effortlessly dodged the magma attack, and their fists collided, with Barrett evidently possessing greater strength. However, Sakazuki was not alone. Kazan seized the opportunity to launch a two-pronged spear assault against Barrett, while Polysolino unleashed a laser beam in his direction. Rather than withstand these dual assaults head-on, Barrett transformed into his devil form, instantly teleporting before Kazan. He delivered a powerful punch, sending Kazan crashing into the sea. Upon hitting the water, Kazan instantly froze the surface, creating a sheet of ice. Not one to be deterred, Barrett leaped onto the icy expanse, intent on eliminating Kazan first. Despite not being Barrett's equal, Kazan could still hold his ground momentarily, but soon Sakazuki arrived to provide support. The four warriors soon found themselves embroiled in a chaotic melee, their battleground shifting continuously as explosions of frost, magma, and laser bursts echoed in the air. They fought fiercely for over an hour, eventually transitioning their battlefield from the ocean to a desolate island. Barrett unleashed a powerful punch, creating distance between them, and though all four bore injuries, Barrett's wounds were notably more severe. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, Barrett felt exhilaration. You all possess commendable strength. I had underestimated you. But why do you fight with such hesitation? Do you consider me unworthy of your full strength? Or are there other reasons you cannot unleash your full potential? Regardless, that no longer matters. Soon, I will compel you to fight at your utmost. Of course, you may choose to conserve your strength, but know that the price for holding back is death. Bullet form. With that, Barrett erupted into maniacal laughter, his conqueror's haki radiating unchecked. The vessels he had previously encountered and his own ship began to disintegrate, coalescing into blue material that flowed towards him. Although the trio had not yet faced Barrett in battle and were uncertain of his intentions, they recognized that once Barrett completed his transformation, he would be a formidable adversary. They would not allow him to succeed unchallenged, each unleashing their most powerful techniques: Violent Bird, Hellhound, and Lightspeed Kick. A colossal iceberg, a massive magma hound, and a dazzling laser surged toward Barrett. Sensing the imminent danger, Barrett swiftly summoned the surrounding blue material to defend himself, resulting in a tremendous explosion accompanied by a dense cloud of steam. Before the steam could dissipate, Barrett surged forth towards the trio. Thankfully, the three had remained in a heightened state of alert, utilizing elemental transformation to evade the strike. As they regained their footing, they discovered Barrett had dramatically increased in size, rendering his previous form unrecognizable. Chapter 35. CP9. Though their previous attacks had failed to prevent Barrett's transformation, his new form bore only one arm, the absence a testament to the damage inflicted by their combined assaults. The four engaged once more in battle, their conflict enduring until the sun dipped below the horizon. With no resolution in sight, as Sengoku glanced at Zephyr, both smiled and remarked, "The sun has set. It is time for us to take action. Quickly, let us capture Barrett, so we can inquire about the origin of the demon extermination order. We must act, lest circumstances change." Before Zephyr could finish his sentence, Carp charged forward, prompting Sengoku to swiftly pursue him. In no time, the three of them hastened to Barrett's vicinity. Zephyr shouted at Kazan and the other two, "Step aside." Quickly, upon noticing the sky had turned pitch black, the trio instantly transformed into their elemental forms and retreated into the distance. Seeing Kazan and his companions flee, Barrett, not lacking in intelligence, assumed that his own strength had prompted their retreat. He prepared to escape as well. However, before he could make his getaway, three figures appeared before him. Each of them launched a punch towards him, though they appeared to be ordinary strikes. The haki infused within them far surpassed anything he had cultivated. Recognizing the futility of resisting such an attack, Barrett gathered his remaining haki for defense. Once he summoned his haki, the severely damaged bullet-shaped robot appeared somewhat sturdier. Yet, this level of defense was utterly inadequate against Sengoku and his companions. As their fists made contact with the robot, it shattered with a sound akin to breaking porcelain, disintegrating into countless fragments. Consequently, Barrett, who was inside the robot, fell to the ground. As Sengoku gazed sternly at Barrett, he proclaimed, "Barrett, you have been captured." Barrett struggled to rise, casting a fleeting glance at Sengoku and his companions, only to succumb once more to the ground. He muttered, "The Navy truly holds me in high regard. Capturing Roger might require such a configuration as well." With that, Barrett lost consciousness. Subsequently, Sengoku instructed Kazan and the others to confine Barrett using the highest purity of sea prism stone. In the conference room of the Warring States Naval Fleet, several figures were engaged in a conversation with Kong. Has the mission been completed? Have you successfully apprehended that fellow Barrett? We have indeed completed the mission, and Barrett has been escorted to Impel Down. However, there is a matter we wish to consult with you, Admiral Kong. Speak your mind, Kong responded, his tone imbued with a sense of cheerfulness. Was the order to capture Barrett today issued by you? Order? What order? I did not issue any such command. With the three of you present, why would I need to? Furthermore, what scale of extermination order would be necessary to incapacitate someone like Barrett in a single strike? Was it Karp and Zifa who initiated the extermination order? I certainly did not. Nor did I. Karp, Zifa, you are present as well. We did not initiate any extermination orders either. It seems no one in the Navy holds the authority to do so. Please wait a moment. I will inquire further. With that, Kong ended the call abruptly. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Admiral, this is dire news. Suddenly, a sailor burst into the room. Admiral Sengoku observed the flustered Marine officer and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What troubles you? Are there pirates approaching to rescue Barrett?" The officer responded, "Admiral Sengoku, we indeed spotted pirates in the distance. However, they seem disinclined to aid Barrett. They remain motionless, as if merely spectators, with some even hosting banquets. But the CP agents are seeking Barrett from us." Upon hearing the officer's words, the expressions of those in the conference room turned grim. These irksome individuals. Karp, take Polysolino and the others to annihilate those pirates. There is no need for apprehension. We lack sufficient escort vessels. If they wish to spectate, let them indulge to their heart's content. Zephyr, return and confront those CP agents. I am eager to see who dares to demand a prisoner from us with such audacity. With that, Sengoku seized the Den Mushi and followed the Marine officer to locate CP0 agents, while the others complied with Sengoku's directives and departed the conference room. As soon as Zhanghua arrived outside the conference room, he beheld a group of agents clad in black suits standing on the deck. Before he could utter a word, a member of the CP rushed towards him, grasping his hand with a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, General Zhanghua, it has been quite some time since we last met." Zhanghua scrutinized the individual before him and discerned a rather unsavory appearance. It then dawned on him that this was Spandam, the commander of CP9. Recalling Spandam, Zhanghua remembered that he owed the man a favor from several years prior, which led him to bestow upon Spandam a golden transponder snail capable of activating the Demon Hunt order. With this realization, Zhanghua understood who had instigated the recent decree. The burdens left by one's former self must ultimately be reconciled by oneself. In a calm manner, Zhanghua freed himself from Spandane's grasp and inquired, "Spandane, what brings you here? Was it you who initiated the recent demon-slaying decree?" "Indeed," Spandane replied with a sense of pride. "The demon-slaying decree was indeed my doing, and I activated it using the golden telephone bug you provided, esteemed General Zhanghua. My prior preparations for the decree must have been of great assistance to you." With that, Spandane triumphantly produced the golden telephone bug. As Sengoku swiftly evaded the golden telephone worm, he tucked it away with agility. Spandam, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "What are you doing, General Sengoku? Silence and follow me." Sengoku replied, striding towards the conference room alongside Zephyr. With no choice but to comply, Spandam led his subordinates in pursuit. Upon reaching the entrance of the conference room, however, several Marines obstructed the path of the other CP9 agents. Furious, Spandam bellowed, "What is the meaning of this? Who gave you the audacity to block my men?" The Marine, maintaining a composed demeanor, responded, "It is the admirals who have granted me this authority. Only you are permitted to enter the conference room. No others are allowed." As the Marine spoke, the distant sound of explosions resonated through the nearby waters, startling Spandam considerably. The Marines, witnessing his fright, cast scornful glances in his direction. Incensed by the derision of a mere private, Spandam's anger surged. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. This was Sengoku's warship, not a venue for his outbursts. Chapter 36. Spandam with no outlet for his fury. Spandam directed his ire at his agents, barking, "Are your ears deaf? Did you not hear the explosions? Go and ascertain the situation." "Yes, Commander Spandam," they replied promptly. Casting a disdainful glance at the Marines stationed outside the conference room, Spandam proceeded within. What was there to investigate? Surely, it was merely Admiral Garp leading the charge against those pirates. Regrettably, they had been assigned to guard the conference room. Otherwise, accompanying Admiral Garp would have assured them commendable achievements, perhaps even promotions in rank. Though the voices of two Marines were barely audible, Spandam caught every word, which only fueled his indignation and resentment towards them. As he stood before the conference room, his expression was one of palpable displeasure. Yet, upon crossing the threshold, his visage transformed dramatically, akin to the art of Sichuan opera, shifting from a scowl to a beaming smile in an instant. Zhanghua observed Spandane entering and gestured for him to find a seat. To his surprise, Spandane took the initiative and chose the chair closest to Zhanghua, settling himself down without hesitation. Upon observing the situation, the Warring States period did not reveal much. At that moment, Spandane was the first to speak, inquiring, "General of the Warring States, why have you taken back the golden telephone insect that was sent to me?" Sengoku replied with displeasure, "Since you have already utilized it, I naturally must reclaim it. Are you even aware of the grave calamity your activation of the Buster Call has wrought?" Spandam visibly panicked before forcing a laugh. "Marshal Sengoku, how exactly has my deployment of the Buster Call caused such a disaster?" Though it didn't completely exhaust Barrett's stamina, it still served its purpose in weakening him. In the end, wasn't that madman Barrett successfully apprehended? By no means can this be considered a blunder. The Marine Admiral Sengoku gazed at Spandam with an expression of incredulity. As if regarding a simpleton, "It appears you remain oblivious to the calamity you have wrought. Allow me, in my magnanimity, to enlighten you. Firstly, you have egregiously initiated the Demon Order, thereby disrupting our naval operations and indirectly precipitating Barrett's near escape. Spandam, you ought to recall the conditions under which I bestowed upon you the golden transponder snail. The stipulation was that you must inform me prior to invoking the Demon Order to prevent interference with the Navy's essential duties and to facilitate troop mobilization." Spandam gulped and responded, "I remember, Admiral Sengoku. You explicitly stated that I must notify you before launching the Demon Order. If you are indeed aware of this, then why did you suddenly activate it? Furthermore, our headquarters received no communication regarding the invocation of the Demon Order. Were it not for your mention, we would still be in the dark about who initiated it. Currently, Admiral Kong is in pursuit of the one responsible for activating the Demon Order. Moreover, from whence did those warships you deployed originate? They were summoned by me using the golden transponder snail from various branches in the New World." Upon uttering this, Spandam immediately regretted his words. This revelation merely added to his list of transgressions. "Spandam, consider this. If the Five Elders were to discover that you, a mere commander of CP9, possessed the audacity to summon a naval fleet rivaling the Demon Order at will, what would their perception of you be? Do you not think they would suspect you, Spandam, of treason against the world government? And would this not warrant an investigation into your actions? Are you prepared to endure such scrutiny?" Every word from Sengoku pierced Spandam like a razor-sharp sword. Now drenched in cold sweat, Spandam realized that his mobilization of the Navy was indeed a grave transgression, especially given the magnitude of the naval fleet he had summoned. If the Five Elders were to discover this, his fate would be dire. Even if they did not believe he would betray the world government, their suspicions would lead to an investigation, one that Spandam knew he could not withstand. Should such an inquiry occur, he would emerge utterly ruined. If he were to survive at all, after contemplating the severity of his predicament, Spandam clutched Sengoku's leg and implored, "Admiral Sengoku, you must save me. I, Spandam, am unwaveringly loyal to the world government and harbor no thoughts of rebellion. Although my actions have caused interference, your esteemed group has nonetheless accomplished the mission. Moreover, the intelligence for this operation was provided by us at CP9. Without our information, capturing Barrett would have been impossible for you." In the Warring States period, gazing at Spandam, who was clinging to his leg, tears streaming down his face and snot threatening to stain his trousers, he advised, "Spandam, you are the commander of CP9. What kind of appearance is this? If others were to see you, it would be utterly humiliating. You must rise at once. It is far better to suffer embarrassment than to face death directly. Furthermore, there are no others who will enter the conference room. You have ensured that the Marines outside prohibit any intruders. I certainly have no shame to lose. In the era of the Warring States, if you do not come to my aid, I shall not rise." As the Warring States listened to Spandan's brazen remarks, they could not help but shake their heads in resignation at the plight of the Marine outside. As the Warring States was about to continue persuading Spandane to rise, the door of the conference room was suddenly flung open. In the Warring States period, Spandane seemed to have utilized a swift maneuver, rapidly rising from beside Warring States and seating himself upon a chair, even wiping away the traces of tears and mucus from his face. Berg, taken aback, gazed incredulously at Spandine. "None of those pirates from the Warring States can withstand even a single blow from me." Upon realizing that the newcomer was Carp, Spandine attempted to feign distress, hoping to cling to Berg's leg for support. However, Berg, who had been closely observing Spandine, would never allow him to grasp his leg and smear his snot onto his trousers. To safeguard his attire from being sullied, Berg, just as Spandine was about to rise, unleashed his conqueror's hockey, singularly targeting Spandine, compelling him to return to his seat once more. The Warring States then addressed the visibly terrified Spandam, saying, "Do not be overly agitated. I have not declared that I shall not rescue you. This situation is not devoid of opportunities for redemption. First, calm yourself, and I shall soon reveal the solution to you." After speaking to Spandam, the Warring States turned his gaze towards Carp. "Why have you returned alone? Where are the three of Borsalino? Why did they not accompany you back? The battle has not concluded, thus they were unable to return. They are currently engaged in subduing the remaining pirates." Zhanghua and ZFA regarded Carp with expressions of disbelief. Carp, aware of their gazes, questioned, "Why do you look at me in such a manner? I have successfully sunk the ships of those pirates and eliminated their captains. I have returned, and the remaining pirates can be easily dealt with by any one of Ku Zan and his 2 companions. With all 3 of them present, there is no room for unforeseen events. Surely, my actions this time were commendable. He chuckled lightly. Chapter 37. Human Sentiment. During the Warring States period, Karp indeed performed remarkably well. Moreover, since he had nothing further to attend to, he refrained from discussing Karp any longer. It was then that Karp noticed Spandam, who wore a look of astonishment, and exclaimed, "Spandam, what on earth are you doing here? Surely, you do not intend to compete with us for the CP agent Barrett." To which Spandam awkwardly replied, "Admiral Karp." In the midst of the Warring States, the situation unfolded as Janswa intervened to assist Spandane, stating, "Spandane, the resolution to this matter is rather straightforward. We simply need to refrain from reporting it. If we do not report, the 5 elders will naturally overlook such trifles. However, why should we lend our aid to someone who seeks to usurp credit?" After Sengoku's remarks, Zephyr and Karp also fixed their scrutinizing gazes upon Spandam, who felt a shiver run down his spine under the intense scrutiny of the 3 highest-ranking naval forces. After a brief moment of disorientation, Spandam, grappling with the pressure, managed to speak. "As long as you do not report this matter, Admiral Sengoku, I shall owe you a favor." No sooner had he uttered these words than he retracted his statement. "No, that is not correct. I owe not only Admiral Sengoku a favor, but also one to Admiral Zephyr and Vice Admiral Karp." Acknowledging the formidable strength of his counterparts, he continued, "I understand that each of you possesses immense power, yet there will inevitably come a time when you may require my assistance. After all, while we CP9 may not claim superiority in all aspects, our intelligence capabilities are unmatched, even surpassing those of CP0. Just as Zephyr was about to decline, he was halted by Sengoku's penetrating gaze. In the midst of the discourse, Zhangguo remarked, "It appears, Spandane, that you have yet to grasp the gravity of this situation. Should we fail to report this matter to Marshal Kong, your proposition may have seemed acceptable. However, it now falls short, and time is not on your side. If Marshal Kong informs the 5 elders, you will find yourself devoid of any recourse. You must deliberate carefully before you speak again." Spandane, gritting his teeth, retorted, "General Zhangguo, pray tell, what exactly do you desire from me that would allow you to keep this matter concealed? My request is quite simple. Let us settle this with the debts of gratitude you owe. Yet one debt of gratitude is insufficient. You must owe each of us 3, in addition to 6 to Marshal Kong. This is hardly unreasonable, considering the risks we take in safeguarding your interests, especially since I am aware that the golden telephone was a gift from me to you. General Zhangguo, I acquiesce to your demands." Spandane interjected almost immediately as Zhangguo's words lingered in the air. Accepting Zhangguo's conditions merely meant a loss of resources, which could always be replenished. However, should the 5 elders become aware, he would lose everything, including the very semblance of life itself. Moreover, individuals of Zhangguo's stature might never exhaust their debts of gratitude, rendering the distinction between 1 and 3 debts negligible. Yet, what transpired next left Spandane utterly astonished. In the realm of the Warring States, Sengoku remarked, "Since Spandam has already acquiesced, I implore you to fulfill our request on behalf of the 3 of us. Assist us in procuring a devil fruit each. For the rarity of the fruits will serve as a testament to your sincerity. Securing 1 devil fruit shall absolve a favor owed." He continued, "I presume that seeking a devil fruit should not pose an insurmountable challenge for you esteemed members of CP9, correct?" With clenched teeth, Spandam replied, "Indeed. It is not a formidable task. I shall expedite the search for the 3 of you." Having concluded the matter, Sengoku added, "Next, we ought to confer with Admiral Kong. Unless there are further issues, you may commence your quest for the devil fruits. The swifter your acquisition, the greater your demonstration of goodwill." Spandam managed a wry smile. "Then I shall not intrude any longer." With that, he departed without delay. Upon the closing of the door, Zifa immediately inquired, "Sengoku, are you truly willing to conceal this matter from him? Should those above discover it, not only will Spandam face dire consequences, but our navy too shall suffer repercussions. The operations of the courier service must not be jeopardized by this incident. With the assistance of CP9, the courier service would flourish at an accelerated pace. This is the path of maximal benefit. I believe Admiral Kong would concur with my assessment." After a moment of silence, Zifa pressed further, "Then Sengoku, why instruct Spandam to seek devil fruits? Have you not already consumed one yourself?" Zhangguo cast a glance at Zfa and remarked, "The devil fruit holds no value for me, but it is indeed beneficial for Rashi, Nandi, and Zei. The dragon is of an age where he should consider marriage and children. Naturally, Karp's grandson will also require the devil fruit." Upon hearing Zhangguo's words, Zfa fell silent. Karp, however, responded with carefree nonchalance, "How do you know I will have a grandson?" The Warring States disregarded Karp. Brubru, "Hey, Warring States, I have uncovered who instigated this massacre order. Marshal Kong, we are already aware. You know? How did you find out?" "I spent a considerable amount of time investigating." After the events, Zhangguo recounted the circumstances to Kong. "Zhangguo, you acted rightly. I could not conceive of a better approach. With Spanden's assistance, our naval operations will undoubtedly become much more efficient. However, you have been rather negligent in entrusting the Demon Extermination Order's telephone bug to an imbecile like Spandane. Marshal Kong, do you believe I wish to hand Spandane the golden telephone bug? You are well aware of my reasons for possessing the golden telephone bug for the Demon Extermination Order. Cough cough. Now that Barrett has been apprehended, it is best for all of you to return to headquarters. Kong awkwardly cleared his throat. At this moment, Karp expressed his discontent. Marshal Kong, we have gone far too long without a break. It is high time we were granted some leave. Seeing the situation, Sengoku concurred. It is indeed Commander Sora. We truly require a respite, lest we remain oblivious to when our next break may arrive. Zephyr also yearned for a holiday. But before he could voice his thoughts, Sora interjected. Kazan's antics are one matter, but Sengoku, how could you indulge in such folly as well? Do you think I do not desire a vacation? If you three wish to take a break, you must do so in turns. You cannot all be absent simultaneously. As for who shall take leave first, that is for you to deliberate among yourselves. I shall not interfere. Decide swiftly who shall go first. And the other two should promptly return. With that, Sora terminated the call. Zephyr, observing the fiery expressions of Sengoku and Karp, spoke first, since my family resides at headquarters. I shall not contest with you. I will take my leave last. Zhonghua, realizing the situation, hastily exclaimed, Kapu, you have always taken the most vacations. It is my turn to take leave this time. You need not refuse, for upon my return, I shall certainly bring back some delectable treats for you. I assure you, they will delight your palate. If that is not sufficient, I shall add an additional 100 packs of donuts and 100 packs of senbei. Chapter 38. Fishman Island, do you think you can consume all that? At most, you will have 20 packs and no more. You must agree. Kapu, with a pained expression, responded, 20 packs it shall be, but I demand 20 different flavors of donuts. Very well, I concede. Zephyr remarked, since you have come to an agreement. Let us part ways for now. Kapu, hurry back to the headquarters with me. After Sengoku sent off Karp and the others, he promptly commanded the warships to set sail towards the fishmen. At that moment, a humanoid figure of golden light materialized on the deck of Sengoku's battleship. In the tumultuous era of the Warring States, Sengoku questioned, Borsellino, how did you come aboard my warship? All those pirates have been eradicated. Borsellino replied with a smile. Of course, Mr. Sengoku, the task has been accomplished. Those who deserve to be executed have been executed, and those who needed to be captured have been apprehended. Now that the mission is complete, why do you not return to headquarters with Zephyr? Mr. Sengoku, I am currently on leave. I heard from Master Zephyr that you are also on vacation. Might you take me along for the journey? Certainly, but I cannot guarantee it aligns with my route. I am headed to Fishman Island. Is that on your way? If it isn't, then you should depart without delay. How could it not be on the way? It is entirely up to you. With that, he made his way to the mess hall aboard the ship for a meal. After a day's voyage, Sengoku's warship arrived at Fishman Island. Upon entering, Sengoku observed the chaos that enveloped the island, with numerous vessels docked. The flags of these ships clearly indicated they were pirate ships. Before Sengoku could speak, Borsellino coldly interjected, within the perimeter, Mr. Sengoku, shall we take action? Of course. We must take action. It is our duty as the Navy to combat pirates. I expect you will refrain from asking such foolish questions in the future. Your reprimand is duly noted, Mr. Sengoku. Your speed is commendable. Go protect the royal family of the Fishman Kingdom. Understood, Mr. Sengoku. As Borsellino swiftly departed, Sengoku led the soldiers on the warship into the fray. Delving deeper into the turmoil, Sengoku witnessed pirates capturing the Fishmen, while the royal army of the Fishman Kingdom valiantly resisted. However, the sheer number of pirates proved overwhelming. The royal army was simply insufficient in numbers to contend with them. At that moment, Sengoku promptly commanded his subordinate, the marine soldiers, to deal with the captured fishmen, and he accelerated his journey towards the heart of the battlefield. On his way, Sengoku effortlessly dispatched several pirates. Upon reaching the epicenter of the conflict, he observed Borsellino maneuvering gracefully among the pirates, engaging in battle with remarkable ease. Sengoku discerned that none of the pirates posed a significant threat, as the most formidable among them had bounties not exceeding 500 million berries. Recognizing the situation, Sengoku showed no hesitation and transformed into his Buddha form to commence his assault on the pirates. As soon as Warring States transformed, a pirate immediately recognized him. Everyone flee. It is the Buddha of Warring States. Upon hearing the name of Warring States, most pirates scattered in terror, prompting the marine soldiers and the forces of the Fishman Kingdom to pursue the fleeing pirates. However, there were also those fearless pirates charging towards Warring States. Your head will be mine, Warring States, they declared. Defeating you, a former adversary of the Pirate King, will mark my first step towards becoming the new Pirate King. Warring States belongs to me. Killing Warring States will surely bring me fame. No one else can claim him. He is mine. Several pirates swiftly advanced from the crowd towards Warring States. Among them were those with formidable abilities. As Sengoku cast a fleeting glance, he unleashed a formidable wave of radiant light directed at the approaching pirates. The potent beam struck the assailants with such force that they were left battered. spewing blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. Everyone flee, they cried. The captain has been effortlessly vanquished by Sengoku. If we do not escape, we shall meet our doom. Without the need for the pirates' warning, the others had already hastened their retreat the moment Sengoku made his move. In the midst of the chaos, Sengoku unleashed several strikes upon the fleeing pirates, only to revert back to his human form thereafter. Within the realm of Kawa, it is truly evident that Sengoku's prowess is unmatched. These pirates with bounties in the billions pale in comparison before Mr. Sengoku. One need not look closely to discern the speaker's identity. Merely the tone of voice reveals it to be Admiral Borsalino. He inquires about the protection of the royal family of Fishman Island. Rest assured, Admiral, the royal family is exceedingly safe. The Fishmen possess formidable warriors, even without our assistance. I am confident they could repel any marauding pirates. Given that the royal family of Fishman Island is unharmed, do not allow yourself to become complacent. Swiftly deal with the remaining pirates, lest they threaten the citizens of the Fishman tribe. Yes, Admiral, I shall attend to it at once. It seems that even during my leave, I must remain tirelessly occupied. Indeed, partnering with Admiral Sengoku is not the most fortuitous choice. After voicing his grievances, Borsalino set off in pursuit of the fleeing pirates. Once he departed, Sengoku surveyed the battlefield's epicenter, only to discover it lay just beyond the gates of Ryugu Kingdom on Fishman Island. At that moment, a fishman, significantly larger than an average one and wielding a trident, approached. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku, for assisting us in ridding Fishman Island of pirates. Zhang Guo turned to the speaker and recognized that the merman was none other than King Neptune of the Kingdom of the Fishmen. It is our duty as the Navy to eradicate pirates. There is no need for further gratitude. At that moment, a petite and beautiful merman emerged from behind Neptune. Smiling as she spoke, expressions of gratitude are indeed necessary. While the annihilation of pirates may not hold great significance for Admiral Zhang Guo, it is of utmost importance to us on Fishman Island. Therefore, we must extend our heartfelt thanks to Admiral Zhang Guo. However, this may not be the most suitable venue for our conversation. If it pleases you, I would like to invite Admiral Zhang Guo and the esteemed Navy personnel to Ryugu Castle, where we can host you properly and convey our gratitude. Neptune interjected, introducing Admiral Zhang Guo. This is my wife, Otoheim. She speaks truthfully. Please accompany us to Ryugu Castle, where we shall extend our warm hospitality to you all. Admiral Sengoku remarked. Since it is Princess Otoheim who extends the invitation, I cannot possibly decline. Coincidentally, I have a matter I wish to request your assistance with, Neptune. Please. Do lead the way, Admiral Sengoku. As they ventured deeper into Fishman Island, Sengoku found himself awestruck by the island's breathtaking scenery. Although he had previously lived in an era characterized by an explosion of information and had witnessed countless stunning landscapes, and even glimpsed the beauty of Fishman Island through manga and anime, experiencing it firsthand was a revelation that surpassed all expectations. The splendor of Ryugu Palace, in particular, eclipsed all other sights on the island. In the age of warring states, the protagonist arrived at the splendid Dragon Palace via a specialized seahorse carriage. Swiftly reaching the reception hall, upon entering, Queen Otoheim promptly instructed her attendants to prepare a feast for the guest. Through this seemingly simple act, the protagonist discerned that the true authority within the Fishman Kingdom rested with Queen Otoheim, rather than her husband, the submissive King Neptune. This reflection on the nature of marital dynamics also brought to mind Zephyr, and the protagonist felt an immense sense of relief that his previous incarnation was devoid of a spouse. Had he been married, he would have found himself at a loss in navigating the complexities of a relationship with a wife who was both familiar and unfamiliar. The warring states likely believed they could evade, didn't they? What has become of the general of the warring states? The voice of Princess Yihim brought the distracted warring states back to his senses. Zhang Guo exclaimed, I am utterly captivated by the breathtaking beauty of Dragon Palace City. Although I have visited Fishman Island before, I have never set foot in Dragon Palace City. Encountering such splendid scenery for the first time is indeed awe-inspiring. Thank you for your kind words, General Zhang Guo. Since you have taken a liking to our Dragon Palace City, I warmly invite you to stay a few more days. Neptune replied with an enthusiastic smile. Sengoku waved his hand and said, Thank you for your kind offer, Neptune. While the scenery is indeed splendid, I have come here on personal matters this time. Once I have completed my affairs, I shall take my leave from Fishman Island. Perhaps I shall return during my next vacation. I hope that you and your wife will welcome me then. Neptune replied, How could my wife and I ever refuse to welcome you, Admiral Sengoku? The general of the warring states is always welcome, and we shall greet you with the utmost honor. Princess Yihim chuckled. Since the general of the warring states is pressed for time, let us not squander it. Please, do share your personal matters. If we can be of assistance, we shall certainly exert ourselves to aid you. Neptune concurred, It is entirely my fault. Please, warring states, speak swiftly so as not to delay your affairs. Zhang Guo remarked, In truth, it is not entirely a private matter. Are you familiar with the 7 warlords of the sea? Of course, we are well aware of the 7 warlords of the sea. Wasn't it all the rage recently? One replied, Though our information in Fishman Island is scarce, such significant events do not elude us. Since you are informed, I shall refrain from elaborating further. My purpose in visiting Fishman Island is to seek a candidate for the position of a warlord, and I have already identified the individual I am searching for. I request your assistance in locating this fishman. With a serious expression, Oki said, I am unaware of the identity of the individual you are seeking, Admiral Zhangguo. While many from our Fishman tribe have turned to piracy, our Fishman kingdom has no ties to those who have done so. If you wish for us to assist you in finding a pirate from our tribe, we may be able to help if he is within Fishman Island. However, if he is not here, we are at a loss to assist. In the midst of their conversation, Sengoku remarked, Princess Otoheim. I did not imply that I am searching for a pirate. Rather, I am in pursuit of an adventurer by the name of Fisher Tiger. An adventurer? She inquired. Indeed, an adventurer. Specifically, Fisher Tiger. But, General Sengoku, she continued, as far as I am aware, the warlords of the sea are exclusively pirates, are they not? Sengoku replied. The Navy has never claimed that only pirates can become warlords of the sea. My intention in establishing the warlords was to counter the era of great piracy instigated by Roger. Since Roger revealed the existence of One Piece, the number of pirates has surged dramatically, placing immense pressure on our Navy. Consequently, the world government mandated the formation of the warlords of the sea. In inviting individuals to join the warlords, we not only assess their strength, but also their character and morals. Those pirates who indulge in rampant slaughter, no matter how formidable they may be, will never be granted the opportunity to redeem themselves as warlords. I have long heard of the adventurer Fisher Tiger, who unified Fishman Island. He is not only extraordinarily powerful, but also possesses a commendable character and harbors no animosity towards humans. This is why I seek to extend an invitation to him. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, both Neptune and Otoheim displayed expressions of excitement. Once she had composed herself, Otoheim replied with a smile, General Sengoku, we are indeed familiar with Tiger and have a profound understanding of his character. As you have rightly pointed out, he is not only immensely powerful, but also exceptionally kind-hearted. While our relationship with Tiger is strong, this matter must be discussed directly between him and you, General Sengoku. We cannot make decisions on his behalf. Zhangguo remarked, such significant matters should naturally be addressed in person. I wonder if Fisher Tiger is present on Fishman Island, and whether you are able to reach him. If it is possible, I would appreciate your assistance in contacting him. Neptune responded with a smile, Admiral Zhangguo. Your timing is quite fortuitous. Tiger has indeed been on Fishman Island recently. He even lent his support to us during our recent confrontation with the pirates. I shall send someone to fetch Tiger, or perhaps it would be best for me to go personally, Neptune declared, and without granting Zhangguo the opportunity to decline. He promptly departed. In the Warring States period, the awkward smile of the protagonist revealed, Your Majesty, the king, is indeed quite enthusiastic. E.G. also managed a shy smile in response. In order to alleviate the awkwardness, Sengoku inquired, Lady Otoheim, could you recount the events concerning Fisher Tiger? I wish to gain a deeper understanding of him. Otoheim smiled and replied, Of course, but I am not privy to the entirety of Tiger's experiences. I can only share what I know. She then recounted some significant moments from Tiger's time on Fishman Island, as well as notable adventures he had described. After listening to Tiger's experiences, Sengoku's resolve to appoint him as one of the 7 warlords of the sea strengthened. He even contemplated the possibility of Tiger joining the Navy. However, he recalled the limitations within the Navy. Regardless, serving as one of the 7 warlords would still allow him to pursue justice without constraints. Not long after, Neptune returned, accompanied by a tall, crimson-bodied fishman, followed by 2 others, one slender and one stout. Borsalino trailed behind them as well. Zhangguo also rose from his seat upon witnessing the situation. Neptune smiled and introduced him, saying, This is the renowned Fisher Tiger, the individual you seek. These 2 are his loyal subordinates, Jinbei and Arlong. Fisher Tiger is the one destined to become a warlord of the sea. As the states of Yin and Taigu exchanged greetings, the food was perfectly prepared. Under the gracious hospitality of Princess E.G., everyone took their seats. Princess E.G. inquired, General Zhangguo, shall we dine first or engage in conversation? Zhangguo chuckled, Since we have located the individuals, I shall not rush. They have just engaged in battle. Let us partake in a hearty meal before any further discussions. Let us dine then, General Zhangguo, and you, Vice Admiral Borsalino, must savor the exquisite delicacies of Fishman Island. Upon Neptune's words, the gathering commenced their feast. After a fierce battle, everyone indulged abundantly, with the exception of Princess Otoheim, who ate sparingly. The table was laden with food, and it was only after 2 tables worth of dishes that they felt satisfied. Chapter 40. The advantages of becoming a warlord of the sea. Having filled their stomachs, the group returned to the conference room. Tiger, perplexed, inquired, General Zhangguo, why have you invited me to become a warlord of the sea? This appears to be our first encounter. In the Warring States period, someone remarked, Indeed. This is our first encounter, yet I have long been acquainted with your exploits. Ever since I learned of the 7 warlords of the sea initiative, you were the first person who came to mind. Arlong, in a loud voice, expressed his confusion. I am aware of the 7 warlords of the sea. But is it not true that only pirates can assume such a title? My elder brother is no pirate. Jimbei interjected. Arlong, be quiet. This is not a place for idle chatter. Indeed, it is Jimbei. As Sengoku observed the lively exchange between the two, a faint smile graced his lips. Just as he prepared to elucidate the matter, he heard the voice of Yahim interjecting, Neptune, it seems you have not communicated clearly with Tiger. Neptune replied with a chuckle. It is indeed my fault for not articulating the matter to Tiger. Allow me to clarify it once more. He then proceeded to recount Sengoku's words with precision. Upon hearing Neptune's account, not only did Tiger and his companions fall into silence, but even Borsalino was rendered speechless, unaware that the warlords of the sea could be comprised of individuals who were not pirates. After a brief pause, Tiger spoke, Admiral Sengoku, I apologize. But I have no desire to become one of the warlords of the sea. I am not a pirate. Nor do I require the license to plunder that comes with such a title. I seek only the freedom to embark on my own adventures. With that, Tiger prepared to rise and depart. The others, witnessing Tiger's resolute refusal, could not help but feel a surge of anxiety, fearing they might provoke Sengoku. They had only heard tales of Sengoku's legendary prowess before, but today they bore witness to his formidable strength firsthand. In the midst of the conversation, Sengoku remarked, Mr. Tiger, please do not rush. I have yet to elaborate on the benefits of your joining the 7 warlords of the sea. I am, of course, unaware that you do not require a piracy license, hence your advantages differ entirely from those of the original pirates who were part of the 7 warlords. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Tiger, who was preparing to depart, settled back into his seat, eager to hear how Sengoku intended to persuade him. Sengoku, perceptive to Tiger's subtle movements, smiled and continued, becoming a warlord of the sea presents numerous advantages. My role as a warlord will not only grant you freedom but also assist you in your adventures. Once you become a warlord, you will have the privilege to board our Navy ships at your leisure during your quests. Furthermore, our Navy can provide you with financial support, as your ventures will undoubtedly require resources. Regardless of where your adventures lead you, you will inevitably encounter nefarious pirates. While you may occasionally exchange defeated pirates for bounties, such instances are not the norm. However, as a warlord, after you vanquish a pirate, you can contact our Navy via a Den Mushi, and we will personally apprehend the defeated pirate, ensuring you receive your bounty, even if you are not present for the escort. As a warlord of the sea, your opportunities for adventure will expand, and our Navy will offer you cutting-edge technological products to facilitate your escapades. These benefits extend beyond personal gain. They will also positively impact your kind. I understand you aspire to improve the relationship between the fishmen and humans, which motivates your efforts to rescue civilians during your adventures. Yet, have you considered the limited impact of your actions? In contrast, as a warlord, with our Navy's promotion of your endeavors, the world will soon learn that fishmen are not merely the violent beings they are often portrayed to be. A single day of our Navy's publicity could surpass the results of your 20 years of hard work. As you frequently embark on quests, you must recognize that I speak the truth, for these are capabilities we possess. The advantages of your becoming a warlord extend further. Due to the circumstances surrounding One Piece, your homeland, Fishman Island has likely faced an increase in pirate raids. Upon your elevation to warlord status, I can propose establishing a branch on Fishman Island, thereby enhancing the safety of its inhabitants. Additionally, through our Navy's promotion of your achievements, the likelihood of the Fishman Kingdom joining the world government will significantly increase. With our support, your kingdom will undoubtedly become a member of the world government, potentially even participating in global conferences. This elevation will fortify your people's standing, deterring pirates from daring to invade Fishman Island, and perhaps even eradicating the presence of slave traders seeking to capture fishmen. However, having outlined these numerous benefits, I must also address your responsibilities as a warlord. Your obligations are straightforward. You must refrain from opposing our Navy and assist us in capturing pirates during your adventures. Naturally, with our Navy's considerable numbers, there may be some rogue elements among us. Should you encounter such individuals during your quests, do not take their lives immediately. Instead, contact our headquarters, and the judges at Judicial Island will address the matter. Of course, if their crimes are intolerable, you may eliminate them. But it is imperative that you do so discreetly, for indiscriminate killings of Navy personnel would reflect poorly on you. The final obligation is your response to our summons when we require your assistance against formidable pirates. However, such instances should be infrequent. I believe I've conveyed enough. Please contemplate this thoroughly, but do so swiftly, as we must soon depart. After this lengthy discourse, Sengoku felt parched and took a generous sip of water. The attendees in the meeting room were astonished by Sengoku's revelations. Admiral Kazuru appeared bewildered, unaware of the benefits of becoming a warlord. Both Otanashi and Tiger were immensely stirred, as Sengoku articulated aspirations they deemed nearly unattainable, believing they would require generations to realize. Yet, Sengoku assured them that with Tiger's ascension to warlord, these ambitions could be effortlessly achieved, an assurance that ignited their excitement. Tiger, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, Admiral Sengoku, I am willing to become a warlord of the sea. Buddha Sengoku, with an expression of anticipated understanding, remarked, you should not only heed the advantages I have mentioned, Have you not also listened to the obligations I spoke of? Do you truly agree to all those obligations? Chapter 41. The Whitebeard Pirates. How could that be? I have heard all those obligations, and I fully agree. Observing Tiger's fervent demeanor, Sengoku continued, You are undoubtedly aware of the conditions to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I shall not elaborate further. When the time comes, you simply need to bring the heads of the pirates to our headquarters. By the way, I have yet to test her strength. Sengoku commanded, Borsellino. Please assess Tiger's abilities. It would be unfortunate if anyone were to claim that Tiger's strength is inadequate to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Upon hearing Sengoku's request, Borsellino stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the multitude of shocking information he had received that day. In response to the disinterest shown by Sengoku, Borsellino was startled when Sengoku lightly tapped him, breaking his reverie. What is the matter, Mr. Sengoku? Borsellino inquired, taken aback. Zhangguo, with a countenance marked by frustration, reiterated his previous statement. After listening to Zhangguo's words, Borsellino swiftly declined. There was no need for a contest among the generals. I have already witnessed Mr. Tiger's prowess while dealing with the pirates. I firmly believe that Mr. Tiger's strength is on par with that of Crocodile, and he is entirely deserving of the title of Warlord of the Sea. Should anyone doubt Mr. Tiger's capabilities, they may seek him out themselves. I am confident that Mr. Tiger will ensure they gain a thorough understanding of his formidable abilities. Admiral Sengoku, observing the mutual acknowledgement between Tage and Borsellino, chuckled, since Borsellino has expressed such sentiments. There is no need for a contest. Tage, when you bring the head of the pirate to headquarters, you shall be entitled to join the Shichibukai. I trust this request will not prove too arduous for you. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, I shall endeavor to fulfill this requirement promptly. Tage replied. However, may I inquire when the benefits you mentioned will come into effect? After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku remarked. The advantages for you personally commenced the instant you became a warlord of the sea. However, the benefits for your fisherman race cannot be altered merely by wishful thinking. It demands not only the passage of time, but also a concerted effort from your people. After all, no matter how fervently our Navy advocates for your race's benevolence and love for peace, it will bear no fruit if you do not cooperate. Princess Otoheim responded with fervor. General Sengoku, we, the fisherman race, are wholeheartedly committed to collaborating with your Navy. Whether it is to enhance relations between fishmen and humans, or to join the world government as a member state. These have always been the aspirations of the residents of Fishman Island. We no longer wish to be treated as rare slaves subject to arbitrary capture. We desire to live under the sun just like other races. In summary, our people will strive to advance these matters, and with the assistance of your Navy. I firmly believe that the day when we can coexist under the sun is not far off. In the realm of the warring states, the esteemed general declared. I too believe that the day is not far off. I wish to present a request, hoping that King Neptune and Princess Otoheim will acquiesce. King Neptune replied with a hearty demeanor, General Warring States, please speak candidly. We shall undoubtedly exert our utmost efforts to fulfill your request. In the face of the era of notorious pirates, our Navy is confronted not only by the formidable presence of the 7 warlords of the sea, but our principal strategy lies in conscription. I propose to enlist recruits from your Fishman Island. Although we have had a handful of Fishman soldiers in our Navy, their numbers have been lamentably scant. I intend to petition Admiral Kong for the establishment of an underwater battalion comprised of fishmen, whose aquatic adaptability would significantly enhance our capacity to eradicate pirates. Of course, should you harbor any doubts, we can initiate a pilot program here on Fishman Island, with the Fishman soldiers serving in their homeland. The words from the Warring States period rendered the atmosphere in the reception room profoundly silent, and Along's countenance grew exceedingly grim. Just as the ambience teetered into awkwardness, a soldier from the Royal Army burst into the parlor. Your Majesty, trouble looms. Another band of pirates has invaded, and this time, they are far more formidable than the previous ones. In the presence of Sengoku, he remarked, Gentlemen, take your time to deliberate. I shall await your responses. However, I must first attend to the newly arrived pirates. Borsellino, please investigate the situation. Yes, Mr. Sengoku. I shall proceed at once. Alas, my long-awaited vacation has been abruptly curtailed. Cease your complaints and hasten. After Sengoku's departure, Tiger, along with Jinbei and Arlong, followed suit. You all heard Sengoku's words. What are your thoughts? Tiger inquired. Big brother Tiger, I find humanity to be inherently untrustworthy. Yet the 7 warlords of the sea may warrant consideration, Arlong responded. Oh, what prompts such a belief, Arlong? Big brother. I surmise that even if Sengoku and his ilk deceive us and fail to uphold their promises, we are under no obligation to reciprocate. Thus, even if Sengoku is indeed deceiving us, we stand to lose nothing. Arlong's perspective held merit. Perhaps Sengoku's claims were genuine, yet he remained merely a vice admiral, subordinate to the fleet admiral and the world government, rendering many decisions beyond his purview. Jinbei, what is your stance? Tiger queried. Big brother Tiger. I believe Sengoku is unlike previous humans. I trust his words. Elaborate on your reasoning. I cannot articulate why, but my intuition assures me that Sengoku speaks the truth. Ha ha ha. Your intuition, you say? How delightful. My own instincts echo the same sentiment. For the future of our fishman race, I feel compelled to take a chance. However, I shall not support the notion of our people becoming Marines, nor will I oppose it. Upon reaching the dock, Borisolino's gaze fell upon a pirate flag, causing him to retreat in alarm towards the direction from whence he came. As Sengoku observed the approaching Borisolino, he inquired with confusion, "Borisolino, what brings you back? Did I not instruct you to deal with those pirates?" "Mr. Sengoku, let us converse while we walk," Borisolino replied, prompting Zana to hasten his pace as well. "Quickly, elucidate the situation," Sengoku urged. "The pirate crew that has arrived claims to be the Whitebeard pirates. However, they have not harmed the residents of Fishman Island. I am uncertain whether we should intervene. Your judgment is sound. We must refrain from acting here. Newgate's powers possess the potential to obliterate Fishman Island, and should that occur, none of us would survive in the depths of the ocean." With that, Sengoku fell silent, accelerating to his utmost speed. The original history conceived by Sengoku reflects that Whitebeard had sheltered Fishman Island, safeguarding it from the ravages of the Great Pirate Era. However, this narrative has since been altered by Sengoku, who remains uncertain whether Whitebeard will take action, yet harbors the hope that he will refrain from doing so. Chapter 42. The Conqueror's Haki. Upon Sengoku's arrival at the port where the ships were docked, he discovered that the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were already engaged in combat, not against his marine soldiers, but rather against those of other pirate crews. The Warring States period swiftly identified the distinctively characterized figure of the old man with a white beard. In the Warring States period, he commanded the other Marines to refrain from indiscriminately attacking the members of the Whitebeard pirates. However, any other pirate crews that dared to approach could be freely assaulted. The Whitebeard pirates were currently the most formidable crew upon the seas, rendering other pirate factions utterly powerless against them. In a remarkably short span of time, they had dispatched those pirates, albeit with a far more brutal methodology than that of the Navy. Not a single pirate was left alive. Whitebeard, wielding his blade, gazed at Sengoku and remarked, "Sengoku, what brings you to Fishman Island?" Buddha Sengoku coldly remarked, "Since when did the Whitebeard pirates have the authority to dictate the whereabouts of the marine soldiers? Must I report my every movement to you? Pray tell, what brings you to Fishman Island uninvited? Surely, you do not intend to capture the Fishman race as slaves like those other pirates? If that is your plan, you are gravely mistaken. As long as I, Sengoku, am present, you shall not seize a single Fishman civilian from the Whitebeard pirates." A man with a pineapple hairstyle retorted, "Sengoku, cease your nonsensical ramblings. The Whitebeard pirates merely seek passage through Fishman Island on our way back to the New World. We have no intention of enslaving any race." With a booming laugh, Whitebeard continued, "Sengoku, you still delight in your cunning schemes, yet I wonder if your strength has waned as much as your preparations." With that, Whitebeard brandished his weapon and charged at Sengoku with vigor. As Sengoku calmly spoke, "You need not concern yourself with this, Whitebeard." He immediately transformed into his Buddha form and charged towards Whitebeard. Observing this, Marco and Borsellino urged those nearby to maintain a safe distance from the two formidable figures. As Sengoku observed Whitebeard enveloped in the swirling might of Conqueror's Haki, he inwardly cursed Whitebeard for his reckless demeanor. Subsequently, Sengoku too infused his fist with the formidable Conqueror's Haki. The ensuing clash between the fist of Buddha, adorned with Conqueror's Haki, and the ethereal shockwave of power resonated through the air. Upon their collision, the very heavens transformed, and the intense pressure from the confrontation sent several weaker Marines and pirates soaring away. Tiger and his companions, who had just arrived on the scene, were utterly astonished by the magnitude of such an assault. Arlong spoke slowly, "Brother Tiger, Brother Jibei, did you see? Their blades and fists did not physically collide. Rather, they clashed in midair. What manner of attack is this?" Jibei regarded Tiger with a similarly perplexed expression. Tiger murmured, "Indeed. Admiral Sengoku and Whitebeard are among the most formidable beings upon these seas. If my conjecture is correct, they are employing the technique of Conqueror's Haki." Borsellino cast a surprised glance at Tiger and remarked, "Truly, you are a worthy candidate chosen by Mr. Sengoku. You possess knowledge of Conqueror's Haki. It is rare to find such awareness in these waters, especially in the isolated Fishman Island." Tiger modestly replied, "I have merely heard of Conqueror's Haki during my adventures at sea. The specifics elude me. Surely, you, Admiral Borsellino, can elaborate." "Very well. Since there is little else to occupy us, I shall enlighten you on Conqueror's Haki. You must understand that those who wield Conqueror's Haki are exceedingly few, and even fewer can master it to the point of wrapping their Haki. The disparity in strength between those who have yet to reach the wrapping stage and those who have is profoundly significant." Sengoku felt the pressure exerted by Whitebeard to be even more formidable than that imposed by Garp. He was uncertain whether this was a result of the Conqueror's Haki or the powers of the Devil Fruit. Although Sengoku was somewhat inferior in strength to Whitebeard, he still harbored the confidence to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation. With this thought in mind, his hesitation diminished, and his demeanor became increasingly fierce. Observing this, Whitebeard exclaimed, "Sengoku, have you lost your mind? To act in such a manner, look around you. Are you not concerned about destroying Fishman Island? You may wish for death, but I have no such desire. Cease your actions immediately. Upon casting a glance at the colossal bubble enveloping Fishman Island, the warring states felt a tremor of astonishment and thus ceased his actions. In a moment of exasperation, Sengoku remarked, Newgate, have you truly succumbed to the fear of death? It seems you have indeed embraced the concept of family, which has rendered you somewhat feeble. And was it not you who struck first? What right do you have to admonish me? Whitebeard, unfazed by Sengoku's accusations, chuckled, but Roger has passed, has he not? The last time Garp sought me out. We did not engage in any sparring. I merely felt an impulse to test my skills against you. Yet I must clarify that I did not unleash my full strength. It was you who went all out. Do not feign ignorance. Newgate, you did not hold back. Do you truly believe you are incapable of fighting with your full might? Your recent attack was clearly meant to end my life. If there is nothing more to discuss, I suggest you hastily take your sons and depart. The benefits of camaraderie are lost on a solitary being such as yourself. Sengoku, taken aback by Whitebeard's audacity, felt a surge of indignation and nearly divulged the fate that awaited Whitebeard at the hands of the rebellious offspring he had raised. However, he restrained himself, knowing that even if he spoke the truth, Whitebeard would dismiss it as slander against his sons and would likely respond with violence. The warring states are acutely aware that he is currently no match for Whitebeard. He certainly harbors no inclination towards self-martyrdom. He envisions a future, 5 years hence, when the system awakens, empowering him to teach Whitebeard a lesson at will. Who is truly the solitary figure here? Just as you have adopted sons, so too can I. If there is nothing pressing, take your son and depart swiftly. By the way, your Whitebeard pirates are presently the most formidable crew in these waters. Perhaps you should rein in the other pirate crews surrounding you. That is a concern for your navy, not mine. Throughout their exchange, neither party has ceased their actions, leading outsiders to perceive that they are still embroiled in a fierce battle. So, pray tell, what is your true purpose in visiting Fishman Island? Hasn't T. Marco already clarified? We are merely passing through and have observed pirates attempting to plunder Fishman Island. My son, too, has Fishman heritage, and upon arriving in his homeland, I shall not permit others to lay waste to it. Upon glancing at the crowd depicted in the image of the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku indeed discerned the presence of a fishman. This recollection led Sengoku to recall that the Whitebeard pirates even boasted a fishman captain. Coupled with historical context, Sengoku was now thoroughly convinced of Whitebeard's assertions. Since the pirate threat had been neutralized, it was best for you to depart swiftly. Your presence would only incite panic among the residents of Fishman Island. Chapter 43. The banquet. Whitebeard countered, That will not do, Sengoku. After such a grand battle, I must host a magnificent feast to celebrate. Recognizing the futility of attempting to expel Whitebeard, Sengoku decided to abandon pretense and straightforwardly declared, In that case, you may hold your banquet here. Only the fishmen of your crew may depart, while the other pirates are prohibited from disturbing the residents of Fishman Island. Rest assured, Sengoku. Having received Whitebeard's response, Sengoku promptly took his leave. Observing this, Whitebeard chuckled heartily. Kurora. Sengoku, would you care to share a drink? Sengoku directly disregarded Whitebeard's words. Borsalino inquired with confusion, Mr. Sengoku, has your grand battle concluded just like that? Buddha, with a sense of exasperation, remarked. What else can be done if we do not bring this to an end? Can I and Whitebeard still obliterate Fishman Island and then cease hostilities? For now, let us disregard the Whitebeard pirates. Their crew poses no threat to the residents of Fishman Island. They are merely passing through. And as long as the Marines keep an eye on them, all will be well. Tiger, puzzled, cast a glance at Buddha. Could the words of a pirate general truly be trusted? Newgate was not a man prone to deceit, and there were indeed members of the Fishman race aboard his vessel. If you harbor doubts regarding my assertions, feel free to inquire with them. I believe you will find familiar faces among them. Furthermore, I shall remain vigilant over the Whitebeard pirates at Fishman Island until their departure, so there is no need for concern regarding their potential harm to the island. However, I cannot leave this place at present, so I kindly ask you to convey my apologies to King Neptune and Odoheim. I am unable to bid them farewell. With that, Buddha turned towards his warship, and of course, Borsalino followed suit. Seeing this, Tiger and his companions hastened to Mermaid Cafe to report these developments to Neptune and Odoheim. As evening approached, the door to Buddha's office was suddenly flung open by Borsalino. He pointed at the array of local delicacies and snacks brought by the Marines, inquiring, General Buddha, what is the meaning of this? Surely, you are not blind to the fact that I am counting the specialties we have procured? Had you arrived earlier, with your speed, you would have gathered everything by now. Instead, you chose to observe the Whitebeard pirates. What did you discern? Did they display any unusual behavior? Borsalino appeared somewhat awkward as he replied. They exhibited no unusual activity. The officers of the Whitebeard pirates were merely engaged in merriment, while the rest of the crew busied themselves with preparations for a feast. Upon hearing the mention of a banquet, Buddha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Our Marines are not the security for the Whitebeard pirates. If they are hosting a feast, we shall host one as well, though we shall forego the libations. No one opposed the idea of a banquet. Through the diligent efforts of the Marines, a grander celebration than that of the Whitebeard pirates was soon arranged, albeit with some regret over the absence of spirits. Just as Buddha was relishing the feast, he was pleased to see Neptune and his entourage arrive. Neptune, your timing is impeccable. You hosted us at noon, and now you must partake in the delights of our Navy's cuisine. With that, Buddha ushered Neptune's party over. Queen Otoheim interjected, General Buddha, we did not come to partake in the banquet. Rather, we are here to inform you that the Fishman Kingdom has consented to your Navy's recruitment of our people, though we have stipulations. Ah, splendid. Discussing matters need not hinder your enjoyment of the feast. It would be a waste to let such a bounty go untasted. Let us converse while we dine. Please, share with us your conditions. Upon Buddha's invitation, all but Queen Otoheim began to indulge in the food. General Buddha, our requests are simple and consist of 2 points. First, during the recruitment process, there must be no coercion. Enlistment must be voluntary, and individuals must willingly choose to serve in the Marines. Compulsion is unacceptable. Second, should any of our fishman brethren join the Marines, they must be treated equally, without any form of discrimination or preferential treatment. They should be regarded as regular Marines. The earlier proposal to establish a branch on Fishman Island exclusively for fishmen is no longer necessary. A standard allocation will suffice, and our kingdom shall raise no objections. In the Warring States period, the general remarked, what could the esteemed Queen E.G. possibly desire? It appears that these are her requests. Allow me to clarify without the need to consult General Kong. We shall certainly not resort to conscription by force. Furthermore, we shall treat all individuals equally, as our Navy is a legitimate institution and will not engage in any frivolities. However, we do have certain prerequisites for recruitment, as we are indeed a formal organization. Please, General Zhonghua, feel free to articulate any requirements you may have. In the presence of Admiral Sengoku, someone distributed recruitment flyers for the Navy to everyone, handing each person a copy. The document detailed the recruitment criteria and benefits. Princess Oiheim promptly began to read aloud. The first requirement for enlisting in the Navy is to possess a sense of justice. The second stipulates that candidates must be at least 18 years of age. And the 20th requirement states that those with a criminal history need not apply. Only criminal records officially documented in the Navy are considered. Tiger chuckled, remarking, Admiral Sengoku, your enlistment criteria are quite reasonable. I believe that our compatriots aspiring to become sailors will undoubtedly agree to these terms. Do not merely focus on the requirements. Take note of the benefits as well. Tiger continued, enumerating. Benefit 1, attractive compensation, with high salaries and guaranteed retirement. Benefit 2, ample opportunities for advancement, with a transparent promotion process. Benefit 3, Benefit 50, guidance from esteemed admirals. Upon reviewing these advantages, Admiral Sengoku jested, after seeing these benefits, I too am tempted to enlist as a sailor. Ha ha ha, but you are destined to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, so let us not jest. King Neptune and Princess Oiheim chimed in unison, excellent. Following this, Neptune added with a smile, Admiral Sengoku, you might as well initiate a recruitment drive right now. I believe many of my citizens would be eager to join the Navy. The Warring States general waved his hand in refusal, stating, it is still too late. Let us discuss this another time. The recruitment can proceed tomorrow, and we can assist you in gathering soldiers. Zhonghua turned to the speaking Princess Yihim. Then I shall trouble you tomorrow, Princess Yihim. The ensuing banquet was filled with merriment. Once everyone had satisfied their appetites, they dispersed. In a secluded spot, Zhonghua and Whitebeard indulged in fine wine. Gulalalala, Zhonghua, you must have other motives beyond merely making Fisher Tiger a warlord of the sea. Indeed, there are ulterior motives, but I cannot disclose them to you. I have no desire to know. This wine is nearly finished, and you ought to reveal the reason for my summons. Chapter 44, Roger's wife and child. What purpose could I have in seeking you? I simply wish to share a drink. Whitebeard, seeing the situation, stood up and declared, if you don't speak, I shall take my leave. Don't go. I will tell you. What I wish to share pertains to Roger. Upon hearing Roger's name, Whitebeard resumed his seat. What do you know about Roger? I am certain that what you know, I know too. If Garp claims to possess knowledge about Roger that I am unaware of, I might entertain that notion. Spare me your words. You must be plotting something. If you doubt me, you are free to leave. I shall not stop you. Do not employ such provocations. You are overthinking. I have no intention of provoking you. If you truly wish to leave, you may. Enough of this. Speak quickly. Very well. I shall take the high road and not argue with you. Do you know that Roger's wife is with child? What? Roger's wife is pregnant? Whitebeard's voice boomed, causing Zhonghua to wince at the volume. Newgate, do you wish for all of Fishman Island to learn of Roger's wife's condition? Whitebeard, upon realizing his outburst, glanced around nervously, fearing discovery. Stop looking. There is no one around. In a hushed tone, Whitebeard asked, is what you say true? Is Roger's wife truly pregnant? How could I have been unaware of Roger having a wife, let alone that she is with child? And how did you come by this information? Your relationship with Roger is not close enough for him to confide in you. In the Warring States period, he chuckled and said, Newgate, You are correct. This matter was indeed not conveyed to me directly by Roger. Rather, it was communicated to me by Garp. Could it be that Garp informed you? No, that cannot be. Forgiving Garp's disposition, he would never disclose such matters to anyone else. How did you come to know about the warring states? The manner of my knowledge is of little consequence. Yet it is now a matter of fact that the world government has become aware of Roger's wife and her condition of pregnancy. However, the specifics of her identity remain unknown to them. They are only aware of her homeland. As for how the world government acquired this information, that is not a matter for you to inquire about, for neither I nor Garp reported it. After all, the rulers of this world are indeed the world government, and they possess the means to inquire into Roger's whereabouts. Whitebeard fell into a brief silence before stating with gravity, "There is no need for further discussion. Simply tell me why you seek me." "Very well, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Roger has entrusted his wife and child to Garp, yet, as you are aware of Garp's disposition, his capabilities in this situation are rather limited. I implore you to ensure that Roger's wife finds refuge in a safe place. However, I must insist that you do not raise Roger's son to become a pirate. Should you refuse this request, I shall withhold any description of Roger's wife and child from you. If you do not intend to nurture Roger's son as a pirate, do you wish to raise him as a marine instead?" Sengoku was completely taken aback. Whitebeard, observing the stunned Garp, cautiously inquired, "Sengoku, could it be that you truly intend to raise Roger's offspring to become a marine?" Zhanghua took a hearty swig of wine and laughed. "Newgate, your conjecture is nearly correct, very close to the truth. For my ambition extends beyond merely molding Roger's son into an exemplary marine. I shall cultivate him into nothing less than an admiral, nay, even the fleet admiral of the Navy." In the Warring States period, Whitebeard's expression turned rather grim as he continued, "It is not my volition that Roger's descendants become marines. It was Roger's demand. Do not jest." Whitebeard nearly bellowed in fury, yet fearing the ears of others, his voice dwindled to a mere whisper, audible only to the two of them. After all, Roger was the pirate king. How could he possibly permit his progeny to serve as hounds for the world government? In the Warring States period, you must have sought vengeance against Roger, intending to cultivate his descendants into marines, compelling them to personally bring an end to the grand pirate era that Roger had initiated. This is your most profound act of retribution against Roger. Why do you not refute, Warring States? Have I accurately discerned your thoughts? The Warring States, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "I must admit, Newgate, your imagination is indeed formidable. How had I not recognized the extent of your creativity before? Previously, I believed your thoughts were solely occupied with family, fine wine, and women. It appears I have underestimated you, and our Navy's intelligence seems somewhat outdated. Failing to uncover such significant news, it is truly a pity that you do not pursue a career as a writer. With your remarkable experiences and exaggerated imagination, you would undoubtedly excel as an author." "What writer? I can barely read a few characters. How could I possibly become a writer?" Let us not digress. Since you refuse to acknowledge it, explain why Roger chose to raise his descendants as marines. Why would Roger cultivate his offspring into marines? How could I know? I am not a worm in Roger's belly, privy to his thoughts. However, he continued, the fact that Roger entrusted his wife and children to Garp serves as compelling evidence. If Roger did not wish for Garp to raise his descendants as marines, why would he have entrusted them to him? Would it not have been preferable to leave them in the care of other members of the Roger Pirates? Even entrusting them to you would have been more reliable. Considering your dedication to family far surpasses Garp's. From this information, it is evident that Roger did not desire his offspring to become pirates. Newgate, you should know I am not speaking in jest. Whitebeard fell silent. After a moment, the Warring States chuckled. "So, Newgate, have you given my request some thought? Will you consent?" Stubbornly, Whitebeard replied, "Roger never explicitly stated that he wanted his descendants to become marines. These are merely your conjectures. Based on my understanding of Roger, he would never allow his offspring to become marines. Thus, I shall not acquiesce to your demands." Zhanghua stood up and left without a word. "Zhanghua, you have yet to inform me about the news concerning Roger's wife and children." Sengoku halted in his tracks, turning to gaze coldly into the eyes of Whitebeard. "Newgate, I have previously stated that unless you acquiesce to my terms, I shall not reveal the whereabouts of Roger's wife and children to you. While I am reluctant to see the innocent family of Roger perish unjustly, I am equally opposed to the idea of you nurturing his progeny into becoming pirates. After all, they are the bloodline of Roger. Should they indeed be molded into pirates under your influence, it is conceivable that they could rise to become a formidable pirate in their own right, perhaps even eclipsing Roger's legacy and ascending as the new pirate king. The potential is significant, especially with your backing and the support of the former crew of the Roger Pirates. The likelihood of him becoming the new pirate king is indeed quite substantial." Chapter 45, Marine or Pirate? Do I appear to you as one who would personally cultivate his enemies? Thus, it is preferable to prevent the untimely death of Roger's family now, rather than facing the catastrophic losses to our Navy in the future due to the actions of Roger's descendants. With that, Sengoku swiftly departed. Before the Warring States could venture far, they were halted by the white-bearded figure. Upon witnessing the situation, Sengoku felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a serious demeanor as he inquired, "Whitebeard, what is the purpose of obstructing my path? Do you intend to coerce me into answering?" With a conflicted expression, Whitebeard replied, "Very well, Sengoku, I shall acquiesce to your conditions. However, I shall not actively facilitate the transformation of Roger's descendants into Marines, nor will I permit them to become pirates. Once I have ensured the safety and well-being of Roger's wife and child, I shall relay their whereabouts to you. At that juncture, you may bring Garp to meet them. Ultimately, whether Roger's progeny chooses the life of a pirate or a Marine shall rest solely upon their own decision. We shall not interfere in their choice." Sengoku feigned surprise as he glanced at Whitebeard, then grasped his hand and smiled. "Let us toast to the success of our collaboration. I never anticipated that you, Newgate, would acquiesce to my conditions. It seems your bond with Roger is even more profound than I had imagined." Whitebeard, visibly displeased, retorted, "Enough of the pleasantries, Sengoku. Quickly inform me of Roger's wife and children's whereabouts. I must set out immediately. If the world government's minions discover them, it will spell disaster. Roger's wife is known as Port Asti Rouge. Port Asti Rouge belongs to the illustrious lineage of the D clan. Jean Gua, unfazed by Whitebeard's astonishment, continued speaking. Port Asti Rouge hails from a place in the South Sea known as Badarilla Island. If you venture there, you should be able to locate her. However, I cannot ascertain whether the world government has discovered that location. It would be prudent for you to bring a larger contingent. Having the advantage in battle is crucial." He then tossed a Dinden Mushi to Whitebeard. With a look of urgency, Whitebeard grasped the Dinden Mushi and departed at the swiftest pace, while Zhangguo leisurely made his way back to his warship. By the time Zhangguo reached his vessel, the members of the Whitebeard pirates had already vacated Fishman Island. The soldiers aboard the warship were equally taken aback by the unusual actions of the Whitebeard pirates. On the deck, Sengoku expressed his astonishment. "How is it that you all are awake?" With a grave demeanor, Borsalino replied, "General Sengoku, where have you just been? The Whitebeard pirates have suddenly departed. It remains unclear what their intentions may be." Zhangguo gazed in astonishment at the location where the Whitebeard pirates had once made their camp, feigning surprise as he remarked, "They truly have departed. If they wish to leave, let them be. We need not concern ourselves with their intentions. Now that they are gone, we can relax our nerves. If there are no pressing matters, let a few sailors remain on night watch. The rest should rest. Tomorrow, we shall be enlisting new recruits. You all will represent the Navy, so it is imperative that you present your finest demeanor. Dark circles under your eyes are unacceptable. Those bearing such signs shall remain aboard the ship and forego the enlistment. Therefore, those who do not wish to stay on the ship should promptly return and rest well." "Yes, Admiral Zhangguo." The sailors on deck chorused. With that, the sailors hastened back to their quarters to rest, and soon, the deck was nearly empty of personnel. Sengoku nodded with satisfaction, preparing to return for some rest. However, Borsalino, his expression filled with confusion, inquired, "Mr. Sengoku, you have yet to answer my question. Have I not addressed all your inquiries? Is there anything left unanswered?" Sengoku remarked, continuing on his way. After taking a few steps, he suddenly tapped his head and retraced his steps. "Ah, you asked where I had just been. Where could I possibly go? An old man's slumber cannot compare to the vigor of youth. When sleep eludes me at night, I take a stroll, and upon my return, I hear the delightful news of the Whitebeard pirates' departure." Noticing Borsalino's skeptical gaze, Sengoku continued, "Why do you regard me with such disbelief? You are still young. When you reach my age, you will comprehend my words. As one ages, the duration of sleep diminishes." With that, Sengoku departed without a backward glance, leaving Borsalino in a state of bewilderment. Reflecting on Sengoku's words, Borsalino realized that indeed, he no longer enjoyed the lengthy slumbers of his youth. Coupled with his long-standing impression of Sengoku, he began to accept the old man's assertion. After all, Sengoku was nearing retirement age, and it was perfectly normal for him to require less sleep. Ironically, the very man who claimed to sleep little swiftly succumbed to slumber as soon as he lay down, neglecting even the ritual of washing up. The next day, after freshening up and having breakfast, Sengoku, donned in his new military uniform, made his way to the most bustling street of Fishman Island, accompanied by the newly attired soldiers. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the soldiers, a recruitment station was swiftly established. Admiral Sengoku surveyed the banner proclaiming the first recruitment station of Fishman Island with a satisfied nod. He then entered the station accompanied by several officers, while the remaining Marines were dispatched to distribute recruitment flyers. Soon, the streets of Fishman Island were bustling with residents clutching the recruitment pamphlets. An hour passed during which, despite the abundance of flyers, not a single fishman approached the recruitment station to enlist. There were even no inquiries made. This disheartened the officers within the station, and Sengoku himself felt a pang of disappointment. However, he concealed his dismay as he observed the despondency enveloping the room. The warring states admonished, "It has only been an hour since the recruitment began. Do not be disheartened. Perhaps we arrived too early, and the residents of Fishman Island have yet to emerge onto the streets. Everyone, muster some spirit. This lethargy is unacceptable. If any residents contemplating enlistment were to witness your current demeanor, they might be dissuaded." Especially you, Borsalino, take this seriously. The very first person who enters for consultation will be attended to by you. As Sengoku's words were not yet concluded, the officers within the recruitment station became invigorated. Particularly the one named Borsalino, who had been singled out by Sengoku. Just as Sengoku finished speaking, a timid merman entered the room. The merman hesitantly inquired, "Excuse me. Is this the place to enlist as a marine?" Hearing that a merman had come to enlist, Sengoku immediately smiled and declared, "Indeed. This shall serve as the recruitment station for the marines." He then whispered to Borsalino, "Borsalino, this first recruitment task is entrusted to you. Be sure to handle it well." Borsalino, with a look of helplessness, replied, "Mr. Sengoku, you should first consider the child's age. Does he meet the conscription requirements? Even if I were to persuade him, he still cannot become a marine, can he?" Chapter 46, Recruitment at Fishman Island. Upon hearing Borsalino's words, Sengoku finally turned to look at the speaking young merman. In the Warring States period, the little merman had already positioned himself before the chair of Borsalino. This young merman was no more than 10 years old, and he might not even have reached that age yet. Zhangguo felt a wave of speechlessness within. He had never anticipated that the first to register would be a mere child. Just yesterday, Zhangguo had conferred with Neptune and the others, and it was inconceivable to now accept a young merman, thus undermining his own authority. The esteemed Sengoku entrusted the matter to Borsalino, who, with understanding, gently inquired, "Dear child, how old are you this year?" The young fishman timidly replied, "I am 9 years old, or rather, I will soon be 10. Borsalino continued, "However, in our Navy, the youngest eligible recruits must be at least 18 years of age, so you cannot enlist just yet. You must wait for another 8 years, and when you reach 18, you may return to enlist. You are simply too young at this moment." 8 years? Such a long time. Uncle, can't you allow me to become a sailor now? Looking at the adorable young fishman, Borsalino's tone softened further. "Alas, dear child, I do not possess the authority to grant you that wish. Where are your parents? Why have you come alone?" Upon hearing this inquiry, tears welled up in the young fishman's eyes. "My mother and father were slain by pirates. The older fishman on Fishman Street told me that the Navy possesses great power, which is why I aspire to become a sailor to avenge my parents by vanquishing the pirates. I implore you, dear uncles, please let me join the Navy." With those words, the young fishman could no longer contain his tears and began to cry. His sobbing left the burly men at the recruitment station utterly helpless, until Sengoku offered comforting words that eventually soothed the child. At that moment, Tiger entered with a group of fishmen. Arlong, standing behind Tiger, rushed forward and scooped up the still-sniffling young fishman, shouting furiously, "What have you despicable humans done to little Maul?" Arlong's words ignited the wrath of the fishmen behind him. As Sengoku was about to explain, he was interrupted by the fishmen behind Tiger. "Brother Tiger, I told you humans cannot be trusted. They are no different from those despicable pirates. They only want to capture me and make me their slave." The conscription station instantly erupted in chaos. Sengoku initially intended to use his conqueror's haki to calm the fishmen, but fearing it might provoke their tempers, known to be quite volatile, he opted to assert himself verbally instead. All of this transpired in a fleeting moment. Seeing the turmoil, Tiger commanded, "Everyone quiet down. We do not yet know the full circumstances." Upon hearing Tiger's words, the fishmen, who had been hurling insults at Sengoku and the others, fell silent. Arlong, disgruntled, exclaimed, "Brother, do we still need to find a reason? Little Mole is crying so sorrowfully. It must be because these humans bullied him. His parents died protecting Fishman Island. We cannot let these humans go unpunished." Tiger retorted, "Arlong, silence yourself. Little Mole, did they bully you?" Little Mole shook his head and replied, "No, they were all very kind. They did not bully me at all." Arlong, puzzled, asked, "If they did not bully you, why are you crying so sadly?" Little Mole responded, "I miss my mommy and daddy. That's why I am crying." Tiger, upon hearing this, declared, "You all heard that." Quickly apologized to General Sengoku. When no one spoke up, Tiger continued, "General Sengoku, I have not disciplined them properly. Please do not hold their behavior against them. They are unfortunate souls without parents. If you must blame someone, let it be me for failing to teach them better." Arlong felt a warmth in his heart at his brother's apology, but soon was engulfed by a deep sense of shame. It seemed as though he had made a monumental resolution. His expression shifted continuously before he addressed Sengoku in a nonchalant manner. "General Sengoku, this matter was a misunderstanding on my part. It has nothing to do with anyone else. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me, and I will submit to your judgment." In the face of the gallant and self-sacrificing Arlong, the Warring States displayed a helpless smile tinged with sorrow. As Sengoku was about to speak, he heard Jinbei's voice. Jinbei lightly tapped Arlong's head and said, "You imbecile, Brother Tiger instructed you to apologize to General Sengoku." "Not in this manner. Is this truly an apology?" Arlong, puzzled, replied, "Brother Jinbei, is my method of apology incorrect? In the human films I have watched, is this not how humans express their apologies? I endeavored to demonstrate my sincerity by adopting their manner of apology." As the situation unfolded, Sengoku found himself unable to contain his emotions any longer. Initially, he believed that Arlong harbored an excessive animosity towards humanity, leading him to express such sentiments. However, Sengoku soon realized that Along had been misguided by the films he had watched, likely of the darker genre. Along. Our methods of apology as humans are not dissimilar to those of your fishman kind. The narratives portrayed in those films are mere performances, all fabricated. The revelation left Along in a state of shock. He had never anticipated that the stories presented in his favorite human films were nothing but illusions. This profound realization struck a severe blow to his already troubled heart. Jinbei interjected, Along, I previously advised you to steer clear of such films. Yet you were reluctant to heed my counsel. Now you understand the consequences of ignoring your elder brother's words, do you not? Set aside those films and promptly extend your apologies to Admiral Sengoku. Have you not noticed the growing assembly of residents outside? With a heavy heart, Along confessed. Admiral Sengoku, I am truly sorry. I was wrong to indiscriminately accuse you. Zhangguo smiled and said, On behalf of those you have wrongfully accused, I forgive you. In truth, this matter is of little consequence. What holds paramount importance now is the situation concerning Xiao Mauer. At merely 9 years of age, he aspires to become a Marine. As I mentioned yesterday, the minimum age for such an endeavor is 18. We have attempted to elucidate this to him. Yet at his tender age, he struggles to comprehend our intentions. Since you are acquainted with him, I kindly ask for your assistance. Taiga nodded and gestured towards the entrance, where a slightly older young merman stepped in to escort Xiao Mao away. The general, Zhang Guo, expressed his apologies. I regret any inconvenience Xiao Mao has caused you. The warring states waved his hand dismissively and inquired, What brings such a multitude to the conscription station? Are you here to assist us in recruiting? Tej responded with a smile, General Warring States, some of my brothers are here to enlist, while others have come to aid in the recruitment efforts. The officers within the conscription station were filled with joy and soon began to assist the fishmen in signing up. With the arrival of Tej and his companions, the number of fishmen seeking to enlist increased. However, many remained hesitant, still observing from the sidelines. Chapter 47. Enduring the Darkness. In the midst of the bustling recruitment efforts, it was fortunate that Yihim and Neptune arrived with assistance for Sengoku. With the support of Yihim, Tiger, and others, the remaining sailors with prior recruitment experience were able to help at the station while distributing flyers outside. This allowed the tirelessly occupied Sengoku a moment to catch his breath. After a long day of recruitment, although many fishmen arrived, the majority were merely seeking information. They were grateful to Sengoku for driving away the pirates, but were unfamiliar with the navy and hesitant to enlist outright. Additionally, among those signing up were several youths, like Zaimeyer, who had not yet reached the age of 18. Ultimately, only a little over 200 successfully registered, and through the selection process, merely 54 were chosen. However, Sengoku felt that one among them was worth more than 100 recruits, Jinbei. After the recruitment concluded, Sengoku approached Jinbei. Is there something you wish to discuss, Admiral Sengoku? Jinbei inquired. Not particularly. I merely wish to inform you that our navy may not be as glorious as you might envision. We are constrained by the world government, and many of our actions may not be just, Sengoku replied. Jinbei smiled and responded, Admiral Sengoku, there is no need to elaborate. My brother Tiger has already enlightened me on these matters. When I expressed my desire to become a sailor yesterday, he shared the frustrations of the navy and the darkness of the world government. However, in these brief 2 days, your demeanor and that of the other sailors have instilled in me a sense of trust. I believe that despite the world government shadows, the navy can still bring justice to the world. Sengoku responded, I am delighted that you wish to join us. But I must forewarn you that the darkness of the world government is far more profound than what your brother Tiger has conveyed. The sacrifices you will face will be significant, and the dark realities you will encounter will exceed those of others. Thus, you must possess a heart capable of enduring this darkness. Should you lack such fortitude, I advise against enlisting. For I would be compelled to pursue you if you were to defect from the navy, even if it meant I would have to take action myself. I recognize you as a person of genuine justice, and I do not wish to harm someone who embodies such ideals. To prevent such a day from occurring, I urge you to contemplate this decision carefully before joining us. A grave expression crossed Jinbei's earnest face as he pondered for a moment before asking, Admiral Sengoku, may I pose a question? Certainly, feel free to ask, Sengoku replied. Admiral Sengoku, I wish to inquire why, despite your awareness of the world government's darkness, you continue to endure it. What enables you to withstand such adversity? Zhangguo chuckled bitterly. As for me, I did not initially comprehend the darkness of the world government. When I first joined the navy, I naively believed in its proclaimed justice. However, as I ascended through the ranks, I gradually uncovered the obscurity of the navy, the world government, and indeed, the world itself. In my youth, I was so incensed by the nefarious actions of the world government that I contemplated resigning from the navy. Yet, I pondered what I could possibly do if I left. Should I become a pirate and openly oppose the world government's malevolence? Or should I retreat into obscurity, forsaking all worldly affairs? Ultimately, I rejected both paths, for I knew they would lead to regret. My family was slain by pirates, and I could never become one myself, even if I were to turn to piracy, given my strength at the time. My rebellion against the world government would be short-lived before I was captured and imprisoned and impelled down. As for retreating, that was merely a euphemism for evasion. So, General Zhangguo, you chose to continue as a Marine? Indeed, I opted to remain a Marine. though this path demands the endurance of darkness. It allows for the preservation of some semblance of justice. Moreover, I have witnessed an increase in fellow Marines who share my sense of righteousness since my early days. This is the outcome of my choice to persist as a Marine, as long as we lead by example. The flame of justice will not be extinguished but will burn ever brighter. Had I chosen one of those other two paths, the higher echelons of the Navy would not possess the same righteous spirit as they do today, potentially leading to collusion with the world government. Consequently, the last bastion of justice in this world would vanish. This is the reason I can endure the darkness of the world government. Now, Jinbei, can you provide me with your answer? Jinbei did not respond to Zhang Guo's inquiry. Instead, he posed another question. General Zhang Guo, are we to endure this darkness indefinitely? As Sengoku smiled, he declared, I can endure for as long as necessary, but I shall never allow future generations to suffer the same darkness we have endured. Jinbei's eyes sparkled as he responded, Admiral Sengoku, I am willing to stand alongside you in this darkness. Ha ha ha, then let us bear this darkness together. With those words, Sengoku departed, while Jinbei made his way to Fishman Street to bid farewell to his companions. Upon returning to the warship, Sengoku relayed the events concerning Fishman Island to Sora. After listening intently, Sora fell into a contemplative silence before finally speaking. Sengoku, your recent leave has indeed brought me unexpected surprises. Pray tell, how did you manage to garner the support of the Fishman tribe? Admiral Sora, you must contain your excitement. You need to swiftly fulfill the conditions I promised to the Fishman tribe. Only then will we see a steady influx of fishmen enlisting in our ranks. In a matter of years, our Navy will boast a Fishman unit that rivals even the giant tribe's forces. I trust you understand the significance of a Fishman unit to our Navy. Understood. I shall commence efforts to shift public opinion in favor of the Fishman tribe. Additionally, I will reach out to nations allied with us to advocate for the Fishman tribe's inclusion as a member of the world government. Given their stature, their accession would grant them immediate eligibility to participate in global discussions. Regarding the establishment of a base on Fishman Island, I will deploy Marines to garrison there. Let us not rush the establishment of the base. I have already provided your contact to Neptune and Princess Shirahoshi of the Fishman Kingdom. They will reach out to you regarding these matters. As for the negotiation of interests, I leave that to you. What I can tell you is that the Fishman Kingdom is predominantly led by Princess Shirahoshi, while Neptune, much like Zephyr, is somewhat subservient to his wife. Furthermore, during my interactions over the past couple of days, I have observed that Princess Shirahoshi commands greater respect among the fishmen than Neptune himself. Thus, if you can persuade her, everything else will fall into place. It would be prudent to have Tsuru accompany you in discussions, as women often understand one another better. Chapter 48. Departure from Fishman Island. Understood. I will bring Tsuru along. When will you return? I shall depart from Fishman Island early tomorrow morning, heading towards headquarters. And I anticipate arriving by tomorrow evening. Very well, once you return to headquarters, do share how you persuaded the Fishman tribe. By the way, Admiral Sora, I intend to bring back the 54 Fishman Marines I just enlisted today. Please arrange accommodations for them in advance. Is it necessary to emphasize the importance of 54 Fishman Marines? Of course it is. Have you lost your senses? These 54 Marines represent our initial step towards establishing relations with the Fishman tribe. How could we possibly overlook that? Among these Marines is one of exceptional talent, whose abilities rival those of Fisher Tiger, on the verge of becoming one of the warlords of the sea. I dare say, his potential may even surpass that of Fisher Tiger. Once he truly matures, his impact in maritime combat could rival that of an admiral. Indeed, this warrants our attention. Sengoku, I have noticed that on both occasions you ventured out, you returned with individuals of remarkable talent. I wonder what fortuitous fate has befallen you. I shall instruct the Fishman Marines at headquarters to prepare to welcome their compatriots, and I will extend to them the highest level of hospitality. There is no need for such extravagant treatment. Standard accommodations will suffice. After all, most of our Marines are human. And there are those among them who harbor animosity towards the Fishman tribe, deeming them a savage race. If you were to bestow upon them the highest honors, it would undoubtedly provoke conflict between our Marines and the Fishman Marines, which we must avoid. Furthermore, the Fishman tribe has requested nothing more than fair treatment from our Navy, without any special privileges. Understood. The soldiers aboard the warship during the Warring States period were utterly fatigued, although only 54 Marines had been recruited. The collective exhaustion felt by everyone was akin to having enlisted 5,000. Upon witnessing the situation, Sengoku immediately granted shore leave to the naval soldiers aboard the warship. The sailors, invigorated by this unexpected reprieve, instantly found renewed vigor and began exploring the nocturnal streets with enthusiasm. Even Admiral Borsellino joined in the evening promenade. Zhang Guo casually dined at a local establishment before retreating to rest, leaving the warship with him as its sole occupant. The following morning, in stark contrast to the weary sailors, the 54 successful applicants for the fishing expedition, under the leadership of Jinbei, arrived early beneath Zhang Guo's warship. Observing this, the night watchman promptly reported to Zhang Guo, swiftly rousing the entire crew aboard the warship. As Sengoku and his companions awakened, they promptly ordered the warship to set sail. For the coating had been completed. The vessel smoothly ascended to the surface of the sea, emerging from Fishman Island. Once above the water, all the human soldiers aboard eagerly inhaled the fresh air, Sengoku included. Despite the beauty of Fishman Island, it was hardly suitable for human habitation, while remaining on the island was manageable. The transition from the depths of Fishman Island to the surface proved to be a daunting challenge for those with a fragile psychological constitution. As the specter of deep-sea anxiety loomed large, the warring states did not venture to the nearby Shambodi Islands, but instead advanced directly towards Marinfanto. It was precisely this decision that brought them immense relief. As the warship sailed smoothly, the sudden sound of cannon fire erupted across the surface of the sea. Upon witnessing the situation, Sengoku promptly began inquiring with the lookout station to top the tower regarding the circumstances surrounding the area subjected to artillery bombardment. The admiral reported that a fleet of pirate vessels was assaulting one of our navy's smaller family ships. As Sengoku's expression changed, he urgently commanded, "Borsalino, hurry and provide support. We must ensure the safety of the families aboard the ship." Without hesitation, Borsalino transformed into a beam of laser light and soared toward the warship. The warship activated its engines at full power, racing to intercept the pirates attacking the family vessel, determined not to let them escape. Sengoku, wishing to reach the family ship swiftly, attempted to use the moonwalk technique, but soon realized the distance was too great, prompting him to abandon the effort. Upon arriving at the family ship, Borsalino discovered that pirates had already boarded. The few Marines present were valiantly resisting the onslaught, but their numbers were insufficient, allowing many pirates to breach their defenses and head toward the hold. Seeing this, Borsalino unleashed a barrage of laser beams to dispatch the intruding pirates. The Marines, witnessing Borsalino's timely arrival, felt a surge of confidence. Conversely, the pirates were struck with fear as they observed Borsalino effortlessly eliminate their comrades. One captain shouted, "Do not fear. No matter how powerful he is but one man. According to our intel, Admiral Zephyr's wife and child are aboard this ship. If we eliminate them, we can avenge our captured brothers and captain." Another chimed in, "Merely killing Zephyr's family won't suffice. We must torment them thoroughly to exact our revenge." With that, the two led a charge toward Borsalino. At that moment, a young boy burst from the hold, shouting, "Pirates, prepare to meet your end." Borsalino recognized him as his master's son, and anger flickered across his usually nonchalant face. "Zei, stand back." A woman, filled with dread, rushed from the hold and shielded the boy. Borsalino addressed her, "Mistress, please take Zei and the others to safety. Leave these scoundrels to me." The mother then noticed Borsalino's presence. "Borsalino, you must be cautious," she warned. "You must capture as many pirates as you can." "Silence, child." Borsalino chuckled. "Do not worry, for I am not alone. Sengoku will arrive shortly. Hurry, ensure the little ones are safe." "Understood." After the mother and son departed, Borsalino commanded the Marines to secure the entrance to the hold, declaring that he would handle the pirates. Furious, Borsalino coldly stated, "I shall use you miscreants to test my new techniques. Should any of you survive my new moves, I will grant you mercy." The pirate captains, incensed by Borsalino's arrogance, began to curse him. "How dare a mere rear admiral be so brazen? I will slay you. Who gave you the right to be so insolent?" Borsalino, unfazed by their threats, evaded an attack from one pirate by phasing through it. He then leaped into the air, crossed his arms, and formed a gesture, proclaiming, "Yada no Kagami." As he uttered the name of his technique, countless laser beams erupted from his hands, filling the sky with a torrential rain of light. Each laser beam from Yada no Kagami claimed a pirate's life, and those fortunate enough to survive one beam were swiftly felled by another. The two pirates who had boasted about torturing Zei and his mother were now Borsalino's primary targets. Though they wielded the Busashoka haki, it proved inadequate against Borsalino's overwhelming power. While they could block some laser beams, the relentless onslaught quickly drained their haki, leaving them vulnerable. With their defenses shattered, the two pirates were mercilessly reduced to nothing more than riddled corpses. Despite their fall, Borsalino did not relent. He redirected his Yada no Kagami toward the pirate ship. Suddenly, an unexpected shadow darted in front of him, landing a punch that sent Borsalino crashing into the family ship. Regaining his composure, Borsalino soared back into the air, searching for his assailant. A brazen voice rang out. "You must be one of the most renowned Logia users in the Navy, the light fruit wielder." Ignoring the taunt, Borsalino continued to scan for the source of the voice. The unseen attacker, unfazed by Borsalino's silence, gleefully proclaimed, "Stop wasting your time. I am the Invisible Man, Oswald. Having consumed the invisibility fruit, you won't find me, not even with haki. The thought of killing Zephyr's family fills me with joy, but eliminating you will bring me even greater delight." Oswald continued, "You are now looking at the bounty of 450 million berries. Oswald the Invisible. Remember, it is I who will kill you." Before he could finish, Borsalino unleashed a flurry of laser beams toward Oswald. The pirate laughed. "I told you, you cannot find me. Your attacks are futile." But before Oswald could finish his taunt, Borsalino descended from above with a devastating strike. Although Oswald managed to react, Borsalino's speed was simply too great, landing a blow on Oswald's arm. "Did I not strike you?" Borsalino taunted. "What kind of invisible man hides like a rat in a gutter?" Despite his bravado, Borsalino felt the fatigue from his earlier technique, realizing he lacked the stamina for a prolonged fight. He silently wished for Sengoku's arrival. Enraged, Oswald bellowed, "You dare injure me? You are only the second person to ever do so, and you have successfully provoked my wrath. I will not only kill you, but I will also torment your family." With that, he lunged at Borsellino. Of course, Borsellino would not simply stand still as a target for Oswald's assault. Utilizing his fruit's abilities, he continuously shifted his position, making it impossible for Oswald to land a hit. After a while, Oswald realized his speed was insufficient to catch the constantly evading Borsellino. In a sinister tone, Oswald warned, "If you continue to evade my attacks, I will slaughter your subordinates and their families aboard the ship." However, Oswald was taken aback when Borsellino did not conform to his expectations, refusing to halt for the sake of his subordinates and their families aboard the vessel. Borsellino blatantly disregarded Oswald's words. Upon realizing that his plan had been unraveled, Oswald, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Is this how your navy, which prides itself on representing justice, truly acts? Does your conduct merit such a claim to righteousness? If you care not for their lives, then I shall extinguish them all. And we shall see if you will come to their rescue." With that, Oswald commanded his pirates to persist in their assault on the pirates aboard the family vessels. At that moment, as Oswald issued orders to his crew, Sengoku and his companions arrived. A torrent of red water erupted from Sengoku's warship, crashing down upon Oswald and his men, exploding in midair and unleashing a deluge upon them. Soon, the rain ceased, revealing a figure bathed in crimson, unmistakably Oswald himself. In the midst of the Warring States period, a colossal figure transformed into a Buddha form, leaping into the air to unleash a devastating palm strike that struck Oswald with tremendous force, propelling him into the depths of the sea. As Oswald plunged into the ocean, he instantaneously lost all combat capability. As Sengoku observed the situation, he coldly commanded, "Ensure that all these pirates are captured. Not a single one shall escape. Those who attempt to flee should be dealt with mercilessly." With that, the naval forces surged forth from their ships, and those proficient in the six styles swiftly leapt onto the pirate vessels to engage in combat. Each sailor, with loved ones awaiting their return, was consumed by a profound rage, fighting with reckless abandon. Soon, the pirates began to panic, leaping into the sea in a desperate bid for survival. Unaware that this plunge would seal their fates, the pirates who entered the ocean were swiftly detected by the fishman soldiers lurking beneath the surface. Though labeled as Navy personnel, these fishmen were untrained and merely thugs from Fishman Island. With cruel smiles adorning their faces, they ruthlessly dispatched most of the pirates, leaving the waters stained crimson with their blood. Had it not been for Jinbe's intervention, none of the pirates would have survived. The relentless assault of the Navy, bolstered by the might of Sengoku and Borsellino, quickly decimated the majority of the pirates, with the remaining few being captured. On the deck of the warship, a group of bound pirates was guarded by vigilant sailors, among them the notable Oswald, completely covered in red paint. Recently pulled from the sea, his hands were shackled with sea prism stone, rendering his devil fruit abilities useless, revealing his grotesque visage. In the warship's conference room, Sengoku was dialing Zephyr on the transponder snail. "Hello, Sengoku. What brings you to contact me?" Zephyr inquired, his tone casual. "You have ignored my warnings entirely. I cautioned you to safeguard your wife and child. If I had not fortuitously encountered the situation, their lives would have been in grave peril." Sengoku's voice conveyed his urgency. Zephyr's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. "What is happening? How are my wife and child?" "I do not wish to elaborate," Sengoku replied curtly. "Borsellino, please recount the events surrounding the attack on the family ship." As Borsellino recounted the harrowing details, Zephyr's body was drenched in cold sweat. Stammering, he struggled to grasp the implications of Sengoku's words. Without Sengoku's timely intervention, his family would certainly have met a tragic end. The thought of losing them was unbearable. Noticing Zephyr's silence, Sengoku's voice turned stern. "Now is not the time for silence. I will address your negligence upon my return. This attack was no coincidence. It was premeditated. Conduct an immediate investigation at headquarters. I will interrogate the captured pirates. The mastermind behind the assault on your family ship is the Invisible Man, Oswald, and he was specifically targeting your loved ones." With that, Sengoku abruptly ended the call. Borsellino, witnessing Sengoku's agitation, mustered the courage to interject. "Mr. Sengoku, this situation should not be solely blamed on Zephyr. He could not have foreseen such an event." Admiral Sengoku coldly stated, "This matter pertains solely to me and Zephyr. It does not concern you. Your current task is to interrogate those pirates. Remember, every pirate must face scrutiny, and none shall be spared. Leave Oswald's interrogation to me." With no inclination to support Zephyr, Borsellino promptly set about fulfilling the task assigned by Sengoku. Before long, Sengoku arrived at a cell within the battleship, where the prison was already equipped with restraints forged from sea prism stone. Judging by the injuries visible on the captive's body, it was evident that he had endured considerable suffering while bound by the naval soldiers. The Warring States did not utter a word, merely gesturing for the nearby Marine to awaken Oswald. The Marine promptly splashed a bucket of water onto Oswald's face, rousing him abruptly from his slumber. Upon awakening, Oswald cast a glance at the Warring State seated opposite him and muttered a curse under his breath, feeling unfortunate. He then closed his eyes, opting for silence, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Observing this, the warring states refrained from questioning him, instead signaling the Marine to carry out the punishment. Several Marines, understanding the cue, wasted no time in selecting the torturous implements of punishment to inflict upon Oswald. Oswald, of course, could hear the sound of the instruments being readied. Initially, he dismissed it, thinking that the warring states was merely attempting to intimidate him into revealing how he had obtained information about the family ship. However, what he did not anticipate was that the warring states was not bluffing. The Marines showed no mercy as they employed the instruments of torture upon him. The tool specifically designed by CP9 for tormenting devil fruit users proved remarkably effective. With the very first strike, Oswald could not help but let out a piercing scream. Before he could even finish his cry, the instrument struck again. Oswald, witnessing this, wished to curse the warring states. But the relentless agony inflicted by the instruments left him utterly unable to voice his grievances. Seeing Oswald's incessant screams, Sengoku felt nothing but annoyance. They subjected him to every instrument of torture, reviving him immediately upon his unconsciousness, forbidding any cessation of the instruments until he was fully alert to endure the torment. When fatigue set in, they would simply summon another to continue the execution. Only after every implement had been employed would they call for him again. Such was the resolve of the great General Sengoku. After receiving the response from the Marine, Sengoku departed without delay. Mr. Sengoku entered his room and retrieved some delicacies from Fishman Island, along with a special toy he had purchased for Z. He then made his way to the room of Z and his mother. Unlike Z, who greeted Sengoku with joy, his mother wore an expression of sheer terror, clearly still shaken from the recent attack. Uncle Sengoku, you mentioned that you would prepare 2 gifts for me the next time we met. I wonder if you have brought them? Before Z's mother could admonish him, Sengoku chuckled and handed the toy to Zoe. How could I possibly forget to bring you gifts? Not only have I prepared double the presents, but I have also brought along some delightful snacks. As Z gazed at the gifts and treats in his hands, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, Uncle Sengoku, he exclaimed, before rushing over to the nearby bed to unwrap his presents. You've gone to great lengths, Sengoku, Zoe's mother remarked. Gone to great lengths? This was merely my promise to Zoe. It's only natural for an uncle to buy gifts for his nephew. Could you share with me the details of your attack and the events of today? Sengoku inquired. Z's mother then recounted the entire ordeal to Sengoku, who found no discrepancies in her account. It seemed to be an ordinary shopping trip. However, Zifa had taken Sengoku's words to heart and had dispatched a pair of Marine soldiers to safeguard their family vessel during this excursion. The warring states were at a loss for words, yet Zefa absorbed his remarks. However, what influence could merely a pair of naval soldiers exert? Nevertheless, a pair of sailors represented the utmost extent of forces that could be dispatched. It would be absurd to assign officers to escort the general's wife on her shopping excursions. Contemplating this, the head of the warring states throbbed anew. After careful contemplation, the warring states decided to set this matter aside for the time being. Zhangguo consoled. There is nothing to worry about. The pirates who attacked you have been apprehended. Rest well, for we shall reach headquarters by evening. With that, Zhangguo took his leave. After departing, he sought out Jinbei, acknowledging the significant role Jinbei played in the day's successful conclusion. Had it not been for Jinbei's fishman karate, Zhangguo would not have so effortlessly subdued Oswald. Zhangguo realized that the powers of the invisibility fruit were indeed formidable, as even his observation haki failed to detect Oswald's movements. Enveloped in a potent layer of paint, Oswald's abilities were rendered utterly ineffective. Originally, Sengoku believed that Jinbei's mastery of fishman karate was still lacking, but Jinbei undoubtedly surprised Sengoku. As the admiral, Sengoku greeted Jinbei and the other fishmen, prompting them to rise and acknowledge him. Seeing this, Sengoku chuckled. Please, take your seats. Your performance in today's battle was commendable, especially you, Jinbei. You have made significant contributions today, and rest assured, you shall receive the rewards you deserve. All of you will be duly compensated. Chapter 51. You cannot kill me, Jinbei responded with a smile. Admiral Sengoku, since we have become Navy personnel, these tasks are merely our duty. There is no need for rewards. Sengoku insisted. Rewards are indeed warranted. Your military achievements must be recognized. For our Navy is known for its clear distinction between reward and punishment. I have come not only to discuss your rewards, but also to inquire whether you would be interested in attending our Naval Academy for systematic training. Although the innate strength of your fisherman race is tenfold that of ordinary humans, I have observed that many of you have not fully harnessed your talents due to a lack of structured training. At our main academy, you would be able to unleash your full potential, and I am confident that your abilities would see significant enhancement over 2 years of study there. Admiral Sengoku, I have heard from other Navy personnel that for those of us at an older age, it is necessary to achieve a sufficient number of military merits before being eligible to study at the main academy. If you allow us to attend the main academy, it would surely provoke discontent among other Navy members, so we prefer not to go. The Fishman Navy personnel largely opposed this notion, finding themselves at a loss for words. Within his heart, Sengoku could not help but commend Jinbei. Jinbei, I am fully aware of the matters you have mentioned. However, the contributions you have made today are more than sufficient for you to attend the academy. As for the others, they too have their opportunities for learning. Every new recruit is required to undergo a 2-month training period. Yet, given that only you are currently enlisting, we are unable to establish a new recruit training camp. Therefore, the others may also partake in 2 months of study at the academy. Consider it akin to training in a new recruit camp. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Jibei found no reason to oppose. If that is the case, Admiral Sengoku, we shall adhere to your arrangements. Since you are new recruits and have just entered the academy, it is certain that the institution will not allow you to engage in physical training immediately. Instead, you will be instructed in the naval regulations, which you are all aware of. I hope you will not cause any disturbances within the academy if the instructors decide to expel you. I will have no means to facilitate your return. After all, the responsibility for the academy does not rest upon my shoulders. Seeing the situation, Jinbei responded with a smile. Admiral Sengoku, you are worrying unnecessarily. Since we have resolved to become sailors, we will certainly embrace the learning of the regulations, and we shall not cause any trouble. Do not let the learning of new styles at the academy lead you to neglect the practice of fishman karate, which is exceptionally powerful. Remember, only techniques that are suited to oneself are truly the best, and it is evident that fishman karate is the most fitting for you. This I understand well, Admiral Sengoku. Zhang Gua had more to say when a Marine entered and interrupted him. The general had already exhausted all means of torture on Oswald. In a moment of subconscious reflection, Sengoku remarked, have we already exhausted our supplies? It seems there are quite a number of instruments of punishment remaining. Meanwhile, the reporting Navy personnel internally lamented. If Admiral Sengoku claims our executions are occurring too swiftly, then they must indeed be excessively rapid. How can one possibly deal with such pirates with merely 2 rounds of execution? It ought to be 4 rounds, or perhaps none at all. Afterward, Sengoku turned his gaze toward Jinbei and stated, I shall proceed to interrogate that individual. You all should take this time to rest well, for this marks the final day of your respite. Once at the academy, rigorous training will commence daily. With that, Sengoku departed. Upon his return to the cell, he found Oswald's body marred, lacking a single intact piece of flesh, covered in wounds. It was evident that he had endured inhumane torment. Yet, in Sengoku's eyes, there was not a glimmer of compassion, only an abyss-like coldness. In the midst of the turmoil, Zhang Gua proclaimed, Oswald, you can now reveal to me who disclosed the whereabouts of your family's vessel. Internally, Oswald seethed with rage, cursing Zhang Gua. Foolish Zhang Gua, when did you ever inquire of me? Was I ever afforded the chance to respond? As Oswald vented his ire, Zhang Gua replied, since he remains unwilling to divulge, let us proceed with the interrogation. We shall continue until he speaks. After all, he possesses abilities, and such minor injuries will not be his demise. Having said this, Zhang Gua prepared to depart, while the tormenting sailors readied the instruments of punishment. Observing this, Oswald hastily exclaimed, Zhang Gua, wait. I shall confess everything. Zhang Gua halted his steps and returned to his seat, stating, Oswald, if you had cooperated sooner, you could have spared yourself the physical torment. If you wish to confess, do so promptly. Oswald inwardly cursed Zhang Gua and replied, I only learned about the family ship yesterday. I arrived at the Chambord archipelago a week ago to coat my pirate ship, preparing for a journey to the New World. To get to the point, I have no interest in your intentions. Interrupted, Oswald was quite furious but could only express his ire internally before continuing. I overheard some gossip while drinking at the bar yesterday. Someone mentioned that Zfa's wife and children would be shopping at the Chambord archipelago today. Initially, I was skeptical, thinking it was merely a rumor. However, later in the evening, with nothing else to do, I decided to take a chance, and much to my surprise, the news turned out to be true. Do you know who spread the information? I cannot say, he continued. Do you recognize the pirates who attacked the family ship alongside you? I do not know those scoundrels. At first, I thought they were on the same route as mine and paid them no mind. It was only after some communication that I realized they were also targeting Zfa's wife and children. As for how they obtained that information, I am unclear. Is that all you know? Or are you attempting to deceive me? You should be aware of the consequences of lying to me. Not only will I allow others to continue tormenting you, but you will not find yourself imprisoned and impelled down. Instead, I shall have you executed. Upon hearing the threat of death, Oswald visibly panicked. Zhang Gua, you cannot kill me. I'm a devil fruit user. You must imprison me and impel down. That is the Navy's regulation. In the Warring States era, a mocking voice arose. Oh, I did not expect you, a mere pirate, to possess such knowledge. However, it is imperative to confine those pirates who wield perilous devil fruits within the confines of impel down. Yet, for someone like you, whose devil fruit is utterly useless, I can dispose of you at my whim. The worst that could happen is a minor penalty, which would scarcely affect me. Your devil fruit is of no value. I am the Invisible Man, with a bounty of 450 million berries. The prowess of my devil fruit is such that even the mightiest observation hockey cannot detect me. Once my powers awaken, I shall become even more formidable. My abilities are immensely powerful, and Warring States, you cannot eliminate me. Chapter 52, Unraveled. Buddha Sengoku continued to mock. You speak of awakening your fruit, yet you have consumed the invisibility fruit for countless years without any signs of awakening. Do not deceive yourself. Even should you awaken, how formidable could you truly become? Regardless, your devil fruit has already been unraveled by our Navy. Henceforth, those who consume the invisibility fruit will merely render themselves powerless, posing no threat to our navy. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Oswald was reminded of his own experience of being cast into the sea by Sengoku, his expression swiftly shifting from one of pride to one of despondency. The warring states observed and declared, "If you desire to be spared, you must unveil the truth to me. Reveal the truth, and I shall contemplate granting you mercy, for you have not inflicted harm upon the families aboard the ship. I am indeed inclined to spare your life. Furthermore, should you disclose the identity of the mastermind behind this, I can ensure your stay in Impel Down is rendered somewhat more agreeable. Aside from the fact that you cannot leave Impel Down, I shall endeavor to fulfill your other requests as much as possible." Oswald, his expression filled with despondency, responded, "The terms you offer are undeniably enticing. Yet I genuinely do not know who the mastermind is. I learned of this information while at a bar on the Shambadi archipelago. Should you doubt my words, feel free to dispatch someone to investigate that hotel. Once you conduct your inquiry, you will undoubtedly come to believe my account. If you remain skeptical of my statements, then you may as well end my life. I leave my fate in your hands." Zhang Guo let out a cold snort and remarked, "Even without your prompting, I would dispatch someone to investigate. However, this does not imply that I accept your words as truth. We are not professionals in interrogation. Once you arrive at the city of advancement, let the experts conduct the questioning. If you have concealed anything, you shall come to regret your existence in this world." Having spoken, Zhang Guo strode towards the meeting, where the other interrogators had already gathered in the conference room. During the Warring States period, individuals took turns to present their interrogation findings. However, upon listening to several accounts, it became evident to the Warring States that these testimonies closely resembled the results provided by AOC Wald. The information gathered was either derived from establishments such as bars and restaurants in the Shambar Islands or from conversations within weapon shops, with some even originating directly from the harbor. As the Warring States grew increasingly agitated, doubts began to surface regarding how the unseen individuals had foreknowledge of Z and her son's journey to the Xianghua Islands today. As time progressed, the interrogators in the conference room had nearly completed their questioning, and the pirates' accounts of the source of the information were remarkably consistent. The Warring States and others had largely determined that the source of the information dissemination was a particular group of individuals. Yet no one could fathom who possessed such immense power to orchestrate these events. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with concern, a naval officer abruptly entered the conference room. The assembly, taken aback by the uninvited intrusion, was met with immediate reprimands from several senior officers. "Do you not see we are in a meeting? How dare you barge in like this?" The naval officer replied, "General Warring States, I possess crucial intelligence to report. Otherwise, I would not have entered so boldly." A senior officer retorted, "What could possibly be of such importance that warrants your intrusion?" Warring States cast a displeased glance at the officer and then said, "If you possess any significant intelligence, do relay it swiftly." The officer responded, "I am a general of Warring States, and the information I must report pertains to the mastermind behind today's assault on the family vessel." Upon hearing this, the gaze of everyone in the conference room converged upon the officer. "The mastermind behind the attack on the family vessel? How could you possibly possess such information?" the general inquired. The officer replied, "I am uncertain, General Warring States. It was disclosed to me by a pirate I am guarding, who claimed to know the identity of the informant. This pirate insisted that his intelligence must be communicated to General Warring States. He would not divulge it otherwise, asserting that only General Warring States could ensure his survival. However, I do not know if the pirate speaks the truth." Observing the distress of the esteemed officers regarding this matter, I mustered the courage to report it. Should the information prove false, I am willing to accept the consequences. After hearing the officer's words, the excitement on the faces of some officers completely vanished. Others, still clinging to a glimmer of hope, remained skeptical, doubting that the pirate could provide accurate information, as the higher-ranking pirates among the captured had already been interrogated. The remaining pirates were merely ordinary ones. What veracity could their information possibly hold? In the midst of the tumultuous era of the Warring States, Sengoku reassured, "Do not fret. Even if the information regarding that pirate proves to be false, I shall not impose any punishment upon you. On the contrary, I shall reward you. Should the intelligence, however, be accurate, then my gratitude will be even more profound, and you shall be acknowledged as the principal hero of this affair. Borisolino, you shall accompany this soldier to retrieve the pirate, and we shall interrogate him together." The Marine, invigorated by Sengoku's words, instinctively saluted him. At that moment, Borisolino approached the Marine. "My friend, it is time for us to depart." "Yes, Vice Admiral Borisolino." The Marine's face flushed with embarrassment. Soon, a pirate was ushered into the conference room. As the Marine prepared to leave, Sengoku remarked, "Since you are the one who brought him, you may remain and listen." "Yes, Admiral Sengoku." The pirate, who had initially appeared rather indifferent, suddenly became animated upon hearing Sengoku's name. "Admiral Sengoku, I am aware of who disseminated the information regarding the family vessel, but you must guarantee my safety. Otherwise, I shall remain silent." As Sengoku regarded the self-assured pirate, a sense of anticipation swelled within him. The assurance of your survival hinges upon the authenticity of your intelligence. Should your information prove to be genuine, I shall certainly safeguard your life, and perhaps even spare you from being sent to Impel Down. However, the outcome is contingent upon the veracity of your intelligence and its potential impact. Do not doubt the weight of my words. I am one of the 2 admirals in the Navy, and if I cannot protect you, then no one within the Navy can. Therefore, I urge you to swiftly divulge all that you know. The pirate, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, replied, Admiral Sengoku, my intelligence is undoubtedly authentic. Just yesterday, while on my way to a tavern, I overheard a conversation among those disseminating information. They are deliberately spreading these rumors, and they are individuals of the underworld elite. Though I cannot ascertain which ruler they serve, I immediately relayed this news to the captain, but he dismissed my counsel entirely. In the Warring States period, a figure expressed his confusion, inquiring about the whereabouts of the captain. The pirate replied, the captain has been slain by that naval officer. The pirate pointed to none other than Borsalino. Do you have anyone else who can corroborate the authenticity of your information? The pirate shook his head, lamenting, no. I only relayed the news to the captain and our combat leader, but they have both fallen victim to that naval officer. However, I assure you, my intelligence is indeed genuine. I heard it with my own ears. Chapter 53. Sovereign of the Underworld. Without anyone to validate this, it poses a challenge. Nevertheless, I shall verify the authenticity of your information. During this verification process, you cannot be allowed to leave. You must remain in custody. Once I have confirmed the veracity of your claims, I will honor my promise, though the extent of that fulfillment will depend on the significance of your information. I trust you comprehend my intentions? Understood. Understood. The pirate nodded vigorously, as if pounding garlic. Admiral Sengoku directly instructed the officer near the entrance to escort the pirates and the marine soldier away. After their departure, he questioned why those pirates had not been interrogated. Can anyone enlighten me as to why this is the case? If it weren't for that marine, I would still be in the dark about the identities of the assailants. How much manpower and resources would be squandered in uncovering such intelligence? The assembled individuals in the conference room lowered their heads at Sengoku's unperturbed tone. Do not bow your heads. Why the hesitation? Hurry and commence the interrogation of the remaining pirates. If we lack personnel, summon additional staff from headquarters to assist in the questioning. We must conclude the interrogations today, Sengoku urged, his voice firm. The officers in the conference room hastily exited, none daring to provoke Sengoku's ire. Left alone in the now empty conference room, Sengoku felt a renewed wave of frustration. He had contemplated numerous factions, yet none of those capable of such actions had any apparent motive to target Zephyr. However, Sengoku had inadvertently overlooked the forces of the underworld, which certainly possessed the means to orchestrate such an attack. Yet, he could not fathom when Zephyr had offended these individuals, emboldening them to confront an admiral of the Navy. After pondering for a while, Sengoku realized that Zephyr was absent, leaving many questions unresolved. Thus, he chose not to burden himself further and retreated to his quarters for some rest. In light of these events, the warship sailed at full speed, not only reaching headquarters without delay due to the engagement with the pirates, but arriving ahead of schedule. As the warships of the Warring States docked, a multitude of individuals awaited their arrival at the harbor. Individuals such as Kong, Zephyr, Garp, and Tsuru congregated at the port, alongside several fishermen soldiers. After the warship docked, Sengoku immediately instructed Crane to continue interrogating the pirates and informed Kong to arrange for Jinbei and his companions. Sengoku also revealed his intention to place Jinbei and the others at the headquarters academy. Initially, Sengoku believed that Kong would decline, anticipating a need to persuade him. However, to Sengoku's surprise, Kong readily acquiesced, expressing that he shared the same sentiment. Subsequently, Kong directed an elderly fishman major behind him to oversee the arrangements. Zifa, overwhelmed with joy upon reuniting with his family, wept tears of happiness as he embraced his wife and children tightly. After witnessing Kong manage the situation, Zifa bid farewell to his family, and Sengoku followed Kong, Zifa, and Garp to the conference room within the fortress. Upon entering the conference room, Sengoku promptly inquired, Zifa, have you given any thought to whether you have offended anyone from the underworld recently? Zifa and the others exchanged bewildered glances, responding, Sengoku, shouldn't we be discussing the attack on the family ship? Why are you suddenly bringing up the underworld? I haven't crossed paths with them lately. No, you wouldn't mention the underworld without reason. Could it be that the mastermind is someone from the underworld? Zhonghua spoke. Perhaps they themselves are unaware. Yet they are undoubtedly intertwined with the denizens of the underworld. Presently, among all factions, only they possess the capability to execute such deeds. However, I remain uncertain of their motives toward you, which is why I inquired whether you have offended them recently. Based on the nature of that group, if you have indeed crossed them, it would likely have occurred not long ago. They are not the type to delay in seeking retribution. Kong, perplexed, responded, Zhonghua, how do you know that it is the underworld individuals behind this? The events of the Warring States have been revealed. Zfa furrowed his brow and inquired. Is this intelligence from the warring states reliable? To which I replied, I cannot ascertain its reliability, yet it remains the sole lead I possess. Moreover, this lead is not baseless, it holds a measure of credibility. Enough about me, let us discuss your findings. In the warring states period, both ZFA and Kong exhibited peculiar expressions. Zhang Guo, in a state of helplessness, remarked, after such an extensive investigation, surely you have uncovered something. However, our inquiry into the matter revealed no peculiarities. Everything appeared remarkably ordinary. Furthermore, ZFA's wife and children did not embark on their journey to the Shambadi archipelago as a result of prior arrangements, but rather on a sudden whim. The individuals privy to this information were merely the families of other officers, who were also aboard the family vessel. They would not jest with their own lives. Zhang Guo inquired, have you investigated those officers? Since their families went shopping in the Shambadi Islands, it is likely that the officers are aware that their family members on the ship are exempt from suspicion. However, the officers themselves are not free from doubt. Have you looked into those officers? The two men, perplexed, shook their heads. Kong pondered, isn't it somewhat excessive for Zhang Guo to investigate those officers? Might our actions inadvertently dishearten them? The stoic Sengoku remarked, true Marines do not distinguish right from wrong. Investigating them serves not only their own interests but also those of their families, and we must indeed be accountable to all the families of the Marines. I firmly believe that if they have not betrayed justice, they would not oppose an investigation. Rather, they would willingly request one themselves. Since they are already under scrutiny, let us also inquire of their families and ask whom they may have confided in regarding past shopping matters. I am confident that even the most clandestine of actions will eventually reveal their true nature. Both Kei and Zephyr ceased their opposition, evidently persuaded by Sengoku's assertions. Meanwhile, the inquisitive Garp interjected, why complicate matters? If we suspect those from the underworld, and since they are not virtuous individuals, why not confront them directly? Once we do, they will naturally yield. Upon hearing Garp's suggestion, Sengoku's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, since it was entirely feasible to confront them directly and compel the rulers of the underworld to undertake the investigation themselves, why complicate the situation as if the Navy were fearful of these so-called monarchs? It is important to remember that the Navy is currently the most formidable organization. Those rulers of the underworld, while perceived as kings by some, are akin to rats in a gutter when faced with the immense power of the Navy. Before the Warring States period, deep within, one had not fully embraced their new identity, which rendered their actions somewhat restrained. The unfortunate incident did not provoke a rebuttal from Karp. Karp's suggestion was indeed commendable, yet we remained oblivious to the whereabouts of that individual's true lair. Chapter 54, Sincerity. In the Warring States period, the speaker remarked, we are unaware of their lair's whereabouts, yet there exists someone who possesses this knowledge. Moreover, that individual owes a considerable debt of gratitude to our esteemed master. In the meeting room, Sengoku and the others spoke in unison, Spandam. Upon hearing this, Kong wasted no time and instructed the Marines outside to bring him the transponder snail to contact Spandam. During the wait for the transponder snail, Sengoku recalled something and inquired, Zifa, has Spandam found the devil fruit we requested? Zifa shook his head and replied, no. After a moment of silence, Sengoku remarked, let me speak with Spandam. Perhaps I can secure an opportunity to avoid a personal favor. Very well, you may speak. I had no intention of conversing with those individuals anyway. Shortly thereafter, a Marine brought over the telephone bug. Hello, is this Admiral K? I am Sengoku, not Admiral K. Why are you using his telephone bug to contact me? Oh, General Sengoku. What brings you to contact me through Admiral K's device? Is there something you wish to convey? Spandam, you must be aware of the purpose of my call. It has been nearly a week, and you have yet to locate a single devil fruit. Your inaction compels us to question your sincerity. Now, General Sengoku. Do not be hasty. I have indeed found the devil fruits and am en route to Marineford. I anticipate that you will receive them by tomorrow. The tone of Spandam's voice grew noticeably anxious. Tomorrow? The journey from Judicial Island to Marineford shouldn't take that long. Or do you mean to say you have not found the devil fruits and are merely stalling? I assure you, General Sengoku, I am not employing any delaying tactics. Once my subordinates located the devil fruits, they were sent directly to Marineford, bypassing Judicial Island. The fruits were discovered in various locations around the world, thus requiring some time to reach Marineford. Zhang Guo replied with a hint of irritation. Even so, this delay is rather excessive. While this matter may pose a challenge for others, for you, the commander of CP9, it should be a trivial task. The fact that it has taken you such an extended period to resolve this is quite disheartening. Spandam. I sincerely apologize, Admiral Zhang Guo. It is merely the incompetence of my subordinates that has hindered progress. However, I assure you, my commitment is indeed genuine and of the utmost sincerity. The silent Zhang Guo prompted a sense of urgency in Spandane, who was on the other end of the phone. After a moment, Spandane, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, General Zhang Guo, why have you fallen silent? I assure you, I am entirely sincere. In the midst of the tumultuous warring states, Sengoku wore a cunning grin, exclaiming, Spandam. Mere words cannot convey the sincerity you have yet to demonstrate. Following our recent discourse, we have devised a method for you to re-establish this sincerity. I wonder if you would be amenable to it. To which Sengoku replied, "Of course I accept, General Sengoku. I anticipated you would acquiesce. I have conceived a task to test your sincerity, should you fulfill it within the stipulated time frame. We shall overlook the considerable time you squandered in pursuit of the devil fruit, thus affirming your genuine intent. A task? Indeed, a task. It is rather simple for you. All we require is the detailed intelligence on the rulers of the underworld." Sengoku noted that this task would be exceedingly arduous for others, as gathering intelligence on the underworld sovereigns is not a feat for the ordinary. However, for us in CP9, it is a mere trifle. What depth of information do you require, General Sengoku? Naturally, I expect comprehensive data. You are now one of us, and I shall not conceal anything. Those wretched insects of the underworld have offended our navy, and should they remain obstinate, we will not hesitate to eliminate them. Only a select few are privy to this information. Should it leak, the culprit could only be you. So please, keep this under wraps. Rest assured, General Sengoku. I shall not divulge anything. Excellent. Since you deem this task simple, I initially intended for you to relay the specifics to me tomorrow. However, it appears you need not such time. You must deliver the intelligence to me by midnight tonight. Otherwise, we may very well doubt your sincerity. Spandam now regretted his earlier bravado in proclaiming the task as easy. A fleeting moment of arrogance had now burdened him with trouble. General Sengoku, is this a favor you are doing me? This is no mere favor. It is a test of your sincerity. Very well, proceed with your investigation. I await your good news. With that, Sengoku abruptly terminated the call. Spandam, left in stunned silence, eventually regained his composure and began to curse Sengoku for his audacity. He then instructed his subordinates to investigate, only to discover they had all the information on the underworld rulers. Initially, Spandam intended to relay the data directly to Sengoku, but remembering how Sengoku had duped him, he resolved to make things a bit more challenging. Ensure all the information is dispatched to the Navy headquarters before midnight. And it must be precisely on time, understood? Yes, Lord Spandam. With everything arranged, Spandam's mood lightened somewhat. Meanwhile, Sengoku and his colleagues were stationed outside an interrogation room, overseeing the interrogators. Saru shared Sengoku's sentiments. Before Sengoku's orders reached her, she had already begun questioning the family members. Presently, Sengoku was attending to the last family member. Once the final inquiry concluded, Saru emerged, casting an irritable gaze at Sengoku and the others outside. Are you all devoid of tasks? Why are you loitering here? In the dim light of the room, Zhang Guo inquired. Xiaohe, have you managed to uncover anything? He nodded, affirming, after such an extensive period of investigation, I have indeed gleaned some valuable insights. However, this is not the place for discussion. Follow me. The group then trailed behind he into a secluded chamber. Through my investigations, combined with Zhang Guo's prior inquiries, we can now ascertain that our officers are in the clear. The issue lies with one family member, whose whereabouts are currently unknown. It is highly probable that this family member is the source of the leaked information. The only individuals privy to the details were you and this missing relative. Furthermore, our search led us to discover the body of this family member, and preliminary forensic examinations indicate that the time of death exceeds a week. This suggests that the unidentified individual is indeed the one who divulged the whereabouts of Zhang Guo's wife and child to the islands of the Comoros. Chapter 55. Katerina de Ponzifa expressed his confusion, stating, "My wife only informed others yesterday of her intent to travel to the Comoros for shopping. How could this impersonator deceive the other family members? Those accompanying my wife are well acquainted with one another, and they would typically notice any unusual changes." He pondered the nature of the disguise. He continued, "At the scene of the family member's body, we also discovered another corpse, the family's cook. Intelligence reports indicate that she had been employed there for approximately 7 years, but mysteriously resigned half a month ago, citing personal matters that required her return home. Despite her resignation being recent, her remains do not resemble those of someone who has been deceased for merely 2 weeks. Forensic analysis suggests she had been dead for at least 6 months. Moreover, there have been indications of peculiar behavior from the cook for some time. I suspect that the cook was replaced 6 months ago, which implies that this scheme targeting Zifa's wife and child has been meticulously orchestrated for no less than half a year." In a grave tone, the Warring States remarked, "Based on what Crane has conveyed, the individual who has repeatedly replaced the kitchen maid and the family members must possess remarkable skills in disguise. However, no matter how adept one may be at masquerade, it is impossible to deceive those who are in close proximity daily. Thus, I suspect that the suspect's method of disguise is not merely makeup, but rather the power of a devil fruit. To my knowledge, there exist 2 types of devil fruits capable of such transformation. One is the Paramecia-type mimic fruit, and the other is the Zoan-type Inu fruit, mythical model, nine-tailed fox." Crane concurred. "I share the same sentiment. According to my investigations, there is currently no intelligence suggesting that anyone has consumed the mimic fruit. However, the Inu fruit, mythical model, nine-tailed fox, was recently reported to have been consumed by a pirate named Katarina Devon, who is merely 12 years old and hails from the South Blue. Kong expressed his confusion. The name Katarina Devon sounds rather feminine. Indeed, Katarina Devon is a girl, yet her ferocity rivals that of adult male pirates. At just 12 years of age, she has already garnered a bounty of 5 million berries, ranking among the highest in the South Blue. At such a tender age, she is still a child. Surely her inherent goodness can be awakened. We cannot allow such a promising talent to descend into depravity. Warring States retorted coldly, Commodore Kong. Your hopes may be in vain. Katarina Devon is unlike her peers. She is a thoroughly twisted individual. The crimes she has committed are beyond the realm of ordinary malefactors, and her heart harbors not a trace of kindness. He then recounted the heinous deeds committed by Katarina Devon, illustrating that her path as a pirate was not influenced by external factors, but rather driven by her own warped psyche. Upon hearing Katarina Devon's harrowing tale, Kong fell into a profound silence. Admiral Sengoku inquired, "Is it truly the case that this Katarina Devon is responsible for these deeds?" To which Crane replied, "There are numerous individuals bearing the name Katarina Devon. According to intelligence reports, Katarina Devon was, merely 2 days prior, engaged in the assassination of a nobleman from a foreign realm, seizing his entire estate. It is inconceivable that she could have arrived at our headquarters to commit such acts. Therefore, the individual in question must have ingested a mimic fruit, a power that allows for imitation. However, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of other devil fruits being involved. After all, our Navy's compendium of devil fruits does not encompass every variety, and the capabilities of these fruits are exceedingly diverse. It is entirely plausible that he consumed a different devil fruit." Upon hearing Crane mention that Katarina Devon was in the South Sea, Sengoku's thoughts began to sharpen. In a grave tone, Zhang Guo asserted, "General Katarina Daipeng possesses formidable potential and embodies a deeply malevolent nature. We must address this matter preemptively. Should we allow her to develop unchecked, she will undoubtedly become our adversary in the future. Thus, it is prudent to confine her within the confines of the advancing city. Indeed, it is imperative that Katarina Daipeng is apprehended without delay. Zhang Guo, do you have a suitable candidate to undertake this mission?" "I shall go," replied the general. The assembly in the conference room gazed at Zhang Guo with astonishment. While it is true that Katarina's potential is immense, she has yet to fully mature. Sending you seems somewhat excessive. Even considering the formidable abilities of the illusory beast species, assigning a vice admiral from our headquarters should suffice, should it not? In a grave tone, Zhang Guo proclaimed, "Commander Kong, I am indeed a wielder of the illusory beast species. No one comprehends the might of such abilities better than I. It is imperative that I undertake this task myself. That simply will not do. With so many pressing matters at headquarters and the need to confront the sovereign of the underground world, we cannot afford to let you leave just as Karp is about to take his leave." "Very well. Then let us dispatch Kazan instead." "Agreed, let us send Kazan. As fortune would have it, he is currently on leave in the South Seas. We shall apprehend Katarina Devon once his leave concludes." Zifa interjected, "Are we not veering off course? Should our discussion not center around the user of the mimic fruit? The suspect is not revealing himself, making it impossible for us to locate him. I have also scrutinized the surveillance from the ports over the past few days, yet I have uncovered no trace of the suspect." Buddha furrowed his brow and remarked, "Currently, our sole lead remains within the underworld, yet we are unable to ascertain its authenticity. By the way, Crane, what have you gleaned from interrogating the other pirates? Perhaps we should allow Palyasolino to speak, as he primarily conducted the questioning." With that, Buddha instructed the marine soldiers outside the conference room to fetch Palyasolino. Before long, Palyasolino entered the conference room. "We have interrogated all the captured pirates, yet none could identify the individuals responsible for disseminating information. Furthermore, the reports from the Sabaody Archipelago branch have yielded no substantial findings. The sheer volume of visitors to the Sabaody Archipelago makes thorough investigation nearly impossible." Kapu expressed his dissatisfaction. "So, does this imply that our efforts have been in vain all this time?" "Not entirely," Buddha replied. "Our investigations signify that there are no traitors within the Navy ranks. This incident serves as a wake-up call. Our headquarters security level is woefully inadequate, allowing an unidentified individual to perpetrate such an act within our premises. We must devise a method to detect ability users." Everyone nodded in agreement, resonating with Buddha's perspective. Zifa, filled with indignation, asserted, "Since we are unable to apprehend the suspect, shall we simply sit idly by?" Chapter 56. The Fishman Marine's Zhang Guo approached ZFA, gently patting him on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "ZFA, exercise some rationality. I understand your anger regarding this matter, but I sincerely hope you can maintain your composure. After all, losing your cool could jeopardize everything. Have you forgotten that I previously tasked Spandane with investigating the underground world?" Upon hearing Zhang Guo's words, ZFA began to regain his calm. He perplexed, inquired, "Zhang Guo, is this how you enlisted Spandane's assistance for your inquiry into the underground world? Have you once again struck a deal with that individual? Pray tell, what price did you pay this time?" In light of the circumstances, Zhanghua had no choice but to convey the matter concerning Spandane to Crane. Upon hearing Zhanghua's words, Crane unexpectedly broke into a smile. Zhanghua, your actions this time are commendable. One ought to deal with a shameless character like Spandane in such a manner. However, I believe you have fallen short in one regard. You should have ensured that Spandane owed a favor to Borisolino and the others as well, for they too made considerable contributions in the apprehension of Barrett. Given Spandane's cowardly nature, I am certain he would acquiesce. Zhanghua tapped his forehead and exclaimed, how could I have overlooked this? Yet, it is of no consequence. Now that we possess leverage over Spandam, I am confident he will acquiesce to whatever tasks I assign him. If Borisolino and his companions have any matters they wish to entrust to Spandam, they need only inform me. I shall ensure Spandam assists you. Upon hearing this, Borisolino was utterly taken aback. Although he harbored disdain for Spandam, he could not deny the formidable intelligence capabilities of CP9. Having Spandam, the commander of CP9, indebted to him was indeed a significant advantage. He was certain that this favor would one day prove invaluable, potentially altering the course of many events. Was Zhanghua implying that once Spandam relayed the information from the underworld to us, we would simply confront him directly? Zhanghua remarked. It ultimately depends on the arrangements made by Commander Kong. The decision regarding who to send and the number of naval personnel required warrants thorough discussion. Commander Kong responded gravely. Zhanghua is indeed correct. Since our Navy intends to take action, we must ensure that our strike is decisive. Otherwise, we risk significant embarrassment. He continued. The specifics of our offensive strategy shall be deliberated upon only after Spandane provides the information from the underworld. For now, let us adjourn the meeting. We shall reconvene once we receive Spandane's data. With that, Kong led the way out, departing first. In the Warring States period, Zhanghua approached the Crane and inquired, Little Crane, how is the preparation for the courier company progressing? The Crane replied, Of course, it is proceeding smoothly, just as you mentioned before. The courier company operates equally well with or without your involvement. The Warring States could only smile awkwardly and then steeled himself to inquire about the specific preparations of the Crane Express Company. The students within the academy were quite curious about the new batch of fishmen students led by Jinbei. Smoker, puzzled, turned to a nearby teacher and asked, What race are they? What brings them to the academy? The teacher glanced at the inquisitive Smoker, realizing that if he did not provide an answer, Smoker would undoubtedly pester him. Additionally, the matter concerning the fishmen was not a secret, so the teacher decided to respond candidly. They are all fishmen. Naturally, they have come to the academy to study, but their circumstances differ from yours. Only one of them is an official student. The others are here for training and will only stay for a month. Teacher, are fishmen powerful? Smoker, brimming with arrogance, prompted the teacher. The educator chuckled and replied, Ordinary fishmen possess a collective strength that is tenfold that of regular humans. Moreover, they are the darlings of the ocean. Their combat abilities can truly shine in the sea. As far as I know, the official student among them is exceptionally strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to arrive at the academy for further training without having undergone the new recruit training yet. I surmise that he must be on par with any of you in terms of strength. Upon hearing this, the student's eyes ignited with a fervent desire for battle. Smoker exclaimed, Finally, a new opponent. The academy has become rather dull. Those who play dirty are no match for me. I hope this guy is a straight shooter. Smoker's remarks instantly irked a nearby soldier, who retorted, What do you mean by playing dirty? We fight with seawater and sea prism stones. That's what the teachers have taught us. Exactly. How can what the teacher taught be considered underhanded? Another chimed in. If we're talking about playing dirty, your smoke fruit is the real cheat. Seeing this, Smoker immediately got into a heated argument with the soldiers he clashed with. After being defeated by Weasel, Smoker sought to challenge him again the very next evening. However, he was unaware that Weasel and his companions had already been warned by Zifa. Before Weasel could make a move, Smoker was swiftly overpowered by a student he had previously defeated, using sea prism stones and seawater. The teacher, witnessing this, admonished, Calm down. How can you older students stoop so low as to argue with Smoker? If you had mastered hockey, you could easily defeat him without relying on external forces. The reprimanded soldiers immediately lowered their heads, some blushing with embarrassment. Smoker, observing this, burst into laughter. The teacher then seized Smoker, who attempted to transform to escape. But the teacher had already enveloped his hand in armament hockey, effortlessly pulling Smoker closer. You have the audacity to laugh. Your physical skills are the worst in the academy. If Admiral Zifa discovers that you excessively rely on your smoke fruit ability, you will be in serious trouble. Smoker, recalling Zifa's stern visage and the painful memories of training, felt a wave of fear wash over him, and his smile faded. The students who were at odds with Smoker felt a sense of satisfaction at his embarrassment. The teacher, noticing Smoker's sudden quietness, felt a sense of relief. Just then, a plume of smoke wafted down from above, landing before the fishman soldiers. I've heard that one among you possesses remarkable strength, having just become a soldier and achieved great merit. However, I am uncertain of the veracity of your strength. Would you be willing to spar with me to prove yourself? Smoker's bold challenge stunned everyone present, particularly the teacher who had been guiding him through the events. The teacher noticed the principal casting a disapproving glare in his direction. Chapter 57, Going All Out? Jinbei and the others were equally astounded by the sudden challenger, for Smoker's entrance was undeniably impressive. They had only previously witnessed the natural abilities of Borsalino, and most had not seen him showcase his powers. However, they had all observed Smoker's demonstration of his abilities. The principal, displeased, shot a glance at Smoker, intending to have him removed. At that moment, the elderly major general who had brought Jinbei and the others stepped forward and said to the principal, "Let this child spar with Jinbei. After all, with their presence in the academy, there will undoubtedly be whispers. This is a perfect opportunity for Jinbei to showcase his strength, allowing them to adapt better to life here." The principal, being astute, understood the underlying intention of the major general. He cast a worried glance at Jinbei and quietly remarked, "Major General Balu, although Smoker is younger, he is a natural ability user. His strength has significantly increased during this time at the academy. Can Jinbei truly defeat him? If he cannot, it may have adverse effects." Balu chuckled, "You worry too much. Jinbei's strength has been tested by Admiral Waring States. Moreover, I just inquired about Jinbei's confidence, and he assured me that he is fully capable of defeating Smoker." Hearing this, the principal smiled and said, "If that is the case, then let them spar. I will ensure that all students are present to witness Jinbei's prowess. This academy values strength above all, and I wish for the students to see Jinbei's abilities. It will help foster a more amicable environment. There is also a personal matter I wish to discuss. Major General Balu, I would appreciate it if you could instruct Jinbei to defeat Smoker as swiftly as possible during their match. This would serve to temper Smoker. Although he possesses remarkable talent, his disposition is rather unruly. I hope that after being bested by Jinbei, he will become more diligent and composed." Balu wore a knowing smile and replied, "Leave it to me." With that, Balu approached Jinbei and conveyed the situation to him. Jinbei, perplexed, asked, "Grandfather Balu, do I really need to go all out? That child seems quite young. What if something happens to him?" Balu laughed. "Jinbei, you are too kind-hearted. You need not worry about Smoker's safety. He is a natural ability user, and the Academy's medical facilities are quite robust. He will be fine. Moreover, this is a request from the Academy's principal. You may proceed without hesitation." Observing the hesitant expression on Jinbei's face, Baru admonished him with fervor, saying, "Jinbei, you need not worry about having injured someone shortly after your arrival at the Academy. What you should truly concern yourself with is whether your talent and strength are sufficient. Should your innate abilities and prowess fall short, you will achieve nothing within the Navy. To attain accomplishments, one must possess formidable strength. This sparring session presents the most opportune moment for you to showcase your talents and capabilities. The greater your demonstration of aptitude and power, the more esteemed you will be within the Academy, allowing our fishman kin to learn and thrive in an environment of normalcy. After all, I find myself in a semi-retired state, and my capacity to assist you is limited. Since you are the mightiest among the youth, and they all refer to you as their leader, it is imperative that you shoulder the responsibilities that come with such a title. While the majority of the naval personnel may not harbor disdain for our fishman race, there are still those who do. Their prejudice may remain concealed from others. Yet you will undoubtedly feel their scorn, which is an unpleasant experience. Thus, you must wield your strength with absolute conviction, intimidating those who harbor discriminatory thoughts, so that they dare not entertain such notions against you. In doing so, they will likewise refrain from fostering prejudice against our fellow fishmen. Remember, this endeavor is not solely for your benefit, but for all our kin aspiring to join the Navy." Jinbei's expression turned serious as he retorted, "Grandfather Baru, it may not be as grave as you suggest. The General of the Warring States and Marshal Kong Yuan have both expressed their intent to assist our fishman tribe in shedding the stereotypes that have long plagued us. I believe that it won't be long before our kin are free from discrimination. As you mentioned, change requires time. Altering deep-seated perceptions is far more challenging than one might anticipate. Even with the best efforts of both Marshal Kong and the General, the journey will not be effortless. During this transformative period, your diligence is essential. Grandpa Baru, I understand. I will give my all." Upon hearing Jinbei's declaration, Baru's face broke into a benevolent smile. Soon, Smoker and Jinbei arrived at the Academy's training arena, where all the students had gathered to witness the event. "Oh no, it's that guy Smoker again. Who will he challenge this time? That fishman soldier looks quite imposing. His strength must be considerable. Perhaps we will finally see Smoker receive a lesson. Who do you think will win?" The principal, observing the raucous training ground, raised a megaphone and declared, "Students, please quiet down." At the principal's command, the students fell silent under the watchful eyes of the teachers. As the arena settled, the principal continued, "I have called you all here to convey an important matter. The details are as follows. Now, I hereby announce the commencement of the match." After a lengthy and somewhat tedious introduction, which had already worn out the students after a long day of training, many succumbed to sleep before even realizing that the match had begun. As soon as the principal's words faded, Jinbi made the first move. Water strike, he exclaimed, launching a water projectile the size of a fist toward Smoker. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Smoker swiftly elementalized to evade the oncoming water blast. The projectile sailed through Smoker's form, crashing into the wall beneath the spectators' area, resulting in a resounding explosion that reverberated throughout the arena without producing any smoke. Relieved by his narrow escape, Smoker glanced at the wall, which now bore the mark of a small cannon's impact. However, just as he felt a gust of wind brush against his face, Smoker instinctively realized the imminent danger. This was no time for relief. He was still in the midst of battle. Fishman karate, tangled grass punch. Smoker had elementalized the moment he sensed the wind. Yet he was unprepared for what transpired next. Chapter 58. Jinbi's potential. Before Smoker could clearly discern Jinbi's silhouette, he heard Jinbi shout the name of his technique, and suddenly found himself propelled backward, crashing into the wall he had just narrowly avoided. In an instant, he lost consciousness. The students in the arena had awakened to the sound of the explosion when Jinbi's water strike hit the wall. Yet they were utterly bewildered by the rapid conclusion of the match, having hardly grasped the situation before Smoker was sent flying. Those who witnessed the entire encounter were even more stunned. The Academy's students had come to understand Smoker's prowess, and while many believed they could defeat him, none expected anyone to accomplish such a feat with only 2 moves. A few teachers stood in shock. He must have utilized hockey. One speculated. Indeed, otherwise, how could he have struck Smoker? Even if Smoker's elementalization was imperfect, without hockey, he could not have landed a hit. According to reports, Jinbi was merely 22 years old, and the mastery of hockey at such a young age was indeed impressive. It seemed our academy was on the verge of nurturing another trio of monstrous talents. Among the most astonished was Major Baru, who had anticipated Jinbi's victory over Smoker but had not expected it to be so effortless. Had Jinbi not tested Smoker with his water strike, he might have defeated him in a single blow. Simultaneously, Baru couldn't help but marvel at Jinbi's prowess. Recalling their earlier conversation about his mastery of Fishman karate and Fishman jiu-jitsu, Jinbi had claimed he still had much to learn. Baru retorted, "Your skill in Fishman karate and jiu-jitsu rivals even my peak performance. If you consider yourself lacking, then I must not have even scratched the surface." Despite the teasing, Baru was genuinely pleased to see a talent like Jinbi emerge from the Fishman tribe. The tranquil atmosphere of the training ground was suddenly shattered by the principal's voice. Holding a megaphone in one hand and raising Jinbi's hand with the other, he proclaimed, "The victor of this match is Jinbi." As the principal's words echoed, the students and teachers alike erupted in applause for Jinbi's formidable strength, with the Fishman soldiers applauding the loudest. Meanwhile, the medical personnel finally sprang into action to attend to the unconscious Smoker. After confirming that Smoker was not seriously injured, the principal's admiration for Jinbi soared. He deduced that Jinbi had intentionally restrained his power during the attack, significantly enhancing his evaluation in the principal's eyes. Ultimately, the principal personally arranged accommodations for Jinbi and his fellow fishmen, further endearing the academy to the Fishman tribe. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was midnight. By then, the CP9 agents had transmitted all information pertaining to the underworld to Marineford. Upon receiving the first batch of documents, Sengoku dispatched a Marine to summon the others. Once all the materials were gathered, the attendees wasted no time and began poring over the documents. A heavy silence fell over the room as they absorbed the contents. For the underworld's influence exceeded their expectations, and the magnitude of their hidden crimes was more shocking than they had imagined. Zephyr seethed, "These vermin. The combined crimes of all the sea's infamous pirates pale in comparison to theirs. We must imprison them all and impel down." Zhang Gua, with a wry smile, remarked, "Zifa, you truly possess a kind heart. Locking all those inner demons within impel down, not to mention the substantial loss of our naval strength. Even if we were to capture them all, we cannot secure impel down. Since we are aware of their lair, we ought to eliminate these scourges with decisive measures. Based on the information at hand, it is almost certain that these so-called rulers of the underground world are disseminating news about the vessels belonging to their families. Initially, their motives remained a mystery, but it turns out that our courier service obstructed their path." Zifa, puzzled, inquired, "What does this have to do with the courier service?" In the tumultuous era of the warring states, Sengoku elucidated, "Zifa, observe the enterprises governed by the sovereigns of the underworld. The establishment of our courier company will undoubtedly disrupt their industries. It is the maritime king, Omid, and the hidden master, Kabosin, whose operations closely mirror the functions of our impending courier service. Indeed, once our company is launched, we shall become their rivals. Yet, they are acutely aware that they cannot compete with us. What intrigues me, however, is why these individuals target me instead of Zifa." Upon hearing that the courier company was being targeted, Kong became agitated. "Since they have taken the initiative to strike, we must not hold back. Let us swiftly mobilize our forces to eliminate them before they disrupt our courier service." He, with a cool demeanor, interjected, "Marshal Kong, before you deploy the troops, you must first address their intricate web of connections." "What web of connections requires my intervention?" Kong retorted. The celestial dragons. He replied, placing a dossier before Kong, which prominently detailed that the rulers of the underground world routinely dispatched vast sums of berries to Mariehua each year. Upon perusing the document, Kong fell into a profound silence. Sengoku, perceiving the gravity of the situation, remarked, "Do they believe that having the celestial dragons as their backing grants them impunity? Shall we simply overlook their transgressions?" After a brief silence, Kong erupted with indignation. "They have audaciously dared to assault our family. If we stand idly by, who will ever have the courage to serve in the Navy again? I shall address the Gorosei. You all proceed to eradicate them. At worst, I shall resign as Fleet Admiral and retire, something I have long contemplated. My retirement would also graciously pave the way for Sengoku." Seeing the situation, Sengoku hurriedly said, "Commander Kong, please do not. The matter is not that grave. You should continue to serve as the commander. I am not yet prepared to assume that role. You truly wish to be the commander, don't you? My little ruse has revealed your intentions." Both Zephyr and Crane looked at Sengoku with expressions of schadenfreude. The Warring States period, however, seemed impervious to the empty words, with not a trace of change in expression. "Marshal Kong, I have long aspired to the rank of marshal, a notion I have never concealed. Every sailor must have contemplated the prospect of becoming a marshal. Those who do not harbor such ambitions are truly unworthy. A sailor who does not wish to become a marshal is not a commendable sailor." The eloquent words of Warring States rendered the three individuals speechless. Chapter 59, King of Maritime Trade. Kong cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Warring States, please continue." Sengoku responded with a faint, enigmatic smile, "Very well. The matter isn't as convoluted as Tsuru imagines. Though the underworld monarchs annually send berries to Mary Geos, we remain oblivious to the recipients. Even CP9's intelligence fails to specify. We could feign ignorance of their celestial dragon affiliations and eradicate them outright, even if their patrons later discover and appeal to the five elders. I doubt they'd trouble the Marines over exterminated vermin. And should the elders protest, the situation would still favor us over you, Fleet Admiral Kong, confronting them directly. After all, purging the underworld filth merits recognition. I might reluctantly assume the Fleet Admiral's mantle then." His words ignited a spark in the room, though the audience tactfully ignored his concluding remark. Kong chuckled approvingly. "An excellent stratagem, Sengoku. We shall proceed accordingly. Shall we mobilize troops immediately?" Surprisingly, Tsuru voiced no further objections, but Sengoku himself interjected, "Hasty mobilization is unnecessary. We aren't slaughtering every underworld denizen. Such bloodshed would be untenable. Only the ringleaders require elimination. Presently, our forces are stretched thin by courier company disputes and surging pirate activity. Moreover, to secure the Fishman's allegiance, we must station substantial forces on Fishman Island. New World's gateway demands both elite soldiers and numerical strength. Large-scale troop movements would draw attention. The underworld, already wary due to the courier conflict, would deduce our intent. If they evade preemptively, tracking them globally would prove futile. Without troop deployment, who shall purge these pirates? Just you and Zephyr?" Kong pressed. Tsuru concurred. "Fleet Admiral Kong is correct. Sengoku, even if you and Zephyr outmatch them, their preparedness could endanger you both. We must devise meticulous tactics. Neither of you may act recklessly." Admiral Sengoku remarked. "Admiral K, who among you claimed that it is only Zephyr and I who will be participating? Have you forgotten that although our Navy has yet to initiate conscription, our combat capabilities have indeed seen an enhancement? The very individuals responsible for bolstering our strength are our allies against the underworld, the seven warlords of the sea." Zephyr and his companions echoed in unison. "Indeed, it is the seven warlords of the sea. With their assistance, we are certain to eradicate the denizens of the underworld effectively." After a moment of contemplation, Kei responded, "Sengoku, even with the addition of the seven warlords, our numbers remain insufficient. The rulers of the underworld are not merely one, but a total of 6. And their strongholds are scattered across different locations. Dividing our forces will render us incapable of vanquishing them." "Who proposed the division of forces?" Sengoku countered. "If we do not split our troops, the moment we eliminate one of them, the others will undoubtedly receive word and retreat into hiding. Merely dispatching a force against one will result in our complete failure. Their strongholds are not co-located. We can compel them to congregate." Kei asserted. "Naturally, when they gather, we can strike decisively." Sengoku interjected. "This notion may be futile. The records indicate that these individuals are exceedingly cautious, never having assembled in one place. They conduct their discussions solely through transponder snails. I cannot fathom how you plan to lure these survivalists into a meeting. This indeed poses a conundrum. A direct invitation could potentially bring them together, but it would also reveal our intentions." The conference room fell into a stalemate, with no one able to devise a viable solution. Observing the impasse, Kei suggested, "Since we cannot conceive of an effective strategy at this moment, let us contemplate gradually. After all, we have successfully recruited the 7 warlords. It is not too late to confront them once we have assembled our forces." "Absolutely not." Sengoku and Kei stood in unison, voicing their dissent. Kay, taken aback, inquired, "Why do you both oppose this?" Zhang Guo gestured for he to speak first. He shot Zhang Guo a glance and remarked, "The underworld figures, led by General Kong, are unlike any other pirates. Their previous actions reveal the terrifying extent of their intelligence capabilities. Although only a handful of us are aware of this matter at present, as time progresses, the number of individuals privy to this plan will inevitably increase. Those denizens of the underworld may even become aware of our intentions. The consequences, as you can imagine, would be exceedingly grave. Therefore, we must expedite the execution of this plan." The warring states expressed agreement, stating that the plan must be executed swiftly. Although this plan is known only to us, our investigations into others' affairs will inevitably be exposed over time. It is quite possible that such exposure has already occurred. Thus, we must act promptly. If our manpower is indeed insufficient, we can first eliminate King of the Seas Amit and Concealer Gibson. Zephyr and I can each lead a few vice admirals to deal with them. These vice admirals need not possess overwhelming strength, but their reconnaissance capabilities must be exceptional. Ultimately, our objective is merely to eliminate them, not to dismantle their influence. However, the 7 warlords of the sea can address other rulers of the underworld. Kong expressed concern, questioning whether this course of action might be somewhat reckless. Zhang Guo remarked, "Marshal Kong, when did you become so indecisive? This is undoubtedly the most effective course of action at present. If we do not employ this strategy now, we will have to wait until the conclusion of our conscription and subsequently eliminate them directly. However, by the time our new recruits are trained, the time lost would be excessive and unforeseen complications are likely to arise. Moreover, this tactic is not as perilous as you might envision, Marshal Kong. The intelligence we possess includes the preferences of these individuals and their habitual haunts. We can ambush them in the places they frequent most." "Very well. This indeed appears to be the optimal plan," he conceded. "Let us proceed as you suggest, Zhang Guo. I shall summon the 7 warlords of the sea. Once all of them have assembled, you shall set forth." In the midst of the tumultuous warring states period, Sengoku urgently interjected, "Marshal Kong, perhaps we should wait a moment for Fisher Tiger. With his assistance, the probability of our plan's success will undoubtedly increase." "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. We shall adjourn for now, as the hour is quite late, and we have pressing matters to attend to tomorrow. That rascal Carp has already departed from Marineford to take a vacation." Chapter 60. The deterrent effect. Upon mentioning Carp, Sengoku suddenly realized that he was absent from the conference room. Due to the circumstances surrounding Zephyr's family, Sengoku refrained from bringing up the matter of having supper and returned to his quarters. Once back home, Sengoku was eager to contact Tiger, yet the hour was too late, prompting him to abandon the idea of disturbing Tiger in the dead of night. Early the next morning, as soon as Sengoku arose, he began to reach out to Tiger. "Hello, is there something you require, Admiral Sengoku?" "Tiger, are you currently engaged in hunting pirates?" "Indeed, I have been pursuing pirates since your departure. Yet the number I have taken down remains insufficient. I sought you out for an important matter. You need not risk yourself in the hunt any longer. If you accomplish this task, you shall be directly elevated to the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea." What task does Admiral Sengoku have in mind? The warring states period informed Tiger about the endeavor to eliminate the sovereign of the underworld. Upon hearing of the misdeeds committed by those individuals, Tiger readily consented to undertake the mission. The warring states were pleased with this development and immediately instructed Tiger to hasten to Marineford for the meeting. The rulers of the underworld were astonished to learn that the Navy was mobilizing its forces, prompting them to initiate a conference via telephone. "Amit, Gibson, you are in for a dire fate. The Navy must have already uncovered your dissemination of information regarding the Zephyr family," one remarked coldly. Amit retorted, "Ferret, do you think you can escape unscathed? This matter involves more than just Gibson and me. We are all complicit, and no one can evade the consequences. There is no need for you to fear the Navy so much. They are currently preoccupied with pirate threats. Even if they send troops to confront us, how many can they truly spare? Besides, we are not defenseless. If they dare to come after us, they may find themselves at a greater disadvantage." A woman's voice interjected, "Pietro, are you overestimating your confidence? Do you truly believe your limited strength can contend with the Navy? You are still too naive." "Old hag, what do you mean? Do you doubt my capabilities? My elite subordinates far surpass the pitiful Navy troops. Do you think your subpar soldiers can compare to the elite of the Navy headquarters? Even if a single admiral and a sizable fleet were dispatched, we would be doomed. If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. No one understands the Navy's peak combat power better than I. They are not ordinary foes." Pietro scoffed, "If my approach is insufficient, pray tell, what is your proposal?" "I wish to see your plan in action. Rest assured, I have a solution," the woman replied confidently. "Is that so?" Umit and Gibson echoed, their voices filled with excitement. "Indeed. Then please, do share, madam. Stop interrupting. If you had not interrupted, I would have spoken already." The woman clearly relished the titles bestowed upon her, her tone lightening considerably. "It is our fault. Please, madam, do continue." Umit, despite his calling her madam, concealed his true feelings. "My solution is simple. We have been sending vast amounts of berries to Mary Geos for far too long. It is high time they return the favor. If we can persuade them to act, the Navy, as loyal hounds to the celestial dragons, would not dare to attack us." Upon her declaration, it was evident that some were swayed. If the celestial dragons intervened, the Navy would be rendered insignificant. However, a dissenting voice arose. "Madam, I oppose your plan." "Oh, Morgans, why do you oppose my suggestion? Do you possess a better alternative?" "I do not have a superior plan, but I can assure you that what you propose is anything but wise. The celestial dragons are a far more dangerous entity than the Navy. While angering the Navy might leave us unscathed, inciting the celestial dragons guarantees our demise. As for the berries we send to Mary Geos, outsiders may be oblivious, but we are not. After years of sending berries, we still do not know who receives them. Even if we sought to contact a celestial dragon, how could we? What cost would we incur to summon a being of such noble status? Given their notorious temperament, should we manage to engage one, unforeseen calamities may ensue, potentially resulting in a thorough purging of our underworld. The celestial dragons are a card we can only play in a dire crisis. We must reserve it." Umit retorted angrily. "Morgans, do you imply this is not a dire situation? The Navy has dispatched troops to confront us. If this is not a crisis, then when is?" Morgans replied calmly. "Hold your horses, Umit. If the Navy truly sends troops to attack us, that would indeed signify a crisis. But who informed you that the Navy's mobilization is aimed at us?" "What do you mean, Morgans? Clarify your words. If the Navy's troops are not directed at us, then where are they headed? There are no reports of unrest necessitating such a large-scale deployment of Navy forces. Your intelligence, of course, cannot uncover this. But I know that the Navy has recently stationed a contingent of fishmen at Marine Ford, and the focus of their troop movements appears directed towards Fishman Island. Furthermore, the residents of Fishman Island are currently collaborating with the Navy to establish a base there." "Fishman Island? Those brutal and xenophobic beings would never agree to a Navy base." "Morgans, do you comprehend why the fishmen would acquiesce to a Navy presence?" "I cannot say for certain, but I suspect it relates to the fishmen serving in the Navy. The Navy must have struck a deal with the Fishman Kingdom, yet the specifics remain unknown to me. So, you need not fear the Navy's intentions towards us. In my view, when you were forming a delivery service to challenge the Navy, you should have anticipated the repercussions of opposing them. We are not those aimless pirates." The faces of the rulers targeting the Navy turned pale under Morgan's words. Umit questioned, "Morgans, if you were aware of this information, why did you not share it sooner? Why wait until now?" Morgans chuckled. "Did you not find your earlier reactions amusing? That is precisely why I withheld this information until now." "Are you mocking me, Morgans?" "I am not mocking you, Umit. Rather, I am simply laughing at you." "Ha! Damn Morgans, you will pay for this. I await your retaliation, Umit. But do not presume that a mere cargo handler can threaten me." Thus, the two rulers of the underworld began bickering like quarreling fishwives, until other rulers intervened to quell the discord. The woman declared, "While Morgan's intelligence has never been proven wrong, he has just admitted that this information remains unconfirmed. For the safety of us all, let us utilize our strengths in the coming days to incite further chaos upon these seas, until the Navy is too preoccupied to concern themselves with us." Madam is correct. Let the seas be engulfed in turmoil. Chaos is splendid. The more tumultuous the seas, the more I profit. The greater the chaos, the more news spreads. Let us collectively plunge the world into disarray. In the Warring States office at Marineford, a Marine entered to report, "Admiral Sengoku, the Shichibukai have arrived in the conference room. Are they all present?" Presently gathered are Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, the captain of the Kuja pirates and king of Amazon Lily, Rosa, the rebellious Vice Admiral Monkey D, Dragon, and the yet-to-become warlord of the sea, Adventurer Fisher Tiger. All have now assembled. I understand. Subsequently, Sengoku made his way to the conference room. Upon entering, he found the atmosphere quite tumultuous. With Crocodile and Moria engaged in a heated dispute, the others remained indifferent to the quarrel, engrossed in their own affairs. Dragon, an old acquaintance of Sengoku, now donned a striking green cloak. Crocodile and Moria appeared much as they did in their youth, showing little change since their days in Logue Town. Rosa, the captain of the Kuja pirates, is undoubtedly a beauty, yet Sengoku mused that she pales in comparison to her successor. As for Tiger, it had not been long since he last parted ways with Sengoku. While Sengoku observed them, the assembled individuals also took note of his presence, causing even the bickering Crocodile to fall silent. As the meeting room fell into silence, Sengoku swiftly took a seat beside Tsuru. Crocodile was the first to break the silence, stating, "Since you have arrived, Admiral Sengoku, would you kindly enlighten us as to the purpose of gathering us here?" Moria chuckled, "Surely. You do not intend for us to assist your navy in dealing with the pirates of the New World, do you? I have heard that the pirates have been relentlessly attacking your branches in the New World, with one of your outposts even falling to their onslaught. It seems the Navy is currently facing quite a difficult situation." Aside from Tiger and Tsuru, the others regarded Sengoku with peculiar expressions. In a sudden fit, Sengoku expelled the water he had just swallowed, fortunately managing to turn and release it onto the floor, narrowly avoiding a mishap upon the dragon across from him. Suru furrowed her brow at the sight, initially poised to reprimand Sengoku, but upon noticing the presence of so many outsiders, she decided against it for the sake of his dignity. Tiger, concerned, inquired, "Admiral Sengoku, are you unwell? Is everything all right?" After choking on his water, the warrior of the warring states waved his hand dismissively and said, "I am perfectly fine. It is merely a case of having swallowed the wrong way." The reason why the warring states was taken aback was that while drinking water, he suddenly caught sight of the dragon's face sitting opposite him, which bore some markings resembling tattoos. Aside from appearing slightly younger, it was identical to the dragon from his memories before the time travel. During the warring states period, one might wonder if Sengoku, upon returning from his vacation, inadvertently used his oversized slippers to assist Longwen. This thought caused Sengoku to momentarily choke on water. Buddha cleared his throat and stated, "The purpose of summoning you here is not to enlist your aid against the pirates of the New World. The Navy is fully capable of handling those marauders without your concern. Instead, we require your assistance in confronting the 6 sovereigns of the underworld. The number we engage will depend on your capabilities." "The sovereigns of the underworld? Have you located their lair?" Crocodile inquired with palpable excitement as he gazed at Buddha. "Naturally, we have summoned you because we have indeed discovered their stronghold. We have identified the lairs of all of them," Buddha replied. Moria expressed his bewilderment. "Why does the Navy seek to confront the rulers of the underworld? As far as I am aware, the Navy has been under considerable strain lately. Why divert forces to confront them? They surely have not wronged you." "Who claims they have not wronged us? They have not merely offended us. They have grievously wronged us. And they have taken action against the families of our Navy personnel." Long, astonished, remarked, "So the individuals who previously attacked Master Zephyr were agents of the underworld sovereigns?" Buddha Sengoku nodded, and the others wore expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that the rulers of the underworld would dare to lay hands on the family of a general. Moria was correct. Our Navy indeed finds itself unable to mobilize troops against them at present. This is but one reason. Another lies in the fact that should we attempt a large-scale troop deployment, it would inevitably attract the attention of the rulers of the underworld, allowing them to evade us with ease. If your Navy does not mobilize, are you suggesting we send our men to confront them?" Crocodile remarked with evident discontent. Aside from Dragon and Tiger, the others too gazed at Sengoku with palpable displeasure. In the presence of Sengoku, Crocodile remarked, "I would indeed like for you to send someone. But among you, aside from the members of the 9 snake pirates, do any of you have any subordinates? Particularly you, Crocodile. As a solitary individual, who do you command?" "My decision to summon you was made with careful consideration, which is why I did not allow you to bring your forces, but rather insisted that you come alone. Our strategy this time will be one of decapitation, requiring only your involvement. There is no need to fear we are sending you to your demise. Both I and Zephyr will accompany you. Our Navy will assist in luring out the rulers of the underworld, but the elimination of them will rest solely upon your shoulders. Naturally, should you wish to seize their power, that will also depend on your own capabilities. However, we will extend certain assistance. The extent of our support will be contingent upon your contributions. If your efforts prove sufficient, our Navy may even endorse you as the new sovereigns of the underworld." Upon hearing Sengoku's proclamation regarding their potential elevation as the new rulers of the underworld, a spark ignited in the eyes of Crocodile and Moria. Moria, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Sengoku, is what you say truly the case?" Zhangguo chuckled. "Indeed, it is true." With Zhangguo's affirmation, Moria began to envision himself as the new sovereign of the underworld, rallying a fresh coalition of power before seeking vengeance against Kaido. The warring states continued, thus. "This battle is not only to avenge our Navy, but also to fight for your own cause." Crocodile inquired, "What constitutes the standard of contribution?" "The standard of contribution, of course, hinges upon your ability to slay the monarchs of the underworld. The more monarchs you eliminate, the greater your contribution will be. All you need to do is present their severed heads to us." In the tumultuous era of the warring states, Crocodile ceased to pose further inquiries. Moria cast a malevolent glance at the others, for these individuals were his rivals. In pursuit of vengeance, he felt compelled to eliminate the monarchs of the underworld. As the fewer adversaries he faced, the greater his chances of success would become. Moria began to scrutinize the other Shichibukai with meticulous attention. Upon encountering Tiger, a glimmer sparked in Moria's eyes. With a sinister grin, Moria remarked, "This mission is fraught with peril. We are all Shichibukai, renowned figures of considerable strength. Our prowess is beyond question. Yet, this red-haired fishman does not appear to belong to our ranks, does he? Moreover, I have not heard of his exploits before. Bringing along an individual of dubious strength could jeopardize our efforts. After all, we are all astute individuals," Crocodile concurred. Buddha chuckled at the scene, remarking, "It seems, Tiger, that your reputation has yet to precede you. Why not engage in a friendly spar with Moria, allowing them to witness your prowess?" "Very well, Admiral Buddha," Tiger replied. "Moria, do you have any objections?" "Ha ha ha, certainly not." Moria responded gleefully. "Since you both agree to prevent any injuries and to maintain the integrity of our mission, let us have you exchange a few blows right here." With that, Both combatants rose from their seats and approached a designated area beside the conference table. Moria brandished the sword at his back, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, tiger, is it? Draw your weapon. Fear not, for death is not the end. I shall continue to fight using your lifeless body." Tiger, unfazed, merely smiled and replied, "My weapon is my body, and I do not believe my life will conclude today." Without further ado, the two charged at each other. Their haki manifested vividly, clashing blades and fists with a resounding clang, echoing like the collision of metal. In their initial confrontation, their strengths were evenly matched. "Ha ha ha, Tiger, your skills are commendable, yet still insufficient," Moria taunted as he unleashed his shadow spear. From Tiger's shadow emerged a long, black spear, aimed directly at him. However, before Moria could fully announce his attack, Tiger, with his keen observation haki, sensed the looming danger behind him and swiftly distanced himself from Moria. "Tiger, cease your struggles. My shadow spear is born from your own shadow. There is no escaping it." Moria laughed, watching Tiger evade with increasing desperation. Yet Tiger refused to yield, persistently dodging the relentless assault of the shadow spear. Moria, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, reveled in Tiger's frantic dodges. Gradually, Tiger realized that Moria spoke the truth. The attack was indeed inescapable. He could only brace himself for the inevitable impact, yet he was not inclined to simply endure the onslaught. Tiger summoned all his haki, executing the fishman karate technique. Sharkskin palm. He darted swiftly towards Moria, landing a powerful strike that sent Moria staggering back several paces. Observing his now tranquil shadow, Tiger was assured in his gamble. Even the most insurmountable abilities could be disrupted if one interfered with their wielder. Moria, shaken, glanced at the spot where Tiger had struck him. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he could have sustained grave injury from that blow. At that moment, Moria comprehended that Tiger possessed the strength worthy of a warlord of the sea. Defeating Tiger would only result in mutual injury, making him an easy target for others, thus extinguishing his desire to continue the fight. However, upon catching a glimpse of Crocodile's mocking gaze, Moria found himself wavering once more. Just as Moria hesitated, Admiral Buddha interjected, "That should suffice for your sparring, Moria. You have surely witnessed Tiger's capabilities by now, and I trust you no longer doubt his strength. Thus, we shall conclude this bout. We have pressing matters to attend to." Tiger, eager to avoid further conflict, promptly returned to his seat, and Moria followed suit, resuming his place at the table. Subsequently, Admiral Buddha assigned tasks to the gathered assembly. "Zeph and Dragon, your objective is to deal with King of the Seas Amit." In the Warring States period, Fleet Admiral Sengoku sought to confront the King of Usury, Lu Firud. Crocodile was tasked with dealing with the Concealment Master, Gibson. Moria was assigned to face the Mortuary Tycoon, Dracula Piedro, while Tiger and Rosa were to tackle the Queen of Joy Street, Madame Pimp. As for the president of the World Economic News Agency, Big News Morgans, his lair was elusive and the most challenging to locate. Hence it was relegated to the last stage of their mission. Whosoever resolved their target first would then turn their attention to Morgans, except for Zephyr, who voluntarily requested the removal of Amit. All other targets were chosen by the 7 warlords of the sea themselves. To counter these formidable foes, Sengoku devised corresponding strategies, ensuring that each team was accompanied by several adept marines skilled in intelligence and camouflage. For the safety of these intelligence operatives, Sengoku made a specific request. Their security must be guaranteed. With all arrangements in place, Sengoku smiled and declared, "Now that you have all confirmed your targets, let us rest briefly before we set out tomorrow. The relevant intelligence personnel will accompany you. They will guide you to your designated targets." Observing the situation, Crocodile interjected, "There is no need for rest. I wish to depart immediately. The sooner I eliminate those individuals, the sooner I can assimilate their power." Moria echoed this sentiment, and the others expressed their desire not to squander time. Zephyr stated, "The rest can occur during our journey. Let us set off at once." The Warring States, with a resigned tone, declared, "Since you all refuse to take a break, I hereby announce that the mission commences now." Upon exiting the conference room, the relevant intelligence personnel will approach you. Once again, I remind you to heed my instructions. You are well aware of the consequences should you defy them. Chapter 63, The Casino. Only after receiving further assurances did the Warring States allow them to depart. As Jean Guo observed Long preparing to depart, he called out, "Hold on a moment, Long." Long paused and inquired, "Mr. Jean Guo, do you have any further instructions for me?" Jean Guo cautioned, "During your mission with ZFA, ensure you keep a close watch on him. He is prone to losing his composure when it comes to matters concerning his wife and children." Long replied with calm assurance, "Rest assured, Mr. Jean Guo, I will certainly keep a vigilant eye on Teacher ZFA. Mr. Sengoku, do you have anything further to convey? Although I am unaware of your reasons for resigning from the Navy, you must understand the immense pressure that Garp will have to bear due to your departure." Dragon's expression turned slightly uncomfortable as he replied, "I understand, Mr. Sengoku." With that, Dragon transformed into a gust of wind and vanished from the conference room. Once everyone had departed, Crane approached Sengoku and inquired, "Sengoku, do you believe your plan will succeed?" "I cannot say for certain, but I have faith that there remains a considerable chance for success. Furthermore, we cannot afford to delay. The recent uprisings of pirates are fundamentally linked to the machinations of those in the underworld. If we do not take action soon, we may find ourselves at a loss for when we can strike again. I will swiftly deal with Lu Fei Lu, and you should urgently urge Garp to return. The defenses of our headquarters have become somewhat vulnerable with both Zifa and myself absent. I understand. Please be expedient in your return. Seeing this, Zhang Guo smiled faintly and exited the conference room. As soon as Zhang Guo exited the conference room, 2 intelligence officers approached him. The Warring States observed and said, "Lead the way." The General of the Warring States, your uniform is rather conspicuous. I kindly ask you to change into civilian attire. Zhang Guo cast a glance at the 2 individuals clad in casual attire and burst into laughter. It appears I have been rather unprofessional. Would you kindly accompany me back to change into more casual clothing? Not a bother at all. Zhang Guo observed the 2 tense individuals without uttering a word, hastening his pace towards his residence. Upon reaching his cloakroom, he discovered that apart from his naval uniform, his wardrobe was solely filled with identical black suits. Faced with this realization, Zhang Guo resigned himself to donning a fresh suit. As he changed his attire, a devil fruit unexpectedly slipped from his clothing. In the midst of the Warring States period, Sengoku picked up the devil fruit and placed it in the wardrobe. This particular devil fruit had been sent by Spandam. It was the Zoan type, ancient species, dragon fruit, in the form of a pteranodon. The other 2 fruits were the Zoan type, ancient species, dragon fruit, in the form of a Tyrannosaurus rex, and the Zoan type, ancient species, dragon fruit, in the form of a triceratops. Sengoku was quite astonished upon seeing these 3 devil fruits. He had not anticipated that Spandam would procure such rare specimens for him. If they were to add Drake's Zoan type, ancient species, dragon fruit, in the form of a Spinosaurus, their navy would possess 4 dinosaurs, and with 1 more dinosaur-related devil fruit, they could form a dinosaur squad. Initially, Sengoku intended to give this devil fruit to Razanandi, but due to his overwhelming busyness, he kept forgetting. At that moment, Zephyr was the first to receive the devil fruit, and he immediately bestowed the Zoan type, ancient species, dragon fruit, in the form of a Tyrannosaurus rex to Zephyr. Once Sengoku donned his suit, he fully intended to deliver the devil fruit to Razanandi after the completion of this mission. Sengoku then boarded a merchant ship alongside 2 intelligence officers. After 2 days of travel, he successfully arrived at the lair of the King of Loan Sharks. The territory of the King of Loan Sharks, Lu Furud, was situated on a moderately sized island, lavishly decorated, with every building reflecting the owner's extravagant wealth. The most prominent structure was a casino, reputed to be the largest in the world, where the elite gamblers from across the globe would congregate. Furthermore, according to the intelligence provided by Spandam, the King of Loan Sharks, Lu Furud, typically concealed himself within the highest tier of the casino. The casino comprised 112 floors, and based on the intel, gamblers could only access up to the 100th floor, accessing the floors beyond that was reserved solely for casino staff. Yet even ordinary staff members were barred from the upper 3 floors, 110 to 112, which only Lu Furud could enter. Others required his explicit consent for entry. Zhang Guo gazed at the towering casino and inquired, "Is Lu Fei Ru currently residing within the establishment?" The general of Zhang Guo affirmed, stating that there was no intelligence suggesting Lu Fei Ru had departed from the casino. "Could you facilitate an audience with Lu Fei Ru for us?" Zhang Guo's general regrettably replied, "We are unable to do so." The Warring States waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for apologies. He remarked that he would remain here on his own, and his companions need not follow him. He instructed them to await his message and to provide timely assistance upon the completion of his mission. After dismissing his subordinates, the Warring States began to explore the island, which was abundant in wealth. He entered a clothing store and purchased a casual outfit. Upon exiting the shop, he grimaced at the expense, noting that the garments here were more than twice the price of those in Marineford, costing him 25,000 berries. However, he reassured himself that this expenditure would not come from his own pocket, as it was for the sake of his mission and would be reimbursed upon his return to headquarters. With that, he donned the sunglasses he had purchased previously and continued his stroll, clad in a flamboyant Hawaiian-style short-sleeve shirt and matching shorts. Zhang Guo first arrived at a bustling tavern, indulging in a hearty meal while eavesdropping on the conversations of fellow patrons. However, he soon realized that a staggering 90% of them were gamblers, engrossed in discussions about their nocturnal betting escapades, while the remaining 10% were merely companions of these gamblers. Frustrated by the lack of valuable information, Zhang Guo hastily finished his meal and exited the establishment, feeling a pang of regret as he settled the bill. Having discovered that the prices on this island were generally 2 to 3 times higher than those in Marineford, subsequently he ventured to a lively bar, hoping to glean some useful intelligence. Yet, after 3 hours of fruitless inquiry, he found himself no closer to his goal. During his time there, he was approached by numerous flamboyantly dressed young women and married ladies, some attempting to deceive him, while others brazenly hinted at the services they could offer. Zhang Guo, as a public servant, resolutely declined with righteous indignation. Some audacious young women even boldly provoked, exclaiming, "Is it beyond your capabilities?" In a fit of rage, Sengoku was on the verge of demonstrating his prowess to the young maiden. However, he soon recalled the importance of his mission and ultimately relinquished the thought, primarily because the girl was quite unremarkable. As Sengoku listlessly sipped his sixth glass of iced water, three formidable and menacing figures approached him. Chapter 64. MEDS Zhanghua lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at the three men, then raised his empty cup and addressed the bartender. "Please refill my glass with ice water." However, this time the bar did not take Zhanggua's cup. At that moment, two burly men seated themselves on either side of Zhanghua like sentinels, while another stood behind him, blocking his path. One of the imposing figures spoke with a menacing tone. "Who sent you, brother? How dare you cause trouble in our nightless city? Do you not realize that this place is under the protection of the three brothers, Tiger and Leopard?" After listening, Zhanghua finally let out a sigh of relief. At first, he had feared that he had been exposed. In the Warring States period, there was no inclination to engage in idle chatter with these individuals. "Had I known earlier to purchase a cup of wheat juice, no one would have sought me out." Zhanghua abruptly stood up, preparing to depart. The three muscular men, realizing that Zhanghua had disregarded them, were instantly filled with rage and attempted to force him back into his seat simultaneously. However, to their astonishment, they found themselves unable to restrain Zhanghua. He effortlessly broke free from their grasp with remarkable ease. The entire process was so seamless that the surrounding crowd remained oblivious to the scuffle. Only the bartender, who had been observing the situation intently, noticed the commotion and was taken aback by it. Witnessing this, the leader of the three brothers, known as the Tiger-Leopard Trio, declared, "Let us pursue him." After leaving the bar, the warrior of the Warring States discovered that the trio of tigers and leopards had unexpectedly followed him. In the Warring States period, he took a sudden turn into a deserted alley and awaited the arrival of the Tiger and Leopard Trio. After a short while, the Tiger and Leopard brothers indeed followed closely behind. Just as the Warring States were poised to strike, the eldest of the Tiger and Leopard brothers pleaded for mercy, saying, "My lord, please refrain from taking action. We have not come to confront you." Zhanghua, with a hint of intrigue, inquired, "You have not followed me to confront me, so what is your purpose in trailing me? I owe you no debt of bellies. Protecting the city that never sleeps is the duty of my two brothers and me. Thus, we must appear to be diligent. Should we fail to keep up, our responsibilities would vanish. I hope you can understand. Having followed you, if there is nothing more to do, we shall return, ensuring we have something to report." "Thank you. My lord, we shall not impose further on your time. We three brothers have resided here for many years and can certainly be of assistance to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek us out in the city that never sleeps." Having spoken, they departed. Once they exited the alley, the youngest of the Tiger-Leopard Trio expressed his confusion. "Elder brother, why did you speak to that fellow in such a manner? Are we truly afraid of him?" He flexed his muscles as he spoke. "You fool. Did you not observe in the tavern how effortlessly he escaped our grasp? Together, we are no match for him." The second brother agreed. "Indeed, that fellow is no ordinary person. I have always maintained that we should only accept as much belly as we are willing to work for. Mere pretense suffices. If we provoke someone with a volatile temper, we may not even know how we meet our end. There are many here who surpass us in strength. Let us remain vigilant. Well said. We shall take only what we are due. It seems your mind harbors not only muscle but also clarity." The eldest brother of the Tiger-Leopard Trio replied with a strained smile. "My lord, what business do you have with me? You mentioned that you three have lingered here for quite some time, correct? Surely you must possess knowledge that eludes others. Pray, enlighten me about that ostentatious individual." Following Zhanggua's gaze, the Tiger-Leopard brothers indeed spotted a flamboyantly dressed figure descending from a sports car and making his way into the city that never sleeps. Unlike Zhanggua's entrance, where no one acknowledged him, this ostentatious individual was greeted warmly by numerous attendees as he entered. "My lord, that person is a regular in our city. Although he often conceals his identity by proclaiming himself a wealthy magnate, his drinking capacity is dismal, and he reveals his true self when inebriated." "Oh, so he is not a wealthy magnate. What is his actual identity?" The eldest brother of the Tiger-Leopard Trio whispered. "His true identity is that of a scientist, affiliated with a scientific organization known as MDS. His name is Vestino, though he goes by the name Caesar Caron. When intoxicated, he boasts of being the world's foremost genius scientist, yet we remain skeptical. If he were not wealthy, we would have long since taught him a lesson. After all, who would believe that a lecherous drunkard could be the world's greatest scientific mind?" Upon hearing the name Caesar Caron, Zhanghua was immediately reminded of Caesar, who seemed to still be working with Vegapunk at MDS, an organization funded by the notorious king of loan sharks, Lou Ferret. Furthermore, it appeared that Caesar was also present on this island, and the MDS base was likely situated here. Soon, Zhanggua's heart added yet another target to its list. In the midst of their discussion, Sengoku remarked, "Take me to meet that Caesar Caron. This should be within your capabilities, I presume. Rest assured, I shall not impose upon you without recompense. Should you escort me to Caesar Caron, I will grant you 1,000,000 berries, and that amount shall be delivered to you forthwith. Additionally, if you can arrange for me to meet Caesar without any external witnesses, I will provide you with an extra 1,000,000 berries. Ultimately, this matter bears no consequence upon you. The berries are purely a bonus. I offer you a minute to contemplate this proposal. The three brothers, Tiger and Leopard, engaged in hushed deliberation. Though their voices were subdued, Sengoku could discern their exchange. The second and third brothers were undoubtedly tempted by the prospect of 2,000,000 berries, yet the eldest harbored reservations. However, after persistent persuasion from his younger siblings, he ultimately acquiesced to the idea of this unexpected windfall. My lord, we have reached an agreement to transact with you. However, I must present a stipulation that you must accept. Otherwise, I shall withdraw from this negotiation. Transaction, you say? You are indeed an intriguing individual. I accept your terms. Pray, reveal your conditions. My lord, you must first provide us with 1,000,000 berries as a deposit. Oh, so it is a deposit you seek. I was under the impression you were requesting an increase in the offer. I have conceded to your terms. This card contains 2,000,000 berries, without a password, and you may verify it at your convenience. The eldest brother instinctively reached for the bank card that Sengoku held in his hand. Zhangguo raised the bank card slightly, preventing him from obtaining it. You have accepted my berries, and you must fulfill our transaction. Do not entertain thoughts of absconding with the funds. For should you choose to flee, regret will soon follow. Having spoken, Zhangguo handed the bank card to the leader of the Tiger and Leopard brothers. Upon receiving the card, the leader initially felt elated. Chapter 65, Caesar Karan. He then addressed Zhangguo with a serious demeanor. Rest assured, my lord. We three brothers are men of principle and would never engage in any unscrupulous activities. My lord, we must first verify this. The verification process will not take much time. Merely 2 or 3 minutes will suffice. The warring states nodded. It was only then that the eldest of the Tiger-Leopard trio sighed in relief and handed the card to the second brother, instructing him to verify it at a nearby bank. Upon receiving the bank card, the second brother dashed towards the bank, and seeing this, the third brother followed suit. Zhangguo remarked, "Why did you not inquire further about acquiring some berry? Perhaps I would have been inclined to grant your request." As Lord Guo stated, this transaction has indeed favored the three of us brothers, as these 2,000,000 berry entail no risk whatsoever while guaranteeing profit. I assure you, I am not one to be avaricious, for I fear that with berry comes the peril of life. Initially, my desire was merely for 1,000,000 berry, yet your generosity, esteemed sir, is truly remarkable. Zhangguo merely smiled in silence. Soon, the second and third brothers returned, their faces radiating evident joy. The eldest brother truly possessed 2,000,000 berries. The elder merely nodded calmly, accepting the bank card offered by the second brother. He then turned to Zhangguo and said, "Sir, please follow us. We shall take you to meet Caesar Karan." In the Warring States period, Zhangguo followed the three brothers, the Tiger and Leopard, into their modest room. The space was small and furnished simply, containing nothing but 3 beds, a table, and 3 chairs. My dear sir, if you wish to meet Caesar Karan in solitude, I kindly ask for your patience. When the time is ripe, we shall escort you there. Zhangguo remarked, I shall defer to your judgment. The process is of little concern to me, only the outcome matters. With that, he nonchalantly found a clean bed, as if in the comfort of his own home, and lay down. The 3 companions could only manage an awkward smile, hesitant to utter more, before they departed together. Zhangguo soon fell into slumber, yet his sleep was not profound. The moment the door creaked open, he awoke instantly. Upon opening his eyes, Zhangguo discovered that the visitor was one of the 3 brothers of the Tiger-Leopard clan. However, as the 3 brothers bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, Zhangguo could not discern which one had arrived. Sir, please follow me. My eldest brother and second brother are keeping watch outside, and I shall take you to find Caesar Karan. Without hesitation, Zhangguo followed the third person out of the room. The 2 ascended 2 flights of stairs and arrived at the door of a lavishly adorned chamber. Inside, the esteemed Kaikalong awaited. Elder brother has instructed me to remind you that if you intend to confront Caesar Kaikalong, you must act swiftly. You have only 8 minutes before someone enters the room. Understood. With that, Zhangguo pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by an inappropriate scent. A figure, entirely unclothed, lay sprawled upon an enormous bed. The Warring States instantly recognized the individual as Caesar Karan, and could not help but commend the Tiger and Leopard brothers. As the Warring States approached the bedside, he chuckled, Is it you, Caesar Karan? Indeed, I am none other than the world's foremost genius scientist, Caesar Karan. Observing the suddenly awakened Caesar, who reeked of alcohol as he sprang up from the bed, Warring States promptly reached out and yanked him down, unceremoniously tossing him into the enormous bath nearby. The splash of water jolted Caesar awake, and he sputtered, How did I end up in the bath? Shrugging off the confusion, he decided, Well, I might as well enjoy a soak. With that, Caesar began to swim about in the bath without a care in the world. In the Warring States period, gazing at Caesar, one could only shake their head in resignation. Approaching the edge of the bath, they effortlessly lifted Caesar, who had swum to the pool's side, out of the water. Suspended in midair, Caesar was taken aback by the sensation of flight, yet he refrained from employing his abilities. Just as confusion began to envelop him, the Warring States dealt Caesar a sharp blow, prompting him to take notice of them. Caesar exclaimed, "Who are you? Daring to strike me? The security of this nocturnal city seems to be deteriorating by the day. Do you not recognize that I, Vestino, am the most esteemed guest of your city? I advise you to release me at once, for when the security personnel of this nocturnal realm arrive, you shall find yourself in dire straits. It is well known that the formidable tiger and leopard brothers are the most powerful guardians of this island." The warring states period inexorably intensified the grip around Caesar's neck, constricting it to the point where Caesar struggled to breathe, teetering on the brink of death. As the warring states period drew to a close, he gradually withdrew his strength. As Sengoku gazed at the panting Caesar, he chuckled and said, "Do not resort to petty tricks. Your antics will not suffice against me, Mr. Caesar Clown." Although Caesar appeared to be threatening Sengoku, he was, in fact, activating the powers of his gas fruit, intending to deceive Sengoku. With his breathing steady, Caesar replied with a smile, "Who is Caesar Clown? Surely, you must be mistaken. I am Vestino." "Oh, so I have erred in my identification? Then you shall perish." With that, Sengoku's grip tightened, as if he genuinely intended to end Caesar's life. Caesar's face and neck flushed rapidly. Struggling, Caesar gasped, "Release me. I am Caesar Clown." In the midst of the warring states, Caesar was unceremoniously cast to the ground. "Mr. Caesar, you have finally acknowledged your true identity. Can we now engage in a meaningful conversation? What is it that you wish to discuss?" The warring states gazed at the fully exposed Caesar and quipped, "Mr. Caesar, are you certain you wish to converse with me in this manner? The habit of flaunting oneself is rather unbecoming." Only then did Caesar realize, his face flushing an even deeper shade of crimson. As he hurried to the bedside to retrieve his flamboyant attire and don it once more, Zhangguo gracefully retreated to a sumptuous sofa, pouring himself a glass from an unopened bottle of exquisite liquor that exuded an air of opulence. However, he refrained from indulging in the drink. His gaze fixed intently upon Caesar. Under the weight of Zhangguo's stare, Caesar obediently approached the sofa opposite him and took a seat. With utmost caution, Caesar ventured, "Sir, I presume it is now time for you to disclose the purpose of your summons. However, I must clarify that I am unable to assist you at this moment, as I am currently engaged in serving one of the rulers of the underground realm on this island, the King of Usury. If I do not return by tomorrow, he will undoubtedly seek me out, and I fear that such circumstances may place you in jeopardy." Zhangguo chuckled and said, "Are you attempting to threaten me? What is Lu Feilu worth? Can he truly stand as my opponent? To be frank, I have come solely to eliminate Lu Feilu. He has provoked the wrong individual and committed unforgivable acts. Thus, he must face death." Upon hearing Zhangguo's words, Caesar instantly fell into a state of panic, unable to contain the gas emanating from his fruitability. "You speak of the Navy?" The warring states, taken aback, inquired. "Oh, how did you discern that I am a member of the Navy? Were you also involved in that matter?" Chapter 66. The Realm of Death. Caesar hastily shook his head and replied, "I was not involved." As Sengoku gazed at Caesar's clumsy performance, he coldly remarked, "Caesar, do you take me for a fool? If you do not disclose the truth, I shall confine you within Impel Down, condemning the latter half of your life to the darkness of that prison." In an instant, Caesar envisioned a sorrowful existence within Impel Down and overwhelmed by fear. He recounted the events to Sengoku. During this exchange, the staff of the Nightless City attempted to enter, but were met with Caesar's harsh rebuke. Upon hearing the account, Sengoku frowned and said, "So, you imply that Vince Smoke Judge utilized clones to assist Lu Feilu in infiltrating our Navy headquarters to gather that information?" "Indeed. It was Judge and Lu Feilu who orchestrated this. I am merely an innocent bystander who overheard their conversation while Lu Feilu sought out Judge. Please, Admiral, do not imprison me and Impel Down. I am blameless." Observing Caesar's pitiful demeanor, Sengoku remained impassive and replied, "Your fate in avoiding Impel Down hinges upon your conduct. Should you perform well, I shall not only spare you from imprisonment but also grant you everything you desire, even aiding you in surpassing Vegapunk to become the world's foremost genius scientist." Upon hearing the prospect of eclipsing Vegapunk, Caesar became exhilarated, though he quickly regained his composure. With caution, he inquired, "Might you reveal your true identity to me, Admiral?" Zhangguo smirked. "Why do you inquire about my identity? Are you concerned that my rank may not suffice to assist you?" With that, he removed his sunglasses and the disguise from his face. Caesar gazed at Zhangguo in horror, exclaiming, "You are the Navy Admiral, Buddha of the war country. Now, do you believe I can aid you in becoming the world's foremost genius scientist?" Caesar added with an obsequious expression, "I believe. I truly believe. Please command me, esteemed General of the Warring States, for I am at your service." The esteemed Admiral Sengoku donned his disguise once more and inquired, "What progress has been made with Vince Smoke Judge's genetic lineage and the cloning research?" Caesar, visibly perplexed, responded, "Admiral Sengoku, how are you aware of the genetic lineage?" "We have yet to make it public." Sengoku retorted, "Would I remain oblivious to it?" "Speak quickly." Caesar continued, "Upon the discovery of the genetic lineage, each of us at MADS has pursued divergent research paths. I am uncertain of the extent of Judge's investigations, yet I am aware his direction pales in comparison to mine. That madman even utilizes his own children for experimentation, truly more deranged than I. While I harbor no particular fondness for cloning research, I recognize that Judge's efforts are lacking. His clones may mature swiftly, yet their lifespans are alarmingly short, with the longest living merely half a year. The cultivation costs are exorbitant. One could argue it a failure. Though I hesitate to concede, the cloning technology of Vegapunk far surpasses that of Judge. Enough of that. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Besides you and Judge, are Vegapunk, Queen, and Buckingham Stussy also present on this island? Admiral Sengoku, how do you know of their presence? Caesar queried. It stands to reason you are privy to the genetic lineage, so knowing of them is not surprising. Currently, I am the sole occupant of this island. MDS has been but a name since Judge departed 6 months ago. Do you know their whereabouts or possess any means to contact them? Sengoku pressed. Naturally, I do. Caesar replied. But what do you seek them for? It's of no consequence to me. Let us not stray too far. The primary objective is to meet Lu Fei Lu Da. Can you facilitate this? Indeed, I can assist you, Admiral Sengoku. Coincidentally, he will be visiting my laboratory tomorrow to review my research findings. You may seize the opportunity to eliminate him then. Now, lead me back to your laboratory, Sengoku commanded. Right away, Admiral. Caesar obliged, guiding Sengoku to the laboratory located on the opposite side of the island. This area, in stark contrast to the bustling casino, was desolate. The entrance was well concealed, yet heavily guarded. Sengoku, initially inclined to remain discreet, was taken aback as Caesar brazenly disregarded the guards, driving his luxury vehicle straight into the laboratory. The facility was expansive, a cluster of buildings rather than a mere structure. Puzzled, Sengoku observed, Caesar, do you truly require such a vast space for just 5 individuals? Caesar scoffed, Admiral Sengoku, this grand establishment was erected by that fool Lu Fei Lu Da. Our MADS base is not situated here. He desires to curry favor with us, hence the grandeur. However, we geniuses are unlikely to genuinely assist him. The others have not even graced this place with their presence. Judge and I are merely exploiting Lu Fei Lu Da's resources. We utilize his funds for our own research, providing him with inconsequential results, and astonishingly, he remains blissfully unaware. Ah, I see. Wait, are you implying that Vegapunk and the others have never visited this island? Admiral Sengoku, I never claimed Vegapunk had come here. We parted ways over research matters 2 years ago. Understood. Would you care to introduce me to your research findings? Certainly, let us proceed. The more valuable your research, the better I can assist you in securing funding. Upon hearing the mention of research funding, Caesar's eyes gleamed with excitement, visibly transforming as he eagerly exclaimed, Admiral Sengoku. Allow me to show you my latest achievement. Caesar led Sengoku to a colossal transparent gas chamber. Observing the vibrant gas within, Sengoku immediately recognized its lethal nature. Admiral Sengoku, this is my crowning masterpiece, Death's Domain. The slightest contact with this substance will result in rapid demise for any ordinary individual, and it possesses highly infectious properties. Even the mightiest of beings will suffer excruciating pain upon contact. Noting Sengoku's unperturbed demeanor, Caesar continued, Admiral Sengoku, while my current Death's Domain may seem ineffective against the strong, its potency can be augmented. I assure you, in time, its toxicity will pose a significant threat even to the most formidable. Zhangguo gazed at the impassioned Caesar and remarked, you need not articulate your intentions. I have complete faith in you. However, as you will be serving in the Navy, it is imperative to understand that toxic gas cannot be employed overtly. The development of such weaponry in your fortress, even with my endorsement, will not garner the approval of those in higher authority. Upon hearing Zhangguo's words, Caesar's expression fell dramatically. Zhangguo, observing the situation, comforted, with your remarkable genius. You must have other inventions as well. Please share some of them with me. Subsequently, Caesar introduced several inventions to Zhangguo. However, the majority were still related to toxic gases. Zhangguo, undeterred, remained uninterested in this aspect. Among all the inventions, Zhangguo's greatest anticipation was for the artificial devil fruits. Yet Caesar did not mention them at all. The warring states could no longer contain his curiosity. Caesar, could you elaborate on your research regarding bloodline factors? Caesar, blushing, replied. General Warring States, my investigations into bloodline factors are currently confined to experimental stages, and I have yet to yield any significant results. Zhangguo smiled and said, there is nothing to worry about. Please share with me your research direction. The absence of experimental results now does not imply that you will not achieve them in the future. I firmly believe that with your intelligence and ingenuity, you will undoubtedly succeed in your research. General Zhangguo, looking at the visibly moved Caesar, Sengoku helplessly remarked, Caesar, why don't you share with me the direction of your research? Admiral Sengoku, my research focus is on artificial devil fruits. Isn't it an intriguing area of study? Caesar replied, artificial devil fruits can enhance the combat abilities of my subordinates or be sold for a handsome profit, which is quite promising. Indeed, your research direction is commendable. Once we return to headquarters, I shall lend my full support to your endeavors in the realm of artificial devil fruits. Sengoku responded, Admiral Sengoku, I wish to conduct my research in my original location. Would that be acceptable? Caesar inquired. Of course, that is entirely feasible. Your current task is to summon Lu Fei Lu here. As long as you can bring Lu Fei Lu to this place, everything else can be arranged. Sengoku assured him. Rest assured. Admiral Sengoku, tomorrow morning I will inform Lu Feilu of the breakthroughs in my research. He will undoubtedly come here, Caesar confidently declared. The warring states pondered. Caesar, what is it that you are assisting Lu Ferret with? Why does he place such great importance on it? Caesar replied in a hushed tone. That general from the warring states has tasked me with researching immortality technology. But as you well know, how could such an ethereal concept ever be realized? When he initially asked me and Jiaji to contribute to his research, we reached a tacit understanding to deceive Lu Ferret with unrelated studies, while utilizing the resources he provided to pursue our own interests. It became clear, according to the intelligence I gathered, Lu Ferret is not particularly old. Why then? Is he so fixated on immortality technology? Who can say? Perhaps it is a fear of death, or maybe he seeks to develop this technology in exchange for greater resources. Subsequently, the warring states accompanied Caesar to his quarters for rest. Time swiftly passed, and the break of dawn ushered in a new day. Early the next morning, Caesar reached out to Lu Ferret, who, upon receiving the news, hurried directly to the laboratory. Before long, a host of bodyguards appeared, escorting a tall man clad in circular sunglasses and puffing a cigar. Upon witnessing this, Caesar immediately approached, exclaiming, "Ferret, your presence is most significant." Caesar, has your research truly yielded progress? Though Ferret's voice was calm, the subtle tremor in his body betrayed his excitement. Caesar maintained his composure, responding, "Indeed, it is true. My research has made advancements, otherwise, I would not have sought your involvement. Quickly, lead me to see it," Ferret insisted, following closely behind Caesar into the depths of the laboratory. However, after just a few steps, Lu Ferret suddenly commanded, "Wait." His voice sent a chill down Caesar's spine, causing beads of sweat to form. "You all wait here for me." Relieved by the command, Caesar exhaled softly. "Why are you sweating so profusely? The laboratory isn't even warm," Ferret observed. Caesar chuckled. "Is it not warm? Yet I find it somewhat stifling. Otherwise, I would not be sweating." Ferret offered a knowing smile. "Caesar, despite your youth, your constitution seems weaker than mine. You ought to exercise moderation." Despite the inner turmoil of cursing Ferret, Caesar maintained a facade of cheerfulness. As they ventured deeper, Lu Ferret began to sense something amiss. "Where are the others in your laboratory? Weren't they just here?" he inquired. "Have you changed the experimental area again?" At that moment, a figure materialized behind Lu Ferret, coldly declaring, "Lu Ferret, prepare to face your reckoning for your transgressions." Having risen to prominence as a ruler in the underworld, Lu Ferret was no fool. In an instant, he grasped the situation. "Caesar, you dare to betray me," he exclaimed, drawing a gun from his coat and aiming it at the warring states. However, a mere handgun would prove ineffective against such formidable opposition. In a moment of deft agility, Mr. Warring States effortlessly evaded a bullet and swiftly incapacitated Lu Ferret, who was attempting to flee. Observing this, Caesar approached the unconscious Lu Ferret and mockingly remarked, "You fool. Do you truly believe that such advancements in eternal life technology are within your grasp?" Upon hearing the distant sound of footsteps approaching, Zhangguo realized that the recent gunfire had drawn the attention of the bodyguards. "Caesar has awakened that fellow. I still have matters to inquire of him." With that, Zhangguo strode towards the direction from which the bodyguards were coming. In the face of numerous bodyguards, Sengoku remained utterly unperturbed. To conceal his identity, he unleashed a formidable display of Conqueror-S haki, rendering all the bodyguards unconscious in an instant. From a distance, Caesar observed Sengoku's terrifying aura, his body trembling involuntarily. Is this the power of an admiral? Truly horrifying. By the time Sengoku returned to Caesar's side, Lu Ferret had already been roused from his slumber by Caesar's rather violent awakening method. Noticing Lu Ferret's bruised visage and the shattered fragments of his sunglasses on the ground, Sengoku surmised that Caesar had indeed employed some forceful means to wake him. It seemed that Caesar harbored considerable resentment for Lu Ferret's earlier mockery of his capabilities. "So, you are a member of the Navy. You arrived rather swiftly. Far quicker than I anticipated, and yet you came alone, managing to capture me all by yourself. What is your rank? A rear admiral or a vice admiral? If you spare me, I can grant you anything you desire, be it an endless supply of berries or immense power. I can provide you with formidable devil fruits, legendary swords, or scientific prowess." Caesar delivered a contemptuous kick to Lu Ferret, retorting, "Lu Ferret, spare me your antiquated tricks." Once upright, Lu Ferret seethed. "Caesar, you'll regret this. When I survive, I shall ensure you endure torment beyond comprehension. After I provided you with substantial funding for research, you dared to betray me." Chapter 68. The grave Caesar laughed heartily. "What do you mean? You provided us funding for research? Do not elevate your self-importance. Our relationship was merely transactional. You supplied the funds, and I assisted with your research. By the way, I have something to reveal. Neither I nor Gaji have been researching immortality technology for you. We have been utilizing the resources you provided to pursue our own projects." "What? Then what were all those updates you gave me?" "Those were trivialities, mere baubles. For you provided us with such a wealth of berries that we felt obliged to offer you some semblance of progress. It's astonishing that you have yet to realize those items are utterly useless. They won't grant you immortality but will only deteriorate your health, ultimately shortening your lifespan. You beast, Caesar, I will kill you. Listen, Navy officer, if you spare me, I will fulfill your every wish." There is nothing that berries cannot achieve in this world. I could even elevate you to the status of a new king in the underworld, a far more appealing prospect than serving as a dog for the celestial dragons. Caesar chuckled. Feared, abandon your little schemes. Admiral Sengoku will not be swayed by your temptations. Prepare to meet your demise today. The warring states cast an irritable glance at Caesar and inquired, Caesar, who permitted you to unveil my identity? You ought to conceal your ulterior motives. Do you truly believe I would be swayed by him? The warring states general insisted, I am convinced that there is absolutely no such intention. With a cold snort, the warring states removed his disguise. Upon witnessing the true visage of the warring states, Lu Feared was struck with terror, exclaiming, I never anticipated that it would be the great general of the warring states who came to apprehend me. What merit do I possess to warrant such an honor? In a sardonic tone, Zhang Guo remarked, you are certainly not an ordinary individual. Without my involvement, capturing you, the king of usury who incited pirates to dismantle our New World branch, would prove impossible. You must comprehend the purpose behind my sparing your life. Lu Feiruda responded bitterly, Admiral Zhang Guo. I confess my ignorance regarding the individual targeting Admiral Zafa. However, the reality is that those opposing you are not the sovereigns of our underworld, but merely individuals like Umid and Gibson. We merely accepted berries to facilitate their endeavors. The sole person privy to the identity of your adversary is Pietro. Perhaps Umid is also aware. This is all I know. Allow me a dignified death. Caesar promised him a dignified demise, along with the retrieval of his research materials. He declared, let this laboratory serve as Lu Feiruda's tomb. Such an expansive grave is indeed befitting of your stature. With a smile, Caesar assured, rest easy. Admiral Zhang Guo, I will ensure Feiruda passes without suffering. Upon completing his words, a gas emanated from Caesar, enveloping Feiruda. Once the gas dissipated, Feiruda had departed this world without agony. Zhang Guo observed, Caesar, hasten to organize your research materials. Once you have completed the task, we shall depart. The general replied, I have already gathered all the useful information last night. We are ready to leave at once. In the warring states period, one cast an appreciative glance at Caesar, then activated the laboratory's self-destruction system. Subsequently, they boarded the rescue vessel with Caesar and departed from the island. As soon as Sengoku boarded the ship, he was greeted by the sound of an explosion from the laboratory. Awaiting him was a military vessel. Once aboard, Sengoku settled Caesar and began to contact the headquarters to inquire about the progress of the others. Upon asking, he learned that there was still no news from them. Observing this, Sengoku chose to remain silent. The warring states directly approached Caesar. Caesar, provide me with a means to contact Vegapunk, exclaimed the warring states general. Upon hearing this, Caesar produced a peculiar long-headed telephone bug. This telephone bug was indeed the very device to reach Vegapunk. Zhang Guo nodded and said, Caesar, please contact Vegapunk directly. What I wish to discuss is not a matter of secrecy. You may listen in. A smile appeared on Caesar's face as he replied, Understood, General Zhang Guo. As the familiar sound of the din-din mushy resonated, a voice answered, Hello, Caesar. What brings you to me? It's not me Vegapunk is looking for, but rather General Zhang Guo of the Navy. General Zhang Guo? I seem to have no previous interactions with him. In the midst of a conversation, Sengoku remarked, Dr. Vegapunk. We have indeed not crossed paths before, yet I firmly believe that our futures will intertwine in numerous ways. I wonder where you might be at present, as I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Navy. To which Admiral Sengoku responded, Thank you for your kind offer, but I have no desire to join the Navy. Sengoku retorted, Vegapunk, what do you mean by this? The esteemed Admiral Sengoku has invited you, and yet you still refuse to show him the courtesy he deserves. Zhang Guo cast a glance at Caesar, signaling him to be silent. Upon perceiving Zhang Guo's gaze, Caesar promptly covered his mouth with both hands. The warring states continued, Dr. Vegapunk, please do not dismiss my proposal just yet. After our discussion, you will naturally wish to join the Navy. Admiral Warring States replied, I will not be joining the Navy. With that, Vegapunk abruptly ended the call. Admiral Warring States remarked, Vegapunk truly lacks appreciation for the situation. Perhaps you should refrain from extending further invitations to him. I, Caesar, am certainly no less capable than Vegapunk. Zhang Guo, observing the situation, chuckled and remarked, I am well aware that you are no less capable than Vegapunk. There is no need for you to constantly compare yourself to him. My invitation to Vegapunk stems from the understanding that your individual strength has its limitations. You would undoubtedly prefer not to rely on others as your aides. Only Vegapunk possesses the capability to serve as your assistant. Upon hearing this, Caesar's expression transformed into one of satisfaction. Admiral Sengoku, I must apologize for the misunderstanding. In the warring states period, one waved his hand dismissively, indicating indifference, before offering a moment of solace to Caesar. After obtaining the record pointer of Punk Hassad from Caesar's hands, he took his leave. Once the warring states departed, Caesar's previously moved expression transformed into one of discontent. Damn it, Vegapunk, it's you again. Why do you always oppose me? The departing warring states was well aware that his words would not sway Caesar. After all, from memories of a past life, Caesar was not a man of such magnanimity. The warring states understood that genuine sentiments would not penetrate the moral abyss that characterized Caesar. In order to gain complete control over Caesar, Sengoku understood that he must possess a fatal weakness against him. the most effective means. Akin to the surgical fruit depicted in the comics of his previous life, would be to seize Caesar's heart, thus providing the ultimate leverage. However, Sengoku currently could not locate the surgical fruit, rendering this strategy temporarily unfeasible. Nevertheless, Sengoku felt no trepidation regarding a potential betrayal from Caesar. As he had not yet fallen from power, as long as Sengoku remained in a position of strength, Caesar would not easily turn against him. Chapter 69. Punk Hazard. Sengoku merely needed to maintain vigilance against Caesar. The warship sailed at full speed and arrived at Punk Hazard within a day. Upon reaching Punk Hazard, Sengoku did not permit anyone else to disembark, opting instead to descend with Caesar alone. Upon arrival, Sengoku found the environment of Punk Hazard to be in stark contrast to his memories of a frigid, dualistic landscape. The island now appeared beautifully serene, making it difficult for Sengoku to reconcile this idyllic setting with his recollections of Punk Hazard. Caesar observed Sengoku's bewilderment with a puzzled expression. "Commander Sengoku, what troubles you?" he inquired. Sengoku questioned, "Is this truly Punk Hazard?" To which Caesar responded with a smile, "Indeed, Sengoku, this is naturally Punk Hazard. You must not have seen our laboratory, which is why you doubt it. Follow me, and you shall see." Subsequently, Sengoku accompanied Caesar to a concealed location, where they discovered a laboratory. However, the facility was rather modest in size, even smaller than the one Caesar had previously destroyed. As they entered the laboratory, Sengoku immediately sensed a palpable aura of danger. Suddenly, a youthful child donned in a red apron, with a large knot around his waist and shorts adorning his lower half, charged towards Sengoku and Caesar while wielding a massive axe. Upon witnessing this, Caesar swiftly took refuge behind Sengoku. Zhang Guo immediately recognized the child as Zhang Taowan. For the distinctive hairstyle and unique attire of Zhang Taowan were undeniably conspicuous, allowing Zhang Guo to identify him with ease. The warring states effortlessly caught hold of his enormous axe and could not help but marvel at how immensely powerful this young lad, Zhang Taowan, was at such a tender age. Zhang Tamaru endeavored to extract his colossal axe from the grasp of Sengoku, yet despite exhausting his strength, he was unable to succeed. Seizing the opportunity now that the peril had subsided, Caesar brazenly stepped forward, leveraging his authority. "Who are you, young one, to dare launch an assault upon us? Are you not aware that this territory belongs to me? Reveal to me how you managed to enter." Zhang Tamaru, with a serious expression upon his youthful visage, declared, "I shall not divulge that it was my master who brought me here." Realizing that he was no match for Zhang Guo, Zhang Tamaru, despite his reluctance to part with his beloved giant axe, chose to relinquish it for the sake of Vegapunk's safety. He hastily retreated while shouting, "The old man's opponent possesses overwhelming strength. You must flee at once. I will buy you some time." At that moment, a tall, lanky man resembling Einstein emerged, wielding a long spear, and smiled at Zhang Tamaru. "How could I possibly escape on my own?" he replied. "Vegapunk, what on earth are you doing here?" exclaimed Caesar, his face etched with terror. "How could it be you?" In the midst of the tumultuous atmosphere, Sengoku approached Zhang Tamaru with a smile, presenting him with the formidable axe. Such a precious weapon should not be carelessly discarded. Initially wary, Zhang Tamaru cast a glance at Vegapunk before graciously reclaiming his mighty axe. "Allow me to introduce myself," Vegapunk stated. "I am the one who contacted you through Caesar just a day prior, Sengoku." Vegapunk grasped Sengoku's outstretched hand, acknowledging, "Ah, it is indeed an honor to meet Admiral Sengoku." "Vegapunk, it seems our fates are intertwined. Shall we engage in a discussion?" Vegapunk responded with a bittersweet smile. "Admiral Sengoku, do I truly possess any options?" "Indeed, you have alternatives, Doctor. You may refuse to converse with me and depart from this place, as it has now become our Navy's new research base. However, I must warn you, the next individual seeking you out may not be myself, but rather agents of the world government. They are far less accommodating, and once they arrive, your choices may dwindle significantly. Many matters will no longer be within your control. By the way, there is another matter I have yet to inform you of. The king of Usury, Lu Firud, one of the rulers of the underground world you were dealing with, has been eradicated by our navy. Henceforth, your research will lack funding." Vegapunk was well aware that it was not only Firud who had faced the navy's wrath. Other sovereigns of the underground realm had also been eliminated. A moment of shock crossed Vegapunk's face, for he understood the navy's motives. Having previously received a request for assistance from Lu Firud, which he declined to avoid conflict with the navy. Yet, he had not anticipated the swift eradication of the underground rulers. Turning to Caesar, Vegapunk inquired, "Caesar, what prompted you to join the navy? Your disposition hardly aligns with the rigid structure of such an organization." After a brief silence, Caesar replied, "In the past, I was indeed not a virtuous individual, but I now aspire to be a better person. I joined the navy to realize the dreams we once shared in MADS, to foster peace in the world. No organization is more fitting to champion the cause of justice than the navy. Vegapunk, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the navy as well. So we may together forge a new MADS." Vegapunk regarded Caesar with an expression of curiosity before turning to Sengoku, stating, "Admiral Sengoku, I wish to engage in a conversation with you." Zhang Guo remarked, "Dr. Vegapunk, a wise choice. Let us converse." "No, General Zhang Guo. I wish to speak with you alone, just the two of us. I prefer that no one else is privy to our discussion. Upon hearing Vegapunk's words, Caesar's expression instantly soured, and he was about to retort when Jean Gore readily acquiesced. Seeing this, Caesar had no choice but to remain silent. In the experimental grounds, Sengoku followed Vegapunk. Here, the esteemed General Sengoku assured that the place was utterly secure, where no one could overhear our discourse. I am curious as to why you wish for me to join the Navy. I consider myself lacking the charisma that would compel an admiral to extend such an invitation to me on 2 separate occasions. Jean Gore, with a smile, remarked. I had anticipated that Dr. Vegapunk would inquire about the extent of research funding I could provide or the nature of the benefits you might receive. However, I never expected you would pose such a question. The fact that I have extended multiple invitations to you is a testament to your allure and qualifications. Our Navy's previous ignorance of your existence was undoubtedly a loss on our part. Yet, upon learning of the lineage factor you discovered in Caesar's laboratory, I realized you were deserving of such an invitation. The lineage factor, indeed, its potential for development is extraordinarily vast. It is an invention that could transform the world. My venture to seek out Dr. Vegapunk is not solely motivated by your invention. I harbor other intentions as well. Oh, General Jean Gore, what other purposes do you have in mind? Before I divulge, I wish to inquire about your motivations for developing various technologies. My unwavering intention in creating diverse technologies has always been for the sake of peace. Chapter 70, Living in Disguise. Jean Gore smiled contentedly and continued, Doctor, if you are to exchange your identity for peace, you must cloak yourself in anonymity. Your invention shall not bear your name, and your glory will be claimed by others. Are you willing to accept this? He reassured, of course, this anonymity is not meant to be eternal. When the time is ripe, your achievements will undoubtedly be recognized by the world. Bei Jiapank responded with a smile. As long as it leads to a more peaceful world where the citizens of all nations experience happiness, I would gladly embrace a momentary obscurity. I would even be willing to remain anonymous for a lifetime. As Sengoku gazed into the sincere eyes of Vegapunk, he discerned the truth in his words. Realizing that Vegapunk was not deceiving him, a newfound respect blossomed within Sengoku, transcending mere admiration. Doctor, he declared, I have risked my life to seek you out. For the sake of ensuring you remain hidden from the world government, should they uncover your existence, although your inventions may bring happiness to some, countless others would suffer greatly. Of course, this is not a reflection of your intentions, Vegapunk. Your inventions were conceived to benefit humanity. Yet, when such creations fall into the hands of the malevolent, they become instruments of oppression. After spending so many years within the Navy, no one understands the transgressions of the world government and the celestial dragons better than I do. They are the parasites of this world. However, I find myself powerless to overthrow their dominion. Thus, I must gradually amass strength, striving for a single decisive blow to dismantle the rule of the celestial dragons and establish a new order. A new order, you say? Sengoku, could you elaborate on this vision? Certainly. My dream of a new order envisions a world devoid of distinctions based on race or class, where individuals from all walks of life coexist in equality. There shall be no oppression. Each person will have the freedom to pursue their passions, and through diligent labor, they will cultivate happiness for their families. Vegapunk felt a surge of excitement at Sengoku's description of this new order. Is it truly possible to realize this new order, Sengoku? He inquired eagerly. Indeed, it is achievable. However, it cannot be accomplished through my efforts alone. Establishing a new order requires the collective endeavor of like-minded individuals. No one comprehends the might of the world government better than I do. Their displayed strength is but a glimpse of their true power. Yet, I am convinced that a new order can indeed be established. I shall dedicate my life to this cause, and even if we do not succeed in our generation, I have faith that our successors will carry it forth. Dr. Vegapunk, are you willing to join me in this pursuit? Sengoku, Vegapunk replied. I am eager to lend my humble efforts to the establishment of this new order. Jean Gore excitedly embraced Dr. Vegapunk, exclaiming, How splendid, Dr. Vegapunk. Allow me to share my plans with you. Soon, Jean Gore had articulated his vision for the bar. General Jean Gore, your scheme is remarkably comprehensive. I am confident that the new order will attract a multitude of like-minded individuals. However, Dr. Vegapunk, we must keep the establishment of our new order under wraps. Should our plans be exposed, the world government would undoubtedly seek to eradicate my existence, sparing no effort in their pursuit. We must remain concealed, quietly amassing our strength. Before long, a new organization will publicly rise against the rule of the world government, and all we need to do is provide our covert support. I comprehend. General Jean Gore. Jean Gore gently patted Vegapunk's shoulder and remarked, It seems we must ask the doctor to assist Caesar. Vegapunk, unfazed by the suggestion, continued to listen intently as Jean Gore shared with him the prospects of his future inventions. Upon hearing this, Vegapunk appeared as though he had been introduced to an entirely new realm of possibilities. Observing Vegapunk's excitement, which rivaled the thrill of discovering a new order, Jean Gore realized that many of these inventions would manifest sooner than anticipated. After an extensive discussion lasting 5 or 6 hours between the warring States General and Bei Jiapank, the latter, still yearning for more, remarked, I never anticipated that such a formidable general would possess such vast knowledge. It seems I have indeed underestimated the brilliance of the world. Having said this, Bei Jiapank returned to his experiments. Upon witnessing this, Caesar followed him inside. Initially, Caesar attempted to rouse Bai Jiaopeng repeatedly, yet after a brief conversation, he became remarkably compliant, assisting Bai Jiaopeng diligently in his experimentation. The warring states shook their heads in resignation. It seems that Caesar shall forever dwell in the shadow of Bai Jiaopeng. The warring states period continued. As Zhang Guo turned to his side and observed Zhang Taowan with a smile, saying, "I just heard Dr. Vegapunk mention that your name is Zhang Taowan. Is that correct?" "Indeed, I am Zhang Taowan, the most tight-lipped man in the world." "How old are you this year, Zhang Taowan?" "I am 12 years old." "Oh, at such a tender age, you possess such formidable strength. Your talent is indeed remarkable." "My talent has always been exceptional." As he beheld the cheerful and exuberant Zhang Taowan, Zhang Guo resolved within himself to ensure that Zhang Taowan, this most tight-lipped man, would remain oblivious to any secrets. With a smile, Zhang Guo inquired, "Do you have any interest in joining the Navy, Zhang Taowan?" Zhang Tamaro promptly replied, "I have no intention of joining the Navy. I am currently serving as the bodyguard for the old gentleman, and my duty is to ensure his safety. I simply do not have the time to enlist in the Navy. Do you believe your current abilities are sufficient to protect Dr. Vegapunk? By joining the Navy, you will enhance your strength, and only by becoming more powerful can you better safeguard Dr. Vegapunk. Although I find your reasoning quite compelling, this matter is beyond my discretion. If you can persuade the old gentleman, I will accompany you to the Navy. So it's settled. As long as I convince Dr. Vegapunk, you shall enlist in the Navy." A true man certainly honors his word. The face of the warring states revealed a triumphant smile, having successfully deceived the children. In the realm of the warring states, Sengoku and Bai Jiaopeng were uncertain about the duration of their research. After informing the two, Sengoku took the initiative to escort the young Sabo away from the laboratory and onto the warship. The reason for Sabo's presence aboard the warship was not due to any deception on Sengoku's part, but rather his whimsical assertion that there would be delightful treats aboard. Sengoku merely extended a courteous invitation, and Sabo eagerly decided to accompany him to the ship. Upon their arrival, Sengoku entrusted Sabo to the ship's cook, instructing him to ensure that Sabo was well fed. Following this, Sengoku retreated to his quarters to establish contact with headquarters. However, he would soon find himself regretting the decision to send Sabo to the kitchen. "Hey, Sengoku, why haven't you returned to headquarters yet? Didn't you claim yesterday that you had dispatched Lu Feilu? With such a lengthy interval, you ought to be at headquarters by now. Where on earth are you?" Chapter 71. Intercepted by Garp, the General of the Void. "Do not rush. Allow me to elucidate." "Very well. I am most eager to hear your explanation." Zhang Guo revealed to Kong the entire matter regarding his discovery of Caesar, attributing the invention of the Vegapunk to Caesar himself. "Zhang Guo, you have acted wisely. Such a genius must be integrated into our Navy. With him, the strength of our naval forces is certain to experience a rapid enhancement." As Sengoku listened to the excited tone of Kong, he chuckled, "Marshal Kong, I have successfully secured the allegiance of Dr. Caesar Karan. He is now one of our Navy's own. However, Dr. Karan serves another purpose." "Another purpose?" "He is a scientist. What more could he possibly contribute aside from assisting our Navy with inventions? Indeed, he has much to offer. Caesar's inventions can benefit more than just us." "Are you suggesting the world government?" "Precisely. Even if we wish to conceal this, it would be futile. It is better to directly inform the Gorosei. Given Caesar's immense talent, I believe even the overlords of the underworld would hesitate to challenge us if they approached the Gorosei on his behalf." "Exactly. That is my intent. Marshal Kong, I am currently on an island known as Punk Hazard, where Dr. Karan has been provided a laboratory by Lu Feilu Da. Dr. Karan has made new discoveries and will be unable to leave Punk Hazard for the time being. My suggestion is to establish a new experimental base on Punk Hazard to allow Dr. Karan to conduct his experiments, thereby demonstrating our Navy's sincerity. Simultaneously, we can set up a branch there to protect Dr. Karan and the other scientists. The best part is that it won't cost us a single belly. I believe the Gorosei would not hesitate to support this endeavor. Marshal Kong, this is a perfect opportunity for you to apply for an expansion in our forces. Surely a branch can request a quota of 10,000 Marines." Upon hearing Sengoku mention 10,000 Marines, Kong spat out the water he had just taken a sip of. 10,000 Marines? Sengoku, are you dreaming? If we station troops, the Gorosei will certainly not allow us to have such a number solely for ourselves. I would be surprised if we could even secure a quota of 3,000 Marines. 3,000 is better than none. How have the tasks of Zifa and the others progressed? Essentially completed. Aside from Big Newsmorgans, all other overlords of the underworld have been dealt with. But there is no need for concern. According to intelligence, Crocodile and Moria have both gone to handle Morgans. I believe the strength of these two Shichibukai will suffice to take care of him." Zhang Guo nodded in affirmation, then conveyed a few matters to Kong before terminating the call. As soon as the call from the wartime telephone was concluded, another telephone began to ring. As Sengoku observed, he realized it was the call of the white-bearded telephone bug. Initially, he utilized his observation hockey to assess whether any Marines were present in his vicinity. Subsequently, he connected with the telephone bug and whispered, "Whitebeard, have you successfully secured Roger's wife and children?" Whitebeard retorted with irritation, "Sengoku, what do you mean by that? You instructed me to come, and yet you allowed that carp fellow to receive them as well? Do you doubt my integrity?" He continued, exasperated. What's more infuriating is that Roger's wife and children trust Carp more than me. They clearly stated I rescued her, yet they still have more faith in Carp. Listening to Whitebeard's grievances, Sengoku couldn't help but inquire, so, does this mean Roger's wife and children have been brought back by Carp? Why do you ask when you already know the answer? Whitebeard shot back. Don't misunderstand. I never sent Carp to retrieve Roger's family. However, it is certainly preferable for them to be with Carp than with you vagabonds. Who are you calling vagabonds? My homeland is far more secure and prosperous than your headquarters. Whitebeard countered. Zhanghua hastily clarified, it was merely a slip of the tongue on my part. However, this is the choice made by Roger's wife and children. And we had initially agreed to respect their decision. You need not remind me, I have already allowed them to depart. If I had wished to disregard our agreement. Do you think that the likes of Carp could have seized Roger's family from me? Furthermore, was Carp truly not orchestrated by you? The fact that Carp intercepted Roger's family was an unforeseen twist for Zhanghua, yet inwardly, he couldn't help but commend Carp. Sengoku solemnly remarked, certainly. I have not had the time to attend to Carp recently. He then proceeded to inform Whitebeard about the incident involving the underworld attacking Zephyr's family. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard furiously exclaimed, these vermin of the underground dare to assault the families of others. They are truly despicable. It is indeed disheartening that your navy permits a general to engage in such ignoble affairs. Should this become public knowledge, your navy would suffer a tremendous loss of face. The valiant warrior of the warring states retorted, what is there to be ashamed of? I am merely an ordinary marine. And it is an honor to rid the people of these malignant tumors. How could that possibly be a disgrace? Humph. I hope that when the truth comes to light, you can maintain such bravado. With that, Whitebeard abruptly terminated the call. Zhanghua furrowed his brows, reflecting on the fact that in the comics of his previous life, CP0 had never succeeded in assassinating Morgans. Now, the timing of the attempt on Morgans was evidently later than that of others, suggesting a significant possibility that Morgans would evade capture. The Warring States period brought to mind Morgenthau's penchant for sensationalism and the dissemination of false news, which inevitably stirred a sense of concern. In a bid to preempt any potential fallout, Sengoku directly dialed the empty phone line, conveying the situation to Sara, who would then inform other news agencies to preemptively disseminate the information. This way, even if Morgan managed to escape and disseminate false news, they would not have to fear the onslaught of public opinion. Simultaneously, Sengoku instructed Sara to embellish Tiger's contributions, initiating a campaign to promote him as a means to reshape the prevailing perceptions of the Fishman tribe. Sara promptly acquiesced to this request. With everything in order, Sengoku let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the stomach of Warring States let out a rumble. Without uttering a word, he made his way directly to the kitchen. Upon entering, he was astonished by the towering pile of dishes before him. A nearby cook remarked, General Warring States, the child you brought along possesses an incredible appetite. He has consumed an entire meal meant for all the crew of our warship by himself. Zhanghua pointed at the plate and asked, did he consume all of this? Indeed. Did you not instruct us to ensure he is well fed? They replied. Yet he remains unsatisfied. Thus, we have been tirelessly preparing food for him. I want more, exclaimed Zhanghua, noticing that Jean Tamara had finished yet another serving. I understand. I shall hasten to prepare the meal as well. The cook, with a weary expression, had no choice but to continue crafting sustenance. Initially, they had assumed that a small child would not require an excessive amount of food. But they were unprepared for Jean Tamaru's remarkable appetite. Already fatigued from preparing breakfast for the sailors aboard the ship, they now faced the task of preparing another substantial meal. By the time Jean Tamaru was finally satiated, midday had nearly arrived, and they would once again need to prepare lunch for the sailors. Chapter 72. A true man never tells lies. The cooks felt they might very well be exhausted in the kitchen by the end of the day. As the surrounded Jean Tawan gazed at his already distended belly, he helplessly remarked, Jean Tawan, have you had enough to eat? Not yet. I can still eat. He exclaimed with enthusiasm. Jean Tamaru was betrayed by his own stomach. He claims to be unsated, yet his belly protests. Overeating is not a trivial matter, as it can be detrimental to one's health. Jean Tamaru blushed and said, these dishes are simply too delectable. I feared that I might not have the chance to savor them again, hence I indulged a bit more. The food I requested earlier was intended for the elders to enjoy. Zhanghua gazed at the understanding Jean Tawan and smiled. How could you possibly go without food? In the future, you shall savor delicacies even more delectable than this, with every meal ensuring your satisfaction. Really? In the tone of the valiant Sengoku, he proclaimed. A true man does not utter falsehoods. Upon finishing his statement, Sengoku burst into laughter, and soon after, the spirited Maru joined him in mirth. Before long, a weary cook approached Sengoku, bearing a selection of food, which he placed directly upon the table before him. The cook, with a hint of exhaustion in his voice, inquired, General Sengoku, do you still require us to prepare more food? Not at all. You may take your rest. Sengoku replied. Is that truly so? The cook exclaimed, excitement evident in his tone. Indeed, it is. You have all worked diligently today. After bidding farewell to Sengoku, the cook hurried off to share the joyous news with his fellow cooks. Meanwhile, Maru, perhaps moved by the sight of the fatigued cook, took the initiative to tidy up his own soiled plates. The returning cook, taken aback by Maru's actions, quickly reminded him, You need not concern yourself with that. We shall take care of it. Jean Tamara chuckled. The food you have prepared is exquisite, far surpassing what both the old man and I can conjure. My appetite is quite substantial, and I can only imagine how exhausting it must have been for you to create such a feast. Allow me to take care of these dirty dishes. When the old man and I dine, it is always the non-cooks who wash the plates. I excel at cleaning dirty dishes. It is a well-known fact that chefs take great delight in receiving compliments about their culinary creations. And the same holds true for the cook. The weariness he felt moments ago dissipated entirely, replaced by a renewed vigor. Just as the cook was about to insist on preventing Jean Tamaru from tidying up, he was interrupted by Zhanghua. Indeed, let him handle the dishes. You should focus on packing the food first. With Zhanggua's words, the cook felt no inclination to oppose, and swiftly began to assist Zhanghua in packing the food. As if hastening the process would enable him to quickly lend a hand to Jean Tamaru, the warring states simply smiled and remained silent. Before long, they had finished their meal, only to discover that the plates in the kitchen had vanished. Holding his dirty plate, the warring states made his way to the washing area. Upon arrival, he realized that War Peach Maru was not exaggerating. He indeed possessed remarkable skills in washing dishes. With the assistance of War Peach Maru, the plates were soon sparkling clean. When Jean Tamaru observed Sengoku approaching with a soiled plate, he swiftly seized it from Sengoku's hands and, with an effortless grace, completed the washing of the dish in no time, rendering it impeccably clean. Sengoku also noted that Jean Tamaru's belly, having been distended from overeating, had returned to its normal state. The nearby cooks regarded Jean Tamaru with approving glances, prompting Sengoku to hastily gather the packed food and lead Jean Tamaru away. After all, Sengoku's intention in recruiting Jean Tamaru into the Navy was to cultivate him into a formidable individual, not merely to serve as an adept dishwashing subordinate. Upon their return to the laboratory, they discovered that Caesar and Vegapunk were still engrossed in their research. Just as Sengoku contemplated whether to interrupt them, Jean Tamaru took the initiative. Old man, it's time for a meal. Today's dishes are exceptionally delightful. Upon hearing Jean Tamaru's call, Vegapunk immediately ceased his experiments and emerged with a smile, inquiring about the delicious food Jean Tamaru had mentioned. In an unexpected turn of events, the enigmatic warring states handed over the meticulously packed food to Vegapunk. Upon receiving the provisions, Vegapunk promptly entered the laboratory, placing the food upon the experimental table. Observing this, Caesar could no longer contain his discontent, as he had already harbored dissatisfaction towards Vegapunk's departure. Vegapunk, how dare you bring food into the laboratory? What if it disrupts the experiments? He exclaimed. Vegapunk replied nonchalantly, you are more aware than I of whether it will interfere with the experiments. Caesar's face flushed with indignation. Vegapunk, you are merely my assistant. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Yet, Vegapunk paid him no mind. This dish is truly delectable. The old man will relish it. Indeed, it was quite appetizing. As Caesar watched Vegapunk enjoy the meal with unabashed delight, he felt a surge of frustration rising within him. Vegapunk, this food is really delicious. You should try some. Vegapunk's words had scarcely left his lips when Caesar, like a child, hurried over to partake in the feast. Is this what you call gourmet food? This is merely the most ordinary fare of the Navy. Caesar scoffed. You really lack discernment. Allow me to tell you what I have previously savored. Alas, Vegapunk, how dare you consume my meal? Caesar retorted, I merely noticed your aversion to this food. I feared it would go to waste, so I thought to help you consume it. Who said I wouldn't eat it? You have no right to my food. I can eat on my own. With that, Caesar ceased his boasting about past culinary experiences and instead began to devour the plain Navy provisions with evident enjoyment. As Zhanghua observed Caesar, completely under the control of Vegapunk, he began to comprehend the source of Vegapunk's unwavering confidence. It was evident that he possessed the means to ensure Caesar would not divulge any secrets. The notion that Caesar might betray them seemed implausible, which provided Zhanghua with a sense of reassurance. Once they had sufficiently satisfied their appetites, Zhanghua conveyed the news he had for Kong. Upon hearing it, Caesar, with a hint of embarrassment, turned to Vegapunk and inquired, Vegapunk, are you truly willing to bestow all the glory upon me? I assure you, my words are sincere. You are well aware of my disdain for engaging with those celestial dragons. After all, I lack your eloquence. I am merely a bookish individual devoted to experimentation. However, you must remember the promise I made to you. Rest assured, I shall take care of dealing with those fools. Caesar then nervously glanced at Zhanghua, clarifying. General Zhanghua, I must clarify that my reference to fools does not include you. Please do not misunderstand. I certainly do not misinterpret. With Zhanggua's understanding, Caesar sighed in relief, still haunted by the fear of death that Zhanghua had instilled in him during their time in the City of Eternal Night. The narrative continues with the integration of Zhang Taowan into the Navy, and it becomes evident that Caesar did not regard Zhanghua as a fool, but rather as an equal. Initially, Caesar held a somewhat dismissive view of Zhanghua, considering him merely intelligent, yet still just a step above the average fool. However, after their recent discussion with Vegapunk, wherein he learned that Zhanghua had unraveled several challenging problems related to his research, Caesar's perception of Zhanghua underwent a significant transformation. The warring states could hardly fathom the myriad of emotions within Caesar, nor could they comprehend the profound assistance that the information he provided would render. Had the warring states been privy to Caesar's innermost thoughts, they would undoubtedly have responded thus. Indeed, I am a genius of this caliber. It is the pirates who have deprived the world of a premier scientist. Subsequently, warring states discussed with Vegapunk the matter of Sabo joining the Navy. To preclude any dissent from Vegapunk, warring states assured him that Sabo would remain at Punk Hazard's branch for training, without departing from it. This decision made by Admiral Warring States was for Sabo's benefit. While I certainly could not refuse, it was also not within my purview to impose a decision upon Sabo. After all, Sabo merely serves as my bodyguard, and such a significant matter should not be dictated by me. Jean-Go remarked, Dr. Vegapunk has agreed to join. But he insists that your consent is necessary before he can enlist with the Navy. Since you are in accord, he shall join you in this endeavor. After resolving matters concerning Jean Taowan, Jean-Go bid farewell to Vegapunk and departed, leaving a contingent of Marines behind as he returned to headquarters. As the warring states approached the headquarters, a news bird alighted upon their warship. A Marine promptly delivered the newspaper into the hands of the warring states. Looking at the stack of newspapers in his hands, Sengoku observed that numerous publications reported similar news. Among them, the naval newspaper provided the most comprehensive coverage. Notably, while Sengoku's defeat of Lu Fei-Lu did not feature any accompanying images, other reports were richly illustrated. The image depicting Zephyr showcased him delivering a powerful blow that felled the sea trade king, Umid. Crocodile's illustration captured him as he peers through the invisible master, Gibson. Along with his subordinates using his sand, Moria's image presented him commanding a vast legion of zombies, encircling the Undertaker giant, Dracula Piedro, and his dwindling followers. Evident from the attire of the zombies, which indicated they were once Dracula's minions. The images of Tiger and Rosa were twofold. One portrayed Tiger rescuing the slaves captured by Madame Charlie, while the other illustrated Rosa striking down the Queen of Joy Street, Madame Charlie. Gazing at these photographs, Sengoku discerned that these individuals acted with reckless abandon, ruthlessly eliminating their targets without a shred of hesitation. In the Warring States period, it became evident that Morgans was indeed capable of evading capture. Subsequently, Sengoku sought out the World Economic News to validate his suspicions. The reports therein were predominantly filled with incessant denunciations of the Navy. This revelation prompted Sengoku to exhale in relief. Fortunate was he to have received Whitebird's warning, which allowed him to prepare for Morgan's counterattack. Had he been unprepared, the ramifications of Morgan's news could have been unfathomable for the Navy. Upon arriving at the empty office, Sengoku discovered that Sora was absent, and he surmised that Sara had likely gone to Mariewa to meet with the five elders. Just as Sengoku was about to return to his quarters, a Marine approached him, stating that Tsuru was looking for him. Sengoku then followed the Marine to Tsuru, where he found not only Tsuru but all of the warlords of the sea gathered. The Warring States period thus comprehended the underlying significance. In the presence of the esteemed Sengoku, Moria articulated, Our initial collaboration with you all concluded remarkably well. Regrettably, Morgans managed to escape. However, this is of little consequence. Moria continued with a hint of sarcasm. It is solely due to Morgan's airborne base that he eluded capture. Otherwise, he would not have been able to flee. Moria's assertion held merit, as the intelligence regarding Morgan's flying base had not been relayed to them. The primary responsibility for Morgan's escape did not rest with them, but rather with your Navy. Morgan's, after all, is adept in the realm of intelligence, and it is only natural that his secrets eluded our grasp. Thus, when we initially delineated our targets, I did not include Morgan's on the list of those to be eliminated. Rest assured, our commitment to support your ascent as the sovereign of the underworld remains steadfast. We shall continue to provide our backing, albeit equally. As your levels of task completion are comparable, should you vie for the same position, the Navy shall refrain from intervening. The individuals aspiring to claim dominion over the underworld include Crocodile, Moria, and Dragon. Unlike the bewilderment exhibited by others, Sengoku was well prepared for Dragon's ambition to seize the title of Underworld Sovereign, as such a position is indeed the most advantageous for expanding one's influence. Once he had dismissed the others, Sengoku turned his attention to Tiger. Congratulations. From this moment forth, you are a member of the Shichibukai. Admiral Sengoku, I am immensely grateful to you. You cannot fathom how the majority of humanity regards me with trepidation. However, following this incident, during my return to Marineford, the tide has turned. Only a small fraction still gazes upon me with fear, and even that fear dissipates swiftly. Many Marines now regard me with admiration, reminding me of my compatriots. This is indeed the first time I have witnessed such expressions in the eyes of humanity. General of the Warring States, you have truly not deceived us. If this continues, humanity's perception of our aquatic race will undoubtedly undergo a transformation. The Warring States gently patted Tiger on the shoulder and said with a smile, We are merely at the beginning. I firmly believe that the day when the Fishman tribe can live peacefully under the sun will soon arrive through our collective efforts. As Zhangguo observed the fervent excitement radiating from Tej, he engaged in a lengthy conversation with him. Their discourse continued until a Marine dispatched by Kong interjected, prompting them to cease their discussion. Noticing the interruption, Zhangguo instructed the Marine to escort Tej to meet Jean Bei and other members of the Fishman tribe. Tej expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Zhangguo for this gesture. Upon arriving at Kong's office, Zhangguo discovered that rascal Carp had returned. Kong joyfully exclaimed, Our mission was executed with remarkable success. This incident not only eliminated the potential threats facing our Navy, but also elevated our esteemed reputation. The warring states, observing Kong's formal rhetoric, directly interrupted him. Carp, yawning at the scene, joined in with agreement. Consequently, Kong had no choice but to begrudgingly cease his formal discourse. Chapter 74, The Seastone Warship. In the Warring States period, how did General Kong and the five elders address this matter? Just as you might surmise. They were initially quite irate before I mentioned Dr. Caesar. However, upon hearing his name, their anger dissipated entirely. They disregarded the underworld figures and insisted on meeting Dr. Caesar immediately. After I provided a thorough explanation, they reluctantly abandoned their desire for Dr. Caesar to meet them. Nevertheless, they promptly dispatched members of CP0 to investigate the veracity of our claims, as well as to verify Dr. Caesar's identity. Furthermore, they made it clear that they would wait for CP0's findings before assigning personnel and allocating funds. The warring states expressed their frustration. Do they not trust me? If they do not believe in me, so be it. But do they not care for the safety of Dr. Caesar? One must recognize that Dr. Caesar is a figure capable of transforming the world. The warring states, do not be overly agitated. I am well aware of the concerns surrounding Dr. Caesar's safety. I have already dispatched Palusolino with 1,000 Marines to safeguard him. And I shall send even more Marines subsequently to establish further support. Zhang Guo released a sigh of relief and remarked, that is indeed reassuring. However, we cannot allow the base of Marshal Kong Yuan, Peng Kehasada, to be exposed. After all, the island is inhabited solely by researchers. And should we lose even one, the repercussions for our Navy would be substantial. Rest assured, with the presence of CP0 personnel, leaking information will prove to be a formidable challenge. Dr. Caesar possesses quite the temper. If those fools from CP0 provoke him, do not say I did not forewarn you. You understand, the temperament of a genius is often peculiar, and considering Dr. Caesar, a mind capable of altering the world, his eccentricities are magnified. Why did you not mention this sooner? Upon this exclamation, Kong dashed to his desk and seized a Din Mushi to contact the members of CP0. He and Zifa exchanged puzzled glances as they regarded Zhang Guo. Zhang Guo immediately comprehended the confusion of the two and began to introduce Caesar to them, along with an explanation of their inventions. Although Caesar, whose background had been entirely altered by Zhang Guo, was left in astonishment. Carp expressed his surprise, asking, "Can Zhang Guo truly create a devil fruit?" Burgess cast a wordless glance at Carp, exclaiming, "Have you been listening at all? I have already mentioned the notion of inanimate objects consuming devil fruits." Crane interjected, "The inventions of Dr. Caesar are indeed remarkable and will significantly benefit our Navy in the future. However, I believe that the Seastone warship you mentioned, capable of traversing the doldrums, currently offers the greatest assistance to our fleet. With the Seastone warship, not only will the speed of our naval vessels increase dramatically, but it will also greatly enhance our Navy's courier services." Upon Crane's reminder, Burgess instantly comprehended the immense profits that the Seastone warship could yield. Carp, wearing a puzzled expression, remarked, "Is there really a need for an invention to create a warship that can cross the doldrums? Don't current warships already have that capability?" I just crossed the doldrums on my way back to headquarters. The three individuals from the Warring States era utterly disregarded Carp's foolish remarks. Shortly, I shall reach out to Dr. Caesar, urging him to prioritize the research on the Seastone warship. Sengoku, it would be prudent for you not to disturb Dr. Caesar over trivial matters. Crane explicitly conveyed to Sengoku the rationale for contacting Caesar. Alongside the potential profits the Seastone warship could yield, Kong dramatically showcased a Sichuan opera face-changing performance to Sengoku. It is indeed permissible for Sengoku to disturb Dr. Caesar, albeit for the sake of our Navy. Contact Dr. Caesar at once during the Warring States period. In the anxious gaze of Sengoku, he retrieved the telephone bug to contact Caesar. The telephone bug rang incessantly, yet no one answered. Kapu inquired with curiosity, "Sengoku, why is no one responding to your telephone bug? Is it malfunctioning?" Buddha Sengoku cast a silent glance at Admiral Kong and remarked, "Admiral, it is entirely plausible that Dr. Caesar is engrossed in his research, thus the absence of a response from the transponder snail is understandable. Shall I attempt to call again?" Admiral Kong shook his head and replied, "Since Dr. Caesar is occupied, we shall not disturb him." Yet, before Kong could finish his sentence, the transponder snail rang once more. "Hello? Who is it?" The brief utterance from the transponder snail revealed to Sengoku and the others the truth behind Sengoku's earlier claim regarding Dr. Caesar's volatile temperament. "This is Sengoku speaking." Dr. Caesar responded with a tone of disdain. The illustrious General Sengoku. What brings you to seek my attention?" "Admiral Kong wishes to request that you prioritize your research on the Seastone warship. Would that be agreeable to you?" Sengoku inquired. Dr. Caesar retorted, "Did you not previously declare that your Navy would refrain from meddling in my research? What is your intention now?" In an awkward moment, Sengoku cast a glance at Kong, who reciprocated with a subtle look. Sengoku, however, was oblivious to the meaning behind Kong's gaze. "Dr. Caesar, please do not rush. I understand that the research target you have set is quite challenging, but the Hailu Stone warship is of utmost importance to our Navy. I kindly ask for your assistance. You may state any conditions you desire. I am only considering your esteemed position, Sengoku. Were it not for your timely rescue from Lufelu, I would certainly not continue to aid your navy. I shall provide you with the design blueprints for the Hailu stone warship within a week. Currently, it is just my assistant and me in the laboratory. You must promptly send capable personnel, or else we shall be overwhelmed with tasks that only the two of us can manage. When I was working for Lu Feilu, I had over 1,000 competent individuals at my disposal. Furthermore, regarding funding, Dr. Caesar, you need not worry. The necessary personnel and financial resources are already en route. That is more like it. The individuals from the Warring States period exchanged glances, gazing at the abruptly terminated call, and the atmosphere in the vacant office became exceedingly awkward. Kong spoke first, remarking, Dr. Caesar indeed possesses a rather peculiar temperament. Healing interjected coldly, General Kong, let us not digress. Did you not hear his demands? Our Navy currently lacks the funds to accommodate him. The expression on Kong's face also fell. Admiral Kong remarked to Sengoku, even if we do not provide Dr. Caesar with Bailey, we must offer them some support in the form of scientists. Otherwise, we would fail to meet both requests, and how would Dr. Caesar perceive our Navy? Kong nodded in agreement, saying, you make a valid point, Sengoku. I shall urge the Gorosei to expedite the funding. He then entrusted the personnel arrangements to Sengoku. After speaking, Kong issued an order for the guests to leave, clearly unwilling to engage with the eccentric Dr. Caesar, who, despite his age, could easily mock him like a grandson. Initially, Kong had considered asking Caesar for the contact number of the snail, but he promptly dismissed that thought. The expelled individuals were left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 75, The Scientific Corps in the Warring States Period, Zhangguo said to He, the selection of the little crane to go to Pankasad is entrusted to you. I have yet to finalize matters concerning the courier company. You may proceed with the selection directly. Having said this, he departed without granting him the opportunity to refuse. Seeing the situation, Sengoku let out a helpless sigh, intending to have Zephyr handle it. However, Sengoku had not anticipated that he could no longer find Zephyr. As Zephyr had eagerly departed before Crane's departure, Zhangguo's gaze fell upon Carp, who, in turn, noticed the intensity of Zhangguo's stare. Carp hastily exclaimed, Zhangguo, please do not seek me out. I fear I might succumb to the urge to strike that insufferable Dr. Caesar. I glanced at Sengoku and said, you're overthinking it. I certainly want to ask you to handle this matter. The reason I sought you out pertains to something else. Come to my residence this evening, as I have significant matters to discuss with you. After uttering these words, Sengoku proceeded to the headquarters of the Scientific Division. The personnel of the Scientific Division, initially hesitant about assisting in an unfamiliar endeavor, were swayed upon learning that they would be aiding former MADS members. Several young researchers promptly agreed to join. However, the more seasoned researchers remained unmoved, a reaction Sengoku had anticipated and was not perturbed by. He understood that, irrespective of Caesar's affiliation, they would not acknowledge him as a newcomer until they witnessed his true capabilities. Sengoku then set out to find a suitable vice admiral to escort these researchers to Punkhazard. Coincidentally, he encountered Kazan, who had just returned from leave. You're back from your vacation, Kazan? Asked Sengoku. Yes, Mr. Sengoku, but my leave was abruptly interrupted. Halfway through, I was called back to apprehend a devil fruit user, a pirate of the Zoan type. I see, but you currently have no missions, right? None. Excellent. I have a task for you. With a resigned expression, Kazan then led a group of researchers away from Marineford. Once this matter was settled, Sengoku hurried back to his home, retrieved the devil fruit from his wardrobe, and made his way to the academy. As the Warring States period transitioned into the academy era, Tej was bidding farewell to Shinping and the others. After exchanging brief greetings, the two refrained from further conversation. As the students of the Fishman tribe bid farewell to Tiger, it was evident that they had also seen the newspaper. After all, Tiger was the sole individual among the 7 warlords of the sea who was not a pirate. Naturally, these students, who held a reverence for justice and admired strength, harbored a favorable impression of Tiger. When Zhangguo found Rocinante, it was evident that Rocinante was exceedingly pleased and exhilarated to see him. Observing Rocinante's enthusiasm, Zhangguo realized that despite his predecessor's deep affection and adoration for Rocinante, he had never visited him during the past year since his entry into the academy due to his overwhelming commitments. From the perspective of the Warring States, one can comprehend why Rocinante is so elated. Zhangguo gently patted Luoxinante's head and smiled. How have you been faring at the academy lately? I have been doing quite well. Although Zhangguo appeared indifferent, the fervent glimmer in Luoxinante's eyes revealed a passionate spirit. Zhangguo understood that this child was inherently shy and not adept at expressing himself verbally. Zhangguo subsequently posed numerous inquiries to Luoxinante, primarily concerning trivial aspects of daily life, which fostered a more amiable tone between the two. As they prepared to part ways, Zhangguo presented the devil fruit to Luoxinante. Recognizing the fruit immediately, Luoxinante exclaimed in astonishment, the devil fruit. In the realm of the Warring States, Zhangguo smiled and declared, indeed, this is the devil fruit, specifically the ancient type, dragon fruit. In the form of the wind god Pterosaur, this extraordinary fruit not only belongs to the ancient category but also possesses the remarkable ability of flight, making it a true paragon among its kind. I have procured this specifically for you. How precious it is. You are my adopted son, and regardless of its value, you must accept it, for it is your birthright as my son. Or do you perhaps disdain this devil fruit? If that is the case, I shall seek another for you, perhaps a natural type or a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Roxanandi quickly waved his hands and responded, I did not mean it that way. Seeing the urgency in Sengoku's eyes, Roxanandi took the devil fruit that was pressed into his hand. Since it was not a matter of disdain, he might as well consume it swiftly. He recalled the advice not to indulge too much, just a small bite would suffice. For the taste of the devil fruit was notoriously unpalatable. With Sengoku's eager gaze upon him, Roxanandi bit into the devil fruit without hesitation. In the Warring States period, witnessing Roxanandi consuming the devil fruit brought a sense of reassurance, for it significantly enhanced both his prowess and his capacity for escape. As Sengoku watched Roxanandi, who was diligently testing his abilities, he felt a sense of satisfaction as he departed. Just as Sengoku reached the entrance of the academy, Roxanandi hurried to his side and softly called out foster father before swiftly returning. As the Warring States gazed at the silhouette of Roxanandi, a wave of joy washed over him, and his heart felt a comforting warmth. With a cheerful heart, Sengoku returned home after purchasing an array of vegetables, ready to prepare a delightful meal for Garp. Just as Sengoku finished preparing the ingredients, Garp arrived, exclaiming his hunger upon entering the room. Left with no choice, Sengoku abandoned his culinary aspirations and swiftly prepared a pot of hot pot for Garp. In no time, a large pot of hot pot was ready, and Garp, drawn in by the enticing aroma, inquired, What kind of cuisine is this, Sengoku? I've never seen you eat this before. Sengoku, having just finished mixing the dipping sauces, approached with 2 portions and replied with a smile, This is a new method I've learned, called hot pot, a traditional dish from an ancient empire. Hot pot. Indeed a splendid name, Garp remarked. Soon, the hot pot was bubbling, and the two enjoyed their meal, savoring the flavors while sipping beer. They relished the experience immensely. Their appetites insatiable. Despite Sengoku's generous preparation, they devoured every last morsel, still yearning for more even after finishing their feast. After finishing his meal, Sengoku hurriedly asked Garp, Are you leaving now, Garp? Are you still eating? Zhangguo gazed at Garp, whose face was brimming with anticipation, and said with exasperation, Is there any food left in my home? We have consumed it all, haven't we? The reason I asked you not to leave is that I have matters to inquire about. Garp retorted, If you had questions for me, why didn't you ask them just now while we were enjoying hot pot? Within the heart of the protagonist, an awkward sensation stirred. Having traversed through the Warring States period for such an extended duration, one might assert that the culinary delights of this realm are indeed exquisite. Yet, upon savoring the hot pot, a realization dawned. Its flavor surpassed all previous experiences of hot pot, leading to a delightful distraction from pressing matters. Zhangguo, with a slight cough, remarked, It is impossible to convey everything at once. Allow me to finish washing the dishes, and then I shall share my thoughts with you. If you wish for me to speak sooner, you might assist me in this task, for you too have partaken in the meal. Chapter 76, Playing the Fool Seeing This. Garp, without pretense, immediately joined Zhangguo in the dishwashing endeavor. Their individual efficiency was commendable, and they swiftly completed the task. Once the dishes were cleaned, Garp inquired, Zhangguo, do hurry and speak. After you finish, I must return to counting my donuts. In the midst of the urgent exchange, Sengoku approached Garp without any preamble, directly addressing the matter at hand. Where have you hidden Roger's wife and children? Upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry regarding Roger's family, Garp's demeanor momentarily faltered. But he quickly regained his composure. What wife and children of Roger? Was he not already deceased? After all, you were the one who personally oversaw the execution ceremony. With Roger gone, where could his wife and children possibly be? As the relentless Garp continued to wriggle out of the situation, the strategist of the Warring States calmly took a sip of the freshly brewed tea and remarked with a smile, Cease your evasions. I am well aware that my efforts are no less than yours. It was I who instructed Newgate to rescue Roger's wife and children. Otherwise, do you truly believe that you could have so effortlessly liberated them without attracting the attention of CP agents? It was nothing short of fortuitous. As Sengoku confronted Garp, who continued to feign ignorance, he proceeded to state, Roger's wife is Port Asti, Rouge, and the child she bore is Gold, Ace. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Garp ceased his attempts at deception and fell into a profound silence. As Sengoku observed the silent Garp, he continued, Rest assured, I have not been monitoring you. Even if I wished to, it would be impossible, for the one capable of observing you has yet to be born. The information I possess was neither divulged by you nor by Roger. Roger has likely informed you that he only shared details regarding his wife and child. Indeed, he did only disclose such information. This is precisely why Port Asti, Rouge chose to accompany you rather than Newgate, who came to rescue her. Garp replied solemnly. Then how did you acquire this knowledge, Sengoku? I gleaned it through my devil fruit abilities. Garp expressed his astonishment. The Buddha fruit possesses such capabilities? I was unaware of this. You had never mentioned it before. This ability is something I recently discovered. It awakened after my battle with Shiki, which is why I disregarded you and returned home that day. It was due to this newfound power. This ability resembles an enhanced form of observation haki, enabling me to glimpse events that will transpire in the future. It is through witnessing these future occurrences that I am aware of all this. Garp murmured. The powers of the mythical Zoan are indeed extraordinary. However, Sengoku, What is your intention in seeking out Roger's wife and child? Do you intend to hand them over to the Gorsei? I made a promise to Roger to ensure the safety of his family. And you must not harbor any ill intentions towards them. Otherwise, Sengoku abruptly interrupted Garp, fixing his gaze intently upon him, and declared, otherwise what? Do you intend to confront me for the sake of that pirate Roger's child? Garp, flustered, replied, Sengoku, I harbor no such intentions. How could I possibly engage you in combat? We share so many years of camaraderie. You are, after all, my closest brother. Zhang Guo, with a hint of irritation, remarked. It seems you are not yet lost to confusion. Embarrassed, Garp scratched his head, then playfully clung to Zhang Guo's thigh, asserting, if you were to harm Roger's wife and children, I shall cease speaking with you. No, let us make it a year of silence. As Sengoku observed the childish antics of Garp below, he couldn't help but reflect on the adage that one often mirrors their ancestors. Garp, despite being in his 50s, still behaved like a petulant child, lacking the demeanor befitting a naval hero. Regardless, Sengoku thought, you must promise me, Garp, that you will not lay a finger on Roger's wife and children. In the Warring States period, the exasperated figure exclaimed, Kapu. When have I ever claimed that I intended to target Roger's wife and children? If I truly wished to pursue them, would I even confide in you? The opportunities to confront him abound. In the midst of this discourse, Sengoku's words left Garp momentarily taken aback. It seemed you possessed a semblance of reason, indeed. You had never explicitly stated your intention to confront Roger's wife and child. So why did you refrain from countering my assertions? Did I have the opportunity to refute your claims? Garp awkwardly rose from the ground and, with a grave demeanor, posed the question, Sengoku. If you harbor no desire to confront Roger's wife and child, what compels you to seek them out? What is your true aim? Warring States cast a silent glance at Garp and remarked, I, Warring States, am a Rear Admiral of the Navy. I shall not engage in combat with an unborn child or a woman devoid of any fighting prowess. Nevertheless, I refuse to stand idly by while Roger's offspring ascends to become the new pirate king. Garp retorted, Roger's child shall not become a pirate. I will nurture Roger's offspring into an exceptional Navy soldier. Zhang Guo lifted his teacup, took a sip, and with a faint tone remarked, you must be jesting. How can you possibly nurture someone when you cannot even guide Dragon? How do you expect to train Roger's son into a Marine? I have yet to address the matter of Dragon with you. Upon recalling Dragon, Garp initially felt a surge of anger, vowing to reprimand him thoroughly upon their next encounter. However, upon meeting Zhang Guo's gaze, his ire dissipated in an instant. As Sengoku continued, he remarked, if my conjecture holds true, Roger's wife and child have been taken to your hometown, the Windmill Village in the Goa Kingdom, have they not? Is this also within your purview? Garp's mouth fell agape. His gaze fixated on Sengoku as if he were a creature of the extraordinary. This is not something I have discerned through my abilities. Rather, it is a deduction. After all, apart from your hometown, where else could you possibly shelter Roger's family? We must expedite the relocation of Roger's wife and child to Marineford. I intend to nurture Roger's child as my successor to become a future admiral of our Navy. Admiral, you say? Garp questioned, incredulously. Indeed, an admiral. After all, he is Roger's offspring, the pirate king, no less. His innate talents are bound to be exceptional. What is wrong with aspiring to become an admiral? It is not inconceivable for him to rise to the rank of fleet admiral. Let us hasten their arrival. Sengoku insisted. You shall set out tomorrow. Garp, visibly troubled, hesitated, struggling to voice his thoughts. Speak your mind without hesitation. Do not dither. Sengoku urged. With a resolute heart, Garp finally managed. I must first seek the consent of Port Asti, Rouge. If she is unwilling, I cannot possibly compel her. Sengoku cast a knowing glance at Garp, causing Garp's face to redden. If you have a solution, speak up quickly. Please refrain from looking at me in that manner. Garp remarked as he approached Sengoku. All right. I shall cease my teasing. It is quite simple to bring Port Asti, Rouge. All you need to do is inform her that you wish to relocate her to Marineford, citing its greater safety. If she objects, convey to her the events of today, stating that it was my request for her to come to Marineford. As Roger's wife, she would not act foolishly. She will make a wise choice. Garp inquired, but Sengoku, what if Port Asti, Rouge remains resistant? Would you resort to violence against her? Sengoku replied, I have no interest in taking action against her. Should she make an unwise decision, let her and her child live an ordinary life in the Goa Kingdom. However, if Roger's heir takes to piracy and encounters trouble, I shall show no mercy. When that time comes, do not let old sentiments cloud your judgment. I have already extended a favor by allowing Roger's child to join the Navy. I hope you do not make my position difficult. After all, it is hard to believe that Roger sought out Port Asti, Rouge solely to bear a child without ulterior motives. Let us refrain from discussing the foolishness of leaving a legacy. Relay these sentiments to her. Garp replied earnestly, understood. I shall set out at once. However, Sengoku, what identity will she and her child assume while residing in Marineford? Sengoku responded, simply state she is the wife of Dragon, and that her unborn child is Dragon's offspring. No one will question it. Upon hearing this proposal, Garp's eyes lit up. Having Roger's son as my grandson does sound delightful. Let it be decided thus. Very well. I shall take my leave, and you should return as well. After Karp departed, Sengoku contacted Caesar via the snail phone. The phone rang for a few seconds before Sengoku hung up and redialed. This time, the phone rang only a few times before Caesar's voice came through. Admiral Sengoku. How did I perform today? Sengoku replied, you did quite well. Maintain the standard. But can you truly develop the Sea Stone warship within a week? Should you fail to deliver, do not blame me for reduced funding. Haha. Admiral Sengoku, rest assured. This small invention has long been within our grasp, and with your reminder, we have just completed it. It will not take a week at all. Sengoku responded, that reassures me. CP0 personnel will soon arrive at Punk Hazard. Exercise caution. Upon hearing of CP0, Caesar's tone shifted to one of alarm. Admiral Sengoku, why would CP0 come to Punk Hazard? I have heard tales of their cruelty. Sengoku reassured him. Do not fear them. Once they arrive, ignore them. If they interfere with your experiments, you may act against them. They will not dare to retaliate. After all, you are a scientist capable of changing the world. Maintain your pride. I trust you need no further instruction on this. Once you handle them, your research funding from the world government will be allocated. So to expedite your funding, you must deal with them swiftly. I understand, Admiral Sengoku. He replied. If any issues arise, contact me. Our Navy personnel will soon arrive at Punk Hazard. You can delegate matters to them. Caesar continued. Admiral Sengoku. When will our support team arrive? Currently, it is just Bajapink and me, and managing everything ourselves is quite troublesome. Sengoku reassured him. They have already departed and will reach Punk Hazard in a day. Do not worry. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. After ending the call, Sengoku took a moment to rest. The following morning, he observed Karp leaving headquarters, heading towards Windmill Village. After inquiring with Zifa, Sengoku learned that Karp intended to pick up his grandson and requested a change in their vacation schedule. Without a hint of suspicion, Zifa readily agreed to let Karp return, neglecting even to mention the vacation swap. A few days later, Karp successfully brought poor Yasti, Rouge to Marineford, where she took residence in Dragon's former dwelling. Simultaneously, Caesar forwarded the design blueprints for the Sea Stone warship to headquarters. The researchers in the scientific division were utterly captivated by Caesar's designs, no longer underestimating this newly joined researcher. Several researchers even volunteered to travel to Punk Hazard, a proposal that Sengoku promptly approved. The blueprints and Port Asti. Rouge arrived at Marineford on the same day. After departing from the scientific division, Sengoku prepared to visit Port Asti, Rouge, only to be informed that the Gorosei wished to meet with him. Zhangguo had no choice but to meet with the five elders. Throughout the journey, he pondered the reasons behind their desire to convene with him. However, he realized there was no need for trepidation in facing the five elders, as his predecessor had encountered them on numerous occasions. The Warring States period swiftly arrived at Mary Geos, where, under the guidance of the soldiers from Panga City, it effortlessly reached the grand hall that epitomized the pinnacle of global power. Upon entering the Hall of Authority, the five elders assumed their poses reminiscent of characters from a bygone comic. From left to right, they were the agricultural warlord, Sheffield X, Peter Saint, the financial warlord, Zambalong V, Nasashir Saint, the legal warlord, Topman Wakiri Saint, the environmental warlord, Marcus Moss Saint, and the scientific defense warlord, Jagarsha Satan Saint. In the midst of his inner musings, Sengoku greeted each of the five elders in turn before inquiring, May I ask if you have summoned us for a particular task? Sheffield, Saint of 10 Peters, replied with an impassive demeanor, Sengoku, we have called upon you for two matters. The first is our desire for you to assume the position of the new Admiral of the Navy. Jagarsha Satan Saint continued. The second matter pertains to Dr. Caesar. In the tumultuous era of the Warring States, the esteemed official expressed his bewilderment. Why do you, my lords, support my ascension to the position of Marshal? Surely, Marshal Kong is far more suited for the role than I. I cannot assume such a title. To which Peter Saint replied, Rest assured, we have indeed conferred on this matter with Kong, who has willingly agreed to your succession as Marshal. Furthermore, this was his own proposition. There is no need for you to worry about Kong. Moreover, it does not necessitate that you assume the mantle of Marshal immediately. Pray tell, Peter. After Marshal Kong relinquishes his title, does he retire or is he promoted? Naturally, he is to be promoted, though the specifics of his new position are not for you to concern yourself with. While you are undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the role of Marshal at present, your eventual ascension will depend on your forthcoming performance. During the Warring States period, Jean Gouet expressed his loyalty, saying, Peter, I shall endeavor with all my might. To which Satan replied, Very well, it is time to discuss the next matter. Is that Dr. Caesar from the Warring States truly the genius you claim him to be? In the Warring States period, a voice of doubt arose. Did not the members of CP0 already venture to Punk Hazard? Were they not tasked with reporting back to you? Satan retorted with indignation, What fools they are. They possess no understanding whatsoever. Not only did they fail to accomplish their mission, but they also managed to provoke that insufferable Caesar. Satan continued, I genuinely believe that Dr. Caesar possesses the extraordinary capability to change the world as I have stated. His development of the Sea Stone warship, capable of traversing the doldrums in just 1 week, serves as the finest testament to his brilliance. While the Sea Stone warship is undoubtedly an impressive invention, I find myself more intrigued by the lineage factor you mentioned. Is it truly as remarkable as you assert? Chapter 78. Hostility. The warring states, with arms outstretched, remarked, I am not particularly well versed in the intricacies of genetic factors. My knowledge is derived solely from Dr. Caesar's discourse, which I believe to be truthful. Very well, I shall take that into account. Are you aware of the organization previously known as MADS, associated with Caesar? The warring states nodded and said, I have heard Dr. Caesar mention that MADS is a scientific organization that claims to advocate for world peace. However, I am unaware of the other members of MADS. I only know that Dr. Caesar and his assistant, Begapink, are part of it. Did you obtain any additional names of personnel from Lufirid? No. Well, now I understand. As soon as Dr. Caesar makes a new invention, you must report it to us immediately. Naturally. Now, you may take your leave. In the midst of the discussion, Sengoku decisively exited the power chamber. Admiral Sengoku, with a contemplative expression, remarked, is what Sengoku just stated truly accurate? Are we genuinely considering supporting him to become the new admiral of the Navy? Admiral Garp interjected. Sengoku is indeed the most suitable choice. Initially, my promotion to admiral was the optimal decision. However, as a member of the D lineage, I refuse to heed any commands from you. In my defiance, I have even declined the position of admiral. Admiral Akiji responded, while Garp may be unruly, he has not committed any unforgivable acts. In contrast to Garp, Sengoku evidently harbors greater ambition. I fear that once he assumes control of the Navy, it may drift beyond our influence. Admiral Sengoku chuckled, is ambition not a virtue? Such aspirations could foster a more stable world and prevent the emergence of individuals like Gold. Roger. Even with Sengoku's ambitions, with our presence and the guidance of Amsama, he shall not rise to power. Admiral Saturn concluded, let us cease our deliberation on Sengoku. We have discussed this matter at length. Our primary focus now should be on Caesar. After leaving the Hall of Power, Sengoku hurried to Marineford to seek out Kong. Upon entering Kong's office, Kong smiled and said, it seems you are already aware. Soon, you shall ascend to the position of the new marshal. Sengoku, I cannot assume the role of marshal at this moment. After you depart from the Navy, our naval strength will significantly diminish. Consequently, the prestige of our Navy will wane, and ambitious pirates will undoubtedly stir. Do not fret. I am merely stepping down from the position of marshal, not departing from the Navy entirely. How could our Navy suffer such a loss in combat power? Moreover, with Kazan and the others, they will soon be able to take your place. Kazan and the others are still far from being ready. What are you saying? It was you who initially wished for them to become candidates for the Admiralty. Now, how can you utter such words? Once you become marshal, and Kazan and the others are promoted to candidates for the Admiralty, once they mature, our Navy will truly possess the strength to overpower the pirates. It is still too early to speak of overpowering pirates. With that, Sengoku exited Kong's conference room and proceeded to the residence of Pordasti Rouge to engage in conversation with her. Upon arriving at Porgaz's residence, Sengoku discovered that Tsuru and Garp were present, prompting him to abandon the idea of speaking with Pordasti Rouge. Beiji took a glance at Pordasti Ace, who was approximately 6 or 7 months pregnant, and then noticed Tsuru relentlessly criticizing the father and son duo of Garp. Garp, feeling embarrassed, was at a loss for words. Upon seeing Sengoku arrive, Tsuru sought to enlist him in her critique of Garp. Observing Garp's pleading gaze, Sengoku naturally joined the chorus of disapproval. Yet he only uttered a few remarks before finding an excuse to take Garp and Zephyr away. Upon reaching Garp's residence, Garp suddenly cast a profound gaze towards Zephyr. Confused, Zephyr inquired, Garp, why are you looking at me like that? Zephyr, you have suffered. Garp responded, have you been rendered foolish by Tsuru's scolding? What suffering have you endured? Sengoku interjected, silence, you know nothing. Zephyr's heart must be in turmoil. Zephyr's tone grew somber. It seems that Dragon has spoken to you, Garp. Garp nodded in acknowledgement. Sengoku, observing the despondence of the two individuals, inquired with curiosity, what silent riddle are you two entangled in? Please, do share. Zephyr replied, Kapu. It's your turn to explain to Sengoku. Subsequently, Sengoku recounted the unfolding events to Sengoku. After listening, Sengoku exclaimed in anger, the instigator behind the attack on Zephyr's family is not the wretched insects of the underground world, but rather a kingdom that was once saved by Zephyr himself? That beast, had it not been for Zephyr's intervention, would have seen the annihilation of its entire royal lineage. And yet it harbors resentment over that very act of salvation. The death of his wife has no connection to Zephyr. It was her own recklessness that led her to torment the pirates who ultimately retaliated and claimed her life. What relation does that bear to Zephyr? It is astonishing that they have harbored such animosity for so long, waiting years to seek vengeance. Such a nation has no reason to exist. Zephyr hastily interjected, Sengoku, do not act foolishly. After all, that kingdom is a member state of the world government and is under our protection. How can we possibly lay a hand upon them? In the warring states period, I implore you not to act foolishly. I hope that after this incident, they will no longer dare to lay a hand on my wife and children. Furthermore, Z is now an empowered individual, and I have encouraged him to train diligently each day. Soon, he shall possess the strength to resist. Zephyr, you must abandon your misguided compassion. There are countless thieves who thrive for 1,000 days, yet how many can truly guard against them? Despite Z's newfound abilities, he is still quite young. What genuine resistance can he muster? Do not delude yourself into thinking that by choosing not to confront them, they will express gratitude. Instead, they will intensify their hostility towards you. The world has plunged into greater chaos, and there are numerous pirates who dare to assault our navy. It is not far-fetched to imagine that they may attempt to bribe pirates to target your family. Do you truly wish for your loved ones to remain in Marineford indefinitely? While it may be acceptable for your sister-in-law to stay, is it realistic to expect Sui to never leave Marineford? Remember, his dream is to become the fleet admiral of the navy. The relentless inquiries from Sengoku rendered Zephyr speechless. After a moment, Sengoku regained his composure and continued, "Rest assured, I am not impulsive. Those who dare to target the family of a marine admiral must face the consequences they deserve. I support your sentiment, Sengoku." With that, Sengoku and Garp engaged in conversation until Tsuru departed from Port Gasti, Rouge's residence. Subsequently, the two conspired to mislead Zephyr, and together they made their way to Port Gasti, Rouge's home. As soon as Zhangguo entered the room, he sensed a faint air of hostility. Although subtle, it was palpable to him. Chapter 79, Port Asti, Rouge. In the midst of his surroundings, Sengoku continually searched for any signs of presence. "What are you looking for, Sengoku?" someone inquired. "Nothing in particular, let us proceed," he replied. Having found no enemy, Sengoku felt that he had been overly sensitive and thus abandoned his search, for this was Marineford, a place where even Whitebeard would hesitate to launch an assault against him. Upon noticing Sengoku's arrival, Port Asti, Rouge stated directly, "You are Sengoku, the Admiral, are you not? I am fully aware of your purpose in coming here. I am immensely grateful for your rescue of my child and me. Yet the future of my unborn child is not a decision I can make." Upon witnessing Port Asti, Rouge, Zhangguo instantly comprehended the source of hostility. In the midst of discourse, Sengoku remarked, "Port Asti, Rouge, although you express gratitude, your demeanor betrays a sense of resentment towards me. Do not hasten to refute. I can discern your animosity, likely stemming from my role in Roger's execution. I have encountered many like you, having vanquished numerous pirates. Rest assured, my promise to you remains steadfast. I shall not turn against you and your child because of this. You assert that the future of your unborn child is beyond your control. Allow me to elucidate, without my assistance. Your fate and that of your child would be grim indeed. Your future would entail evading the relentless pursuit of the world government, bearing Ace after 20 arduous months, only to perish from exhaustion. As for your child Ace, under the tutelage of Garp, he would rise as a formidable force, yet he would ultimately disappoint Garp's expectations, choosing the path of a pirate over that of a marine. Do not harbor the illusion that Ace would inherit Roger's will and ascend as the new pirate king. Ace does not idolize Roger. In fact, he harbors deep-seated resentment towards him, having endured a childhood fraught with hardship due to being Roger's descendant. This cannot be attributed to Garp's negligence, for he cannot remain by Ace's side at all times. The suffering Ace endured was primarily psychological, a consequence of the tumultuous era Roger initiated, which led to countless deaths. Only pirates venerate Roger, while common folk harbor disdain for him. Their contemptuous words towards Roger are an unrelenting assault on Ace. In the future, Ace would not even bear Roger's surname, instead adopting the name Port Gasti, Ace. Upon becoming a pirate, Ace swiftly established his own crew and earned renown, consuming the formidable Mera Mera no Mi, rapidly ascending to the ranks of the Shichibukai. However, his hubris led him to challenge the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, resulting in inevitable defeat. Yet, Whitebeard spared Ace, having discerned his true identity and intent on nurturing him as the next pirate king. Despite his defeat, Ace persisted in challenging Whitebeard, and through their encounters, a profound bond was forged, culminating in Ace being embraced as Whitebeard's son. The subsequent years brought Ace the warmth of paternal affection, a fleeting period of solace. Alas, this tranquility was shattered when a traitorous pirate within Ace's ranks led to his downfall, as Ace's arrogance allowed the defector to best him, seeking to exchange Ace for a position among the Shichibukai. Consequently, we were compelled to publicly execute Ace. His demise, a consequence of his own recklessness, also resulted in the obliteration of the Whitebeard pirates, the mightiest crew upon the seas, without rescuing Ace. His reckless actions ultimately led to his own demise. While Ace's death may be seen as a release, can he reconcile with those who sacrificed everything to save him? Can he honor Garp, who raised him? Can he justify his existence to you? In truth, Ace has failed to account for anyone. Enough. My child is not such a person. In the face of Rouge's indignation, Sengoku continued, "You may doubt my words as fabrications, yet this is the future I foresee. Once your child is born, you shall discern the veracity of my claims. If you wish to spare Garp, who has aged and should not bear the sorrow of your child, I would not take such measures lightly. You proclaim that you cannot govern your child's future. Since you cannot, I shall take it upon myself. Until he embraces the life of a pirate, I shall not act against him. Indeed, I shall nurture him. However, should he choose the path of piracy, I will not exhibit mercy as Garp does. I shall personally eliminate him, allowing him to join Roger, leaving you to mourn your child. If you desire to avoid such a tragic fate, you must educate Ace diligently. ensuring he does not become a pirate. With that, Sengoku departed, taking Garp with him, leaving Port Asti, Rouge speechless, shaken by Sengoku's revelations. She had come to believe his words, for the name Ace had never crossed her lips, known solely to her and Roger. After leaving Rouge's abode, Garp could no longer contain his frustration. Sengoku, you had the audacity to speak thus to her? Fool, do you think I wished for such an exchange? She bore hostility towards me first. Did you not sense her animosity before I arrived? I perceived a palpable tension, and upon encountering her, it became evident that she harbored ill will towards me. When did your Kinbunchaku haki become so astute? I failed to notice it. Have you discovered a clandestine method to hone your haki? Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at Garp and said, your thoughts are truly absurd. If I had indeed discovered a new method for training observation haki, would I conceal it from you? The fact that you fail to perceive this is entirely due to her malice, which is not directed at you. How could you possibly notice it? He continued, all right. I understand what you wish to say, so there is no need for further rambling. My actions are justified in their own right. With that, Sengoku took his leave. Thus, a month passed in a flurry of activity, yet with a calm demeanor, as the Navy Express Company successfully commenced operations worldwide. The branch at Fishman Island was also established, albeit with significant losses, as the era of the great pirates saw a continuous influx of pirates attempting to breach the island and enter the New World. Initially, the plan was to station only 2 vice admirals to safeguard Fishman Island, but ultimately, it required 6 to maintain order. Chapter 80. The new sovereigns of the underworld with 6 vice admirals guarding Fishman Island, alongside the warlord Tiger and other forces from the island. No pirate dared to attack or capture its residents any longer. Even the audacity to cause disturbances dissipated. Pirates arriving at the island would merely resupply before hastily departing. The Navy was not indifferent to the prospect of organizing the pirates' entry into the New World, yet the cost proved too great, leading to abandonment of the idea. As long as the pirates refrained from causing trouble on Fishman Island, the Navy generally chose to overlook them, resulting in an unspoken agreement between the 2 factions. Meanwhile, the conscription process was progressing steadily. The new sovereigns of the underworld had emerged, now numbering only 4. Big News Morgans, the warlord Gecko Moria, the Desert King Crocodile, and the rebellious Vice Admiral Monkey D. Dragon. The value of the underworld's rulers had surged due to the reduction in their numbers, which in turn amplified their individual power. The struggle for dominance had persisted for quite some time, and had it not been for the Navy's assistance, Moria and his companions would have been in grave peril. What surprised Sengoku the most was that Dragon had managed to forge connections with Bartholomew Kuma and others so early on. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to become a sovereign of the underworld. As for why Morgans had not been apprehended, it was due to a secret transaction with the Gorosei, the specifics of which remained known only to them. Following this exchange, the Gorosei issued orders for the Navy to cease their pursuit of Morgans. In Sengoku's office at headquarters, while he was occupied with work, the Den Mushi suddenly rang. Hello, this is Sengoku. Who is this? Admiral Sengoku, this is Spandam. Spandam. What brings you to seek me? Admiral Sengoku, I would like to request that the Navy initiate a demon extermination order. A demon extermination order? Who do you intend to target? Admiral Sengoku, it's not about targeting anyone specifically. It's about those individuals who have committed unforgivable acts. According to the laws of the world government, they must be eradicated. Upon hearing Spandam's cruel and eager tone, Sengoku began to speculate. Was this a request from the world government for the demon extermination order? How come the Navy had not received any directive to proceed with it? Spandam hesitated before responding. Admiral Sengoku, I have yet to report this matter, hence the Navy has not received any orders. I understand your intent. You wish to resolve these matters directly before reporting, correct? Indeed, Admiral Sengoku, you see through me. Given that you assisted the Navy in locating the former sovereigns of the underworld, I am willing to help. But you must first disclose the details of the situation. Of course, Admiral Sengoku, I will share everything with you. We are targeting the renowned archaeological sanctuary of the West Sea, O'Hara. Upon hearing O'Hara, Sengoku confirmed his suspicions and quickly pondered a course of action. Those archaeologists ought to focus on their studies rather than attempt to reinterpret the text of history, for such endeavors constituted a grave offense. Therefore, they must be stopped. Admiral Sengoku frowned and remarked, I am aware of this matter. Did we not already issue a warning? The repercussions of annihilating O'Hara are far too severe. And even the Gorosei are cognizant of this. Have they commenced interpreting the historical text once more? Spandam, in an agitated tone, replied, Indeed, Admiral Sengoku. Those reckless individuals have been clandestinely studying the historical text for quite some time, and it was only yesterday that we discovered their endeavors. Is the information confirmed? Absolutely. Came the response. Those individuals from O'Hara have even dispatched an expeditionary team in search of the historical texts. My men apprehended their adventurers, and their vessel was laden with materials pertaining to the historical texts. This is irrefutable evidence. They cannot deny it. Very well. I shall promptly activate the demon-slaying order and head to the West Sea to assist you. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. No need for thanks, he concluded, disconnecting the transponder snail. He then retrieved another transponder snail to summon a group of vice admirals to the conference room. Upon Sengoku's arrival at the conference room, all the vice admirals from the headquarters had gathered. Having surveyed the situation, Admiral Sengoku promptly informed the vice admirals of the impending issuance of the demon extermination order. Yet he withheld the specific target from them. Subsequently, Sengoku selected a few vice admirals, instructing the others to depart. The chosen vice admirals were all deemed utterly reliable, including Kazan, along with the formidable vice admiral, Jaguar D. Saul. The target of this demon extermination order was the island of O'Hara in the West Sea. Upon hearing the name O'Hara, the expressions of the vice admirals shifted dramatically, though none dared to voice their inquiries. However, Jaguar D. Saul, brimming with agitation, spoke up. Admiral Sengoku, why must we unleash the demon extermination order upon O'Hara? As far as I am aware, the people of O'Hara are virtuous. Why must we target them? In a grave demeanor, Sengoku articulated the rationale behind the execution of the extermination order against O'Hara. Having concluded his statement, Sengoku fixed his gaze intently upon Jaguar D. Saul. Saul, I am aware that you have acquaintances among the people of O'Hara. I have previously issued them a warning. This time, there shall be no mercy. They must face the consequences of their actions. Remember your identity, Saul. I have spared you this time solely to deliver a cautionary message. Kazan and Saul, remain here. The rest shall prepare the fleet for the extermination order. Once the others departed, Sengoku continued, Saul, to prevent you from acting impulsively, you shall not partake in this mission. You are to remain at headquarters and must not leave. Do not argue. I possess a deeper understanding of the nature of the people of O'Hara than you do. It is precisely because I comprehend their essence that this extermination order must be executed. The individuals researching the true history of O'Hara are not from our Navy, but rather from CP0. You are well aware of the nature of CP0 operatives. Even if we refrain from initiating this extermination order, they will still report to the Gorosei. At that juncture, the order will inevitably be enacted, and we will be unable to control the situation. I retain you both here to preserve a flicker of hope for the people of O'Hara. This mission is entrusted to you, Kazan. I have faith that you will fulfill it, but the researchers must not be allowed to escape. Understood, Mr. Sengoku. I shall act judiciously, Kazan replied, casting a reassuring glance at Saul. Hearing Sengoku's words and sensing Kazan's gaze, the once agitated Saul gradually regained his composure. Zhangguo gazed at Saul and stated, during this period, you are not permitted to leave the headquarters. If you engage in any irrational actions, I cannot guarantee your safety. Chapter 81. The Awakening of the System. Saul, with a firm voice, assured, I will not depart from the headquarters, rest assured, General Zhangguo. As he watched the two depart, Zhangguo exhaled a sigh of relief. Having not dispatched Sakazuki this time, he had also informed Kazan, which should hopefully lead to a better outcome. However, events did not unfold as Zhangguo had anticipated. O'Hara was still obliterated, and the archaeologists on the island were slain during its destruction, with the exception of the spared Nico Robin. The innocent residents of O'Hara had initially been released by Kazan. Yet the majority fell victim to the actions of CP9 members under Spandam's command, leaving only a few fortunate souls to escape. Upon receiving the news, Sengoku fell into silence, subsequently revealing Robin's whereabouts to Dragon. After learning this information, Dragon took Robin away. This act brought Sengoku considerable relief, knowing that Robin could at least lead a stable life, free from the burden of evading capture with a bounty of 79 million berries at the tender age of 8. However, Sengoku did not anticipate that Saul would manage to successfully defect and then return. While Sengoku had expected Saul's defection, all of Saul's movements had been under Sengoku's vigilant watch. When Saul fled, Sengoku retracted his surveillance, allowing Saul to escape unimpeded. Yet, Sengoku was taken aback when Saul returned a few days later. Initially, Sengoku thought Saul had come back as an undercover agent, but he pondered what sort of individual could persuade someone as straightforward as Saul to take on such a role. Nevertheless, Sengoku chose not to confront Saul, pretending that nothing was amiss. Before Sengoku could investigate who had sent Saul back, Kazan informed him that it was Dragon who had orchestrated the plan. Reflecting on Dragon, Sengoku couldn't help but acknowledge the rapid growth of the Revolutionary Army compared to previous times. However, this was not a concern for Sengoku. The real headache would arise for the five elders once Dragon solidified the Revolutionary Army. After this incident, calm prevailed until the end of the following year, when Sengoku's promotion to Admiral and the selection of candidates for the position of Fleet Admiral stirred the tranquil seas. The selection process for the Fleet Admiral was far more captivating than Sengoku's promotion ceremony, attracting numerous capable Vice Admirals. Ultimately, only 3 emerged as candidates: Borsellino, Sakazuki, and Kazan. Each was bestowed with a distinctive title befitting an admiral: Kizaru for Borsellino, Akainu for Sakazuki, and Akiji for Kazan. Initially not renowned, these 3 became widely recognized through the Navy's promotion efforts, showcasing the formidable new strength of the Navy, 3 admirals with Logia-type abilities. This revelation bolstered the public's faith in the Navy, leading to a cascade of positive reactions. More individuals sought to join the Navy, and enthusiasm surged, resulting in a flourishing business for the Navy's courier service. As Sengoku ascended to the rank of Fleet Admiral, his responsibilities multiplied, leaving him with little time for rest. The only moments of respite came when he was engaged in combating pirates. One of the actions taken by Admiral Sengoku during the Warring States period was to address the issue concerning the Allied nation targeting Zephyr. In truth, Sengoku did not engage in any direct action. He merely shifted the focus of the Marine contingents surrounding that nation to prioritize the protection of civilians during pirate attacks. Soon enough, the astute base commander grasped Sengoku's intentions, though, it must be noted, these were merely his own interpretations, as Sengoku harbored no such intentions. Under the directive of this commander, the royal family of that nation was eradicated, paving the way for a new dynasty to assume control. As for the demise of the previous royal family, Sengoku received reports stating that they perished in a pirate assault. Afterward, Sengoku ceased to concern himself with the matter. Subsequently, the focus shifted to conscription, and as a year passed, the tireless efforts of the Navy began to alter humanity's prejudices against the fishmen. Sengoku is diligently advocating for the Fishman Kingdom to become a member state. Through the relentless efforts of the Navy, a considerable number of Fishman warriors have enlisted. While it cannot be claimed that all fishmen from Fishman Island have joined the Navy, at least 1 or 2 fishmen can be found aboard each naval vessel. This is, of course, a directive from Sengoku, as the inclusion of fishmen significantly enhances the naval strength, given their advantageous position in maritime warfare. Within the span of a year, Ace was born. Due to Sengoku's intervention, Ace, who was originally supposed to be born 3 years after Monkey D. Luffy, arrived 10 months earlier, ensuring that he would possess formidable power in the future. A month has since elapsed, and a shocking event reverberated throughout the world, the infamous Impel Down. The impenetrable underwater prison that had not seen a jailbreak in 8 centuries was breached. The escapee was none other than the notorious pirate Golden Lion Shiki, who had been defeated 2 years prior by Sengoku and Garp. This unprecedented escape sent shockwaves across the globe, tarnishing the reputations of both the world government and the Navy, leading to the dismissal of the warden of Impel Down. Subsequently, under Sengoku's recommendation, Magellan ascended to the position of the new warden. However, this incident bore little direct relation to Sengoku, as Impel Down is not under Navy jurisdiction. Interestingly, the Navy benefited from this occurrence, as the 5 elders mandated their involvement in the prison's defense, thereby significantly augmenting the Navy's authority. The years passed peacefully without major upheaval on the seas. Although the number of pirates continued to rise, the Navy was able to suppress them efficiently due to a substantial increase in personnel and the continual reinforcement of their ranks. During the Warring States period, a semblance of just governance was achieved, yet this justice was as ephemeral as a fleeting dream. Although the naval forces were formidable, the number of powerful pirates evidently surpassed that of the Navy, and many of these pirates were continuously evolving. In the year 1504 of the Oceanic Era, within the office of Admiral Marineford, the figure of the Warring States gazed with fervent excitement at the luminous screen visible only to him. It has been quite some time. Dear host, how have you fared over the past 5 years? Indeed, it had been a long while, and it was now time for you to disclose your purpose. The system has detected that the host has reached the age of 60, fulfilling the conditions for activation. This system is named the Senior Reemployment System. In light of the serious issue of an aging global population, retirees should also be encouraged to utilize their remaining potential. The existence of this system is to assist retirees in re-engaging with new employment opportunities. A task has been issued. The objective is to secure a new position, with the quality of the job determining the quality of the rewards. Task details: find a new job. The system has detected that the host has exceeded the task requirements. Task evaluation: it is quite remarkable for the host to secure a position with better benefits than before retirement at the age of 60. This achievement surpasses 99 of retirees seeking reemployment. The task completion level is rated SSS. The Warring States did not anticipate that their inaugural task would be accomplished with such ease. Buddha, filled with excitement, inquired, "Host, what is my reward for completing the task? My evaluation is an impressive SSS grade." The response was that the reward would elevate one of the host's abilities by a tier. The available enhancements included an increase in Conqueror's Hockey, an elevation of Armament Hockey, an upgrade to Observation Hockey, a boost in Martial Arts, a single upgrade for the Buddha Fruit, the enhancement of a warship to a top-tier vessel crafted from atom wood, a transformation of a common goat into one capable of cultivating hockey, and a refinement of rice cake slices into the most delectable delicacy in the world. Moreover, a standard Justice Cloak would be upgraded to a high-quality version. Chapter 82. Enhancement of Devil Fruits. The multitude of enhancement options momentarily left Buddha in a state of astonishment. While many choices were indeed commendable, some were rather lackluster, such as that rice cake slice. Should he inadvertently select the rice cake, Buddha might find himself utterly exasperated. As the Warring States gazed upon the rewards, tears of frustration streamed down his cheeks as he inquired, "Am I free to choose from these options at will?" "Indeed," came the reply, "yet I must caution you to exercise prudence in your selections. After all, this reward is exceedingly precious. Opportunities to attain such rewards in the future will be scarce. The warring states pondered for a moment and inquired, "System, do you have any recommendations? The multitude of choices is overwhelming, and I find myself at a loss." The system replied, "Given your circumstances, I suggest you enhance your devil fruit." Devil fruit? My devil fruit has already awakened. Is there truly a need for further enhancement? While awakening the devil fruit signifies a significant advancement for individuals in this world, it remains insufficient. According to my calculations, enhancing your devil fruit will yield the most substantial increase in your power and is also the most cost-effective choice. Could you show me the abilities I would gain after enhancing my devil fruit? I am unable to provide that information. Only after your enhancement will I be able to ascertain the specific effects of your improvements. In the realm of the warring states, Sengoku declared resolutely, "I shall place my faith in you this once. If the enhancement does not manifest as you claim, be prepared for the consequences." Host, are you certain you wish to enhance the devil fruit? The system's indifferent tone indicated a lack of concern regarding Sengoku's threat. "I'm certain." Following this affirmation, the system's voice adopted a mechanical cadence. Enhancement commencing. Sengoku then felt his heart rate escalating, its rhythm intensifying as though it might burst from his chest. With each rapid heartbeat, fresh blood surged from his heart, coursing through every vein and artery to every corner of his body. As the blood flowed, Sengoku experienced a comforting warmth enveloping him from within, eliciting a long-forgotten expression of ease upon his face. However, this sensation of comfort soon dissipated, replaced by excruciating pain. A torment that was not solely physical but also a mental anguish, as if his spirit were being seared by fierce flames. The agony was so intense that Sengoku nearly cried out, clenching his jaw tightly to stifle any sound. While the sweat pouring from his body served as undeniable evidence of his suffering. Fortunately, both the discomfort and the pleasure were fleeting. The pain came fiercely but departed just as swiftly. Once the torment subsided, Sengoku gasped for breath, and his mind was flooded with a wealth of knowledge regarding the abilities of the new Buddha fruit. The new Buddha fruit liberated Sengoku from the fear of seawater and sea prism stone, rendering him devoid of any significant weaknesses. His physical prowess experienced a remarkable enhancement, his strength at least tripling. Sengoku felt that with further acclimatization to the new Buddha fruit, his power could potentially quadruple. Moreover, this new Buddha bestowed upon Sengoku 3 formidable techniques. 1. 3 realms body. This ability manifests in 2 forms. The first allows the wielder to create 2 identical clones, each with its own consciousness, and more importantly, these clones would never betray their creator. Should a clone perish, the original need only pay a minor price to resurrect it. The second form of the 3 realms body amplifies the user's combat power threefold, even enabling the illusion of a 3-headed, 6-armed figure to engage in battle. 2. Great Sun Lion Seal. This technique adjusts its attack potency based on the amount of haki and physical energy expended. The greater the expenditure, the more formidable the assault. Moreover, if this attack strikes an opponent, it randomly seals one of their 5 senses. The individual whose sense is sealed cannot be freed from this condition by any means other than the wielder of the Great Sun Lion Seal. This strike, reminiscent of a lion basking in the sunlight, illuminates the entire sky upon execution, hence its name. 3. Vidra Body. This offers absolute defense when fully activated. No attack in this world can breach its protection. However, once the energy is depleted, the user becomes as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. As Sengoku contemplated the 3 formidable techniques in his mind, he recognized that one was an offensive strike with control, while another served as a robust defense, rendering them exceedingly comprehensive. However, what truly captivated Sengoku's attention was the technique of the 3 lives. This ability transcended mere classification as a technique and could be aptly described as a form of mystical art. With the acquisition of the 3 lives, Sengoku found that many of his subsequent endeavors became significantly more manageable. In the Warring States period, the current Buddha fruit can no longer be aptly referred to as such, for it has become exceedingly powerful. The host must not be overwhelmed by this slight enhancement. While your techniques may appear formidable, their efficacy ultimately depends on the wielder. Zhangguo furrowed his brow and inquired, "System, how do you discern the thoughts that linger in my mind? Can you truly hear the whispers of my heart? I lack such capabilities. All of this is mere conjecture on my part, and your performance has validated my assumptions." Upon learning of the effects of the great Buddha fruit, I too have been informed, for I am your supportive system and must be aware of your physical condition. It is from these observations that I have inferred your innermost thoughts. As he spoke, a luminous screen materialized before Zhangguo, revealing the information he had just contemplated regarding the new great Buddha fruit. Upon seeing this, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, for the notion that his every thought might be laid bare to another was indeed terrifying, especially when that entity was more formidable than an ordinary person. Subsequently, the system began to speculate on the thoughts dwelling within Zhangguo. In a chilling tone, it remarked, "Host, you must be feeling quite relieved at this moment, are you not?" In the Warring States period, the protagonist chose to disregard the incessant chatter of the system and began to explore his newfound abilities. Observing this, the system, recognizing its futility, wisely fell silent. The first endeavor of the Warring States period was the three bodies technique. As the Warring States began to internally cultivate this technique, two individuals, identical in appearance to him, manifested beside him. One was clad in pure white attire, while the other donned pure black, presenting a striking contrast as if they were embodiments of opposition. This sight stirred profound emotions within the Warring States, as the three bodies technique bore an uncanny resemblance to the divine ability of the three purities. The figure in white represented the benevolent aspect. The one in black symbolized malevolence, while he himself embodied the original self. In the midst of his excitement, the two avatars also regained their composure. The voices of the kneeling figures jolted the Warring States back to reality. You may rise. This is a new era, where the practice of kneeling is no longer in vogue. As the two avatars stood, the Warring States continued. Do you possess names? Master, we have no names. We humbly request you to bestow names upon us. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Guo remarked, since you are my avatars, for the sake of discretion, let us adopt a surname from before my transcendence. Let us bear the name Hua. You shall be known as Hua He, and you shall be called Hua Bai. Grateful for the bestowed names, Zhang Guo then initiated a dialogue with his two avatars. He discovered that he could engage in a telepathic exchange with them, though he remained uncertain if there were any limitations regarding distance in this communion. The avatars did not require sustenance to replenish their strength. Instead, they merely absorbed the power of the sun to rejuvenate themselves, a phenomenon Zhang Guo referred to as photosynthesis. The prowess of the avatars was indistinguishable from that of the original. All the abilities Zhang Guo possessed, his avatars also shared. As Sengoku beheld before him the transformation into the colossal Buddha form, the dual manifestations of black and white stirred with intent, and two avatars were seamlessly absorbed into his being. Subsequently, Sengoku approached the mirror within his office to invoke the second form of the three-world body. In a remarkable display, two heads sprouted forth from Sengoku's physique, complemented by 4 arms, thus evolving into the formidable three-headed, 6-armed visage. Zhang Guo attempted to touch his newly grown arm, only to find it was but an ethereal illusion. Yet, he felt an uncanny mastery over his 3 heads and 6 arms, manipulating them with seamless ease as if they had always been a part of him. As for the enhancement of his combat prowess, it remained uncertain, for he could hardly unleash an attack within the confines of his office. The other 2 techniques were likewise impractical to test here, so he abandoned further experimentation for the time being. Returning to his desk, he resumed reviewing documents, or so it seemed. In truth, it was his doppelganger attending to the paperwork while his true consciousness engaged in dialogue with the system. System, why have you ceased issuing new missions? Surely this cannot be the only task? Of course not. The assignment of missions is beyond my control. They are generated based on the events you encounter. So, at present, you have no tasks for me. Then what purpose do you serve? Who dares claim I am useless? Very well, I shall assign you a mission immediately. Ding. Ultimate mission. Transform your company into the world's foremost enterprise. Overthrow the world government and establish the Navy's dominion over the globe. Reward 1. Return to your original world. Reward 2. Transcend to a new world and embark on a fresh adventure. Speechless, are you? I had intended to unveil this mission at a more opportune moment. As it stands, you have yet to fully consolidate control over the Navy, let alone challenge the world government's supremacy. Then you remain as useless as ever. This mission offers no aid in my reemployment. The system fell silent, utterly stifled by Zhang Guo's retort. How does the system regard the Warring States? It appears as though the system disregards the Warring States entirely, akin to a scenario where the Warring States do not extend an apology, leading the system to similarly dismiss them. Seeing the state of the Warring States, he no longer paid heed to the system, for his current gains were already substantial. The Warring States regained control over their own body. By the time the Warring States beheld the documents that had been processed before them, as well as the half-eaten rice cake slices, in the Warring States period, one discovered that this doppelganger bore an uncanny resemblance to oneself, sharing even the same culinary preferences. Remarkably, the doppelganger, despite not requiring sustenance, could not resist the allure of rice cakes. As Zhang Guo savored the remnants of rice cakes, his gaze wandered over the completed documents. In that instant, a delightful scheme for leisure emerged in his mind. After all, who could resist the allure of indulgence? Thus, he indulged in a bit of diversion within the confines of his office for quite some time. As the hour for departure approached, he prepared to leave, only to be interrupted by the insistent ringing of his phone, signaling a call from Caesar. The sound echoed. Brew brew. In the Warring States period, a slightly displeased Sengoku remarked, Hey, Caesar, what prompts you to seek me out during my off-duty hours? To which Caesar, brimming with excitement, responded, Commander Sengoku, we have successfully developed the first artificial devil fruit. His enthusiasm, however, rendered him oblivious to the tone of Sengoku's words. Hearing that artificial devil fruits had been created, Sengoku's face revealed a fleeting expression of exhilaration. Is it true? This time, the artificial devil fruits will not possess the significant flaws of the last iteration, will they? Certainly not. This is the culmination of over a year of our dedication. The artificial devil fruits bear no imperfections. They are indistinguishable from genuine devil fruits. If one were to insist on a flaw, it would be that, like true devil fruits, they too fear the sea and sea prism stone. What type of devil fruit have you manufactured? Sengoku inquired. This particular devil fruit is a replication of the zoan type, specifically the bird fruit in its black and white chicken form. Through my experiments, I have confirmed that the artificial devil fruit is identical to the original zoan type bird fruit in every aspect. I shall send the experimental video to you, so you can see for yourself. Soon, the video was transmitted, and a large transponder snail beside Sengoku began to project the footage. At that moment, Sengoku had already drawn the curtains in his office. In the video, 2 death row inmates were being fed 2 distinctly different devil fruits by the researchers. Upon consuming the fruits, both inmates displayed expressions of disdain. Observing that the inmates exhibited no adverse reactions, the researchers became visibly excited. Subsequently, Caesar instructed the 2 inmates to demonstrate their newfound abilities. The inmates, far from being innocuous, were indeed the most depraved individuals chosen for the experiment. After consuming the devil fruits, they felt an immense surge in their power, an elevation that ignited unwarranted thoughts within them. Exchanging glances, the 2 inmates transformed into hybrid human-beast forms and charged at Caesar and his team. Rather than being frightened by the assault, Caesar and his colleagues erupted into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the laboratory. Though the inmates harbored many doubts, their overwhelming desire for vengeance caused them to instinctively disregard the peculiar behavior of those around them. Just as the inmates were about to reach Caesar, a researcher activated a switch. In an instant, the once mighty hybrid beasts let out agonizing screams before collapsing unconscious. Seeing this, Caesar exclaimed, "The experiment has succeeded. A resounding success. Quickly, restrain these 2 with sea prism stone. They are vital experimental subjects. I must share this good news with Admiral Sengoku." As soon as Caesar finished speaking, the video abruptly ended. Chapter 84. Human weapons. The exhilaration that had surged within Sengoku's mind dissipated after watching the video. For the hybrid forms of the 2 inmates reminded him of a dear friend from a previous life. His mind was now filled with the melody of a timeless classic. "Chicken, you are too beautiful, baby. Brew brew." The ringing of the transponder snail interrupted Sengoku's reverie, pulling him back to reality. Cautiously scanning the room and finding it empty, he sighed in relief and answered the call. "Admiral Sengoku, have you finished viewing the video?" "Indeed. From what I've observed, the artificial devil fruits you have created are indistinguishable from the original ones. You have done exceptionally well. I shall increase your funding." "Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. When will these artificial devil fruits be ready for mass production?" "I'm uncertain at this juncture, as the data remains incomplete. I will inform you as soon as the experiment is successfully finalized." "I understand. Please notify me when mass production can commence." "Are there any limitations with the artificial devil fruits? Is it possible to create those of the Logia type?" Caesar's tone grew somber. "I regret to inform you, Admiral Sengoku, that with our current technological capabilities, producing zoan-type bloodline factors for zoan-type devil fruits is already at the limit. We have made numerous attempts to create other types of devil fruits, but it remains impossible with our current methods." "Oh, the inability to produce them now suggests that it may still be possible in the future?" Caesar responded eagerly. "Certainly. Given sufficient funding and time, I believe there is nothing we cannot create." "Excellent. Continue your diligent efforts. Do you have any other matters to report? If not, I shall attend to other tasks." "Wait, Admiral Sengoku. I have one more matter to discuss." "Proceed." "During our refinement of the artificial devil fruits, we have developed technology that allows weapons to harness the powers of devil fruits." "Oh, is that true?" "Absolutely. I will send you the video right away." Sengoku promptly replied. "There is no need for that. I trust you." He added, "Let us refrain from conducting large-scale experiments on weapons imbued with the power of devil fruits until artificial devil fruits are mass-produced." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Caesar's tone diminished, losing the pride and excitement he had previously displayed. Sengoku continued with an air of apology. "We have yet to experiment with weapons endowed with the power of artificial devil fruits. All our trials have utilized conventional devil fruits." "I see," Caesar responded. "There's no rush. It would be prudent to wait for the mass production of artificial devil fruits before delving into the research on weaponizing devil fruit powers. By the way, Caesar, what technology has Dr. Vegapunk been investigating lately?" Sengoku inquired. "That fellow Vegapunk has been engaged in experiments with the team. I don't recall him undertaking any other projects." Caesar replied. "Very well, Caesar. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." At that moment, a voice from the other end of the transponder snail interrupted. "Marshal Sengoku, it is Vegapunk. I am currently researching the humanoid weapon you mentioned, the pacifista. However, I currently lack a test subject, rendering my research impossible." Upon hearing Vegapunk's words, Sengoku's expression grew tense. After all, the pacifista was arguably Vegapunk's most formidable invention, especially the upgraded version known as Seraphim, which possessed extraordinary power. Admiral Sengoku remarked, "What did I expect? This is quite manageable. Isn't Admiral Kizaru stationed at Punkhazard?" Let him assist you with your experiments, and subsequently, I shall arrange for some formidable pirates from Impel Down to collaborate with you as well. That yellow monkey has already participated in experiments with me. However, we have yet to breach the lineage factor of the Logia type, rendering normal experimentation impossible. We have conducted numerous experiments with the pirates within Impel Down, yet our authority does not extend to enlisting the cooperation of the notorious pirates on the 6th level. Conversely, the other pirates lack sufficient strength to effectively aid us in our endeavors. In an instant, Sengoku comprehended the situation. After all, the original pacifists were developed through experiments conducted on Bartholomew Kuma's physique. It would be utterly impossible to conduct such research using pirates of insufficient strength. Although Sengoku is now aware of Kuma's whereabouts, he must acknowledge that Kuma is the king of the Sorbet Kingdom, which remains a member nation of the world government. Hence, Sengoku has no means to request Kuma for experimentation, and given the capabilities of the pawpaw fruit, capturing Kuma is no trivial task. Dr. Vegapunk resides on the 6th level of the underground, where the pirates possess formidable strength and cunning. Should they be released, they would undoubtedly find a way to escape. The notorious Golden Lion Shiki serves as a prime example of this. Moreover, even if I were to personally detain him for your experiments, I doubt he would willingly cooperate. Therefore, it is best to abandon this experiment, for it necessitates the complete compliance of the subject for it to be conducted successfully. In a moment of inspiration, Sengoku remarked, Dr. Vegapunk, I have conceived a brilliant idea. I am curious about the progress of your cloning technology. Upon hearing the mention of clones, both Vegapunk and Caesar were filled with excitement. I comprehend your intention, Admiral Sengoku. I can harness the cloning technology to advance the research of humanoid weaponry. Under the diligent efforts of Caesar and myself, our cloning technology has reached a remarkable level of sophistication, enabling us to initiate large-scale cloning at any moment. That simplifies matters greatly. I can provide you with the blood of all the pirates from the 6th underground level for your cloning experiments. This is wonderful, Admiral Sengoku. However, such experiments on humanoid weaponry may experience considerable delays. Listening to Dr. Vegapunk's apologetic tone, Sengoku could not help but offer a bittersweet smile. Dr. Vegapunk, Dr. Caesar, there is truly no need for your undue haste. I have witnessed your tireless efforts over the past 2 years. Your inventions have significantly transformed the world and have greatly facilitated our Navy's endeavors against pirates. In particular, the development of humanoid weaponry is a remarkable advancement, necessitating utmost caution, especially concerning the command authority over these creations. Though my words may not have been entirely explicit, both of you have grasped my intent. Very well, Admiral Sengoku, we understand. We shall refrain from further disturbing you. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sengoku hung up the phone. The series of joyful events had brought him great happiness. Chapter 85, The Purge of Corruption. Suddenly, a knock on the door of Sengoku's office jolted him from his cheerful reverie. Come in. The visitor was none other than Akainu Sakazuki, one of the 3 chief candidates. Ah, it's you, Sakazuki, Sengoku exclaimed. The mission has been accomplished. Sakazuki replied, Marshal Sengoku, I have completed the task. I am here to receive new orders from you. After several years of personal interaction, coupled with prior memories, Sengoku had grown accustomed to the chilly tone of Sakazuki. Gaining a deeper understanding of him, in the Warring States period, Jean Guo remarked, Truly, Sakazuki is commendable. The task has been completed in merely a week. At that very moment, the previously silent system suddenly spoke up. A new mission had emerged. Mission title, Eradication of Corruption. Mission reward. Rewards will escalate in accordance with the level of task completion. Mission content. As the company continues to expand and its workforce increases, numerous violations of internal regulations and societal laws have surfaced, particularly within the various branches. These transgressions have inflicted severe repercussions on the company, most notably tarnishing its esteemed reputation. If left unchecked, the hard-earned reputation cultivated over many years could plummet. As the chairman of the company, it is imperative that you take decisive action. Such matters require your personal involvement. Dispatch a trusted subordinate to address these insidious issues. Upon reading the mission details, Jean Guo was reminded of the morally corrupt Navy depicted in the comics of his past life. Those naval officers, more detestable than pirates, engaged in actions far more reprehensible than those of the very outlaws they were meant to pursue. Originally, Sengoku believed that the establishment of courier companies and various reforms would elevate the conditions of all naval personnel, thereby preventing such occurrences. However, it now seems that Sengoku was overly optimistic. Those insidious creatures were merely wolves in sheep's clothing, and they would not temper their behavior simply because their circumstances improved. After all, human desires are insatiable. Sengoku, what troubles you? Are you listening to me? Of course, I am listening. I was merely contemplating what tasks to assign you. Interrupted Akainu, pulling Sengoku from his thoughts. A previously impassive expression broke into an excited smile on Akainu's face as he inquired, So, Sengoku, have you decided on a task for me? Indeed, I have. Sengoku then proceeded to inform Akainu about the disgraceful elements within the Navy. With each revelation, Akainu's anger intensified, and by the end of Sengoku's account, he found it increasingly difficult to control his magma. In the Warring States period, upon witnessing the magma poised to drip from Sakazuki's form onto the floor, one hastily exclaimed, "Sakazuki, please maintain your composure. If you cannot approach this task with a calm demeanor, I cannot entrust it to you." The effect of the Warring States was astonishing. The magma, which was on the verge of spilling onto the floor, was promptly contained by Sakazuki. As Sengoku exhaled a sigh of relief, he held Sakazuki in higher regard than before. In Sengoku's recollection, Sakazuki had never displayed such a lack of composure as he did today. It seemed that Sakazuki truly loathed these pests. "Sakazuki, share your thoughts. How should we deal with these vermin?" Sengoku, the commander, pondered how to handle these traitors, even more treacherous than those within the navy. Naturally, the solution was their demise. Sakazuki's vehement declaration was anticipated by Sengoku. He, too, believed these individuals deserved death, yet direct execution was not an option. "Understood. I acknowledge your perspective. Indeed, those wretches merit death, but we must not kill them outright. Such actions would create confusion among the unaware Marines and yield adverse repercussions, not to mention insufficient warnings for others. Then, what course of action should I take, Commander Sengoku? These individuals must face legal scrutiny. Capture them and ensure they submit to the judicial process on Judicial Island. If any attempt to flee, do not hesitate. Take a head or capture a photograph. However, do not eliminate them all. That would preclude any trial. The outcome of this trial must be made public, providing an account to the civilians oppressed by these pests." "I understand, Commander Sengoku. I will undertake this significant task with utmost diligence and will not falter." "Then, when shall I commence the investigation? Should it begin now?" "Certainly not now, for the investigation is incomplete. If you proceed with arrests at this juncture, the other pests will merely relocate their ill-gotten gains and evade justice. Furthermore, you cannot personally apprehend each one. These pests are scattered across every branch. Relying solely on your efforts would be futile. Focus on capturing the highest-ranking pest among them, while delegating the remaining tasks for organization. Once I have arranged everything, you will be notified when to initiate action. For now, take a break." After Sengoku dismissed Sakazuki, he felt a wave of anxiety. He lacked any evidence of the pest's chaos. Had it not been for the system's task, he might have remained oblivious to their insurrection. Over the past 2 years, Sengoku believed he had performed admirably, fulfilling the responsibilities of a commander. The seas had calmed, and no significant upheavals had occurred within the kingdoms. Nor had the base commanders reported any disturbances. The Warring States now realizes that it has been deceived by those insidious creatures. "System, could you provide me with information regarding these creatures?" "Certainly, but such information comes at a certain cost." Impatiently, Sengoku declared, "Just tell me the price. I wish to resolve these matters expeditiously. There are 2 methods through which I can acquire this information for you. It is merely a matter of your choice. Option 1. You may directly receive all the criminal data pertaining to those pests, but the cost will be a reduction of 1/3 of your reward for this mission. Option 2. You could obtain a covert intelligence agency comprising 3,000 personnel, each embedded within various industries, capable of manifesting in unexpected guises. They will procure the information you desire with remarkable swiftness. Moreover, these operatives will remain utterly loyal, not vanishing upon the mission's completion. The cost here is that you forfeit the entirety of your reward for this mission. Even if the reward is classified as SSS rank, you would receive nothing. Consider this a benevolent warning. While the reward for this mission may not surpass the last, it is still quite commendable, a level of reward that is both rare and coveted. Sengoku leaned towards the second option, for the first was hardly preferable. He had superior alternatives, such as enlisting Spandam's CP9 for investigations without diminishing his rewards. Chapter 86, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Although the prospect of acquiring intelligence from Spandam without cost was appealing, Sengoku felt uneasy about relying on CP9 for every task, concerned about potential leaks. Thus, he gravitated towards the second choice, desiring a loyal intelligence agency that would simplify many endeavors. However, the system's assertion that the reward was a rare opportunity stirred his interest. After all, good things, as the system suggested, were generally not to be dismissed lightly. After a fierce internal struggle, Sengoku reached a conclusion. "System, I wish to inquire if such choices for acquiring an intelligence agency will arise again, or might similar institutions become available as rewards? This is uncertain. Rewards of this nature typically do not recur, though there exists a possibility, albeit a slim one. The options presented in this mission will not reappear." The system's words solidified Sengoku's decision, for he had no inclination to await another opportunity for a similar intelligence agency. "System, I choose the second option. Are you certain, Post?" "I am certain." Commencing the allocation of intelligence personnel. Allocation complete. Subsequently, an option for the intelligence agency materialized on the system's interface. Upon opening it, Sengoku was presented with the profiles of 3,000 operatives, hailing from diverse races and factions, including members of the Celestial Dragons. Most notably, Sengoku discovered that the personnel count could be augmented in two ways, through the cultivation of veterans from a young age or by enticing others to join the agency. Moreover, new recruits would also pledge absolute loyalty to Sengoku, which filled him with delight. System, how shall I contact these operatives? That is simple. The host need only access the interface and specify the intelligence sought. The operatives will swiftly investigate and provide you with the desired information on the interface. Oh, I see now. This method of inquiry ensures confidentiality, as the agency's existence will be known solely to me. With that, Sengoku instructed the intelligence agency to commence an investigation into the Navy's infiltrators. In a remarkably good mood, he then realized that the night had fully enveloped the sky. Zhonghua emerged from the throes of excitement, his heart filled with joy. As he strolled along the path, a radiant smile adorned his face. Before long, he arrived at his residence, where he noticed several children playing outside, with Ace leading the group. Upon spotting Zhonghua, Ace dashed towards him eagerly. In a moment of spontaneity, Sengoku lifted Ace and inquired, "What are you all engaged in?" Little Ace, with a sweet and innocent voice, replied, "Grandpa Sengoku, we are playing Navy versus Pirates. I am portraying a naval soldier. Grandpa Sengoku, I am determined to become an exceptional naval soldier just like you in the future." The character Sengoku feigned anger and declared, "Little Ace does not wish to become a Marine like my grandfather. Grandfather Sengoku, please do not be upset. My grandfather is merely a vice admiral, while you are a fleet admiral. I only aspire to become an admiral, and that would suffice." Zhonghua burst into laughter and remarked, "You, a mere child, have quite the tongue. However, a sailor who does not aspire to become a commander is not a worthy sailor. Furthermore, your grandfather is certainly no less impressive than I am. Come, let us dine at my home this evening." "But, Grandfather Zhonghua, I have already had my dinner." As the moon rose in the sky, Grandpa Zhonghua chuckled and remarked, "It seems I have been too occupied this late. Next time I shall prepare your favorite delicacies. Now, Grandpa Zhonghua, please set me down. I wish to go and play." As soon as Sengoku noticed the situation, he set Ace down and proceeded towards his home. Upon arriving, he discovered that the lights in his house were illuminated. Zhonghua was aware that Luoxanin had returned. Upon entering the room, he discovered that Luoxanin had already prepared dinner. Luoxanin had graduated from the academy a year ago and had recently been engaged in a mission, returning to the headquarters only today. "Father, you have finally returned," Luoxanin exclaimed in astonishment. "There are numerous matters to attend to, which is why I have come back at this hour. Why did you not inform me of your return?" "Once the mission was concluded, I naturally returned," Zhonghua replied. "You must be quite hungry. Once you finish your meal, I have an important matter to discuss with you." During the Warring States period, hunger compelled some to indulge in their meals, and seeing this, Luoxanin also began to partake. Before long, the Warring States had satiated his appetite, and the father and son duo proceeded to tidy up the dining utensils together. Zhonghua gazed at Rosinante and inquired, "Now, may I hear the important matter you wish to discuss with me?" Rosinante's expression grew somber as he replied, "Are you aware of the recently emerged pirate, Don Quixote da Flamingo?" Upon hearing the name da Flamingo, Zhonghua immediately comprehended Rosinante's intentions and nodded, saying, "I am aware of that pirate and his deeds. Has he caused you trouble?" The adoptive father responded, "You know that I was once a celestial dragon. That da Flamingo is my biological brother, whose true name is Don Quixote da Flamingo. It was only upon seeing his bounty that I realized he was my brother. So, your own brother is a pirate. Do you wish to acknowledge him?" "Indeed. I wish to prevent my brother from continuing down the path of wrongdoing." After a moment of silence, the Warring States spoke, "Roxanandi, do you truly believe you can change your brother? As far as I know, since your separation, he has been rescued by the Don Quixote family and has since engaged in a life of crime, with your brother leading the way. While you strive to become an exemplary Marine, your brother descends further into villainy, aspiring to become a notorious pirate. Do you genuinely think you can alter his path and dissuade him from his malevolent ways? Even if he were to heed your words and abandon piracy, have you contemplated what he might pursue instead? Would you wish for him to become a Marine? Do you believe he would ever consent to such a fate? I cannot say for certain, but I am inclined to think my brother would disregard my counsel, as he has always been a dominant force from our youth. Nevertheless, I yearn to attempt this, for unlike me, my brother has a foster father, elders, and companions. I am his sole kin. He must believe me to be dead, and I do not wish for him to be saddened because of me. Even if he chooses to ignore my pleas, I can infiltrate the Don Quixote pirate crew. With my undercover efforts, the Don Quixote crew will soon meet its demise." Admiral Sengoku fixed his gaze upon Rosinante, exclaiming, "Rosinante, this is far too perilous. I cannot permit you to proceed." In Chapter 87, The Undercover, Rosinante responded with a smile, "Father, I am no longer the weeping child I once was. I am now a lieutenant in the Navy, possessing the ability to protect myself." Noticing that Sengoku remained unresponsive, Rosinante continued, "Admiral, you are not only my adoptive father, but also the commander of our Navy. How could I, as your son, shrink away from danger? As far as I know, The Don Quixote family is exceedingly cunning. Aunt Crane has attempted to apprehend them multiple times, only to see them escape. It is unwise to squander Aunt Crane's formidable strength on the Don Quixote pirates. Someone must infiltrate their ranks, and I am the most suitable candidate among the Navy. Cease your self-importance. You, a mere rookie who graduated from the Naval Academy just a year ago, have no right to make such grandiose claims. Sengoku nearly roared in frustration. Father, do not argue. I am indeed the most fitting choice to infiltrate the Don Quixote family. I am the soldier you personally trained. If you do not have faith in me, do you not trust in your own judgment? In the tumultuous era of the warring states, one exclaimed in indignation, indeed. It seems you have graduated, for you have begun to emulate the dragon in rebutting your own father. If you wish to infiltrate, so be it. Let me witness whether your strength has truly grown. With that, he took hold of Rocinante and led him to the empty space in the backyard of their home. In the warring states period, he grasped the sea-floor stone shackles that bound his hands and declared, in this battle, I shall refrain from employing the powers of the devil fruit, nor will I use my hands. I shall rely solely on my legs. If you cannot defeat me even under these circumstances, then do not entertain the notion of infiltrating. Furthermore, do not broach this matter with me again. I shall never acquiesce to your request. The voice of Sengoku resonated loudly, for the surrounding inhabitants were high-ranking naval officers, and no outsiders dared to intrude upon this area. Sengoku was unperturbed by the prospect of being overheard. Observing this, Rocinante wasted no time and transformed into his hybrid beast form, soaring into the sky. He unleashed his raging leg technique, sending forth a barrage of colossal slashes aimed at Sengoku. Having consumed the Zoan-type dragon fruit, in the form of the wind god Pteranodon, Rocinante's size was already quite exaggerated, even outside of his beast form. Although the slashes produced by Raging Leg were not inherently large, they appeared immensely formidable due to Rocinante's gigantic stature. Yet, Sengoku faced these enormous slashes without flinching. He opted to withstand them head-on with his Busashoka Haki. The strikes collided against Sengoku's body, producing a resounding clash akin to metal against stone, followed by a violent explosion that billowed clouds of smoke into the air. In the midst of this haze, Rocinante remained vigilant, continuously employing Raging Leg to assail Sengoku with further slashes. Within the shrouded smoke, Sengoku activated his Conqueror's Haki, aiming to lock onto Rocinante and intimidate him from the skies. What Sengoku did not anticipate was Rocinante's remarkable resilience. He withstood Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki. Although his form trembled under the oppressive force, nearly causing him to plummet, he ultimately remained airborne. Satisfied with the results, Sengoku momentarily smiled before swiftly transitioning to a position behind Rocinante, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Although Rocinante's Kenbunchika Haki sensed the imminent danger, his speed was insufficient to evade Sengoku's onslaught, leaving him with no choice but to endure the attack. As Sengoku gazed upon the fallen Rocinante, he remarked with a smile, even in such a state, I effortlessly vanquished you. Rocinante, your strength is undeniably lacking. It would be wise for you to abandon your aspirations. I shall never concede defeat, Rocinante declared, charging fiercely towards Sengoku. Observing this, Sengoku felt no anger. After all, Rocinante was a soldier he had personally trained. Should Rocinante surrender so easily, Sengoku would lose all respect for him. Henceforth, he would not permit Rocinante to venture out at sea in pursuit of pirates, for those devoid of a formidable spirit. It would be best to adhere to a more humble, administrative role. The Battle of the Warring States was akin to a fierce strike unleashed by Lan Jiao, sending Rocinante crashing back underground. Though the force of this strike was not as monumental as that of Rocinante, the armed Haki embedded within Sengoku's blow was far superior. This strike left a deep gash on Rocinante's chest, a testament to Sengoku's restraint. Had he unleashed his full power, it is uncertain whether Rocinante would have survived. But he certainly would have been rendered powerless. Undeterred by his defeat, Rocinante pressed on toward Sengoku, fully aware of his own limitations against such a formidable adversary. He refrained from a reckless assault, instead employing a variety of tactics. However, facing a powerhouse like Sengoku, compounded by the confined space of their battleground, even the most ingenious strategies of Rocinante proved futile. Ultimately, Rocinante was rendered unconscious by Sengoku's might, yet he did not concede defeat. Zhang cast a glance at his meticulously adorned backyard, now devastated, and felt a pang of sorrow. Upon seeing Rocinante sprawled on the ground, a wave of relief washed over Zhang Guo. He realized he could no longer impede Rocinante's resolve. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of pride for Rocinante, who had been nurtured to embody both a strong sense of justice and gentleness. Through his own efforts, Rocinante had begun to employ just methods in his pursuits. In his heart, Sengoku sought solace, convinced that having accomplished so much, he could not fathom that Don Quixote Doflamingo could still bring about Rocinante's demise. This thought led Sengoku to recall the undercover agent Virgo within the Navy, a pawn of Doflamingo. Had it not been for Virgo, Rocinante would have certainly survived. In the midst of the Warring States period, the decision was made to eliminate the pests, including the troublesome Virgos. Subsequently, Sengoku carried the unconscious Razanandi into his own chamber. Initially intending to tend to Razanandi's wounds, Sengoku discovered, upon unveiling the latter's attire, that the injuries had already begun to heal, leading him to forego the bandaging. He then returned to his own quarters. Once back in his room, Sengoku refrained from slumber, instead keenly observing Razanandi's every movement. To avoid detection, he even abstained from using his observation haki. As the night deepened, Razanandi awakened and, true to form, hastily made his way toward the exit. As Sengoku beheld the scene, a smile graced his lips, and he promptly set off in pursuit. Without pausing, Razanandi hastened toward the port. In no time, Razanandi arrived at the harbor, which had transformed from its former self. No longer was it a place where anyone could easily enter. Now, a rigorous examination was required for all who wished to come and go. Yet, observing Razanandi navigate the checkpoint with remarkable ease, Sengoku realized that this fellow had evidently plotted this course in advance. Today's revelation was merely a notification to him, regardless of whether he consented. Razanandi was destined to become an undercover agent. Chapter 88. The list of pestilent intruders. Zhangguo murmured softly, "I am Razanandi. How is it that this child has no rebellious phase?" It turns out he wasn't devoid of one. Merely, Razanandi's rebellious period arrived later than others. With these words, Razanandi then boarded a small sailboat, preparing to set sail. Originally, Sengoku intended to confront Razanandi directly, yet upon arrival, he found himself at a loss for words. He recognized that even if he managed to intercept Razanandi this time, he would be unable to prevent future encounters. Furthermore, with the internal traitor Virgo eliminated, Razanandi remained undisclosed. Even if his true identity were revealed, he had no cause for alarm. His devil fruit powers would enable him to escape, for his flight speed surpassed that of Doflamingo. Contemplating this, Sengoku cast the documents regarding the Don Quixote pirates and a transponder snail onto Razanandi's ship before departing without a backward glance. The intelligence concerning the Don Quixote pirates had been compiled after Razanandi expressed his desire to go undercover, prompting Sengoku to activate his intelligence network for investigation. Remarkably, the findings were available before the conclusion of the battle. This only served to elevate Sengoku's estimation of his intelligence agency, and while Razanandi was unconscious, he meticulously documented the information. Startled by the sudden arrival of the items on a ship, Razanandi approached cautiously, only to discover Sengoku's transponder snail. Initially taken aback, he carefully surveyed his surroundings, and upon realizing Sengoku was absent, he exhaled in relief. With a sense of calm, Razanandi opened the file, and tears welled in his eyes as he perused its contents. Subsequently, he set sail. After Razanandi's departure, a masked figure resembling Sengoku followed discreetly. Indeed, it was Sengoku's clone, Huaka, as Sengoku remained uneasy about Razanandi's safety. Not only did he dispatch a clone, but he also instructed his intelligence agency to provide covert protection for Razanandi. As 2 days elapsed, Sengoku received intelligence concerning the pests within the Navy. However, he was astonished to learn that his intelligence agency had failed to uncover any evidence of Virgo's betrayal. This left Sengoku in a quandary, lacking concrete proof. He could not arbitrarily arrest a kind-hearted and highly talented Marine. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku resolved to employ entrapment tactics. Upon receiving Sengoku's instructions, Akainu hastened to Sengoku's office with utmost urgency. Zhangguo glanced at the fervently excited Sakaski, who had not even knocked on the door, and chose to remain silent. He addressed Sakaski, stating, "The documents below contain the criminal records of those pests. If we continue down this path, our navy will be utterly destroyed by these individuals. We must eradicate these pests once and for all. First, examine the information below, and then let me know if you are willing to take on this mission. After all, it is bound to offend quite a few people. Clearing out these pests is of paramount importance, and I am not afraid of offending them." General of the Warring States, "You have promised me. This task has been entrusted to me, and you must not assign it to another." Zhangguo remarked, "If you do not dare to undertake this task, how could I possibly allocate it to another? Spare us your bravado first. Take a look at the list of those corrupt individuals. Once you have perused it, you will come to realize that their numbers far exceed your expectations. As for the evidence of their transgressions, we shall await the arrival of your review team to examine it collectively, for this information cannot be assimilated in haste." With that, Zhangguo handed Sakaski a document. Upon receiving the list, Sakaski began to read. To his astonishment, he discovered that the highest ranking among these malefactors was a vice admiral. And there were indeed multiple vice admirals listed, some from the main office and others from various branches. More troubling still was the fact that Sakaski recognized these individuals, which left him utterly taken aback. He understood that Zhangguo's list was undoubtedly authentic. Those on it were certainly embroiled in misconduct. However, he had not anticipated their remarkable ability to masquerade as paragons of virtue while clandestinely engaging in such nefarious activities. As Sengoku observed Sakazuki struggling to maintain his composure, he admonished, "Sakazuki, you must calm yourself. If you cannot control your temper, I cannot permit you to undertake this mission." Upon hearing these words, Sakazuki composed himself. Commander Sengoku, I am ready to accept this mission. Are you certain? The list includes many of your friends and predecessors. Can you truly act without bias? Should you engage in favoritism, you too shall face consequences. You might never ascend to the rank of admiral. Rest assured, Commander Sengoku, I will not allow personal feelings to cloud my judgment. Please entrust this task to me. Let me meet the members of the review committee at once. The sooner we commence, the sooner we can eradicate these pests. You truly are an impatient one. Although Sengoku feigned annoyance at Sakazuki's eagerness, his gaze was filled with warmth and even a hint of admiration. All of you come forth. At that moment, two other candidates for Admiral, Kizuru and Akiji, entered Sengoku's office. Sakazuki, perplexed, inquired, Commander Sengoku, did you not indicate that this mission was to be assigned to me? Why have you summoned them as well? In a somewhat awkward manner, Sengoku stated, I initially intended for you to undertake this task individually. However, since it involves taking action against our own, regardless of how justified the reasons may be, there will inevitably be whispers. To facilitate your future competition for the position of general, I have decided to assign you 3 to complete this task together. This endeavor shall serve as one of your trials on the path to becoming a general. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki found himself devoid of any ire. Do you two wish to accept this task? If so, take a look at the list. Naturally, both of them were eager to accept the assignment. Soon, they perused the list thoroughly. We shall take on the task of the fleet admiral, they declared in unison. Sengoku observed the situation with satisfaction and said, excellent. Now let us proceed to meet your team members. With that, Sengoku took the lead and exited his office, accompanied by 3 promising candidates, into a vast conference room. Within the room sat over 1,000 sailors, most of whom were remarkably youthful. A discerning eye would undoubtedly recognize that these sailors had only just graduated from the Naval Academy this year. As Sengoku and his companions took their seats, the meeting commenced in earnest. Without unnecessary preamble, Sengoku addressed the gravity of the situation and recounted the misdeeds of several particularly egregious sailors. Upon hearing this, the sailors in the conference room erupted with righteous indignation. Observing the restless young men, Sengoku felt a sense of relief for having selected some older sailors to undertake this task, otherwise relying solely on these young sailors. He could only imagine the astonishing acts they might commit. Chapter 89, Brothers. Zhanghua continued through the loudspeaker. I have nearly conveyed the essence of our mission. It is evident that most of the personnel in this meeting room are quite young, fresh recruits who have only graduated from the Naval Academy a month ago. My decision to select a considerable number of these newcomers is not without justification, as the nature of this task involves a vast array of individuals. Thus, it is imperative that we have an ample number of operatives on this case. I cannot possibly assign seasoned Marines, who are well acquainted with strategic strongholds, to handle this matter. Engaging these new recruits is also advantageous, as they share no prior connections with the parties involved, ensuring that the execution of the mission remains reliable. I believe that through this experience, these young Marines will emerge as capable individuals in their own right. Of course, I am aware that some may harbor doubts about relying solely on novices, fearing potential complications. However, I have also arranged for the involvement of some seasoned Marines. Your role will be to mentor these fledglings, guiding them through any uncertainties they may encounter. I realize that I did not disclose the specifics of the mission when you arrived. Thus, I shall reiterate, if anyone wishes to decline this assignment, you may do so freely. After all, this mission may offend a significant number of individuals, and should you choose to withdraw, there will be no repercussions. Merely remain at headquarters until the mission concludes. Upon hearing Zhanggua's offer to withdraw, a few Marines, well versed in the subtleties of human relations, contemplated stepping back. Yet, upon grasping his final remark, they promptly abandoned the idea of withdrawal. Their understanding of social intricacies led them to realize that while Zhanghua asserted there were no repercussions, should they truly choose to withdraw, they would likely forfeit any future opportunity to gain his favor, jeopardizing their prospects for advancement. After a moment's pause, Sengoku, noticing that none of the Marines had withdrawn, expressed his relief, saying, You all have performed admirably and have not let me down. He continued without further ado. The leaders of this mission will be the 3 candidates for the admiral position. During the course of this task, you are all required to heed their directives. If there are no further matters, you may commence with the allocation of responsibilities. I am granting you a month to capture all the pests. At that time, I shall conduct a grand trial. With that, Sengoku departed without delay. As soon as Sengoku vacated his seat, Crane promptly followed suit. Upon exiting the conference room, Crane remarked, Sengoku, your idea is truly commendable. We should indeed engage in such endeavors on a regular basis. It seems our heroic minds are in perfect accord. I share the same sentiment. After the departure of the warring states, Sakazuki and his companions began to allocate tasks. Just as they were fervently engaged in exterminating pests, Razanandi, acting on intelligence, located Don Quixote Doflamingo at a port in a certain nation. The two, being brothers, recognized each other the moment their gazes met. Doflamingo excitedly approached Razanandi, saying, "Are you Rosinante?" To which Rosinante calmly replied, "You are Doflamingo?" "Indeed, I am your brother, Doflamingo," he declared. "I have no brother. My brother died 14 years ago." Rosinante's words chilled Doflamingo to the core. Doflamingo then smiled and said, "Rosinante, you have truly grown. You dare to speak such words to me. After all these years, I am your only blood relative. Do you refuse to call me brother? I said my brother took his own life after killing our father 14 years ago. I have no brother." With that, Rosinante turned to leave, causing Doflamingo's smile to vanish. Doflamingo blocked Rosinante's path and, with a frigid tone, remarked, "Rosinante, I had thought you had matured, but it seems you remain as weak and naive as in your childhood, just like our father. If it weren't for him, we would still be the exalted celestial dragons, and our mother would not have perished. Even if I did not kill our father, he would have died regardless. Do not speak. You are a monster," Rosinante retorted before transforming into his hybrid form and lunging at Doflamingo. Instead of feeling sorrow, Doflamingo was exhilarated. He did not expect Rosinante to be a devil fruit user, and he instantly recognized that Rosinante's fruit was not an ordinary Zoan type. Doflamingo deftly evaded Rosinante's attacks and inquired, "What devil fruit did you consume?" "I have ingested the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, in the form of the pterosaur. An ancient type, and it possesses flight capabilities. Rosinante, you are indeed fortunate. Join our Don Quixote family, and together we shall reclaim our rightful power. Let us overthrow those celestial dragons who refuse to accept us, and make our family the sole nobility in this world. With your assistance, our ambitions will be realized more swiftly." Rosinante regarded the frenzied Doflamingo with icy disdain, stating, "If you wish for me to join you, defeat me first. Mere words will not suffice." Doflamingo laughed. "Brother, do you think being a devil fruit user will allow you to defeat me? My fruit has already awakened. Let us see if you can withstand my power." With that, Doflamingo shifted from defense to offense. As the battle escalated, Doflamingo was astonished by Rosinante's strength. He had never anticipated that his once weak brother had grown so formidable. Without awakening his own form, he found it nearly impossible to overcome Rosinante, especially given the astonishing recovery capabilities of Zoan types, and even more so because Rosinante was an ancient type with even more extraordinary regenerative powers. Unbeknownst to Doflamingo, Rosinante was deliberately concealing his mastery of the six powers, otherwise he would hold no advantage whatsoever. Observing this, Rosinante taunted, "With such meager strength, do you truly believe you can overthrow the celestial dragons? Spare yourself the effort." In response, Doflamingo entered his awakened form and unleashed his conqueror's haki to intimidate Rosinante, attempting to subjugate him with his overpowering aura. However, Doflamingo was unaware that Rosinante had often sparred with Sengoku over the years, during which Sengoku had honed Rosinante's mastery of conqueror's haki. In Rosinante's eyes, Doflamingo's haki was but a mere shadow of Sengoku's. If Sengoku's haki represented an adult, then Doflamingo's was akin to that of an infant, leaving no impact on him whatsoever. The members of the Don Quixote family, witnessing the clash, were astounded. They were well aware of Doflamingo's combat prowess, yet they did not anticipate Rosinante's formidable abilities. Diamante remarked, "Should we assist Doflamingo?" Toripole chuckled. "Although Doflamingo's brother is indeed powerful, he is still no match for Doflamingo. Besides, our interference would surely displease him. Truly, Doflamingo's brother is remarkable. The blood of the Don Quixote family is indeed potent. The stronger he becomes, the more he can aid Doflamingo." Pika, with a croaky voice, added, "But I wonder if Doflamingo's brother will genuinely support him after attacking him upon their first meeting?" Toripole reassured him, "There is no need for concern. With Doflamingo's charisma, he will undoubtedly assist him. After all, Doflamingo is destined to become a king." Upon hearing Torpole's words, the others fell silent, focusing intently on the battle. Clearly convinced by Torpole's assertions, Doflamingo's magnetic personality had captivated them, and they believed Rosinante would also be swayed by Doflamingo's charm. In his awakened state, Doflamingo exerted even greater pressure on Rosinante, launching relentless attacks with no restraint, clearly fighting with all his might. Rosinante had initially intended to defeat Doflamingo outright, but with Doflamingo's awakening, he abandoned that notion. However, it did not mean he would concede. Instead, he fought with even greater intensity. Though Doflamingo's devil fruit had awakened, he still faced challenges, as the awakening was relatively recent, leaving many of its capabilities undeveloped, and battling the physically formidable Rosinante was indeed exhausting. The battle raged from dawn until dusk, culminating in Rosinante being rendered unconscious by Don Quixote Doflamingo, who himself was nearly exhausted. Ultimately, it was the other members of the Don Quixote family who assisted in returning him to their pirate ship. This fierce confrontation obliterated the harbor of the nation. Soon, news outlets reported the event. Although the images featured Rosinante in his beast form, Sengoku recognized him immediately. In response, Sengoku promptly placed a bounty on Rosinante's head. Few were aware that Rosinante possessed a devil fruit ability, and given his disguise, the likelihood of his exposure was minimal. Upon witnessing Rosinante successfully join the Don Quixote family, Fujitora sought to return, only to be denied by Sengoku, who harbored concerns for his adopted son's safety. Even for the sake of the Ope no Mi, Sengoku deemed it necessary for Fujitora to remain close to Razanani. The anti-corruption campaign was in full swing. Initially, the veteran Marines believed that only a handful had betrayed justice. However, upon reviewing the detailed list of offenders and their crimes, astonishment quickly morphed into uncontainable rage. They were taken aback by the sheer number of traitors within their ranks. Had it not been for their rationality urging them not to act rashly, they would have rushed to apprehend these vermin. The veterans' fury was matched only by the impetuousness of the younger recruits, who, had it not been for the intervention of Sakazuki and his comrades, would have stormed out in pursuit of vengeance. After 2 full days of meticulous work, over 1,000 Marines finally organized the incriminating evidence against these traitors. On the 3rd day, under the leadership of Sakazuki and his companions, the operation to apprehend the corrupt began smoothly. Most offenders confessed readily, while a few, emboldened by their seniority, obstinately denied their guilt even when presented with irrefutable evidence. Ultimately, it was Sengoku's orders via telephone that compelled these malefactors to admit their crimes. Though the process was fraught with challenges, it progressed successfully. Despite the favorable developments, the sheer number of traitors extended the duration of the operation, allowing some influential Marines to receive advance warning and escape. Sakazuki and his companions personally intervened to ensure these individuals were captured. A month elapsed, and the Navy's campaign against corruption spread throughout the seas, much to the delight of the common folk who grew increasingly supportive of the Navy. In stark contrast, the noble and royal families perceived Sengoku's actions not as a purge of corruption, but as a means to eliminate dissent. Even the Gorosei took notice of the situation. Fortunately, Sengoku had forewarned Akainu, who skillfully managed the Gorosei's inquiries, sparing Sengoku from further verbal exertion. Most pirates found amusement in the spectacle, as such inter-Navy conflicts were rare. Within the Navy itself, 2 factions emerged, one supporting the initiative and the other criticizing the investigative committee for their aggressive tactics. Consequently, the Navy became the focus of public scrutiny across the seas, causing some disquiet among its ranks. Fortunately, once the investigative committee apprehended all traitors, Sengoku organized a nationwide live broadcast trial on Judicial Island, which allowed for a conclusive resolution. All implicated Marines confessed their transgressions. Those with lesser charges were imprisoned and impelled down, while the more serious offenders faced execution. Given the numbers involved, the trial lasted an entire week, accompanied by a week of live coverage. As the public observed the Navy's actions, dissenting voices faded entirely. No one could deny the Navy's commendable efforts, particularly those who had suffered under the traitors' oppression, who expressed their gratitude publicly. However, some unscrupulous individuals attempted to slander the Marines. The investigative committee naturally scrutinized these allegations. Should any discrepancies arise during the review, those Marines would face immediate consequences, but it was evident that these were baseless accusations. Sengoku, too, would not show leniency towards those who sought to defame his men. Admiral Sengoku promptly ordered the apprehension of those who had made false accusations. Once captured, he would not only vindicate the Marines, but also reveal the crimes committed by the slanderers, leading to their social disgrace. Following Sengoku's decisive actions, no one dared to make baseless allegations against the Marines again. In the conference room of the naval headquarters, Sengoku convened with all the senior military officials. The findings of this review were truly shocking. I never anticipated that our naval ranks contained so many parasites. These individuals, cloaked in the guise of justice, committed heinous acts. Disturbingly, these pests were not limited to the lower ranks. Even those present at the meeting held senior positions. Fortunately, the timely investigation prevented what could have escalated into a significant crisis for our Navy. Chapter 91. Methods of Prevention. For over half an hour, Sengoku spoke without pause. Although his discourse was lengthy and somewhat hollow, no one dared to succumb to drowsiness. Even those who might have otherwise slacked off were attentively listening. Carp, too, was fully engaged, which naturally deterred others from acting out of line. There was little that anyone could do to prevent the current state of affairs, and they could simply voice their concerns. Once he finished, Sengoku signaled to Tsuru, indicating that she should speak. However, before Tsuru could utter a word, Akainu stood up prematurely. Admiral Sengoku, I propose that the inspection team should not be disbanded. Only with the persistent existence of the inspection team can those harboring treacherous intentions dare not betray justice. The inspection team must continuously monitor every officer. After all, if a single officer becomes a parasite, the harm they can inflict is far greater than that of a mere low-ranking seaman. Upon hearing Akainu's words, Sengoku smiled and replied, Your suggestion is indeed commendable, Akainu. The scrutiny cannot be limited to this instance alone. The expressions of the officers in the conference room darkened at this remark, for they harbored no corrupt intentions. Yet, the thought of being monitored by these newcomers to prevent their potential future corruption was unbearable. However, the grim fate of those officers who had been executed stifled any rebellious thoughts they might have had. Nevertheless, the notion of the inspection team remaining active was untenable. If the team were to persist, what would happen if its members succumbed to corruption? The ramifications would be dire. After all, if those tasked with oversight themselves became tainted, what could possibly be uncovered? Furthermore, the idea of incessantly scrutinizing every officer was excessively extreme. Those present in this room were, after all, individuals of righteous character. Tsuru, what are your thoughts? Sengoku inquired. Tsuru nodded and stood, saying, I propose that our Navy should conduct irregular inspections. The personnel of the inspection team should not be fixed, as this would foster a greater sense of fairness. There is no need to fear that crimes committed by seamen will go unnoticed. This very inspection has unearthed offenses from 20 years past, demonstrating that time does not erase wrongdoing. Any crime leaves traces, and those traces can indeed be discovered by the inspection team. By adopting this approach, our officers need not worry about being perpetually under surveillance. For the sensation of being suspected is quite unpleasant, and we must not create discord within our ranks. Yet, we must also maintain a sense of urgency. Since we wield power, we must use it judiciously. The existence of the inspection team will undoubtedly benefit your work. Well said, Tsuru. Let us proceed as she has suggested. Sengoku proclaimed, leading the room in praise of Tsuru's insights. The countenance of the officers visibly brightened. One officer then stood and proposed, Admiral Sengoku, I suggest allowing seamen to report any misconduct. This not only helps prevent errors among the seamen, but also conserves considerable manpower and resources. Whistleblowers should receive rewards. However, reports must be substantiated with evidence to avoid baseless accusations, which could backfire. Following this, numerous officers shared their opinions. Sengoku accepted all reasonable suggestions, yet he gradually began to discern that the proposed methods aimed at preventing the onset of corruption among the seamen were paramount. In the context of the warring states, it was articulated, I possess two potential solutions to address this predicament. The majority of the corrupt naval personnel have betrayed justice primarily out of their own avarice, with only a minuscule fraction succumbing to twisted psychological inclinations. Firstly, I propose an increase in the salaries of all naval personnel, as such an adjustment would deter them from betraying justice due to their personal desires. Secondly, I advocate for enhanced benefits for retired naval officers. Those who have devoted their lives to the cause of justice should not be condemned to a miserable old age. Furthermore, I suggest the introduction of a course and an activity within the Naval Academy. Historically, we have focused solely on strengthening the physical prowess of our naval officers, neglecting the importance of psychological development, which has also contributed to their betrayal of justice. Therefore, I intend to establish a course aimed at cultivating a sense of justice among naval personnel, requiring each cadet to attend at least 2 sessions weekly. Additionally, the proposed activity would involve regular visits by cadets to retired disabled naval officers, allowing these veterans to share their experiences of a life dedicated to justice. Naturally, the specifics of implementation will necessitate thorough discussion to reach a consensus. The proposals put forth by Sengoku met with unanimous approval. As both suggestions were undeniably advantageous to the Marines, no one would be foolish enough to oppose them. Subsequently, several officers, aligning with Sengoku's vision, introduced an array of ideas, such as establishing academies in other major branches to facilitate the education of Marines, and re-employing retired or incapacitated Marines as instructors at these institutions. Naturally, such beneficial proposals for the Marines were readily accepted, largely due to the Navy's current surplus of resources, which was abundant beyond measure. As the discussions began to wind down, Sengoku intervened, addressing the assembly. For those who wish to continue deliberating, feel free to do so privately. Please compile your refined suggestions and present them to me. If they are feasible, I shall certainly implement them. With that, he decided to conclude the matter at hand, shifting the focus to a topic that could potentially alter the very fabric of time itself. After making this declaration, Sengoku gestured to the side, summoning Admiral Kizaru, who promptly grasped Sengoku's intent. Kizaru then vanished from the conference room, only to return shortly with several Marines bearing an assortment of peculiar fruits adorned with strange patterns. As the warring states observed, he chuckled and said, This is what I wish to present to you all. These fruits are devil fruits. And they are artificial devil fruits created by Dr. Caesar and his team. These artificial devil fruits bear no difference from the ordinary ones. Upon hearing this, the majority of the officers in the conference room were left dumbfounded. They had never encountered such a multitude of devil fruits in their lifetime. In the tumultuous era of the warring states, 2 soldiers, each with commendable military achievements, were willing to consume the artificial devil fruits. One soldier partook of the artificial devil fruit of the Zoan type, specifically the cat fruit in its tiger form. The other soldier consumed the artificial devil fruit of the Zoan type, the bird fruit in its golden eagle form. Upon consumption, both exhibited expressions of distaste, soon transforming into their beast forms, and subsequently into their hybrid forms. After this demonstration, even the skeptical officers who initially doubted were wholly convinced of the nature of the myriad fruits upon the table, each one a genuine devil fruit. The evidence was irrefutable. Some officers approached the 2 soldiers, urging them to continue showcasing their abilities to ascertain whether the artificial devil fruits harbored any flaws. Meanwhile, others remained fixated on the assortment of devil fruits laid out before them. A number of officers were rendered speechless by the astonishing spectacle. In an instant, the conference room erupted into a cacophony of excitement and astonishment. In the Warring States period, a gesture was made towards Karp, who, albeit reluctantly, called out. Instantly, the entire conference room fell into a profound silence. Sengoku observed the officers who had settled back into their seats and remarked with a smile. There is no need for concern, gentlemen. In fact, the artificial devil fruits were developed a year ago, but their significant flaws at that time prevented us from making them public. After a year of experimentation, these artificial devil fruits now exhibit no defects and are indistinguishable from ordinary devil fruits. Remarkably, even these expertly crafted artificial fruits fear the sea and sea stone. An officer inquired, Admiral Sengoku, I noticed that the 2 Marines who consumed the artificial devil fruits received animal type ones. Does this imply that only animal type devil fruits can be manufactured? Correct. Sengoku replied. Currently, we can only produce animal type devil fruits, and even ancient varieties of animal type fruits remain beyond our reach, let alone the natural and mythical types. However, this limitation is temporary. Dr. Caesar asserts that, given sufficient time, he can produce ancient, mythical, and superhuman type devil fruits. Then, can we expect the production of natural type devil fruits? Another officer asked. Dr. Caesar informed me that natural type devil fruits are the most challenging to create and may not be feasible at all. Moreover, the time required to manufacture ancient and mythical varieties remains uncertain. My intention in bringing these artificial devil fruits is to reward your Marines, enhancing the strength of your fleets. Of course, you may consume them yourselves if you wish, your military merits permit it. However, I propose that you wait until the ancient type artificial devil fruits are available before indulging. Although these artificial fruits are plentiful and easy to produce, they are not without considerable cost. Therefore, you must exercise discretion in distributing them among your Marines. Requests for each type of animal devil fruit can be submitted to headquarters. As all animal type fruits can be manufactured, the criteria for consuming artificial devil fruits are straightforward. One must possess sufficient military merit and demonstrate a strong sense of justice. Further details regarding the application standards for the devil fruits will be provided later. How splendid! With these artificial devil fruits, won't all the Marines aboard my ship become capable users? Exclaimed one officer, his enthusiasm resonating with many others, clearly reflecting their shared sentiment. Sengoku, having overheard the officer's exuberant remarks, interjected, You must extinguish the notion of having a ship full of devil fruit users. Even if all your Marines possess adequate military merit and pass the scrutiny, they cannot all remain aboard your vessel after consuming the fruits. Remember, our battleground is the sea, not the land. A ship composed entirely of users is an audacious thought. He continued, the number of users aboard each ship must not exceed 70%. At least 30% of the crew must remain non-users. Karp concurred, Sengoku is correct. While devil fruits can indeed enhance our Marines' combat abilities, we must not forget the importance of honing our own natural strength. Both Zephyr and I have not consumed any fruits. Even among the former pirate King Roger's crew, only a few were capable users. You must not forsake your fundamental training in pursuit of devil fruits. In the event of a maritime disaster, a ship composed entirely of users would face dire consequences. After the words spoken by the Warring States and Karp, those officers who had hoped to acquire more artificial devil fruits abandoned their thoughts. They were well aware that a fleet composed entirely of individuals with powers was unfeasible, yet they were momentarily awestruck by the marvel of these artificial devil fruits, causing them to forget this crucial reality. In the context of the Warring States period, I must convey another matter concerning the artificial devil fruits. It is important to note that many of you have fishmen soldiers aboard your warships. You must not entertain the notion that, due to the fishmen's prowess in naval combat, they should be barred from consuming the artificial devil fruits. Such thoughts are ill-advised. If you hold such beliefs, be prepared for the scrutiny of the review committee. As long as the military achievements of the fishmen are commendable and their hearts remain just, they are entitled to request the devil fruits from headquarters, irrespective of their race. However, it is imperative that you communicate the drawbacks of the devil fruits to them. After elucidating these disadvantages, allow them to make their own choice. At this point, Karu cleared his throat softly. The Warring States period has reached a point where it is time to delve into other matters. The discussion surrounding the artificial devil fruits has been sufficiently covered, and I shall now present another intriguing topic. Not only have Dr. Caesar and his team succeeded in creating artificial devil fruits, but they have also developed a means to imbue weapons with the powers of these fruits. Words alone cannot convey the depth of this achievement. So allow me to demonstrate it directly. With that, the Warring States picked up an unassuming knife from the table and beckoned Karp to approach. As Sengoku approached Karp, he swiftly seized his sword and aimed to strike at him. The distance between them rendered the blade ineffective, leading onlookers to believe that Sengoku intended to deliver a mere slashing blow. However, in an unexpected turn, the sword in Sengoku's hand transformed into a colossal, symbolic blade, striking towards Carp. Taken aback by this adaptable weapon, Carp nonetheless managed to effortlessly deflect the assault. As Sengoku once again grasped the blade, he swung it towards Carp. This time, the sword underwent a transformation, not into a semblance of a knife, but into a tiger-shaped blade. Following the strike on Carp, Sengoku refrained from further words and promptly stowed away both swords, which reverted to their ordinary forms as he did so. The assembly room, apart from the already acquainted Crane and a few others, was enveloped in astonishment, rendering them speechless. Subsequently, Sengoku seized a commonplace firearm. Upon assuming a proper aiming stance, the gun astonishingly morphed into a monkey, with its mouth becoming the barrel. Observing the monkey's muzzle directed at him, Carp initiated his movement. However, his speed was not remarkable. Yet, the monkey incessantly fired, with each bullet striking Carp without fail, none of them going astray. After the battle, Sengoku directly took the monkey that was perched upon his shoulder into his hands. Once in Sengoku's grasp, the monkey transformed into an ordinary firearm. Consequently, there was no further demonstration from Sengoku. Sengoku surveyed the astonished officers, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. As Sengoku and Carp resumed their seats, the officers gradually emerged from their state of shock. Chapter 93, Devil Fruit Weapons. What I have just demonstrated is the remarkable achievement of Dr. Caesar and his team, weapons imbued with the powers of devil fruits, which I have dubbed devil fruit weapons. These weapons not only possess the appearance of animal-type devil fruits, but also significantly enhance their combat capabilities. You may all apply for these devil fruit weapons, with the application criteria mirroring those of artificial devil fruits, as each devil fruit weapon requires the consumption of an artificial devil fruit. Furthermore, this technology can bestow the powers of devil fruits upon any inanimate object. That is all I wish to convey. If there are no further matters, we shall adjourn for now, as the hour is getting late. With that, Sengoku was the first to rise and depart. However, as soon as he stood, he was intercepted by a throng of officers eager to request artificial devil fruits and devil fruit weapons from him. The warring states initially intended for them to seek out the Crane, but ultimately, they discovered that the Crane and its companions had vanished without a trace. In light of the circumstances, Sengoku deemed it necessary to personally oversee the arrangements for the officers tasked with acquiring artificial devil fruits and weaponry derived from the devil fruits. Fortunately, Sengoku was not required to manage every detail himself. After escorting these officers to the headquarters scientific division, he instructed the scientists to meticulously document their requests. Once the information was compiled, it would be submitted to Sengoku for his scrutiny, and only after his approval would the officers be granted their desired items. Although the number of high-ranking officials was limited, Sengoku conducted a thorough review. Consequently, the following day, he established a dedicated department to handle this matter. As the reputation of the Navy's artificial devil fruits and genuine devil fruits soared, a new generation of young pirates began to emerge, with the red-haired pirates being the most notable among them. Shanks, much like Roger, swiftly gathered a formidable crew. Kaido, having unified Wano, also began to showcase his might. Charlotte Lean's nation started to take shape, while Crocodile and Moria, with the Navy's assistance, ascended to become rulers of the underworld, experiencing a meteoric rise in power that far surpassed their previous strengths in the manga of the past. The Revolutionary Army's senior members also began to make their presence felt, with Dragon being the most prominent figure among them. Mihawk gained notoriety as well, continually challenging the swordsmanship experts of the seas. Although he had yet to be dubbed the world's greatest swordsman, the name Hawkeye had begun to spread. The Don Quixote family carved out a niche within the underground world, initiating contact with several notorious pirates. Meanwhile, the strongest pirate crew, the Whitebeard Pirates, remained largely inactive. Some foolish challengers attempted to confront Whitebeard, but never even laid eyes on him, as they were swiftly defeated by his crew. In recent years, the only time Whitebeard had intervened was to confront pirates who attacked innocent civilians. Consequently, the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates had gained more significance in the New World than even that of the Navy, establishing Whitebeard as a de facto king without a crown. Despite the Navy's increasing strength, the relentless demands of the celestial dragons and the noble families of various nations led to a rapid proliferation of pirates, perpetuating the world's state of chaos. 2 years elapsed, and just after the conclusion of the latest World Conference, under the efforts of Sengoku and Kong, the Fishman Kingdom became a member of the world government, gaining the right to participate in the World Conference. With only 50 nations granted this privilege, the inclusion of the Fishman Kingdom necessitated the exclusion of another nation, which harbored resentment towards the Fishman Kingdom. In an attempt for revenge, the king of that nation contemplated the only means of reprisal, placing a bounty on the fishmen, seeking to capture several as slaves for his own cruel amusement. However, upon entering the underground world, he swiftly discovered that the price of fishman slaves was exorbitantly high, a result of the Navy's influence and the presence of the warlord Fisher Tiger, who had driven prices to astronomical levels. Following the Fishman Kingdom's accession to the world government, The security of Fishman Island was bolstered, further inflating the price of Fishman slaves. Upon returning from Mary Geos, Sengoku received shocking news that Dragon, a warlord of the sea, had indeed formed a revolutionary army and had successfully overthrown the regime of a small nation. Although this nation was not particularly powerful, it was a member of the world government, and such an open defiance would surely provoke the celestial dragon's ire. Fortunately, the information reached Sengoku not through a naval officer, but from his own intelligence agency. Rather than focusing on Dragon, Sengoku's thoughts drifted to the protagonist of this world. Over the past 2 years, he had nearly forgotten about Monkey D. Luffy, who was now just over a year old. With this realization, Sengoku promptly dialed Carp's transponder snail. Brulu Brulu. Carp. Where are you now? What's the matter, Sengoku? I'm currently on leave at my hometown. Has Dragon entrusted his child to you? Carp replied in astonishment. How did you know that Dragon entrusted Luffy to you? That's not your concern. Hurry and bring your grandson back to headquarters. I already know. Once my leave is over, I'll bring Luffy back. It's perfect. Luffy can become partners with Ace. You fool. Do you still not realize what your son has done? Sengoku then relayed the details about Dragon to Carp, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, Carp composed himself, saying, I understand, Sengoku. I'll bring Luffy back to headquarters. But is it really alright for me to return with him? What if the elders decide to act against Luffy? Perhaps it would be better to leave Luffy in the Goa Kingdom? Idiot. If the elders truly wish to target Luffy, do you think placing him in the Goa Kingdom would ensure his safety? Then what should Sengoku do? Do not worry about that. Just bring Luffy back to headquarters. No one will be able to harm him, not even the elders. Luffy has more than just you as a grandfather. Both Zifa and I are also his grandfathers. The elders will have to carefully weigh the consequences of opposing Luffy. I understand, Sengoku. I will head back to headquarters. After hanging up the transponder snail, Sengoku began to contemplate strategies for dealing with the elders, but he had not pondered for long when Crane entered his office. Sengoku, why the long face? I have some good news for you. As Zhonghua gazed upward, he discerned that beside the crane stood a man of considerable stature, adorned with a barrier hat, clutching a Bible, and clad in garments replete with bear motifs, embodying the very essence of a bear. Chapter 94, Bartholomew Bear. In the Warring States period, one could easily recognize this individual as Bartholomew Bear, the king of the Soul Bay Kingdom. Zhonghua exclaimed, Ah, it is Little Crane. If you have any good news, do share it promptly. Little Crane cast a glance at Zhonghua and replied, This is Bartholomew Kuma. I have the honor of introducing him to you, Marshal Zhonghua. After greeting the Great Bear, Warring States inquired, Might I ask what brings Bartholomew Kuma to my presence? Admiral Warring States, Kuma replied, I have come to aspire to the position of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. May I ask why you wish to become one of the 7 warlords? Is there no reason? I have fulfilled all the criteria necessary to become one of the 7 warlords. Before Zhonghua could express more, he was abruptly interrupted by he. Why concern yourself with so much, Zhonghua? Bartholomew Kuma is my recommendation for the position of warlord of the sea. Not only does Bartholomew Kuma meet the necessary criteria, but he has also fulfilled all the requirements to become a warlord of the sea. With Bartholomew Kuma, we will be just one step away from completing the roster of the warlords of the sea. Seeing the situation, Sengoku no longer wished to squander time on such matters. He consented to Bartholomew Kuma's ascension as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, subsequently dismissing him with a casual excuse. Following this, Sengoku summoned Zephyr, who had been stationed at the base. Ever since the trio of Kazan, Akainu, and Akiji became candidates for the position of admiral, Zephyr had rarely left the headquarters. Upon the arrival of Sengoku, he wasted no time in revealing to the 2 individuals the matter of Dragon's overthrow of the small nation, as well as the affairs concerning Luffy. Both were taken aback, their expressions reflecting profound astonishment. They had not anticipated that Dragon would dare to openly defy the world government. It became evident to them that they had misjudged the situation. It was not merely that Dragon had grown weary of the world government's darkness and thus severed ties with the Navy. Rather, he had done so with the intention of toppling the world government itself. Suddenly, Saru exclaimed in anger, Sengoku, you mentioned that Dragon entrusted a child to Garp. Yet I have not witnessed Port Gasti, Ace departing from the headquarters. Whom did that child come from, if not from Dragon? In the midst of the discussion, Sengoku remarked, It seems that Crane is not particularly concerned about the identity of that child's mother at this moment. What we should focus on now is how to deal with the 5 elders. After all, Long has openly opposed the world government, and Carp and his family are certainly going to be affected. Crane recognized the gravity of the situation and decided not to waste any more time on this matter. Zifa stated, Sengoku, Carp is a hero of our Navy. We must ensure the protection of Carp and his family. Sengoku concurred, Indeed, that is my intention as well. We should discuss how to safeguard Carp's family. I believe the 5 elders will refrain from targeting Carp, given his considerable influence and strength. Crane interjected, Sengoku, there is no need for extensive deliberation. You can be more assertive. Our previous fear of the 5 elders stemmed from our reliance on the world government for funding. Now, our Navy is no longer in need of berries. We can adopt a more forthright stance. They currently have no leverage over us. However, it is not yet the time to sever ties with them. The combat capabilities of the five elders are formidable, and the celestial dragons possess the Knights of God. Should we find ourselves at odds with the world government, chaos would ensue across the globe, rendering us the villains of the world. Sengoku countered. When have I ever suggested that you openly confront the world government? I merely encourage you to be more assertive. The three then deliberated further, ultimately devising a plan to adopt a more resolute attitude and to communicate with Kong, seeking his assistance in addressing the situation. As soon as the warring states concluded their conversation with Kong, the telephone snail representing the five elder stars began to ring. Brew brew. In the warring states period, Zhanghua cast a glance at ZFA and he then picked up the phone worm and answered it. As Sengoku had just picked up the Den Den Mushi, a furious voice erupted from the device, chastising him. Sengoku, your navy has committed a grave error, nurturing individuals who oppose the world government. Following this, 5 distinct voices reprimanded Sengoku, implying that he had failed to manage the navy effectively and had betrayed their expectations. After enduring their tirade for some time, Sengoku feigned ignorance and inquired, Saint Satan, pray tell, where have I faltered that you feel compelled to insult me in such a manner? Did I not just return from Mariewa, where you extolled my performance as fleet admiral, deeming it superior to that of Admiral Kong? Why, then, am I now being berated? The actions of Sengoku have left the five elders at a loss for words. Saint Satan remarked, we have only just learned of this news from CP0. It is entirely understandable that Sengoku remains unaware, as the Navy's intelligence system has yet to acquire this information. Saint Naisassuring added, that sinner who defies the world government was once part of the Navy. Sengoku cannot escape culpability. Saint Mars interjected, such discussions are futile. We must swiftly inform Sengoku of the events so that he may invoke the demon extermination order and eliminate those sinners. It is crucial to note that the most notorious one hails from that very lineage. The five elders exchanged glances, all concurring with Saint Mars's proposal. Subsequently, Saint Satan recounted to Sengoku and the others the details surrounding the overthrow of that small nation by Dragon. In their narrative, Dragon was painted as utterly malevolent, with no mention of the heinous acts committed by the royal family and nobility that led to the devastation of that nation's citizens, who now live in dire straits. Upon hearing this, Sengoku feigned astonishment, exclaiming, is this true? That scoundrel Dragon dared to commit such atrocities. Saint Satan retorted, are we capable of deceiving you? Having conveyed the situation, he urged them to promptly enact the demon extermination order and apprehend that sinner, Dragon. Saint Naisassuring insisted, Dragon's family must not be spared. The descendants of sinners cannot be allowed to remain. Indeed, the progeny of sinners must not be permitted to persist. After listening, Saint Zhanghua awkwardly remarked, Saint Satan, our naval intelligence organization cannot locate the dragon, the sinner. Do not fret. The CP0 personnel will naturally seek you out. At that time, simply cooperate with them to initiate the demon-slaying order. Saint Satan responded, the family of Dragon is none other than Carp. Carp is a hero of our navy. We cannot possibly turn against a naval hero like him. Saint Moss retorted vehemently, what sort of naval hero is that Carp? His son has betrayed the navy and become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Now, he dares to openly defy the world government. You have also pointed out that it is Dragon who has betrayed our navy and who openly opposes the world government. All of this is attributable to Dragon and has nothing to do with Carp. If we were to take action against Carp, how would the world perceive our navy? Moreover, even if I were to command my subordinates to confront Carp, I doubt those rascals would truly comply. Furthermore, Carp's strength is not something an ordinary person can contend with. Chapter 95. Good news. Seeing the situation, Saint Satan remarked, indeed, it is insufficient to act against Carp. After all, Carp is a hero of the navy with immense influence. Let us not even consider the price we would have to pay for his assassination. If we were to fail and allow Carp to escape and join that rebellious organization, it would spell disaster. Saint Moss stated, Carp's loyalty to us is unquestionable. The transgressions of the sinner should not be attributed to Carp. Following this, the 5 elders engaged in a heated discussion, and soon they reached a consensus. For the time being, they would refrain from taking action against Carp. The Navy and CP0 must fully cooperate to ensure the capture of Dragon. Zhanghua gazed at the already disconnected phone and chuckled to himself. I never anticipated that it would be resolved so effortlessly. Hichi cast a sidelong glance at Zhanghua and retorted, do not take advantage of the situation and act coy. With that, Hichi promptly exited Zhanghua's office, followed closely by ZFA. Shortly after their departure, Kuzan entered the office. Zhanghua gazed at Kazan with a hint of confusion and inquired, Kazan, why have you come to me instead of attending to your assigned duties? I do not recall this being your designated time for leave. If you are unoccupied, I happen to have a multitude of tasks awaiting attention. You may select a few to undertake. Kazan replied with a smile, Mr. Zhanghua, I assure you that I do have pressing responsibilities to fulfill. My visit is not a mere leisure stroll. Rather, I have significant matters to report to you. The astonished Sengoku inquired, oh, Kazan, Do you also have good news to share with me? Pray, tell me what delightful tidings you possess. To which Kazan responded, Mr. Sengoku, I have successfully invited a formidable individual to join the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. Would you not agree that this is indeed splendid news? Sengoku paused in his paperwork, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, This is indeed splendid news. Pray tell, whom did you invite? The Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk, Mr. Sengoku. Surely, you have heard of him. I extended the invitation to him. Not only does he possess formidable strength, but he is also not one to revel in bloodshed. Well done. But why did he not accompany you? The number of pirates he has hunted is insufficient. Thus, he could not join me on this occasion. I see. Once Dracula Mihawk has vanquished enough pirates, I shall summon him to headquarters and appoint him as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Do you have any other matters to discuss with me? If not, you should hasten to fulfill your duties. Kazan's expression fell as he replied, Mr. Sengoku, having secured someone of Dracula Mihawk's caliber for our navy, you must grant me a period of leave. Moreover, the seas have been remarkably tranquil of late. There is little urgency in my absence. Zhanghua, without lifting his head, exclaimed, A vacation? I yearn for a respite as well. Ever since I ascended to the rank of marshal, I have not enjoyed a single day of leave. But, Mr. Zhanghua, you are the marshal. Our navy could manage without a vice-admiral like me, but we cannot do without you. Please grant me a brief holiday, just for a week, if you will. 6 days, or at the very least 5. It cannot be any less. Zhanghua, with a tone of resignation, remarked that while it would not be impossible for Kazan to grant you a leave of absence under normal circumstances, it is simply not feasible at this moment. No one can take a holiday now, not even that rascal Karp, who has also cut his leave short and is hastening back to headquarters. Kazan, discerning the underlying gravity in Zhanggua's words, responded with a serious expression, Mr. Zhanghua, has something significant occurred? Even Mr. Karp has returned from his leave prematurely. During the Warring States period, there was no concealment regarding Kazan. He openly spoke out against the world government, an act of audacity indeed. How daring of him to undertake such a bold move, truly a testament to his lineage as the son of Admiral Garp. I wonder how the higher-ups will address this matter. Will it implicate Admiral Garp in any way? You, with your bad habits learned from Garp, ought to refrain from interrupting my discourse. Should you continue to interject, I shall withhold further information. Kazan promptly fell silent, his expression one of eager appeasement directed toward Sengoku. In light of the circumstances, Sengoku felt compelled to relay the dragon plan concerning the 5 elders to Kazan. Upon hearing that there was no connection to Garp, Kazan breathed a sigh of relief. He murmured, It seems our next encounter will be as adversaries. What are you mumbling about, Kazan? I've told you everything you need to know. Shouldn't you hasten to carry out your mission? After bidding farewell to Sengoku with a smile, Kazan promptly exited the office. Once away from Marineford, he did not linger unnecessarily. Upon boarding the warship, he instructed the Marines to expedite the resupply process. Once replenished, he set off to execute his mission. He was acutely aware that once news of Dragon reached the newspapers and spread throughout the world, it would undoubtedly disrupt the current calm of the seas. The following day, the front pages of various newspapers indeed featured headlines regarding Dragon's overthrow of a member nation and the establishment of the Revolutionary Army. Similar to the intelligence from CP0, the reports on Revolutionary Army members exclusively mentioned Dragon, with no information regarding others. Although only Dragon's name surfaced, anyone with a semblance of reasoning understood that even if a small nation had been toppled, it was impossible for a single individual to achieve such a feat alone. The Revolutionary Army must have been clandestinely operating for an extended period, with numerous members. Otherwise, it would not have been feasible to dismantle the governance of a small nation in such a brief time frame. This revelation captured considerable attention, particularly among the royalty and nobility, who harbored an intense loathing for the Revolutionary Army. Some, stricken by fear, even sought the protection of the navy. Conversely, there was a greater number of jubilant citizens. Those who had yet to be dulled by oppression found joy in the news, regardless of its veracity, with some audacious individuals even choosing to enlist in the Revolutionary Army. Meanwhile, certain pirates seized the opportunity to plunder, and the once tranquil seas grew tumultuous once more due to Dragon's actions. Within his office, Sengoku perused the newspaper, observing its reports with an unperturbed demeanor. Noticing the situation, he activated his system. Are there any tasks available? Mission: rescue the CEO's son. The CEO of the main company has caught the attention of a rival firm, which, in an attempt to coerce him, plans to abduct his son. Your task is to rescue the CEO's son. Mission reward: randomly enhance proficiency in one skill. Current completion status: 80. Upon completing the mission, Zhanghua comprehended the essence of the task. Subsequently, the system issued another assignment, which filled Zhanghua with immense delight. Has the system undergone a transformation? He pondered. Ever since your awakening, there has never been a day when 2 tasks were released. I did not issue 2 tasks in a single day. The previous one was announced yesterday. How could I possibly be aware of a task released yesterday? Naturally, you would be oblivious, as you failed to check the mission panel. Chapter 96. The rewards unseen. Upon hearing the system's response, Zhangguo's expression darkened. Before he could voice his displeasure, the system preemptively addressed him, stating, "Host, please refrain from tarnishing my reputation with such base thoughts. Indeed, there have been numerous tasks of which you were unaware. However, the rewards for those tasks that you have completed have all been duly granted to you, albeit unbeknownst to you. Should you harbor doubts regarding my words, I can present to you a comprehensive list of all tasks that have appeared, and you shall ascertain the truth for yourself." Observing Zhangguo's silence, the system promptly displayed the tasks he had previously accepted. Task: Journey through dimensions. Reward has been issued. Task: Perfectly completed day's tasks. Reward of a bag of rice has been issued. Task: Undertake overtime. Reward of a late-night meal has been issued. Task: Exterminate pests. Reward has been issued. Zhangguo gazed at the multitude of tasks and rewards displayed on the panel, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the system would issue such an abundance of tasks, although the majority of these tasks offered modest rewards. Zhangguo felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he reflected on the numerous tasks he had successfully completed. Zhangguo finally comprehended why an abundance of household items mysteriously appeared in his home. During late-night work sessions, although no sailors delivered supper to him, he would still find meals in the office. At the time, he assumed it was merely due to his preoccupation with work. However, it has now become evident that these were rewards bestowed by the system. Are all these items the result of tasks I have accomplished? Does this imply the existence of unfinished tasks? That is indeed the case. However, I would advise the host against delving into it. The Warring States period retorted, "Why shouldn't I go and see? There is no particular reason. It is merely my kind-hearted reminder. If the host wishes to see, I shall present it without delay." The Warring States period undoubtedly piques one's interest. However, before fully exploring it, one is already filled with regret. After a week of relentless overtime, the promised reward was a McDonald's meal, including a McFlurry, yet the task was unsuccessful. Following a month of continuous extra hours, the anticipated reward was an enhancement in the mastery of armament hockey, but the task was again a failure. After a year of unwavering dedication, the expected reward was a formidable move set, yet the endeavor fell short. Ultimately, after vanquishing 10 adversaries, the promised reward was a weapon of commendable quality with the option to choose. Yet once again, the task was not accomplished. As Sengoku gazed upon the multitude of failures that far outnumbered the completed tasks, a profound sorrow enveloped him. The moment he realized he had lost a piece of the whirlwind of wheat, his desire to continue observing the situation waned. Yet, driven by a need to comprehend the nature of his losses, he bore the pain and continued to look on. Upon completing his review, the sense of solace he had derived from the completed tasks dissipated entirely, leaving him in a state of speechless anguish. After a considerable pause, Sengoku confronted the system. "How could you allow me to forfeit such substantial rewards? You must compensate me." "Host, why should I compensate you? You have no one to blame but yourself for the lost rewards. After all, it was your failure to complete the tasks," the system retorted. "This has everything to do with you. If only you had reminded me, I would have certainly accomplished those tasks. I assure you, I will not compensate you. The oversight of the tasks was due to your own negligence. Had you diligently checked the task panel each day, you would not have missed them. Furthermore, I lack the authority to inform you of any tasks." With that, the system fell silent. Sengoku cursed for a while, but soon found it futile and ceased his outburst. Consequently, he developed a habit of frequently checking the task panel. As the 5 elders contemplated strategies against Carp, a sense of urgency began to stir within Sengoku. Although the navy appeared formidable at present, its sheer strength was still woefully inadequate. With this thought, he resolved to initiate a search for Fujitori Isho, prompting him to instruct his intelligence agency to seek out the elusive figure. However, the information Sengoku provided was rooted in events 2 decades hence, significantly complicating the agency's quest for Fujitori Isho. After a late night of overtime at the Warring States, just as I was preparing to leave and return home for some much-needed rest, I was taken aback by the sudden entrance of Carp, who was cradling a child of about 1 year old in his arms. Upon encountering Garp and Luffy, Sengoku was taken aback. "Garp, how did you arrive so swiftly? Logically, it should take at least 2 days to journey from your hometown to headquarters. How is it that you have arrived so quickly?" "That is old news, Sengoku. The speed of our warships has significantly improved. I have been sailing at full speed to reach here. Enough of that. What do the 5 elders have to say? If they intend to harm Luffy, I shall not acquiesce." As Sengoku gently patted Garp on the shoulder, he playfully pinched Luffy's chubby cheeks and said with a smile, "Rest assured, with our efforts, the Gorosei will not dare to lay a hand on you or Luffy. Have you just arrived at the headquarters?" "Indeed. I disembarked from the warship and immediately sought you out with Luffy. You must have missed dinner then. Come with me to my home. We can discuss how to accommodate this rascal Luffy." Garp laughed heartily. "That sounds splendid. I am absolutely famished. Sengoku, do make sure to prepare an ample amount of food." Before long, the 3 arrived at Sengoku's residence. As Sengoku and Garp reached the entrance, they were met by the ever-watchful Tsuru and Zephyr. The group then proceeded into Sengoku's home. Once inside, Saru unleashed a torrent of scolding directed at Garp and Dragon, leaving Garp utterly speechless. Sengoku, occupied with preparing the ingredients, could offer no assistance to Garp, silently cheering him on in spirit. After preparing all the dishes, Zhangguo returned to the living room to find he's still berating Kapu. Warring States called out directly, "Dinner time! Dinner time! Where can I find food? I want to eat." Upon hearing this, young Luffy instantly awoke. He hurried to Captain Garp and exclaimed, "Grandpa, I'm hungry. I want to eat." The adorable tone of young Luffy softened even the most irascible heart, and with a chuckle, Garp snatched Luffy up, saying, "Come along with Granny Hina. She will take you to eat." Without hesitation, Luffy followed Hina. As they watched the young boy devouring his meal with great enthusiasm, the others tacitly refrained from discussing serious matters. Young Luffy ate with remarkable speed, soon filling his belly, after which he nestled into Garp's embrace and fell asleep. Seeing Luffy slumbering, Garp inquired, "Is there truly no issue with Warring States? What on earth did Dragon do? Is it true he single-handedly annihilated a nation? How could one person possibly destroy an entire country?" The Warring States period offered little explanation, directly delivering intelligence regarding the Dragon's subversion to Garp. Upon reading the report, Garp was taken aback, muttering to himself, "No wonder that fellow chose to betray the Navy. It was for this reason." Chapter 97. Ace is indeed the son of Roger. Crane remarked, "The Dragon has swiftly gathered a force, indicating that he must have established this organization long ago. It is astonishing that we failed to notice it. And this organization likely formed immediately after the Dragon's defection from our Navy. It is entirely possible that there are members of the Dragon's faction within our ranks." Zifa concurred. Indeed, the Dragon's innate talent is on par with that of Kazan and others. The Revolutionary Army's ideology is deeply stirring. I anticipate that following this incident, many strong individuals will flock to the Dragon's cause, as there are certainly numerous who harbor animosity towards the world government. In the face of the impending challenge, shall we mobilize to confront Dragon? With our current combat strength, coupled with the might of the 7 warlords of the sea, we are certainly capable of vanquishing him. While Dragon has yet to commit a grave error, we still have the opportunity to spare his life. Kazan exclaimed in exasperation, "If it comes to that, I shall personally apprehend that rogue Dragon. We cannot allow one individual to implicate the entire Navy." Observing Kazan's fervor, Sengoku gestured for calm, saying, "Kazan, you must temper your emotions. Our current mission does not entail dealing with Dragon. We are well aware of his abilities, and capturing him will not be an easy task. Let CP0 pursue him for now." As Tsuru stated, there are undoubtedly individuals within our Navy who are aligned with Dragon, and they are not few in number. After all, we joined the Navy to fight for justice, not to serve the world government, the nobility, or the celestial dragons. In the past, we lacked the power to resist, often constrained by the world government's influence, with many deeming us mere pawns. However, the situation has transformed. We no longer need to heed the whims of the world government. Tsuru's eyes widened in realization. "Sengoku, you cannot be suggesting." To which Sengoku reassured her, "Do not worry, Tsuru. The time is not yet ripe. Though we have diminished the presence of the world government within our ranks through several purges, we cannot ascertain whether any remnants remain. Furthermore, our Navy's strength is not yet sufficient to decisively defeat the world government. We require more time. Initially, I feared our actions might be detected by those nefarious individuals. But with Dragon now diverting their attention, we can avoid the exertion of concealment. Dragon's organization possesses merit, yet ideology alone cannot dismantle the world government's 800-year reign." Kazan questioned, "Sengoku, what exactly are you implying?" Tsuru replied tersely, "That is of no concern to you. Simply understand that we will not be pursuing Dragon. And you need not fret over your grandson's safety. Over the years, I have harbored certain suspicions regarding your actions during the Warring States period. Yet I did not anticipate that you would articulate them so candidly." Zhangguo remarked, "It is because I have faith in you. Since I have divulged this significant secret, I shall also be candid about Ace's situation." He-Chi, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "What secret does Ace harbor? Is he not simply the grandson of Garp? Could it be that Ace is not Garp's grandson?" "Ah, little he, you are indeed astute. Ace is, in fact, not Garp's grandson. Over the years, you have misdirected your ire towards Garp." Zhangguo continued, "The particulars are for Garp to elucidate." Garp, sensing the moment, said, "Zhangguo, are you truly going to reveal this? Go ahead. I never intended to keep it from them for long. Now that Ace is already 3 years old, it is indeed time to disclose the truth." With that, Garp recounted Ace's lineage. Zfa was taken aback, exclaiming, "Ace is indeed the son of Roger." Zhangguo gazed at he with astonishment and remarked, "Little he, judging by your expression, are you not surprised? Why is that? I have long suspected that Ace is not the grandson of Garp, yet it was only upon meeting that child, Luffy, that I confirmed my speculation. Even if you all chose not to disclose this, I would have sought the truth myself. Ace is a good child, but it seems that Portgasti, Luffy is concealing something. In the realm of the Warring States, it was asserted, do not concern yourself with Portgasti Rouge. She poses no significant threat. As for Ace, We must diligently nurture him into an exemplary naval officer. After all, Ace is the son of Roger, and his innate talent is undeniable. With Ace and Luffy in our ranks, the future of our navy appears promising. Contemplating this, Sengoku felt compelled to seek out Sabo. For the bond among the three brothers must not be severed. Indeed, Ace's potential is formidable at merely 3 years of age. He has already demonstrated abilities that surpass those of his peers. Without a doubt, Ace is destined to become a remarkable Marine. However, Ace and Luffy must not be entrusted to the unreliable guidance of their grandfather, Garp. Zifa concurred, stating, "Indeed, Dragon's prowess is formidable. Should those two follow in Dragon's footsteps and turn rogue, even becoming pirates, it would spell disaster for our navy. Furthermore, the stronger we train them, the greater the threat they may pose to the world. Therefore, we must ensure that Garp does not instruct Luffy and Ace." Tsuru glanced at Sengoku and remarked, "Sengoku, what is your stance on this matter? As the current fleet admiral, the final decision rests with you." After a chuckle, Sengoku turned to Carp and inquired, "What are your thoughts, Carp?" Carp lowered his head, feeling too embarrassed to respond. Sengoku remarked, "There's no need to ask Carp. Once you make a decision, he will never refuse." After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku declared, "In that case, allow me to take the reins of this decision. While it is true that Garp may not excel as a father, I believe he could fulfill the role of a grandfather adequately. Ace, for instance, held great affection for Garp. Although Garp is often away on missions, it is understandable for a child to develop in such circumstances. It seems somewhat unreasonable for our high-ranking Navy officials to be burdened with their children. Let us send them to the Naval Academy for their education." Zeph countered, "But Sengoku, one of them is over 3 years old, and the other hasn't even turned 1 yet. What could they possibly learn at the Naval Academy? This is sheer nonsense." I refuse to agree. Indeed, it was somewhat inappropriate. Their ages were undeniably too tender. Furthermore, should they attend, there would surely be whispers among the ranks, suggesting that Ace and Luffy, being the grandsons of the hero Garp, had gained admission through nepotism. This would undoubtedly set a precedent, rendering your efforts to maintain order futile. Observing Zeph's discontent, Sengoku chuckled, "I understand your concerns. My intention is not to send Luffy and Ace to the Naval Academy. Rather, I propose that we establish kindergartens, elementary, and middle schools akin to those in other nations within our headquarters. Moreover, there will be no shortage of students. I have observed numerous children of officers roaming about Marineford. It is unacceptable to allow them to squander their youth in such a manner. I believe the other officers will have no grounds to oppose this initiative, as they too are concerned about the education of their children." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the tension on Tsuru and Zeph's faces dissipated. Zhangwa continued, "As for the selection of the teacher, I leave that to you." Zefa, taken aback, replied, "Why entrust this responsibility to me?" He, with a sidelong glance at Zefa, remarked, "Among us, you are the only one holding a position at the Naval Academy. If not you, then who else?" Zefa acknowledged that while the teacher he selects may not possess formidable strength, they must undoubtedly possess a heart of justice. The selection must be conducted with utmost care. If an individual with nefarious intentions were to become a teacher, the ramifications should be clear to you. Rest assured, I shall promptly choose a suitable teacher," Zefa declared, ready to depart. However, Zhangwa hastily interjected, "Let us not rush into recruiting teachers. We have yet to establish a school. There is ample time for hiring teachers. As for the expenses, you may discuss those matters with Xiaohe. Moreover, the kindergarten, elementary, and middle schools must not impose burdensome academic demands, as the Naval Academy does." "Do I really need to remind you?" Zefa is more than capable of understanding this, Zefa retorted. "Zhangwa, you seem intent on overseeing every detail. Do take care not to wear yourself out." Zhangwa could only smile awkwardly in response. After a brief discussion, everyone returned home. The following day, Zhangwa introduced the concept of a kindergarten during the meeting, which received unanimous approval from all the officers. Many were eager to bring their relatives from their hometowns to the headquarters. Thus, the construction of the Navy Kindergarten, Navy Primary School, and Navy Secondary School commenced fervently. Subsequently, the meeting turned to discussions regarding Dragon. Although the expressions of all the officers were filled with indignation upon hearing about Dragon's actions, Zhangwei understood that many secretly felt elated, harboring a deep-seated hatred for those unscrupulous nobles. Days passed in such a manner, and apart from the Navy issuing a bounty on Dragon, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. Newspapers ceased reporting on the Revolutionary Army, which had once aimed to overturn the world. Aside from a few interested individuals, most had long forgotten this obstruction. Perhaps when the Revolutionary Army re-emerged, they would merely regale their acquaintances with tales of what they had once known. That day, the system informed Zhangwa that he had completed his task, and the reward had been dispensed, enhancing his mastery of armament hockey. Realizing his mission's success, Zhangwa understood that Dragon had escaped danger. Years flowed by, and within merely 6 months, the Navy Kindergarten, Navy Primary School, and Navy Secondary School were successfully established, bringing joy to all. Marineford experienced a long-awaited tranquility. and the bustling laughter of playful children filled the once serene surroundings. The only significant event during these years was the death of the captain of the 7 warlords of the sea, the 9 snake pirates. The former king of the Kuja kingdom, Gololiosa, ascended to become the new warlord. Gololiosa's emergence served as a reminder to Zhonghua that with Tiger now among the 7 warlords, the question of who would rescue the slaves of Mariehua loomed large. Sengoku contemplated the situation before ultimately deciding to take action to rescue the slaves. The specific individuals he aimed to save were secondary to the larger objective of striking against the celestial dragons and the world government. Sengoku was not motivated by a desire to rescue the empress, but rather by a broader strategic vision. Seizing a remarkable opportunity, he ventured to Mariehua to liberate the enslaved. Carp confronted Whitebeard, Zifa and Akiji dealt with the rapidly ascending Big Mom pirates, while Akainu and Palusalino faced the increasingly notorious red-haired pirates. Saru pursued the Don Quixote pirates, and Sengoku dealt with the self-destructive Kaido, who had come to headquarters. Additionally, Saturn was absent from Mariehua, currently stationed at Punk Hazard. The Navy's elite forces had nearly all mobilized, and Sengoku had already concealed his alter ego within Mariehua. When Kaido appeared in the waters of Marineford, Sengoku recognized the moment had arrived. He promptly commanded his alter ego to commence the rescue of the slaves in Mariehua. The rescue unfolded even more smoothly than Sengoku had anticipated, for in the past 8 centuries, Mariehua had never been attacked, and its defenses were understandably lax. Thus, reaching the seaside and boarding a ship naturally facilitated their escape. One fisherman slave inquired, "Benefactor, will you not escape with us?" The alter ego coldly replied, "I must delay for your sake. Do not squander any more time. Quickly flee." A slave, witnessing this, urged, "Benefactor, the celestial dragons are exceedingly powerful. You should join us in our escape. I can manage on my own. You need not concern yourselves with me." Encouraged by the cold voice of the alter ego, another slave gathered courage and asked, "Benefactor, may we know your name?" "My name is Copernicus, and I am with the Revolutionary Army." With that, the alter ego set about exterminating the pests of this world. The slave's escape inevitably alerted the guards and the celestial dragons. The latter immediately sought to notify the Navy admirals for assistance, yet they were met with disappointment. No admirals were present at the Marine headquarters. The innocent Navy personnel found themselves subjected to the wrath of the celestial dragons. However, before they could utter much more, Sengoku swiftly silenced one of them with a fatal blow. The alter ego possessed an arsenal of extensive viral weapons developed by Caesar. Such weapons were effortlessly effective against the powerless celestial dragons. As he navigated his way with the viral weapons, the alter ego rushed toward the center of power. Initially, he harbored no intent to attack the celestial dragons, but the ease of rescuing the slaves, coupled with the harrowing plight of the captives, ignited his disdain for the celestial dragons. Furthermore, confronting them would provide the slaves with precious time to escape, prompting the alter ego to take the initiative in attacking. The detestable celestial dragons only fueled his combat spirit, and the alter ego sought to gauge the strength of the Gorosei. For Sengoku had been oblivious to their true power prior to his arrival in this world. Just as he neared the core of power, a formidable contingent of celestial dragons obstructed his path. "Lowly intruder, declare your name. My sword does not slay nameless beings. The knights of God shall handle you," one declared. "Do not interfere. This one is entrusted to you, Garland. If you cannot handle him, you shall face disgrace." Without hesitation, the alter ego unleashed his formidable conqueror's haki, which enveloped the area in a complete darkness. Garland, caught in its grasp, exclaimed, "You possess the qualities of a king. How exhilarating." Realizing that his haki had no effect on these adversaries, the alter ego produced a weapon, a crescent moon staff, to further exemplify the dual identities. Sengoku had acquired a hidden identity mask from Vegapunk and had trained his doppelganger in various weaponry. The alter ego wielded the crescent moon staff, while the benevolent counterpart trained with twin nunchaku. "Receive my staff," he declared. Though it was a mere ordinary strike, it was laced with conqueror's haki. Garland did not anticipate the full force of the attack and was sent flying by the blow. Chapter 99, The Fallen Knights of God. The other Knights of God, witnessing the scene, immediately drew their weapons to charge at the alter ego. Injured and spitting blood, Garland shouted, "Do not engage. That individual is beyond your capabilities." As the others hesitated, the alter ego showed no mercy. Taking advantage of Garland's distraction, he swiftly dispatched one of the Knights of God with a single strike of his staff. Seeing their comrade fall, the remaining knights attempted to flee, but their speed was no match for the alter ego. One by one, they succumbed to his onslaught. Approaching Garland, the alter ego raised his staff to deliver the final blow. Just as he was about to strike, a sense of impending danger washed over him. Yet, instead of retreating, he pressed on, determined to eliminate Garland. The staff, imbued with conqueror's haki, struck Garland directly. The alter ego could have easily killed Garland, but his weapon was deflected by another attack, resulting in Garland's legs being severed instead. Helpless, Garland collapsed into unconsciousness. At the same time, the alter ego felt a weapon pierce through his body. The assailant was Nasashir. Who are you to dare invade Mariehua and liberate so many slaves? And now, you have the audacity to slay so many of our world's nobility and the knights of God. You evaded my attack. Why? Who are you? Enough with the chatter. Just kill him. Hearing the voice, the alter ego recognized it belonged to the remaining Gorosei. To his astonishment, all of them were capable users of Zoan-type devil fruits. Observing the various forms of the Gorosei, the alter ego used a voice modulator to respond. Who am I? Since you have so earnestly inquired, I shall graciously reveal it to you. I am your god. You seek death. The four Gorosei echoed in unison. With that, a fierce battle ensued. The alter ego constantly tested the strength of the Gorosei, yet ultimately found himself outmatched by their combined might. Just as he neared defeat, he activated the compression power of his armor, triggering a massive explosion. The alter ego aimed to take one or two of the Gorosei with him, but the outcome was far from his expectations. The four Gorosei stared at the vast crater left behind, their expressions darkening. Who is this individual? Is he a remnant of the Rocks Pirates, or perhaps a remnant of the Roger Pirates? Our intelligence from CP0 holds no mention of him. He cannot belong to either crew. I suspect he is affiliated with the Revolutionary Army. It is indeed plausible he is one of them. At that moment, a CP0 agent appeared before them. Sirs, we have spotted the Revolutionary Army. They are preparing to topple an allied nation in the North Sea. Quickly, notify the Navy to thwart their plans. Then, if he is not from the Revolutionary Army, who is this mysterious figure? If I do not surrender, I cannot defeat him so easily. Thankfully, he has perished. Otherwise, the world would face another perilous threat. So many slaves have escaped. It is imperative that this news does not reach the public. We must ensure that this matter is kept under wraps. Not a single admiral has shown up. How can Sengoku be entrusted with the position of commander? There is no need to rush concerning Sengoku's affairs. The immediate priority is to report to the superior. Once this was said, the other three dared not oppose it. After giving some instructions, they departed. When the malevolent figure perished, Sengoku felt a surge of awareness. The memories of that wicked being were imparted to him. The shocking events within those memories left Sengoku momentarily astounded, and he could not help but internally commend the malevolent figure. Hey Sengoku, what are you grinning about? Engage in battle with utmost seriousness. The disturbed warring states immediately cast a furious glare at Kaido. Without holding back, he unleashed a blow infused with Haki, the great Sun Lioness seal, striking Kaido directly. Kaido was forcefully sent crashing from the skies down to the desolate island. The warring states will not hold back. This nation must unleash the accumulated pressure of its recent endeavors. Previously, restraint was exercised due to the adverse circumstances that hindered the swift resolution of conflicts. Now, devoid of such concerns, the warring states relentlessly unleashed a barrage of the great Sun Lioness seal upon Kaido. Following this assault, the warring states proceeded to strike Kaido with his fists, treating him as nothing more than a mere punching bag. After all, individuals as robust as Kaido are rare, and thus the warring states continued to pummel him into unconsciousness without pausing, persistently delivering blows until he was interrupted by a nearby marine. The fleet admiral has summoned you to meet the Gorosei. Admiral Sengoku cast a glance at the marine holding the Den Den Mushi and then commanded the surrounding marines. Have the scientific team draw several vials of blood from this fellow, and then cast him into the sea. Observing this, a nearby vice admiral interjected, Admiral Sengoku, aren't you going to confine Kaido and impel down? This individual was once a member of the Rocks Pirates, although he has been in seclusion for quite some time. The other members of the Rocks Pirates have now become notorious sea rogues. If we imprison him and impel down, given his strength, he will undoubtedly become an adversary to our navy. Moreover, he possesses a devil fruit ability. If he were to be killed, the powerful mythical Zoan type, fish fruit, Azure Dragon form, would be left to roam free. Zhang Hua cast a glance at the nearby vice admiral and remarked, of course, I am aware of what you are saying. If I were to personally escort him to Advanced City, it might be feasible. However, I must meet with the 5 elders. Do you truly believe that you alone can ensure the safe transport of this individual? Given his terrifying regenerative abilities, he could awaken before we even reach Advanced City. Or once inside, he could wreak havoc upon awakening. Do you think you can bear the responsibility for such an outcome? The vice admiral glanced at Kaido, who had just moments ago appeared near death, yet now seemed to have recovered to a state akin to that of a normal person. This thought was quickly overshadowed by the chilling realization of Kaido's formidable strength, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Zhang Hua, observing the perspiration-soaked lieutenant general, smiled and remarked, your considerations are indeed commendable. However, next time, I urge you to approach the matter with a more comprehensive perspective. Now, hasten to attend to the tasks I have entrusted to you. As Sengoku unleashed a powerful strike, reminiscent of a lion's roar, toward the unconscious Kaido. The blow caused blood to gush forth from wounds that had only recently begun to heal. It was Sengoku the fleet admiral. The sea soldiers gazed at him with boundless admiration, particularly a certain rear admiral, whose heart swelled with a flicker of disdain for the Gorosei. Had it not been for their insistence on seeing Sengoku, his proposal would have been utterly flawless. This fleeting thought vanished as Sengoku departed. He immediately summoned his scientific division to collect Kaido's blood while instructing others to assist in transporting Kaido to the shore, facilitating his eventual disposal into the sea. Chapter 100. Garen becomes a wretch upon arriving at Mary Geos. Sengoku beheld the ravaged landscape with an unspoken sense of approval for the chaos that had unfolded, particularly relishing the sight of the celestial dragons tormented by the virus, writhing in agony. Regrettably, he could not outwardly express his satisfaction and could only revel in it internally. Simultaneously, he lamented not allocating more berries to Caesar. Had he done so, Caesar would surely have concocted even more agonizing toxins, amplifying the suffering of the celestial dragons. Upon reaching the entrance of the Hall of Power, Sengoku suppressed his inner thoughts. As he pushed open the grand doors and stepped into the hall, he was immediately met with the furious rebukes of the Gorosei. Sengoku, is your navy utterly inept? How could you allow such a madman to breach Mary Geos? Your support has been abysmally slow. What purpose does your navy serve? Sengoku, do you have any idea how many world nobles have perished today? Observing the four seething with rage, Sengoku chose silence, permitting their tirade to unfold. Their ire, unrelieved by his lack of retort, gradually subsided. Sengoku, could you elucidate why your arrival was so delayed? One of them inquired. When that lunatic set the slaves free, word reached your navy. Why was there no support whatsoever? In the tranquil era of the warring states, Nasu Shuru remarked, although I witnessed numerous events during my journey, the specifics of those occurrences remain unclear to me. What manner of lunatic could perpetrate such atrocities in Mariewa? Could it be the act of a singular individual, or rather the machinations of an entire organization? Moss responded with resignation. Is it truly the case that there is but one perpetrator among these marauders? Buddha, feigning surprise, exclaimed one person. How can this be? Even if our navy has not provided support, and regardless of how formidable that individual may be, such destruction should not be possible. Moreover, is the Divine Knight Order not present? That fellow's strength exceeds your imagination. Even if you and Karp were to collaborate, victory over him would not be assured. The only survivor from the Divine Knight Order is that lad Galen, yet he has been rendered incapacitated, his body cleaved in two. Had we not underestimated the situation and instead joined forces to vanquish him, perhaps some of us would no longer be here to witness this. Now is not the time for such discussions, Buddha. Shouldn't you be providing us with explanations? You have arrived alone, while others have yet to show themselves. The representative of the warring states, with a look of grievance, exclaimed, it is not that our navy lacks the desire to provide support, but rather that we are utterly incapable of doing so. The naval headquarters possesses no formidable strength. Even I, as the fleet admiral, have personally engaged against that fellow Kaido. What on earth is happening? Where have Karp and the others gone? Zhanghua did not conceal anything and directly informed the 5 elders of the whereabouts of Karp and his companions. It is not that the navy is unwilling to provide support, rather, they have lost even some of their more capable vice-admirals and possess no combat strength to assist Mariewa. Upon hearing Zhanghua's explanation, the expressions of the 5 elders noticeably softened. Truly, the navy proves to be utterly ineffectual. In response, Sengoku remarked, it is not solely our fault at the naval headquarters. Rather, it is the alarming increase in pirates each year that leaves us in a state of disarray. This predicament arises from that scoundrel Roger igniting the era of great pirates, prompting common folk to aspire to become pirates themselves. To combat this surge, I propose an expansion of our military forces to address the pirate menace effectively. Vachali interjected, expansion? As far as I am aware, Sengoku, ever since your navy established various companies, the number of marines has increased at least 4-fold. Why the need for further expansion? Sengoku replied, without these new recruits, the entire world would be plunged into chaos by the burgeoning ranks of pirates. My proposal for expansion does not merely involve enlisting low-ranking marines. Rather, it entails holding grand tournaments to recruit individuals of exceptional strength to join our navy. This way, our elite combat capabilities will no longer be strained, and incidents like today will be averted. After exchanging glances, one of the Gorosei, Nazashru, stated, Sengoku, your suggestion has merit. Conducting recruitment tournaments is acceptable. But once you complete the enlistment, your navy must ensure a vice-admiral is stationed at Mariewa. Moss added, the celestial dragons have suffered considerable losses. We can seize this opportunity to recruit some exceptionally gifted youths to become celestial dragons. Peter remarked, indeed, the Order of the Knights of God must be re-established. Not only does the navy require new strength, but we do as well. In the context of the warring states, the esteemed lords, as you convene for the grand military recruitment competition, it is evident that there must be incentives to attract a larger crowd. After all, it is the allure of rewards that draws in the masses. You are well aware of our naval circumstances. While offering some artificial devil fruits may entice a few, they will scarcely attract the true powerhouses among us. Nasashir interjected, Borsellino, you need not concern yourself with incentives. We shall provide them for you. However, it is imperative that the CP0 personnel also participate in this recruitment competition. This is a given. For now, you may take your leave, Borsellino. As Borsellino lingered, Masu inquired with curiosity. Borsellino, why do you still remain? Is there something further you wish to report? In the Warring States period, did not Galen Sheng have half of his body severed? Dr. Caesar's humanoid weapon has made progress. If Galen Sheng were to undergo the transformation into a humanoid weapon, he might be able to regain his strength. Nasuja remarked, such matters are best kept to yourself. Go seek out that fellow Galen on your own. In the face of the situation, Zhanghua chose not to elaborate further and promptly departed from the sphere of power. Upon encountering Garen, Zhanghua comprehended the reason behind Nasisha's indifference towards him. It was due to Garen's transformation into a mere shell of his former self, having lost even his ability to procreate. He had become utterly devoid of utility, and they would not squander their efforts on a worthless entity. Garen, perceiving the peculiar expression on Zhanghua's face, retorted angrily, Zhanghua, are you mocking me? Had it not been for your Navy's sluggish support, our Divine Knight Brigade would not have suffered such heavy casualties, nor would I have been reduced to this wretched state. As the Warring States observed the tormented Garen, a surge of secret delight coursed through him. He then addressed Garen with a composed expression, saying, Garen, I am not here to mock you. Rather, I bring tidings of great significance. Garen, feeling despondent, inquired, what good news could you possibly have? The Warring States replied, the auspicious news I wish to impart is that I possess the means to restore your strength to its prime state, or even surpass it. Surpass the power I wielded at my zenith? Can this truly be? Garen exclaimed, nearly tumbling from his bed in excitement. Had it not been for the nearby CP agent, he would have indeed fallen. Chapter 101. Kaido's blood. Zhanghua observed the situation and continued, indeed, the humanoid weapon developed by Dr. Caesar has made significant advancements. I firmly believe that with Dr. Caesar's assistance, you, St. Galen, will undoubtedly regain your former strength. Humanoid weapons? For you, they are humanoid weapons. I have already discussed this matter with the 5 Elder Stars. Subsequently, Zhanghua imparted all his knowledge regarding humanoid weapons to Galen. Upon hearing this, Galen furiously retorted, Zhanghua, how dare you attempt to use me as a subject for experimentation? You possess an audacious spirit. Even in my current state of helplessness, I remain a celestial dragon. In a moment of calm, Sengoku addressed Galen, urging him to maintain his composure. This experiment is essential for restoring your powers. Should you choose not to participate, we will have to wait until we can find other subjects for the experiment. Once the humanoid weapons are fully developed, we can assist in your transformation, albeit the process may take a considerable amount of time. How long might that be? Galen inquired. At best, a decade, at worst. It could extend to 20 years, Sengoku replied. Why must it take so long? After all, this research has only recently begun, and the most crucial aspect of the experiment is locating suitable subjects. Finding someone as formidable as you, Galen, is no simple task. Can this process be expedited? I cannot say for certain. That is a matter for you and Dr. Caesar to discuss, Sengoku elaborated. Understood, Galen acknowledged. Very well then. I have pressing matters to attend to within the Navy, Sengoku stated. Please consider this matter thoroughly before reaching out to me again. With that, Sengoku departed without waiting for Galen's response. After leaving the Warring States, Garen seethed with anger. Damn that Warring States for daring to treat me this way. He is merely a dog of our celestial dragons. Once my strength is restored, I shall personally trample him underfoot. The moment Warring States departed from Mariehua, he immediately contacted Caesar. The voice of Caesar came through the transponder snail. Marshal Warring States. What has transpired in Mariehua? Why has Saint Satan suddenly departed? Except for withholding the matter regarding the evil entity, Zhanghua disclosed all other information to Caesar. After hearing this, Caesar was utterly astonished, rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke again. General Zhanghua, do you have any idea who that individual is? How could he have wreaked such havoc upon Mariehua? Furthermore, General Zhanghua, should I be concerned about encountering such a formidable adversary in Punk Hazard? Marshal of the Warring States, I beseech thee to dispatch more formidable warriors for my protection. In response to Caesar's fearful remarks, the Warring States expressed his disbelief. You need not worry about Caesar. That formidable individual has already been vanquished. Such powerful beings are few and far between, even in seclusion, and unlike Mariehua, the location of Punk Hazard is rather obscure, making it difficult for the average person to discover. Moreover, Punk Hazard is safeguarded by the likes of Borsellino and the Marine Branch. With Borsellino's strength having ascended to that of an admiral, with their presence, your safety concerns are unfounded. Indeed, how could I have overlooked the fact that Admiral Kazuru is here? He possesses the power of the Pika Pika no Mi, and even if he may not match those formidable foes, his incredible speed could easily facilitate my escape. The sound of war drums reverberated in my mind, instantly conjuring the image of a Pikachu adorned with the visage of the yellow ape, fleeing alongside Caesar. In a moment of introspection, Sengoku cleared his throat, interrupting his own musings, and stated, Caesar, there is something I must convey to you. You have not made significant progress regarding the human weapon, have you? How did you come to know this, Marshal Sengoku? Caesar inquired. Well, it is not entirely our fault, especially when it comes to myself and Vegapunk. We simply lack suitable experimental materials, Sengoku explained. You need not worry about the issue of experimental materials, for I have also found a new benefactor for you. Sengoku continued, proceeding to divulge all the details concerning Galen to Caesar. Upon hearing this, Caesar responded, Marshal Sengoku, are you truly considering using celestial dragons as experimental subjects? If the other celestial dragons were to learn of this, I would be in grave peril. In a moment of unease, Sengoku reassured Caesar, what are you afraid of? You are now the foremost scientist of the world government, and your name resonates throughout the globe. Your value to the five elders far surpasses that of the now-defunct Dr. Vegapunk. They will aid you in quelling the ire of the celestial dragons. Thus, you need not harbor any concerns. Treat that individual merely as an ordinary experimental subject. As long as you do not cause his demise, everything will be manageable. Even if he were to perish, it would merely require some additional explanation on your part. So fret not. The only distinction between him and the experimental subjects in Punk Hazard is that he comes with his own resources. After all, he is the head of the Figureland family, one of the 20 noble families of the Celestial Dragons, and formerly the commander of the Holy Knights. I need not elaborate on the extent of his wealth. The amount of resources you can extract from him is entirely yours. There is no need for you to clandestinely conduct experiments involving lethal gases in the land of death. With these funds, you can pursue your research as you see fit. Caesar, drenched in cold sweat, exclaimed, Marshal Sengoku, you even know about my clandestine experiments in the land of death. General Sengoku, will you not hold it against me? The pursuit of knowledge is an unquenchable thirst. As long as you do not hinder the experiments I entrust to you, I shall remain unconcerned about your personal affairs. However, you must ensure that no one from CP0 discovers this. Rest assured, General Sengoku. There is another matter. I will arrange for someone to deliver Kaido's blood to Punk Hazard. You and Vegapunk must diligently study this specimen. Who is Kaido, General Sengoku? Why is it imperative for us to investigate his blood? Does he possess some extraordinary lineage? In the midst of their conversation, Sengoku remarked, Kaido, much like Stussy from your MADS, is indeed a member of the Rocks Pirates. He possesses a unique lineage. And more significantly, his devil fruit is the mythical Zoan-type fish fruit, in the form of a azure dragon. How beneficial do you think he would be to your experiments? When can we expect Kaido's blood to be delivered? I am eager to commence my research. Rest assured, it should already be en route to you, came the reply. Just as their discussion unfolded, Kaido was rescued by Jean and his companions, who had been concealed nearby on a desolate island. Upon observing the group, Kaido boisterously declared, it seems that old Sengoku has ascended in rank, yet has not neglected his training. Remarkably, he is even stronger than he was several years ago. The pressure he exerts upon me is akin to that which I felt from Whitebeard. The world is becoming increasingly intriguing. Henceforth, I shall dedicate myself to rigorous training and challenge formidable foes. I entrust the task of expanding our influence and seeking out Zoan-type users to you, Jean. You can rely on me, Mr. Kaido. I shall ensure the world knows the name of our beast pirates. Chapter 102. You are no match. Kaido, satisfied, patted Jean on the shoulder before departing. Watching Kaido's retreating figure, Jean quietly mused, Mr. Kaido, you are destined to become the new pirate king. I shall clear all threats from your path to sovereignty. Upon returning to headquarters, Sengoku ordered the immediate transfer of Kaido's blood to Punk Hazard. At that moment, Sengoku was the sole high-ranking officer in Marineford, responsible for all significant matters. Fortunately, he had previously established a secretarial department, and with the assistance of reliable aides, he managed to navigate the incessant flow of paperwork without being overwhelmed. The following day, Sengoku received reports that the Revolutionary Army had overthrown yet another kingdom. However, they were swiftly repelled by CP0 and supporting naval forces shortly after their coup. This endeavor could be deemed a failure, as even the news had not reported on it. It became apparent to Sengoku why the CP0 operatives had been absent during the chaos in Mariawa. They were engaged in combating the Revolutionary Army. It must be noted that Sengoku's faction had seemingly capitalized on numerous advantages in this operation, though one crucial condition had not been met to achieve such results. After reviewing the intelligence on the Revolutionary Army's battle, Caesar approached Sengoku, informing him that Garling had begun to make contact. This development was anticipated by Sengoku, yet he was taken aback by Garling's urgency, as he had already allocated 5 billion berries to Caesar as research funding before their initial meeting. After instructing Caesar to handle Garling appropriately, a subtle smile crept upon Sengoku's lips. It appeared that the impact of Garling's downfall was more profound than he had initially surmised, suggesting that matters might unfold with greater ease than expected. Following this revelation, Sengoku reluctantly returned to his paperwork, laboring diligently for 2 consecutive days. Upon the return of Tsuru and her companions, he found himself considerably relieved. While Karp lamented the missed opportunity to confront such a formidable adversary, the others were astounded by the destruction wrought by the devil. Tsuru and her team had heard no whispers of the incident. It was evident that the 5 elders had executed their confidentiality measures with remarkable efficacy. The sensitivity of the situation prevented further speculation. and the primary focus of their discussions shifted to the upcoming recruitment tournament. Suru furrowed her brow and said, Sengoku, our Navy's strength is steadily increasing. Why propose such a perilous initiative to the five elders? While the recruitment tournament may enhance our capabilities, the risks are palpable. I cannot believe you are unaware of the dangers involved. Had this proposal been made before you assumed the role of fleet admiral, it might have been more acceptable. Zifa chimed in. Indeed, Suru is correct. Sengoku, your decision does appear somewhat reckless. Such an approach is bound to provoke considerable dissent among many Marines. Warring States said bitterly. I am fully aware that now is not the opportune moment for a grand military recruitment competition. However, if I do not propose it, I fear the five elders will still insist on having one of our Navy's top-tier admirals permanently stationed at Mariewa to protect the celestial dragons. This recruitment event was never intended to enlist formidable warriors into our ranks. My true objective is to elevate Borsellino and the other two admiral candidates to the rank of full admirals. Were it not for this matter, who knows when the five elders would next grant their approval for these three to ascend to admiral status. Suru nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is high time they were promoted to admirals. Not only have they demonstrated sufficient strength, but their military achievements, seniority, and experience also warrant it. Had the five elders not objected, they would have attained a rank last year. We must seize this opportunity to elevate them, thereby showcasing the Navy's formidable power to the world. Zephyr chuckled. Once those three officially become admirals, I shall step down from my position. That way, I can devote myself entirely to mentoring the next generation, ensuring a continuous influx of fresh talent for our Navy. In the midst of the conversation, Sengoku inquired, What do you mean by that, Zephyr? Who decreed that a newly appointed general must relinquish their duties? Or do you feel overwhelmed? He added with a smirk. If you truly feel overburdened, I can have Dr. Caesar prescribe some supplements to restore your vigor, ensuring you possess the vitality of an 18-year-old. Carp, with an amused expression, chimed in, Zephyr, you seem to be faltering. I am significantly older than Sengoku, yet I do not claim to be incapable. You, a young man, expressing such sentiments, could it be that your health is failing? If so, it is imperative to seek treatment promptly. With a furrowed brow, Zephyr retorted, You scoundrel, Carp. When did I ever say I was incapable? My health is splendid. In fact, I am preparing to have a second child, a sibling for Zei. You two old fellows should focus on your own health and take your supplements. The mention of personal matters irked Sengoku, as a man should not be deemed incapable regardless of age. Consequently, the three engaged in a heated argument. Observing their escalating banter, Crane interjected with irritation, You three, silence. Is this the appropriate time for such disputes? Apologizing, the trio fell silent, resembling sulking children. Crane, exhaling deeply, continued, Since we cannot avoid the matter of the conscription tournament, we must now deliberate on how to effectively organize it and contend with the CP0 agents. Following intense discussions, they concluded to separate the internal competitions from the conscription tournament. The internal contests would commence shortly, with the conscription event scheduled to follow thereafter. The next day, Sengoku announced the tournament in the meeting room, and naturally, no one opposed the prospect of promotions, especially among the youth. While some dissenters emerged, Sengoku deftly handled them with the authority of the elders. Though discontent among the Navy's ranks towards the elders grew louder. After a week of preparations, those deemed sufficiently capable among the sailors gathered at Marineford. Thus, the internal competition commenced without a hitch. Although labeled as taking place in Marineford, the contest was actually held on the island where Sengoku had previously subdued Kaido. Within just a week, the scientific division had transformed the island into a colossal arena. As Sengoku watched the battles unfold, he suddenly received a call from Razanani via the transponder snail. In the Warring States period, one immediately reached a concealed location to connect with the telephone bug of Razanandi. In the realm of the Warring States, the venerable Sengoku inquired, Do you have any intelligence to report regarding the Xiaomi fruit? Are you unaware that we are currently engaged in a grand recruitment competition? If you were still at headquarters, your prowess would surely elevate you to at least the rank of Brigadier General. He then pondered whether the esteemed Dyson Beta Barrus was preparing to negotiate with the Navy and the world government through Don Quixote da Flamingo for the surgical fruit. Upon hearing the mention of the surgical fruit, Sengoku recognized that a pivotal moment in the narrative was approaching. To avert any unforeseen circumstances regarding Razanandi, he fervently exclaimed, Razanandi, I am aware of your intentions, but you must remain calm. Once my people arrive, I assure you that I will help you secure the surgical fruit to save that child. Taken aback by Sengoku's words, Razanandi paused and asked, How do you know of Law's existence? Sengoku replied, I not only know of Law, but I am also aware that the child is afflicted with lead poisoning. Is there a way to save Law? Razanandi inquired. Regrettably, I have no remedy. However, upon learning of Law's condition and your quest for medical assistance, I began searching for a cure for lead poisoning. Alas, the only solutions I have uncovered thus far are the surgical fruit and the humanoid weapon. What is a humanoid weapon? In detail, the Warring States and Razanandi explained what humanoid weapons are. Razanandi exclaimed with fervor, This child has already endured too much suffering. I cannot allow him to undergo this unfinished experiment any longer. In the midst of the Warring States period, a voice chuckled. I anticipated your choice. This fellow has captured Doflamingo, seizing the opportunity to acquire the Nomi fruit as well. Make haste to Minion Island. Diaz Barrels is located there. My associates will ensure the fruit is entrusted to you. Understood, Master. Upon concluding the call, the newly revived warrior set forth towards Minion Island. In the Warring States period, he sought out the crane, instructing it to accompany Sakazuki in the pursuit of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Is this intelligence still being relayed by that enigmatic little fruit? The poignant reflections of the Warring States period reveal a truth. I must confess, little crane, that Xiaomigua is, in fact, the child of Rozinante. His current identity is that of Corazon, codenamed Red Heart within the Don Quixote pirates. It is astonishing that Corazon is the offspring of Rozinante. Despite my numerous pursuits of the Don Quixote pirates and having encountered Corazon on several occasions, I utterly failed to recognize him as Rozinante's child. The Warring States period truly reveals a heart of malice, allowing Rozinante to infiltrate the Don Quixote pirate crew, which is far more ruthless than an ordinary band of pirates. It was not my request for Rozinante to undertake such a perilous mission. Rather, it was his own volition. In an attempt to dissuade him, I even resorted to physical confrontation. However, Rozinante, much like myself, is a strong-willed individual, and once he resolves to pursue a course of action, he will not waver. The curious Heron inquired, what motivates Rozinante to go undercover in the Don Quixote pirate crew? Surely it cannot be merely for the sake of accolades. The Warring States did not conceal anything, directly revealing the origins of Rozinante. After the Warring States period, Crane cast a reassuring glance at Warring States, saying, rest assured, I will ensure Rozinante's safe return. With that, Crane set off in search of Sakazuki. The entity known as Evil relied on its own abilities and arrived at Minion Island in just a day. According to intelligence, Evil soon found itself outside a tavern on the streets of Minion Island. Before stepping inside, Evil overheard a conversation within. Captain, is it true that this devil fruit can fetch 5 billion berries? Could this be a Navy scheme to capture you? After all, Captain, you are among the few who escaped the Navy's recent purge. Diaz Berruti, holding the heart-shaped devil fruit, chuckled. Initially, I never imagined this surgery fruit could sell for such a sum. However, upon learning its capabilities, I realized that if I were a doctor, I would never part with it. Alas, I am not a doctor, nor do I have the inclination to learn medicine. Thus, selling the surgery fruit is the wisest course. With 5 billion berries, we shall become a pirate crew even the Navy dares not provoke. As for whether this is a Navy scheme, I have considered that too. But this is not merely a transaction with the Navy. We are dealing with the world government and the celestial dragons. Given their greed, it certainly cannot be a scheme. Moreover, we have the assurance of Joker from the underworld that this matter is not a conspiracy. Tomorrow, Joker's men will arrive. So you must rest well to guard against any potential betrayal. Understood, Captain. After speaking, Diaz Berruti intended to pocket the surgery fruit, only to discover it was no longer in his grasp. Looking down, he saw it was absent from the ground as well. Who took my 5 billion berries worth of devil fruit? Captain, the devil fruit is missing. It just vanished. I do not know where it went. Within the tavern, only their crew was present, so it must have dropped somewhere. Let us search together. Diaz Berruti seethed. Whoever stole it from me had better return it quickly, or I shall spare no mercy. If I find you myself, do not blame me. As these words left Diaz Berruti's mouth, the pirates in the room cautiously surveyed their companions. Evil chuckled, truly admirable, pirates. Just moments ago, you were joyously feasting, yet for a mere trifle. You can turn on each other with such speed. Indeed, pirates ought not to exist in this world. You stole the captain's devil fruit. Evil instantly appeared before the speaking pirate, grinning. Congratulations, you are correct. As a reward, I shall leave your entire corpse intact. Before Evil's words concluded, that pirate collapsed, evidently lifeless. Witnessing the death of his subordinate, Diaz Berruti roared, Men, kill this scoundrel. How dare he come alone to steal my devil fruit? Obeying their captain's command, the pirates brandished their weapons and charged at Evil with cruel intentions. Evil scoffed, swiftly dispatching one pirate before seizing their weapon, quickly eliminating the remaining pirates in the tavern, leaving only Diaz Berruti alive. The fates of those slain were gruesome, with not a single body remaining intact, in stark contrast to the one pirate who had perished painlessly. Preserved whole, Diaz Berruti gazed upon the tavern, now resembling a hellscape, and felt a surge of fear. Attempting to feign calm, he demanded, Who are you? A Navy operative? Or perhaps a world government agent? Are you one of Joker's men? You possess the surgery fruit. Please spare my life. If you do, I shall offer all the treasures I have accumulated over the years. Evil chuckled. Are you stalling for time? No one will come to your rescue. From the moment you betrayed justice, you should have prepared for death. Thus, cease your futile resistance. Do you not yet comprehend the chasm between us? Chapter 104, Rozinante. Are you one of the Navy? From my understanding, there seem to be no strong individuals like you within their ranks. Who are you? If you are Navy, I advise you to leave. A powerhouse like you should not be reduced to serving the celestial dragons. Evil laughed. Why should I waste time conversing with someone like you? With that, Evil prepared to eliminate Diaz Berruti. However, it was Diaz Berruti who struck first. Finger gun. A swift strike aimed directly at Evil's face. Diaz Berruti wore a smile. Evil merely chuckled at the attack, effortlessly blocking the strike. Is that what you call a finger gun? You have wasted so many years as a Marine. Allow me to teach you what a true finger gun is. With that, Evil unleashed a flurry of finger gun attacks, leaving Diaz Berruti unconscious and ultimately lifeless. His body was scarcely recognizable, marred with numerous puncture wounds. Having dispatched the others, Evil did not linger in the tavern. As the tavern owner had long since been slain by Diaz Berruti and his crew, Evil casually sought a room to rest while awaiting Roz and Andy. In the deep of night, Evil sensed the arrival of individuals into the tavern, making their way directly to the hall. The newcomers were utterly shocked by the hellish scene in the hall, so much so that they failed to notice Evil's presence. Evil shared the same sentiments for Roz and Andy as the Warring States did. Roz and Andy, how could you lose your composure over such a minor scene? It seems you have forgotten everything you learned during your time at the academy after leaving the Navy. It was Evil's words that finally drew the attention of the newcomers. Roz and Andy, looking guarded, questioned, "Who are you? Did you kill all these people?" Evil smiled and approached, only to be halted by Roz and Andy's sharp command. "Do not come any closer. If you do, I will strike." Seeing this, Evil halted, then grinned. "I am here on the orders of Admiral Warring States to assist you. Vice Admiral Crane and Rear Admiral Sakazuki will arrive on this island by morning. As for those individuals, yes, they were all slain by me. They were the pirates who acquired the surgery fruit. Diaz Berruti deserved to die the moment he betrayed the Navy. He has lived long enough." Noticing Roz and Andy's continued wariness, Evil swiftly moved to his side, bringing him along. Roz and Andy could barely perceive Evil's movement, let alone keep pace with his speed. "Do not harm Rosin. What are you feeding Rosin?" Evil chuckled. "What else would it be but the surgery fruit? I have already stated I am here to assist you under Admiral Warring States' orders. If you do not believe me, I shall simply feed the surgery fruit to Rosin, proving my intentions are not harmful." With a visage contorted in agony, Law lamented as if he had consumed a bitter fruit. "What on earth did you feed me? This is utterly revolting. Is there anything palatable about these devil fruits? The fortunate lad, do you realize that you have just devoured 5 billion berries? Did you truly administer to him the surgery fruit?" "Roz and Andy, your wariness is indeed profound, but I must admit, I appreciate it. A healthy sense of caution is indeed a virtue. The warlord of the Warring States did not say you only brought a child. How did you end up with 3 children, including one from the fur tribe?" "My apologies." Beppo lowered his head, his face full of regret. Roz and Andy replied, "These 3 children were rescued by me and Law, and I will explain their circumstances to the warlord. That is your concern. No need to share it with me. The smell here is unbearable. Let us converse upstairs. After all, it will be some time before Admiral Crane arrives." Roz and Andy nodded, leading Law and the others upstairs. Law whispered, "Mr. Corazon, should we trust him? He is more ruthless than Don Quixote." Roz and Andy smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, Law. I am quite powerful. I will protect you." Law scoffed. "Mr. Corazon is boasting again." Upon entering the room, Roz and Andy stated, "Once Admiral Crane arrives and the Don Quixote pirates are captured, you can return to headquarters with them. If you hurry back, you can still participate in the tournament. As for the child with lead poisoning, I will take him to a safe place to teach him until he learns to harness his abilities and cure himself. I need not explain the reasons. You should understand them." Roz and Andy gently addressed Law. "Tomorrow, you shall leave with him. He is also a Navy man. Your safety depends on following him. Once you are secure, I will come to see you." Law, feigning indifference, replied, "Understood, Corazon, I will go with him." Beppo chimed in, "I want to go with the captain too. Pekin and Shachi, do you agree?" "Indeed, we want to stay with Law." Law protested, "Stop messing around. I am not going for leisure. This is a matter of survival." Seeing this, Roz and Andy remarked, "If you wish to go together, then go ahead. There are no children there, so you won't be bored. I am still a child. I aspire to be a pirate greater than Don Quixote." Law admonished, "Do not speak such words." Upon hearing this, Roz and Andy's aura intensified as he coldly stated, "You claim you wish to be a pirate? Consuming the surgery devil fruit worth 5 billion berries is not meant for you to become a pirate." Roz and Andy stood in front of Law. He is merely a child, speaking nonsensically. He does not genuinely wish to be a pirate. With a dismissive snort, Roz and Andy lay on the bed. "Do not utter such words again. If you truly become a pirate in the future, I will personally ensure your demise, making it far worse than those down below. It is getting late. Let us all rest." As soon as Roz and Andy finished speaking, Beppo and the others pulled Law onto the bed. Seeing this, Roz and Andy tucked the 4 of them in before preparing to leave. Law called out to Roz and Andy, "Mr. Corazon, are you truly a Navy man? But the members of the Don Quixote family claim you are Don Quixote's brother?" Roz and Andy displayed his signature smile and replied, "I am indeed a Navy man. I was adopted by Warlord Sengoku at a young age, under whose guidance I learned that this world is not solely filled with hatred and slaughter. My real name is Rocinante, so from now on, you may call me Rocinante. Rest well tonight. We have a long journey ahead. Upon reaching our destination, you must quickly learn to use your surgery fruit abilities to cure your lead poisoning. Chapter 105, The Fur Tribe. At that moment, an untimely voice interrupted. Your abilities must not be recklessly exposed. If others discover you have consumed the surgery fruit, trouble will surely follow. Moreover, it is not that you cannot meet. The place you are being taken to is merely for the expedited treatment of your lead poisoning, as it is too conspicuous. Once your lead poisoning is healed, you will be able to reunite in Marineford. Initially intending to say something more to Rocinante, Law blushed and pulled the blanket over himself. Rocinante approached the bed where Rocinante offered a cigarette. Care for a smoke? Rocinante waved his hand in refusal. There are still children in the room. Let us refrain from smoking. Rocinante chuckled, extinguishing the lighter he had just lit. How has Warlord Sengoku been these past few years? Can you share? Rocinante replied. Warlord Sengoku is doing well. If you are inquiring about personal matters, I cannot say. You will have to ask him yourself upon your return. Now hurry and rest. You have a major battle tomorrow. Observing this, Rocinante chose not to continue the conversation, stepping out of the room to light a cigarette. Lost in thought, the snow continued to fall, yet the sky gradually brightened. Don Quixote's flamboyant flamingo-themed pirate ship had just docked at Minion Island when it was sensed by Rocinante's Kinbunchikahaki. Rocinante announced, the Don Quixote family has arrived. Wake up and prepare to leave with me. Upon hearing Rocinante's words, Law and the others sprang up immediately. After confirming they were awake, Rocinante turned to Rocinante. The upcoming battle is yours to handle. You must not bring shame to our navy. Even if you cannot defeat Don Quixote, at least hold out until Admiral Crane arrives. This is something you should be capable of, considering you are Warlord Sengoku's adopted son. Before Rocinante could respond, Law interjected. You cannot expect Mr. Corazon to face the entire Don Quixote family alone. He cannot possibly contend with Don Quixote. Rocinante could not possibly take on the entire family. Are you not sending Mr. Corazon to his doom? Rocinante replied. You can choose to come with us, but if you do, the Don Quixote family will escape. Rocinante did not respond to Rocinante, but gently stroked Law's head, smiling. Do not worry, Law. I will be fine. My strength is formidable, and besides, I still wish to travel the world with you. Without waiting for Law's reply, Rocinante transformed into his beast form and soared through the roof into the sky. Calling out to Rocinante, Law, I entrust them to you. Rocinante nodded in acknowledgement. After receiving Rocinante's affirmation, Rocinante flew towards the Don Quixote family. Rocinante declared, Little ones, it is time for us to depart. With that, he took off with Law and the others. Beppo exclaimed, I will surely be the first flying polar bear. Pekan and Shachi were equally exhilarated, and even Law felt a twinge of excitement. After all, what boy does not dream of flying? Rocinante looked at the noisy group and coldly warned, Quiet down, or I will drop you all. And you, Beppo from the Fur Tribe, you are not a polar bear. You are a child of the Fur Tribe. Beppo inquired curiously. I am from the Fur Tribe? What is that? Your questions are far too many. My apologies. Beppo quickly lowered his head and offered his apologies. Evil glanced at the pitiful Beppo, feeling a pang of sympathy. No need to apologize. Once you arrive at Marineford, you will encounter your kin. They will enlighten you about your Fur Tribe, won't they? Do I still have kin? Beppo, the foolish one, was reassured. Of course you do. The bears in the mountains are all your kind. Observing the raucous trio, Evil chose to ignore them, relieved that Law also found their noise intolerable. Once reprimanded by Law, the trio fell silent immediately. Law inquired, Aren't you going to see Mr. Rocinante? Ignoring Law, Evil departed from Minion Island with the group. However, he produced a new model of the transponder snail, which projected an image of Rocinante engaged in battle with Don Quixote da Flamingo. Law watched the scene in astonishment. Is that really Mr. Rocinante? Do you think I would send Mr. Rocinante to his doom? Lieutenant Rocinante is an exceptional graduate of our Navy Headquarters Academy, personally mentored by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. With his strength, he can certainly stall the Don Quixote family. More importantly, Lieutenant Rocinante possesses the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit in the form of a pteranodon. Even if he cannot defeat them, without you burdensome lot, he can still escape. Law was astounded. Mr. Rocinante possesses such power, even forcing Doflamingo into his awakened form. As Rocinante charged towards Doflamingo, he was spotted by the Don Quixote family's barrier fruit user, Bartolomeo. To prevent Bartolomeo from relaying information to Doflamingo, Rocinante swiftly incapacitated him with a technique called Wind God Flap. Although this move could have severely injured Bartolomeo, Rocinante, showing mercy, nearly knocked him unconscious. However, this act of compassion led to Bartolomeo falling from the sky, where he was seen by members of the Don Quixote family. Young Master Bartolomeo is descending. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo immediately entered battle mode, cautioning his subordinates, be wary of enemy attacks. Just as Doflamingo finished speaking, several weaker pirates were blown away by the gusts generated by Rocinante's beast form. Even Doflamingo, despite his preparations, was pushed back several steps by Rocinante's strike. Diamante, witnessing this, exclaimed furiously, Corazon, have you lost your mind to dare engage Doflamingo? Doflamingo chuckled, Corazon, your strength has grown. Were you not supposed to be treating the lead poison boy? How did you end up here on Minion Island? Rozinante remained silent, continuing his assault on Doflamingo. The other members of the Don Quixote family attempted to assist Doflamingo, but he ordered them to refrain from intervening. Do not interfere in my battle with Corazon. You must retrieve the Ope no Mi, for that is our purpose here. Reluctantly, the others complied and departed. Chapter 106. A good night's sleep. Once the others left, Doflamingo, while fending off Rozinante's attacks, remarked, Corazon, did that boy die? I know you care for him, and I do too. He is merely a reflection of myself. It is not that I do not wish to save him, but the Ope no Mi is a crucial tool for my plans involving the celestial dragons. By aligning with those fools, I can significantly expedite my objectives. Rozinante continued to disregard Doflamingo's words. Seeing that Rozinante was unresponsive to his lengthy dialogue, Doflamingo assumed he had lost his sanity due to Rozinante's death. Thus, Doflamingo unleashed his full power, entering the awakened state of his fruit in hopes of swiftly bringing Rozinante to his senses. The two engaged in fierce combat, and before long, a member of the Don Quixote family reported, young Master Diaz Berruti and the others are all dead. The Ope no Mi is missing. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's fury was palpable, veins bulging on his forehead. Corazon, did you kill Diaz Berruti and the others? You know how vital that fruit is to me. Return it to me now, and you will still be my brother. When Rozinante continued to ignore him, Doflamingo commanded his men, quickly search for Rozinante. He must be on Minion Island. Bring back the Ope no Mi. After issuing the orders, Doflamingo utilized his birdcage ability to trap Minion Island, preventing Rozinante from escaping. However, before the cage's lines had fully descended, several pirates rushed in panic. Young Master, trouble. The Marines are here. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's rage intensified. Can you see who it is? It's Tsuru, and this time, there's more than one warship. Doflamingo's countenance darkened at the mention of Tsuru. Corazon, stop fooling around. The Marines have arrived. With Rozinante still relentless, Doflamingo commanded his men to attack him. Outnumbered, Rozinante was soon overwhelmed by the Don Quixote family, but his flying abilities allowed him to evade some of their assaults. Seeing they couldn't capture Rozinante, Doflamingo gritted his teeth. We must flee. As Rozinante noticed the Don Quixote family attempting to escape, he employed his flying powers to harass them. The once numerous Don Quixote family was now reduced to only a few commanding officers fleeing. Just as Doflamingo was about to reach the harbor, Tsuru and her crew appeared. Doflamingo, you cannot escape. Seeing the path ahead blocked, Doflamingo sought an alternate route, only to find another group of Marines emerging behind them, led by the formidable Sakazuki. Sakazuki's gaze was fixed on the Don Quixote family, as if they were already marked for death. Doflamingo, observing Tsuru in front and Akainu behind, along with Corazon hovering above, realized Corazon was an ally of the Marines. Although he longed to eliminate Corazon out of spite, the immediate priority was to find a way to escape the encirclement. Doflamingo remarked, it has been quite some time, Ms. Tsuru. To think the Navy would send you for a transaction with me, accompanied by the renowned Akainu of the New World. It seems the Navy genuinely values this deal. Tsuru responded, stop your nonsense, Doflamingo. We are not here to negotiate. We are here to apprehend you. Attack. With Tsuru's command, Akainu launched the first strike. Akainu swiftly utilized his Jeppo to appear beside Don Quixote Doflamingo, launching a fierce attack known as Hellhound. Although Doflamingo managed to barely withstand this assault, the splattering magma inflicted considerable damage upon him. How could Doflamingo, whose strength had not yet reached its zenith, stand a chance against Sakazuki, who was poised to become an admiral? He was thoroughly overwhelmed. Toribol and Diamante, witnessing Doflamingo being relentlessly pressured by Sakazuki, attempted to rush to his aid. However, the other Navy officers would not allow them to intervene. They had struggled to reach Doflamingo. Yet before Sakazuki, they could not even land a single blow and were left battered, seeing his family's officers either dead or wounded. Doflamingo erupted with a formidable conqueror's haki, causing several weaker Marines to faint from sheer intimidation. Observing this, Sakazuki remarked, another pirate wielding conqueror's haki. Such a menace must be eliminated swiftly to prevent further harm to the world. Doflamingo, hearing Sakazuki's words, hastily exclaimed, the deal I struck involves the celestial dragons. Do you comprehend the cost of killing me? Sakazuki scoffed, what are the celestial dragons? My orders are to capture you, regardless of your fate. With that, he delivered another powerful punch to Doflamingo. Realizing Sakazuki was impervious to reason, Doflamingo called out to the distant Rozinante, Corazon, save me. I am your only kin. Rozinante retorted sharply, I have warned you countless times, yet you persist in your reckless ways. When you took lives, you should have anticipated this day. The capable Akainu, who is a candidate for admiral, will not spare you. Your future lies in the depths of Impel Down. With his final glimmer of hope extinguished, Doflamingo felt no fear. Instead, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloped him. Soon, the members of the Don Quixote family were captured, with nearly all but the capable ones meeting their demise. Doflamingo was ultimately vanquished by Sakazuki. Tsuru gently patted Rosinante on the shoulder, saying, "Good child, you have endured much these past years. Now, you may finally return. As for Doflamingo, do not concern yourself overly. He will at least live." Rosinante managed a feeble smile, replying, "Indeed, Aunt Tsuru. The life of an undercover agent has finally concluded." Upon hearing Rosinante refer to her as Aunt Tsuru, she promptly chided, "In such disguise, I scarcely recognized you. Now, proceed to the warship where Sengoku has prepared a uniform for you. Change into it. This time, your rank will surely rise significantly. Once dressed, rest well. You have likely not slept soundly in years. Here, you can finally enjoy a peaceful slumber." Chapter 107. Motion sickness. Rosinante gazed at Tsuru's loving countenance and nodded earnestly. He then cast a final glance at the unconscious Doflamingo, bound by sea prism stone, before following Tsuru towards the warship. Meanwhile, Akainu and his crew continued their search for remnants of the Don Quixote family on Minion Island. Law observed the now inactive Den Den Mushi and inquired, "Who was that formidable marine using magma just now? How could he so effortlessly defeat Doflamingo?" The enigmatic figure chuckled. "That was our Navy's candidate for Admiral, Akainu. There are many stronger than him within our ranks. Your perception of Doflamingo as powerful is merely a consequence of your limited surroundings. Enough idle chatter. Upon reaching Punk Hazard, you'll have your hands full treating your lead disease." After 2 days of swift travel, the enigmatic figure finally brought Law and his companions to Punk Hazard. He addressed Law. "You four will wait here patiently. Someone will soon arrive to escort you. I must remind you again that aside from Dr. Caesar, you must not reveal your abilities at any other time. Do you understand?" "Yes, you have repeated this numerous times," they replied. "And do not expose my existence." "You must not either." The 3 bears quickly assured they would remain silent. Law retorted, "I do not even know your name, nor have I seen your face. Even if we wished to expose you, we could not." The enigmatic figure, hearing this, departed immediately. Not long after leaving Punk Hazard, he arrived at a deserted island, where he inscribed a formation. Once completed, he stepped onto it, and the formation radiated a brilliant light. Subsequently, he vanished from the island without a trace, as though he had never set foot there. The disappearing figure reappeared in Admiral Sengoku's office at Marine Headquarters. Without lifting his gaze from the documents, Sengoku asked, "Have you completed your tasks?" The figure smiled. "All went smoothly. It is best for you to review the proceedings personally." With that, he transformed into a swirl of dark particles, merging into Sengoku's being, granting him access to the memories of all that had transpired. In the realm of the Warring States, Zhangguo mused to himself, "It seems I have significantly altered the course of history. Luo has unexpectedly encountered Beibo and the others ahead of time." Meanwhile, in Punk Hazard, Beibo expressed his concerns. "Boss, why has no one come to fetch us yet? That fellow wouldn't deceive us, would he? He went to great lengths and even provided me with such a precious surgical fruit. He must be trustworthy. Let us wait a little longer. If no one arrives before sunset, we shall depart and seek shelter elsewhere." Upon hearing Luo's words, Beibo ceased his complaints. After a short while, a robust young man clad in a naval uniform approached them, driving a futuristic jeep. The imposing figure inquired, "Hey, you little brats, is one of you named Trafalgar Law?" "I am Trafalgar Law," replied Luo. "Who might you be?" "I am known as Jean Taowan, a lieutenant from the Navy's Scientific Division's combat team. Admiral Zhangguo instructed that the scoundrel Caesar send for you, and thus Caesar dispatched me to collect you. However, Caesar mentioned only one little brat. Why are there 4 of you, including one from the Mink tribe? Never mind the details, just follow me." After Jean Tamaru finished speaking, he swung open the car door. Beppo and the others hesitated as they glanced at Law, but ultimately it was Law who took the lead in climbing into the futuristic jeep. "Hey, what are you little brats squishing together in the back for? Someone take the passenger seat." Law, as the leader, unhesitatingly settled into the passenger seat. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Am I really that terrifying?" "Never mind, children can be quite troublesome. It's understandable that not everyone is as exceptional as I am." He then added, "Make sure you all buckle up. I'm about to drive." With that, Jean Tamaru started the jeep. The vehicle accelerated with astonishing speed, prompting Law to quickly fasten his seatbelt, despite Beppo and the others securing theirs as well. Their small frames were dwarfed by the size of the jeep, rendering the seatbelts merely a means to keep them from being thrown out. The 3 of them were jolted by the rapid pace, feeling as though they might be sick. Beppo attempted to call out for Law's assistance, but as he opened his mouth, a rush of wind filled it, rendering him utterly speechless. Fortunately, Jean Tamaru's swift driving ensured they arrived at their destination in no time. Once parked, Jean Tamaru noticed the others looking pale and on the verge of vomiting. He quickly warned, "You lot better not throw up. I just finished modifying this vehicle." With that, he unceremoniously ejected all 4 of them from the car, the moment they were tossed out. They could no longer hold back and promptly expelled the contents of their stomachs. Jean Tamaru glanced disdainfully at Luo and the others, saying, "Children are indeed children. I haven't even reached full speed yet, and you can't keep up." After Luo C finished retching, Jean Tomaru produced a bottle filled with fruit-shaped medicine and handed it to Luo. Luo instinctively accepted the vial, then inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" Jean Tomaru elucidated. "This is a remedy for your nausea. Fret not, for it is not bitter, but rather infused with the delightful essence of fruits. Each tablet bears the flavor of the fruit it resembles. This concoction is specially crafted for you young ones, a unique specialty from Punk Hazard, not available elsewhere. You are each permitted but one." Upon hearing this, Luo distributed one tablet to each of the trio, Beppo, then returned the vial to Jean Tomaru. Beppo, after consuming the tablet, exclaimed in surprise, "Captain, it truly tastes like banana." Luo, however, paid no heed to Beppo and instead observed the robotic cleaner meticulously attending to the remnants of their recent indisposition. Intrigued, he inquired, "What is this?" Jean Tomaru, "This is cleaning number 1, specifically designed to eradicate the stains from the streets." Cleaning number 1? The little ones should be feeling perfectly fine now. Let us hasten to meet that scoundrel Caesar. With that, Jean Tomaru returned the anti-nausea medication to his jeep. After Jean Tomaru carefully placed the medicine to prevent dizziness and vomiting, he noticed Luo gazing at him and hastily clarified, "This little brat's medicine is not what I consume, but specifically formulated for your kind. Indeed, this is exclusively for you little ones. And it is certainly not because I find the ordinary medicine too bitter that I asked the old man to develop this fruity concoction." Luo, with an expression of utter disbelief, regarded Jean Tomaru, yet out of consideration for him, chose not to expose the truth. Chapter 108. Future City Babwa, slightly lagging behind, exclaimed in astonishment, "Boss truly feels no discomfort. This effect is indeed remarkable." His words served as a reminder for Jean Tomaru. "Since you all are feeling fine, let us proceed to meet Caesar." Thus, Luo and the others followed Jean Tomaru, who had driven at such high speed earlier that they barely had a chance to appreciate Punk Hazard. Now, as the four of them took a closer look at Punk Hazard, they were utterly astounded, rendered speechless by the scene before them. Luo, in a tone of disbelief, inquired, "Mr. Zhang Guotao, is this truly a world of the future? It resembles the futuristic world depicted in comics to an astonishing degree. In fact, it appears even more advanced than the future portrayed in those comics." Jean Tomaru elucidated, "Punk Hazard is indeed a convergence of the world's most formidable scientists. This city is aptly dubbed the City of the Future. It would not be an exaggeration to proclaim it a realm of futuristic marvels. For the innovative items you have encountered over the years have all emanated from this very place. The City of the Future is replete with captivating wonders, and in due time, you shall come to realize their brilliance." As they delved deeper, Luo and his companions found themselves repeatedly astonished by the plethora of technologically advanced novelties. After much effort, they finally stood before Caesar. Truly, he was a beast man, and indeed, the notorious Kaido of the Oni clan. His blood exuded an extraordinary potency, undoubtedly a testament to the devil fruit that birthed the beast men. He. I, Caesar Clown, am rightfully the world's preeminent scientist. Caesar Clown's name, bolstered by the deliberate promotion during the Wano War, had become widely known, from the elderly of 90 to toddlers of 2 or 3. However, the portrayal of Caesar in the newspapers exuded the aura of a distinguished scientist, while the man before Luo starkly contrasted this image, appearing rather deranged. This revelation profoundly impacted Luo. He had once harbored hopes that Caesar might develop a miraculous cure for Li disease. Yet witnessing Caesar's eccentricity firsthand caused Luo's previously unwavering respect for him to waver significantly. Jean Taowan exclaimed, "Caesar, I have brought the person you desired." Suddenly interrupted in a fit of madness, Caesar was quite displeased. "Jean Taowan, you impertinent fellow, how many times have I told you not to barge into my laboratory unannounced?" Jean Tomaru disregarded Caesar entirely and approached Vegapunk to engage in conversation. Feeling overlooked, Caesar refrained from further outbursts and promptly flew to confront Law, stating, "You must be Law. Without a doubt. You've contracted the Poneglyph disease, so it must be you. But who are these individuals accompanying you? The warlord of the warring states did not mention that you were the only one to come." Law explained, "These 3 are my companions. They joined me in this temporary uprising." Upon hearing about the boy suffering from Li disease, Vegapunk approached with a sympathetic expression, saying to Law, "Compared to you, you are indeed the boy mentioned by Mr. Sengoku, who has contracted Li disease. It is our inadequacy, despite our extensive research. We have yet to develop a specific cure for it." Caesar interjected, "Vegapunk, while you express these concerns, Mr. Sengoku has indicated that this child possesses the surgical fruit, and he hails from a prestigious medical family. With our collaboration, we can surely heal this boy from Li disease. Who knows? We might even discover an effective remedy for it. As this child's abilities grow stronger, we could potentially develop cures for any ailment." Caesar's assertion echoed truth. "The sooner we treat you, the less suffering you will endure. Are you willing to cooperate with us for your treatment?" "I am willing." "Fantastic. Let us not squander time. Those not involved, vacate my laboratory swiftly. The world's foremost scientist is about to unveil his prowess." Beppo and the others gathered their courage, declaring, "We will not leave our captain." Caesar retorted, "You little rascal, Shichibukai, hurry and take these kids outside. Did you not hear that I am about to begin my work? You insolent Caesar, I shall not heed your commands." With that, a quarrel ensued between the two. Vegapunk observed the commotion and stated, "Enough of your bickering. Treating Law is our immediate priority. Shichibukai, please take them out to play for now." "Very well, I shall follow your directive. Come along, little ones. I shall treat you to the culinary delights of Future City." Though Beppo and the others yearned to accompany Shichibukai for the gastronomic adventure, their concern for Law took precedence. Seeing their hesitation, Law smiled and said, "Beppo, Pikun, Shachi, go and enjoy the delicacies with Mr. Shichibukai. Dr. Caesar and his associate mean no harm. They are here to treat my lead disease. You need not worry." After Law's reassurance, Beppo and the others reluctantly followed Shichibukai outside. Once the laboratory door was closed, Caesar promptly lifted Law and inquired, "Law, how has your development of the surgical fruit progressed?" Startled by the sudden lift, Law shook his head and replied, "I can currently only assess my own physical condition and summon a sterile operating room, though its dimensions are somewhat limited." Vegapunk chuckled. "You have only just consumed the surgical fruit. Having developed 2 abilities is quite commendable." Flattered by the praise, Law's cheeks flushed. "Enough chatter, show me your capabilities." Noting Caesar's impatience, Law wasted no time and activated his ability. Caesar sensed Law's activation but could not see it. "Is your ability the operating room?" Law nodded. "What can you do within the operating room?" "Within the confines of the operating room, I can perform all surgeries without fear of infection. Of course, this is merely my hypothesis. Only through experimentation can I validate my assumptions." "Is that all?" "Certainly not. Otherwise, do you think a surgical fruit is worth 5 billion berries? Follow me. I shall illustrate the proper utilization of the surgical fruit." Fortunately, the warlord of the warring states had prepared in advance. Otherwise, you would possess a treasure trove, yet remain oblivious to its potential. Law accompanied Caesar to a large screen. Soon, an animated demonstration of the surgical fruit's capabilities appeared, complete with thoughtful subtitles. The video, crafted by the intelligence agency under the warring states, was created using tools naturally acquired as rewards from the system. The warring states have encapsulated all known abilities related to the surgery fruit into an animated production. Chapter 109, Maturation. While the animation showcases numerous abilities, its duration is rather short, lasting only half an hour. As the animation concluded, Caesar appeared on the screen, smiling. "The animation has finished. You should now understand how to develop your abilities." Law instinctively nodded and replied, "While I comprehend the development process, executing it will still require time and experimentation." "Then why hesitate? Let us commence the experimentation now. Your body is the finest specimen. Once you have cured your amber lead disease, you will have also entered the realm of surgery fruit development." Upon hearing this, Law said, "Dr. Caesar, I believe I can initiate the surgery to remove the amber lead virus from my body right now." Vegapunk interjected, "Such an approach would subject you to immense suffering. Not only would you endure pain, but it is also rather primitive and unworthy of my status as the world's foremost scientist. I have devised a comprehensive plan for your ailment. If you adhere to it, it will serve as the optimal solution for your amber lead disease. The process is paramount, as your strength will experience a rapid surge without any suffering. The price for this, however, is that once you have mastered your fruit's abilities, you must assist us in our experiments." "Assist you in experiments? I am not a scientist. What could I possibly contribute? Truly a fool. Fortunately, your youth mitigates my inclination to extract the surgery fruit from your body. You will soon comprehend the magnitude of assistance that your surgery fruit can provide to our experiments. I would like to inquire what experiments you require my help with and how long they will last." "You do ask a plethora of questions." Vegapunk chuckled. "Our experiments are conducted in the name of peace. As for the duration, we are uncertain." Law remarked, "So, the world lacks true peace, and I must assist you in experiments? Does that mean I am destined to spend my life in a laboratory?" Caesar retorted, "You are a member of the Navy. It is an honor for you to assist us in our experiments. Why so much chatter? Moreover, you are rather self-absorbed. When did I say all experiments require your assistance? Your role is merely that of an advanced experimental instrument. Your existence serves to expedite our research." Law calmly responded, "I am not a member of the Navy. Not currently. Perhaps, but that does not imply you will never be one. Surely, you do not believe the Navy would allow you to retain a surgery fruit worth 5 billion berries without consequence. If you refuse to join the Navy, they will most likely hand you over to me, and I will find a way to extract the surgery fruit from your body. Killing you outright is not beyond possibility. It is the most convenient and effective means of reclaiming the surgery fruit. Or do you think you can escape? If you wish to flee, you may do so now. I will not hinder you. However, do bear in mind that Punk Hazard is under the guard of 2 branches of the Navy, including 2 vice admirals and a rear admiral. The world government and CP organization also have forces stationed here. Should you be captured by the Navy, it's manageable. But if the world government or CP organization seizes you, you will likely be executed, as they foolishly believe amber lead disease is contagious. There is a slim chance of survival, but it would be better to face death than risk becoming a slave, especially considering the high value of your mink tribe companion. After hearing Caesar's words, Law's thoughts of escape were extinguished. He could now only place his hopes on Rosinante. Vegapunk observed Law's despondence and said, "If you truly do not wish to serve in the Navy, you may stay here and live with us. Aside from losing some freedom, it would be indistinguishable from a normal life. Furthermore, under Fleet Admiral Sengoku's reforms, the Navy has changed drastically. The miscreants have been dealt with. Thus, there is no need for you to harbor such animosity towards the Navy." Law gazed at Vegapunk, whose face radiated kindness, and questioned, "Doctor, according to my recollection, this is our first encounter. Why are you being so benevolent towards me? Has Mr. Rosinante instructed you to take care of me? Who is Rosinante? I do not know him. My assistance is solely because I wish to help you. Do not doubt Vegapunk's goodwill. He possesses no ulterior motives. He is simply a good-hearted individual. A different child would receive the same treatment." After contemplating, Law stated, "I am willing to follow your plan for treatment, and I agree to your terms. A wise choice. Let us commence the experiment forthwith. You have squandered enough time." Thus, under their guidance, Law diligently embarked on the journey of mastering the abilities of the surgery fruit. At Marine headquarters, the Warring States era unfolds. Zhangguo had long been prepared to welcome Rosinante with a feast. Upon seeing Rosinante clad in a naval uniform, Zhangguo felt a surge of emotion. Rosinante could no longer contain himself, tears brimming in his eyes. He quickly approached Zhangguo and embraced him tightly. Initially taken aback by the sudden embrace, Zhangguo felt a moment of awkwardness, but it swiftly dissipated as he reciprocated the embrace with equal fervor. The two remained in each other's arms for but a fleeting moment. Zhangguo gently patted Rosinante's head and remarked, "Rosinante, you have matured significantly over the past 2 years, resembling an adult even more. But enough of that. Let us hasten to the dining table. In your honor, I have prepared an array of your favorite dishes." Having devoted considerable time to this endeavor, with that, Zhangguo began to lead Rosinante toward the table laden with sumptuous food. Rosinante, gazing at the lavish spread, felt a pang of guilt and said, "Father, I am truly sorry." Zhangguo, with a smile, remarked, "There is no need for apologies. You have not wronged me in any way. Should you choose to forego this endeavor, it would undoubtedly become a source of regret throughout your life. This is precisely why I have allowed you to pursue it. Henceforth, focus on enhancing your own capabilities. I eagerly anticipate the day you ascend to the rank of marshal. You must strive diligently." Upon hearing Zhangguo's words, Rosinante was instantly reminded of Sakazuki's remarkable prowess displayed on Minion Island, as well as his past memories of the trio, causing beads of perspiration to form on his forehead. "I shall endeavor to live up to my father's expectations." In the midst of the conversation, Sengoku discerned the predicament of Rosinante and chuckled, saying, "To appoint you as a commander is but a jest. With Sakazuki and the others present, your aspirations to command are somewhat ambitious. I would be content if you were to attain the rank of general. If that proves unattainable, then even the position of a reserve general would suffice." Chapter 110. An unexpected individual. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Rosinante's defiance surfaced. "Do not underestimate me. Even if I may not rival Sakazuki and the others, I am confident in my ability to become a general. Ha ha ha. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Tomorrow, you shall participate in the grand tournament. Your successful infiltration and capture of the Don Quixote pirates during this undercover operation has already earned you considerable merit. Should your strength prove sufficient, you might indeed ascend directly to the rank of general." As Sengoku mentioned the imminent tournament, a twinge of anxiety flickered within Rosinante. Yet it was overshadowed by exhilaration. Having concealed his true abilities while embedded within the Don Quixote family for years, he yearned for the opportunity to engage in battle alongside his comrades. "I shall strive to secure a higher position. Enough of this banter, let us dine." Thus, the two commenced their meal. Once they had finished and cleared away the remnants of their food, they began to converse about their daily lives. Their discussion spanned a variety of topics, predominantly revolving around Rosinante's experiences over the years, while Sengoku listened intently. As their conversation progressed, the topic shifted to Law. Law's circumstances mirror those of myself and Doflamingo. In his earlier days, he bore some resemblance to Doflamingo, but through my guidance, he has grown to be akin to a normal child. Rosinante continued to share numerous commendable anecdotes about Law and the bond they shared. As the events unfolded, Sengoku interjected, stating that he was well aware of the circumstances concerning you and that child, and the purpose behind your words was clear. "You need not worry. The child is currently safe and receiving treatment at Punk Hazard. By the time you next encounter him, he will be a normal child. Moreover, there will be a task awaiting you, to recruit him into our Navy. I have faced considerable pressure to allow him to consume this surgery fruit. We cannot permit this child to wander aimlessly, for he harbors a deep-seated resentment towards the world, compounded by the formidable power of the surgery fruit. If left unchecked, he could very well become the next Don Quixote Doflamingo." Rosinante swiftly reassured, "Father, rest assured, I shall never allow Ro to become the next Doflamingo. You need not worry. As long as he does not become our adversary, I will not take action against him. I am determined to ensure Ro becomes an exemplary Marine. The two engaged in conversation for a while longer before retiring for the night. The following day, the arena on the deserted island was nearing the final stages of the competition. Ross and Andy, having stepped in, participated in several matches. Due to the absence of some powerful Marines on missions, those returning late directly entered the contests, allowing Ross and Andy's participation to go largely unnoticed except by those familiar with him. The grand tournament continued for several days, culminating in the final showdown. The contenders for the finals were mostly as Sengoku had anticipated, save for one unexpected participant, one who had astonished Sengoku by joining the Navy. This individual was the unblindfolded Fujitora Isho. Upon reviewing the list of finalists, Sengoku resolved to adjust the matchups to prevent undue harm among the competitors while concealing their true strengths. The finalists, aside from the reigning champion Sakazuki, included Isho, a warrant officer, Jinbi, a captain, Ross and Andy, a lieutenant, Gion, a lieutenant, Kaku, a lieutenant, and Smoker, also a lieutenant. Only the top 6 from the preceding tournament could advance to the finals, with Isho having displaced the Weasel, who, under Sengoku's resources, had proven far more formidable than depicted in the manga. Marshal Sengoku, you have been reviewing the list for quite some time. Have you discerned anything? Shall we proceed with the finals as planned? We cannot afford to waste time here while the seas are rife with disorder, Saru remarked. Although most Marines have returned to their stations, our elite forces remain concentrated at headquarters, and notable pirates have begun to stir, including the infamous Big Mom Pirates, Red-Haired Pirates, Beast Pirates, and the 8 Treasure Navy, all vying for territory in the New World. We cannot maintain a lack of sufficient strength to deter them, and we must remain vigilant against the Whitebeard Pirates as well. After considering Tsuru's words, Sengoku replied, You are quite right, Tsuru. The pirates of the New World pose a significant threat. Garp, take the Marines who did not advance to the finals back to the New World to prevent any pirate incursions on our branches there. Garp, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, to be pulled away from such an exhilarating tournament just as it reaches its climax to chase pirates is truly a bore. Could not the warring states allow us to conclude our grand tournament before I embark on my journey to the New World? What say you? Very well. I shall venture forth to challenge Whitebeard in the New World. It has indeed been a while since I last engaged in battle. A perfect opportunity to stretch my limbs. With that, Garp departed without delay. Truly, Vice Admiral Garp is a figure of remarkable charisma. As Sengoku gazed at Garp, who was about to reach the conference room's threshold, he expressed his exasperation. Garp, did you not hear my command? You must gather all the station Marines in the New World before we can set sail. I understand. I shall await them at the port, but I shan't linger for too long. My fists are itching with anticipation. I am eager to engage with Whitebeard. With that, Garp departed without a backward glance. Sengoku, left with no choice, instructed the other officers to assemble the Marines stationed in the New World. Now, it was time to address the matter at hand regarding the modifications to the rules for the finals. I have decided to implement certain changes. Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borisolino, as the highest-ranking candidates for the admiral position, will still be exempt from participating in the upcoming trials, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. These 3 shall ascend to become the new admirals. Should any of the 6 finalists wish to challenge Sakazuki and his companions, they may do so. Defeating any one of the 3 would grant them the title of admiral. The finals will commence with the participants who have advanced, yet it will not be public. This is to ensure that the finalists can wield their hidden techniques without reservation and to prevent our Navy's strengths from being discerned by the enemy. Zifa interjected, before we discuss Sakazuki and the others, it must be noted that the 6 finalists possess formidable strength. Their battles will not conclude simply. Should any of them sustain serious injuries, it would be detrimental. Chapter 111. The rules of the finals. Zifa's words immediately resonated with many officers. For any loss in the Navy's combat capability due to such matters would indeed be grave. In the context of the warring states, Zhang Guo observed, You need not worry about the injuries, ZFA. Not only do we have the support of our team during the competition, but also the esteemed Dr. Caesar. As long as they do not suffer from severe injuries, they will be able to recover fully. Admiral, he then interjected, while it is undoubtedly crucial to possess formidable strength to become an admiral, it is equally imperative to evaluate the overall capabilities of one's prowess. Only those with sufficient comprehensive strength can truly ascend to the rank of admiral. The collective prowess of Kazan and his comrades is evident to all, and thus, they need not undergo any examination. However, the 6 individuals advancing to the finals generally hold modest ranks and have not commanded many troops, including a Marine who has only recently graduated from the Naval Academy. Therefore, a test involving the capture of pirates is to be conducted. The challenge entails that each of the 6 will command 200 Marines aboard a vessel of comparable size to venture into the New World and apprehend pirates over a span of 2 weeks. Their final ranking will be determined by the cumulative bounties of the captured pirates. The individual who captures pirates with the highest combined bounties will naturally secure a superior position. The assessment of pirate captures and combat prowess will each constitute 50% of the overall score. Furthermore, this initiative will significantly alleviate the pressures faced by the Navy in the New World. Zhangguo nodded and remarked, "Indeed, Admiral Crane's words hold considerable merit. Mere combat prowess alone is insufficient for one to ascend to the rank of admiral. After all, Sakazuki and the others spent many years as candidates before attaining that esteemed position. However, I must make certain modifications to the rules proposed by Admiral Crane. The scoring system cannot account for merely half of the evaluation. After all, the admiral represents the face of our Navy. While overall capability may vary, formidable combat strength is an essential prerequisite. Therefore, let Admiral Crane's suggestions serve as the criteria for selecting candidates for the admiral position. Those who successfully become candidates wishing to advance to admiral need only continue to challenge Sakazuki and his cohorts. The proposal by Sengoku was, of course, met with unanimous agreement. In the year 1510 of the Marine calendar, 6 identical warships set sail from the port of Marineford, destined for the New World. In the ensuing fortnight, the pirates of the New World faced several aggressive assaults from the Navy. In the previous week, the bounties for the captured pirates escalated. Yet the gap between them remained negligible. This changed when Smoker, in a fit of arrogance, dared to challenge the red-haired pirates. Although Smoker had been groomed by Sengoku for years and had undergone rigorous training under Zephyr, his strength was formidable. However, he was no match for the already formidable Shanks. Ayonko. Furthermore, he was confronting the entirety of the red-haired pirates. Had it not been for Carp's fortuitous arrival, Smoker might have met his demise. He was, without a doubt, the first to be eliminated. In light of these naval newcomers being ensnared by the pirates, Zephyr, Crane, and Akainu ventured into the New World to assist the remaining 5. In the Marineford hospital, Sengoku gazed at Smoker, who lay in bed puffing on a cigar, and exclaimed, "Who gave you the audacity to pursue the red-haired pirates? Having spent so long in the New World, I find it hard to believe you are unaware of their power. Now, enlighten me as to why you attempted to capture them." As Smoker opened his mouth to respond, Sengoku interjected, "Extinguish that cigar before you speak." Reluctantly, Smoker snuffed out his cigar under Sengoku's stern gaze. Once the cigar was extinguished, he stated, "Old man, I was not inebriated when I decided to confront Shanks. It was because I discovered Shanks sailing alone, appearing as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle. That is why I engaged him. Without his crew by his side and seemingly weary from conflict, I believed I had a chance." Sengoku retorted, "And what was the outcome? Even after a battle, you were no match for Shanks. Had Carp not been passing by, you would have perished in the sea. To think you aspire to become an admiral. I doubt you even qualify as a vice-admiral." Smoker defiantly responded, "If I don't become an admiral, so be it. I do not covet that title. I am participating in the tournament not for the sake of becoming an admiral. Continue to be obstinate. I assure you, after this, neither the admiral nor vice-admiral positions will see any increase for the next 20 years. With that, Sengoku departed. Once Sengoku left, Smoker reignited his extinguished cigar and muttered to himself, "Is it merely a reduction in points for capturing pirates? There are still the strength contests. Even if I am not a match for Borisolino and his ilk, I can still hold my own against others. At the very least, I can still vie for the vice-admiral position." A week passed swiftly. In the conference room, Sengoku examined the rankings of pirate captures. To his surprise, the highest rank was held by Jinbei, whose ability to gather intelligence on the whale sharks in the sea far surpassed that of others, resulting in a greater number of captured pirates and a consequently higher cumulative bounty. The remaining 4 had relatively close bounties. Second was Ikaku, third was Razanani, fourth was Kaji, fifth was Gion, and Smoker naturally ranked 6th. Next came the strength competitions. First, Jinbei versus 6th, Smoker. Second, Ikaku versus 5th, Gion. Third, Razanani versus 4th, Kaji. In a secluded area of a naval base, Smoker and Jinbei stood poised for confrontation. The warring states and Zifa, along with the remaining 4, observed the battle from the sidelines. Smoker gently caressed his sword, reflecting, "Jinbei, since my graduation, I have longed for a duel with you, yet you have always declined. At last, I have the opportunity to confront you and to redeem my past failures from my academy days." Under the Council of Warring States, Smoker had exchanged his weapon for a sword, a blade that was no ordinary one, but rather an enhanced weapon imbued with the powers of a devil fruit. Jinbei replied with a hearty laugh, "Haha, I too look forward to battling you, Smoker." Jinbei was not unarmed either. Amidst the surge of devil fruit weapons within the Navy, he had also acquired a pair of gauntlets. In the midst of the battle, Sengoku, wielding a loudspeaker, interrupted Smoker with a commanding tone, "Why are you two still hesitating? How long will you take to begin?" Smoker, feeling annoyed at the interruption, retorted, "That old man is truly tiresome." Jinbei chuckled and remarked, "Smoker, Marshal Sengoku is right. Time is of the essence. Let us commence our duel. Then let the battle begin. I'm about to unleash my full strength, so be prepared, Jinbei." With that, Both warriors entered a combat stance, poised for an imminent clash. As they readied themselves, the powers of their respective devil fruits began to manifest. Smoker's sword morphed into a writhing serpent, while Jinbei's gauntlets sprouted sharp spikes, transforming into two hedgehogs that clung to his hands. The two then surged towards each other, their weapons enveloped in haki, a testament to their unspoken understanding. The initial exchanges of blows resonated with the sound of clashing metal, a fierce battle between hedgehog and serpent. Yet the sound echoed like the chime of precious stones. Despite Smoker's inherent prowess, he found himself at a disadvantage against Jinbei, especially as he had yet to recover from the injuries inflicted by Shanks. This left him under constant pressure from Jinbei's relentless assaults, with Smoker's only advantage being his intangibility. Jinbei, my weapon can release venom. This poison has already mingled with my smoke, and if this battle continues, it will soon be over. Victory will be mine. Smoker proclaimed defiantly, yet Jinbei remained unfazed, focusing intently on the fight. As time passed, the gap in their strengths widened, ultimately leading to Smoker being caught off guard and struck down by Jinbei's fishman karate technique, the onigiri, leaving Smoker further injured. Jinbei rushed to Smoker's side. Concern etched on his face. Smoker, are you alright? Smoker waved him off, insisting, I'm fine. But how did you endure the combination of my weapon's venom and the toxic smoke from my devil fruit? My weapon, the snake fruit, in its king cobra form, possesses formidable toxicity, further enhanced by Dr. Caesar's modifications, which multiplied its potency when combined with my smoke abilities. Even a fishman like you should have been affected. Jinbei smiled and replied, I had long researched your abilities. To prepare for this battle, I undertook breath-holding training and donned a specialized gas mask. Despite all my preparations, I still suffered from the poison. As he spoke, Jinbei removed a fitted, transparent mask from his face. Now do you understand why you lost? Though your strength is considerable, you underestimated the importance of preparation. You had previously been defeated by me, yet you made no efforts to prepare for this rematch. It is no wonder that you were bested once again. You should seek treatment without delay. The warring states period unexpectedly arrived beside the two, overhearing their conversation. Smoker, chastened, could utter no words and could only accompany Jinbei to seek medical attention. After the departure of the two, Jinbei and the amiable Guion made their way to the open space, sharing a light-hearted smile. After a brief glance at the two combatants, Zhangguo declared, You are both well aware of the rules of the contest, so I shall not elaborate further. Let us commence. As soon as Zhangguo departed, the two warriors engaged in battle. Both Yixiao and Qiyuan were masters of the sword, yet it was evident that Yixiao possessed superior swordsmanship, leaving Qiyuan on the defensive. Recognizing that her swordsmanship was no match for Yixiao's, Qiyuan swiftly altered her approach. Yixiao, devoid of any sentimentality, intensified her assaults. Lieutenant Qiyuan, you must now grasp the disparity in our abilities. I harbor no desire to harm you. It would be wise for you to concede. Upon hearing this, Qiyuan's fury became palpable. Lieutenant Yixiao, I concede that your power is formidable, yet I am not one to surrender. Until the final moment of battle, the outcome remains uncertain. If you truly respect me, then unleash your full strength against me. Yixiao, rather than becoming incensed by Qiyuan's retort, adopted a more grave countenance. Very well, Lieutenant Qiyuan. It is my fault. Out of respect, I shall engage you with all my might. That is agreeable. Yixiao initiated her assault by utilizing the weight fruit to immobilize Qiyuan, then distanced herself before unleashing a wave of gravitational energy from her sword, directing it skyward. Soon, a colossal meteor, ablaze with flames, descended ominously towards Qiyuan. Instinctively, Qiyuan felt the urge to evade. However, the meteor's sheer size and rapid descent rendered escape impossible. Recognizing her only chance lay in cleaving the massive meteor, she sheathed her sword, closed her eyes, and inhaled deeply, channeling her formidable energy into her blade. With a powerful swing, she directed a tremendous strike at the meteor. Meanwhile, Kaji, observing the duel, was even more anxious than Qiyuan. Marshal Zhangguo, General Zifa, you must intervene to save Qiyuan. Can she withstand such a cataclysmic attack? Zifa replied, Kaji, there is no need for alarm. Qiyuan is no ordinary girl. I have faith in her ability to withstand this assault. But there are no buts. Qiyuan has not conceded. Do you wish to undermine her resolve? Zifa continued, I understand your concerns. With both myself and Zhangguo present, Qiyuan will be safe. Focus on the contest. Reluctantly, Kaji fell silent, though the anxiety etched on his face remained, as he anxiously watched over his goddess, Qiyuan. As the culmination of Qiyuan's concentrated strike collided with the blazing meteor, the latter was cleaved into 4 massive fragments, cascading downwards. In a swift exchange, Sengoku and Carp locked eyes before rapidly moving to the side of the shattered meteorite, delivering a decisive blow that reduced it to mere powder. Following this display of power, the two nonchalantly returned to their observation positions. As they witnessed the successful strike that thwarted the meteorite hurled by Ikegatsu, Gion's face broke into a fleeting smile. Yet, this smile did not linger. The moment Sengoku and Carp pulverized the meteorite fragments, 3 more meteorites descended towards Gion with alarming speed. At this juncture, Gion finally comprehended that Ikegatsu's earlier words were not mere bravado. He had indeed withheld his full strength. She realized that, in her prime, she might have had a slim chance to withstand these 3 meteorites, but now, with her haki significantly depleted, she stood no chance against them. Despite her previous proclamations of unwavering resolve, she found herself hesitating. Meanwhile, Ikegatsu, suspended in the air, mistakenly believed Gion was simply gathering energy to counter his meteorites. Thus, he unleashed another gravitational wave towards the meteors, intensifying their descent and igniting them with greater ferocity. Simultaneously, Ikegatsu's internal assessment of Gion elevated by a notch. Zhangguo directly approached Gion and proclaimed, "I declare Gion the loser." Having spoken, Zhangguo transformed into the form of a great Buddha and struck the sky with a single fist, shattering the 3 colossal meteors that had clustered above into mere powder. Consequently, a rain of earth began to fall upon the entire base. Chapter 113. A display of might. After accomplishing this feat, Zhangguo reverted to his human form. "Gion, you truly are reckless. You are well aware that you are no match for Yi Xiao. Why do you not concede? If anything were to happen to you, I would be at a loss on how to explain it to your sister." Gion's face must have flushed with embarrassment. During the Warring States period, Sengoku refrained from engaging in conversation with Juin and allowed him to undergo self-treatment without further complications. The subsequent duel was between Rasenandi and Kaji. Despite lacking a devil fruit, Kaji possessed weapons imbued with the powers of such fruits, coupled with ample combat experience, which to some extent compensated for the disparity in strength. Their battle proved to be the most protracted, surpassing the combined duration of the previous 2 encounters, ultimately culminating in Rasenandi's victory due to his Zoan-type regenerative abilities. The following day featured a match between Jinbei and Rasenandi, with the outcome favoring Jinbei. On the 3rd day, Jinbei faced off against Yi Xiao, resulting in an intensely fierce struggle that nearly obliterated half the island. This devastation was primarily instigated by Yi Xiao's meteorite attacks, which initially granted him a significant advantage. However, the meteorite strikes resulted in the inundation of subterranean waters and the incursion of seawater onto the island. With the assistance of the ocean, Jinbei's strength surged to new heights. Their clash persisted for an entire day and night before concluding with Yi Xiao's victory. Witnessing the confrontation between Yi Xiao and Jinbei, the others realized the vast gulf separating their abilities from those of the 2 combatants, prompting even the notoriously unyielding smoker to resolve to intensify his training. Following Yi Xiao's triumph, Sengoku inquired whether he wished to challenge the trio of Sakazuki, and Yi Xiao eagerly accepted. To ensure fairness, Yi Xiao drew lots to determine whom he would challenge among the 3. Fortuitously, he drew Kazan, whose destructive capabilities were comparatively lesser. The 2 then retreated to an uninhabited island to engage in a 5-day, 5-night battle, which ultimately resulted in a stalemate, leaving behind numerous meteorite ice sculptures as testament to their struggle. A week later, the world's newspapers erupted with the news that the Navy had appointed 4 new admirals and 1 vice admiral, alongside several other officers bearing code names. These included Admiral Akane Sakazuki, Admiral Kazur Borsalino, Admiral Akiji Kazan, Admiral Fujitori Shao, Vice Admiral Dandy Shark Jinbei, and several others. This display of military might instilled a profound sense of security among the populace, dissuading many from pursuing a life of piracy. To capitalize on this momentum, the 4 new admirals, accompanied by elite Navy personnel, set sail for the New World to apprehend pirates. United, they found no pirate crew capable of matching their strength, successfully capturing numerous nefarious pirates, yet they did not encounter any of the top-tier pirate crews, leaving Sengoku perplexed. Following this operation, the 5 elders promptly requested Sengoku to dispatch an admiral to Mariewa for guard duty, resulting in a rotation of all 5 admirals to fulfill this obligation. Subsequently, the Navy and the world government announced a nationwide conscription tournament, promising that those who achieved high rankings could ascend to the rank of admiral, alongside generous rewards. The Navy's previous display of strength attracted a multitude of participants, albeit mingled with some pirates, who were swiftly apprehended by the guards at the tournament grounds. Those who managed to infiltrate were largely insignificant pirates without bounties. The tournament proceeded as a grand melee, with each round yielding a single victor who would advance to the next stage. This led to a participant count exponentially greater than previous Navy tournaments, concluding even sooner than the internal competition. The ultimate victor emerged as a user of the wild pasture fruit. Initially, Sengoku contemplated promoting him to admiral. However, the 5 elders covertly recruited him to become a celestial dragon, even appointing him as the commander of the new Knights of God. Sengoku did not lament this outcome, having secured substantial benefits in exchange for the arrangement. Most of the top-ranked participants were absorbed into CPE by the 5 elders, leaving Sengoku with only those who placed lower. Naturally, he did not accept all of these contestants indiscriminately. Rather, he subjected them to a series of evaluations. Those who passed could join either the main navy or a branch, while those who failed, deemed unworthy, were either sent back to their hometowns or dispatched to the New World as expendable recruits. Should they show improvement, they might earn the chance to become genuine sailors. Otherwise, they would remain as mere fodder for the rest of their lives, though they remained blissfully unaware of their fate. The Warring States period will not permit these disruptive elements to infiltrate the Navy that he has painstakingly reformed. The addition of new admirals has significantly alleviated the pressures on Sengoku. These admirals seldom venture far from Marineford, primarily focusing on confronting formidable pirates. With Sengoku's foresight and strategizing, Akainu and his companions are more than capable of managing any naval affairs. Even challenges that seem insurmountable can be resolved through discussion. This, indeed, grants Sengoku an opportunity for respite. After entrusting all official duties to Kazan, Sengoku, along with Razananti, set forth for Punk Hazard. This marks Sengoku's inaugural visit to Punk Hazard since his ascension to the rank of Marshal. It is noteworthy that the current guardian of Punk Hazard is the Indigo Shark, Jinbei. The arrival of the battleship from the Razananti did not garner much attention. However, when Caesar learned of the presence of the illustrious General Zhangguo in the city of Pankasad, he was taken aback. Instead of seeking out Caesar directly, Zhangguo chose to explore this futuristic city on his own, while Razananti proceeded to meet with Luo. Many of the technological marvels in the future city left Zhangguo pleasantly astonished. Yet, his leisurely exploration was cut short when Caesar sought him out. Accompanied by Luo and his entourage, after 2 months of treatment, the white patches caused by Luo's lead poisoning had completely vanished. With an ingratiating smile, Caesar exclaimed, "General Zhangguo, what a surprise to see you here without prior notice. Had I known, I could have prepared to host you splendidly." In the Warring States period, there was no time for frivolous exchanges. Sengoku directly pulled Caesar aside and inquired, "Dr. Caesar, how is your research on Kaido's blood progressing? Has it yielded any insights into the Zoan-type devil fruits? Are there any advancements in the study of Zoan-type devil fruits?" Chapter 114. Clones. Upon hearing Sengoku's questions, Caesar did not respond directly. Instead, he exchanged a discreet glance with Sengoku, signaling that it would be best to refrain from discussing further. "I apologize, Admiral Sengoku, but Kaido's blood has proven to be of little assistance in our research on the Zoan-type devil fruits." Understanding the implication of Caesar's gesture, Sengoku ceased his inquiries and accompanied Caesar back to the laboratory. Once inside, Caesar eagerly ushered Sengoku into a room where Vegapunk was also present. After exchanging greetings with Vegapunk, Caesar remarked, "Admiral Sengoku, the genetic factor from Kaido has significantly aided our research on the Zoan-type devil fruits. I am confident that within a few years, we will be able to unlock the secrets of these fruits. Furthermore, Kaido's genetic factor has also greatly benefited our development of humanoid weapons. Additionally, that fellow Germa has not only provided us with substantial funding, but has also supplied us with a plethora of rare genetic factors, including those from the long-extinct Lunaria race. Now, our laboratory possesses genetic factors from all known races." Warring States wrote, "How did you manage to deal with him, Nagalin?" Caesar chuckled. "I initially intended to use that fellow for my experiments, yet his physique, although somewhat superior to that of an ordinary human, pales in comparison to that of the giant race. I merely employed some mechanical prosthetics to contend with him. The commander of the Warring States is indeed a fool. However, you need not worry, for I possess considerable experience in dealing with imbeciles." The Warring States continued to inquire, "What business does Satan have with you at Punkhasset?" Caesar replied, "Indeed, Commander of the Warring States, you may not be aware of Satan's nature. That fellow demands to be the first to know of any new inventions I conceive before I can share them with you. And he has also insisted that we restore an ancient weapon. I am reluctant to acquiesce to his requests. Yet he threatens me not only with the withdrawal of research funding, but also with my very life. Thus, I have no choice but to feign compliance for the time being. The reason I did not inform you through the telephone bug is quite significant." "Oh, what is the reason?" "It appears that our conversations via the telephone bug may have been under surveillance." "What? Under surveillance? Why didn't you mention this earlier?" "We have shared quite a few confidential matters during our discussions. Rest assured, esteemed General Zhangguo, our communications are absolutely secure, given that we have divulged so many secrets. The 5 Elder Stars have indeed sought you out, have they not? Since you are already on guard, why not disclose this directly? Never mind. Let us not delve into that matter any further. Were there others monitoring you while you were outside as well? Is that why you withheld the truth from me? As expected of General Zhangguo, you have deduced this accurately. Ever since Satan's arrival, the presence of personnel from the world government in Future City has increased significantly. Apart from the laboratory, wherever I go, there always seems to be someone watching." After a moment of contemplation, Zhangguo remarked, "It appears that Dr. Vegapunk, your continued presence here is no longer tenable. It would be prudent to relocate to Egghead Island, where safety is assured. I shall discreetly arrange for your protection. Let us escape together this time." Before Vegapunk could respond, Caesar interjected, "Marshal Zhangguo, should I also make my departure? There is no need for you to leave. You are safe for the time being." "What does temporarily safe imply, Marshal Zhangguo? Are you so astute yet unable to grasp my meaning?" Marshal Zhonghua, are you suggesting that I am safe only while I hold value, and once that value diminishes, those like Saitan would eliminate me to preserve secrecy? Zhonghua remarked. You speak truthfully. When you mentioned that Satan sought you for clandestine experiments, you ought to have sensed the foreboding. The reason you did not ponder this possibility must be attributed to a glimmer of hope, believing that Satan would not inflict harm upon you. Immediately, Caesar clung to Zhonghua's leg, weeping profusely. Marshal Zhonghua, you must save me. I have no desire to perish. Throughout these years, I have rendered you countless meritorious services. In a moment of exasperation, Sengoku remarked, Caesar, what are you doing clinging to my leg like that? I refuse to maintain any semblance of dignity in my dire straits, unless you, Marshal Sengoku, agree to save me. I have already assured you that your life is not in immediate danger. Satan is unlikely to kill you for the time being, especially since he has yet to see the completion of the weapons repair he assigned to you, nor has he witnessed any success in your experiments. He would not prematurely dispose of a useful resource. How could I have been so foolish? I could merely slow the pace of my experiments and repairs. Unfortunately, that may not suffice. If you fail to produce results for an extended period, they will still consider you expendable. This won't do. What am I to do, Marshal Sengoku? You must save me. Do not fret. Simply continue your research. After all, those experiments require at least a decade to yield results. Should they threaten your life, I shall certainly intervene on your behalf. You need not worry. You will not perish before my very eyes. Upon hearing Sengoku's assurances, Caesar sighed in relief and rose to his feet. Dr. Vegapunk, feel free to voice any concerns you may have. If you wish to remain in Punk Hazard, that is also an option. Vegapunk, elated, responded, Marshal Sengoku, I truly wish to stay in Punk Hazard, for I am engrossed in studying the ancient technologies of the Great Kingdom from 800 years ago. The world government possesses the most extensive knowledge of these technologies, and the weapons brought by Satan are indeed relics of that era. Here in Punk Hazard, I can engage directly with these ancient technologies, and I genuinely do not wish to leave. Of course, if you find my presence burdensome, I can depart. Vegapunk's words plunged Sengoku into deep contemplation. Could Vegapunk have achieved such remarkable inventions without direct interaction with the ancient technologies of the Great Kingdom? Yet, if I do not allow him to remain, we risk exposure. Should the five elders discover Vegapunk's true identity, he would undoubtedly be imprisoned to serve their research interests. At this juncture, Caesar interjected, Marshal Sengoku, the solution is quite simple. What is your idea, Caesar? Please do not keep us in suspense. Vegapunk, did you not mention wanting to research clones? If you successfully create a clone, your true self can venture to Egghead Island while your clone remains here to continue our research. This would be a perfect compromise. Upon hearing Caesar's suggestion, Vegapunk's face lit up with joy. Caesar, that is indeed an excellent idea. I shall commence my research on cloning immediately. With that, Vegapunk set off to pursue his studies. Caesar turned to the bewildered Sengoku and clarified, Marshal Sengoku, allow me to explain what a clone entails. A clone serves as a tool to assist us in managing tasks beyond our research endeavors. With a clone, we can forego mundane activities such as eating and leisure, as the clone can handle those for us. Moreover, the clone possesses our intellect and can aid in our research. Chapter 115, Wobber Alloy. After all, an individual's stamina is finite, and one person cannot complete all research alone. However, with a clone, we only need one person to collaborate with the research assistant machines, enabling us to accomplish what an entire research team could achieve. The specifics remain unclear, as we must await the research results, but fundamentally, a clone can facilitate our investigations. As for the time spent researching clones, Marshal Sengoku, you need not worry about Vegapunk being exposed. We have been in Punk Hazard for many years, and we can certainly maintain a low profile for a while longer. Zhonghua glanced at the industrious Vegapunk and reluctantly agreed. Caesar, do you encounter any challenges in your research on humanoid weaponry? Share your thoughts. Perhaps I can assist in finding a solution. Caesar's eyes lit up. Indeed. How could I forget to consult you, Marshal Zhonghua? Without the invaluable information you initially provided, even with Vegapunk's collaboration, we would not have achieved such a plethora of inventions. Your insights have, at the very least, shortened our research timeline by 7 or 8 years. Enough flattery. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Zhonghua interjected. The most significant hurdle in our research on humanoid weaponry lies in our inability to procure suitable materials for their construction. We have experimented with every material available on the market, yet they all present various issues, notably their inability to self-repair like human tissue. This is the crux of our dilemma. Upon hearing Caesar's words, Zhonghua promptly accessed his system panel, searching for any rewards that might include self-repairing materials. But to no avail. Suddenly, he recalled the Wapple alloy. Was it not a form of memory metal? What's more, the acquisition of Wapple alloy was remarkably straightforward. It merely required a user of the Munch fruit to yield a continuous supply. With this thought, Zhonghua instructed his intelligence network to seek out the Munch fruit, and he also reminded them to investigate whether Wapple had consumed it in the Drum Kingdom. After issuing his orders, Zhonghua smiled and said, I happen to know of the material you seek, and I will dispatch individuals to locate it forthwith. You need not worry about the availability of materials for your creations. Excellent. As expected of you, Marshal Zhonghua. With a self-repairing material at our disposal, the progress of our research on humanoid weaponry will undoubtedly accelerate. In the midst of the warring states, the commander declared, "You must not disappoint the expectations I have for you, Caesar." To which Caesar replied, "I shall undoubtedly live up to your expectations, Commander." The commander continued, "That being said, you must refrain from indulging in frivolous pursuits and merriment until you have developed the humanoid weapon. Once your research is complete, I shall grant you an extended holiday to enjoy at your leisure." With a sense of shame, Caesar acknowledged, "I understand, Commander." The commander then inquired, "Is it true that Garin cannot serve as a viable subject for the humanoid weapon research?" Caesar responded, "His physique is indeed suitable for study, as it is merely during the experimental phase that various tests are required. We could certainly consider him for the previous humanoid weapon research. However, Commander, would it not be prudent to have the deputy manage that individual?" The commander insisted, "This is a different time. You shall now utilize Garin as your experimental subject. However, he must not be treated as mere fodder. We must ensure that we have a solid understanding before allowing Garin to undergo modifications. I want to witness Garin transform into a true humanoid weapon." "I understand, Commander," Caesar replied. "Well, I believe I have conveyed all I needed to express. You may now return to your research, while I take the liberty of exploring on my own for the remainder of the time." Naturally, Zhonggua's assertion left Caesar with no room for dissent, prompting him to eagerly assist Punk in his research endeavors. Previously, Caesar had been somewhat indifferent toward the study of clones. However, now that his movements were restricted by Zhonghua, his enthusiasm for the research surged dramatically. He envisioned a future where, with the aid of clones, he could indulge in unrestrained leisure without hindering the progress of his studies. The mere thought of such blissful days ignited an unwavering determination within his eyes. Casting a glance at the two engrossed in their research, Zhonghua prepared to take his leave. As he departed, the system chimed to life, announcing that the research department of the inspection company had achieved success, granting the host access to all data pertaining to the pacifist. The host is invited to claim their reward. As the thoughts of warring states stirred, a plethora of research data regarding pacifists and their methodologies suddenly manifested in his mind. However, this recollection only encompassed the data of the original pacifists, lacking subsequent manufacturing techniques. This revelation filled warring states with immense excitement. An opportunity swiftly crystallized in his mind to disguise himself as a benevolent entity and join Caesar's research team. This strategy would not only expedite the progress of pacifist research, but also serve to protect both Vegapunk and Caesar while simultaneously allowing him to monitor Caesar's actions. Although Caesar currently harbored loyalty towards warring states, he was acutely aware that, should the five elders threaten Caesar's life, betrayal would inevitably follow. Warring states had previously contemplated using Law's surgical fruit to extract Caesar's heart as leverage, but Caesar's consistent allegiance rendered this plan unfeasible. Now, the idea of having a benevolent presence in Future City became a threefold advantage. Having resolved this plan, warring states recalled that a scientist was scheduled to assist Caesar in a few days, a proposal Caesar would undoubtedly welcome. While Caesar outwardly feigned opposition, warring states' keen observation revealed a hint of disdain in Caesar's demeanor. After all, in Caesar's estimation, apart from Vegapunk, no other scientist could offer him any substantial assistance. Nonetheless, warring states remained unfazed, confident that when the time came, presenting some pacifist data would render Caesar utterly astonished. Upon exiting Caesar's quarters, warring states encountered a jovial conversation between Law, Sabo, and others. As soon as Law caught sight of warring states, he regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. As Sengoku approached Law, he stated, "Trafalgar Law, I wish to speak with you privately." With that, Sengoku entered the room. Trafalgar Law, addressing Razanani, smiled and said, "You may go. Admiral Sengoku will not harm you. Just comply with what he asks, and refrain from mentioning the word pirate in his presence." Law nodded at Razananti and followed Sengoku into the room. Once inside, Sengoku got straight to the point. "I am aware of your animosity towards our navy, and I understand the reasons behind it. While I sympathize with the plight of Flevents, the past is immutable. The tragedy cannot be undone." Chapter 116. A conversation with Law. Law retorted, "Admiral Sengoku, are you suggesting that I should simply let go of my hatred because the past is behind us? If it were your father, mother, sister, and all your loved ones who were slaughtered, would you be able to release your hatred?" "Absolutely not." The response from General Zhonghua left Luo momentarily speechless. He had anticipated a rebuttal from Zhonghua and had even prepared arguments for their debate. However, Zhonghua's unexpected approach rendered Luo at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, he, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "General Zhonghua, if you yourself cannot let go, then why must you urge me to relinquish my hatred?" The warring states calmly stated, "My previous words were not intended to urge you to relinquish your hatred, but rather to convey that I am fully aware of your circumstances. Although I was not the commander at the time of that incident, and thus cannot be held accountable, Now that I have assumed the role of Grand Admiral, I must shoulder the responsibilities that come with it. I have already done everything within my power to compensate you. The generals involved in the Fryvan's affair have received their due punishment, which is one of the primary reasons I bestowed upon you this surgery fruit. I wish to express that your animosity should not be directed at the Navy. Rather, it ought to be aimed at the nobility and royalty of the Fryvan's kingdom, including the king himself. Their insatiable greed directly led to the demise of your family and the ruin of your nation. As Luo listened, momentarily taken aback, the warring states continued. The nobles and royalty of the Fryvan's kingdom were the architects of your suffering. Yet, do you recognize who truly orchestrated the destruction of your life? With a face full of hatred, Luo responded, "It is the world government." "Indeed," exclaimed the warring states. "At such a tender age, you possess remarkable insight. The world government is indeed the root cause of your devastation. And your ability to pinpoint them as the true culprits indicates you can also discern that the Navy is not to blame. Your resentment towards us stems from your belief that we are accomplices of the world government. I do not wish to contest this notion. What I want to convey is that regardless of what others may proclaim, the truth of the matter must be verified by you personally. Thus, I invite you to join our Navy." Luo, with a hint of self-mockery, replied, "You've said so much, yet it is clear you desire my enlistment in the Navy. After all, such a significant power as the surgery fruit cannot be allowed to fall into the wrong hands, especially not in the hands of one who harbors animosity towards the world." "You are correct in part," the warring states conceded. "Indeed, I wish for you to join the Navy for that very reason, but it is also to assist you." Luo, astonished, asked, "Assist me?" "Precisely. Consider this. If you do not join the Navy and instead become a pirate, how much will your strength truly grow? And how long will it take you to exact your revenge? However, by joining the Navy, the situation changes entirely. We have specialized institutions dedicated to enhancing strength. When it comes to nurturing talent, we Navy claim the top position without question. Thus, I believe you can grasp my intent. You are an intelligent individual. I do not wish to belabor the point. Simply decide whether you will join or not." Without hesitation, Luo responded, "I agree to join the Navy." "A wise choice. Are you not concerned that once you grow powerful within the Navy, you might seek revenge against us?" Zhang Guo erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. Luo was fully aware that Zhang Guo was mocking him. He immediately exclaimed, "I know you possess formidable strength, but in 10 years, my power will only grow stronger." Upon ceasing his hearty laughter, Sengoku underwent a remarkable transformation. The demeanor of a kind-hearted elder shifted into that of a battle-hardened general. Simultaneously, Sengoku unleashed his conqueror's haki. Law was instantly enveloped by Sengoku's formidable presence. Gazing at Sengoku, Law felt he was no longer confronting an old man, but rather a deity embodying both good and evil, a divine entity whose oppressive aura rendered him breathless. A profound sense of impending doom gripped Law, yet the stubbornness and hatred within him compelled him to endure. Suddenly, Law's own conqueror's haki surged forth. But in the face of Sengoku's overwhelming might, it was akin to an ant, merely flickering into existence before being utterly crushed by Sengoku's formidable force. As the warring states realized his objectives had been achieved, he taunted, "If you truly believe you can accomplish this, then by all means, come forth. At that moment, I shall show no mercy." Upon the completion of this statement by Sengoku, Law fell into unconsciousness. Although Sengoku had restrained his conqueror's haki to a limited extent, the residual aura still disturbed the two individuals in the room, Vegapunk included. Caesar exclaimed, "Admiral Sengoku's power has grown even more formidable. This young lad, Law, possesses conqueror's haki as well. Now I understand why Admiral Sengoku places such great importance on him." As Sengoku carried Law out, Razananti rushed towards him, while Bippo and the others regarded Sengoku with wary eyes. Buddha, indifferent to the situation, entrusted Luo to Razananti. He then chuckled, "The child is perfectly fine. He has merely awakened his conqueror's haki and fainted from exhaustion. For the time being, you must diligently guard Punk Hazard. Should anything occur there, your position as Vice Admiral will be at stake. Everything hinges on Shichibukai's orders. Furthermore, this lad, Luo, has agreed to join the Navy, so I leave his education in your capable hands. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Buddha departed without a backward glance. Razananti stood in stunned silence, gazing at the unconscious Luo in his arms. "Luo has awakened the conqueror's haki," he exclaimed. Beppo, puzzled, inquired, "Mr. Razananti, what is conqueror's haki?" After an extensive explanation from Razananti and the others, the trio finally comprehended the essence of conqueror's haki. As Buddha exited Future City, he boarded a warship bound for Marineford at the Punk Hazard branch. Prior to embarking, he had already provided Shichibukai with a modified photograph of the disguised San, along with the identity of San's impersonation. Unbeknownst to the Marines, San discreetly vacated Buddha's body, biding his time to return to Punk Hazard. With everything in order, Buddha settled comfortably aboard the warship, feeling unburdened. Just as the vessel departed Punk Hazard, Luo awoke in a state of sheer terror. Upon seeing Luo regain consciousness, Razananti and the others quickly gathered around him. They conversed with him, but Luo's head spun, rendering him unable to comprehend their words. He felt a profound fear of Buddha's terrifying strength. Previously, he believed the mysterious figure sent by Buddha to be formidable enough. Yet he had not anticipated Buddha's power to be of such magnitude, a strength that extinguished his desire to fight. After a considerable pause, Luo sipped the water Beppo had poured for him, his pallid complexion gradually regaining some color. Chapter 117. Journeying the world. Luo gazed at the concerned faces of his companions and smiled. You need not worry about me. I am perfectly fine now. Even the Grand Admiral of the Warring States did not inflict harm upon me. We merely engaged in a conversation. Captain, have you awakened the Conqueror's Haki? Beppo inquired. Luffy replied, puzzled, what is Conqueror's Haki? When did I awaken it? I am completely unaware of it. How could I possibly have awakened it? Why do you ask such a question, Beppo? Seeing this, Rosinante took the opportunity to explain to Luffy what Conqueror's Haki was, along with the information that the Grand Admiral had claimed he had awakened it. Since it was the Grand Admiral who stated that I awakened Conqueror's Haki, I must have indeed awakened it. Yet, why do I feel nothing? Rosinante chuckled. Luffy, your Conqueror's Haki has only just manifested, and given your youth, it is natural that you would not perceive it. As you grow older and become stronger, you will eventually sense your Conqueror's Haki. As for how to train it, I am unsure myself. After all, I do not possess Conqueror's Haki. The Grand Admiral does, and when your strength is sufficient, I will request him to guide you in honing it. Luffy laughed. I understand, Mr. Rosinante. Allow me to share some good news. I have decided to join the Navy. What? Captain, are you truly going to join the Navy? Upon witnessing Beppo's astonishment, Luffy elaborated to him and the others, prompting all three to express their eagerness to join the Navy as well, which Rosinante naturally welcomed. Thus, the four set forth directly to the Punk Hazard base in search of Jinbe. Upon returning to headquarters, Sengoku was subjected to an extensive lecture by Crane. However, he had long since developed an immunity to her admonishments. After thoroughly reviewing the documents handled by Sakazuki and his companions, Sengoku found no issues, which allowed him to relax and indulge in some leisure time. Just as Sengoku was preparing to depart from Marineford, the intelligence agency delivered the long-sought-after Gura no Mi into his hands. Upon receiving the fruit, Sengoku promptly arranged for its discreet transfer to Caesar, informing him of its capabilities. Upon learning of the fruit's potential, Caesar could hardly contain his eagerness to acquire it and commenced the production of the Wapol alloy. After addressing matters concerning the Wapol alloy, Sengoku instructed his subordinate to disguise himself and guard Marineford, while he himself set out to explore the vast ocean. However, Sengoku's journey was not merely a personal desire. It was, in fact, a task assigned by the system. A competent organization must thoroughly comprehend the genuine demands of the market, requiring the host to traverse every corner of the world. The reward for completing this task was the enhancement of one of the three types of Haki at will. Thus, Sengoku embarked on his expedition around the globe. The ship that set sail during the Warring States period was a singular, swift vessel awarded by the system, propelled by the very might of the Warring States itself. Upon embarking, the Warring States aimlessly roamed the first half of the Grand Line for a fortnight, during which time they vanquished numerous pirate crews. Subsequently, the Warring States determined a destination, their homeland, the South Sea, intending to commence their journey there. In the South Sea, the birthplace of both the Warring States and Kazan, formidable pirates were scarce. After 3 months of wandering in search of their kin, the Warring States regrettably found no family members. However, during this time, the number of pirates diminished significantly. The quality of the South Sea Navy also improved considerably. Despite the establishment of a department to root out corruption within the Navy, some insidious elements remained undetected, eluding internal investigations. Nevertheless, through the locals of the South Sea, the Warring States uncovered numerous Navy personnel secretly exploiting the populace. These individuals were subsequently marked for capture by the malevolent deity, who dispatched operatives to apprehend the corrupt. Once all matters were resolved, the Warring States set sail for the West Sea, a region far more chaotic than the South Sea. This turmoil stemmed not from pirates, but from organized crime. Throughout 4 months in the West Sea, the Warring States relentlessly dismantled major crime syndicates, leading to their swift disintegration. Unlike the impoverished and weak pirates of the South Sea, the criminal organizations in the West Sea were affluent. Each syndicate boasted considerable wealth, particularly the larger ones, where the Warring States discovered not only a vast treasure trove of berries, but also an array of devil fruits, including several renowned swords. Among the devil fruits, the most remarkable was an ancient Zoan-type fruit. The Warring States, indifferent to the rest, entrusted these fruits to their intelligence operatives, ensuring they were delivered to the malevolent deity for safekeeping within the Navy's treasury. After departing the West Sea, the Warring States ventured to the North Sea, where the Vinsmock family piqued their interest. Seamlessly infiltrating the Vinsmock estate, the Warring States successfully acquired data on the cloning technology of Vinsmock Judge, as well as the construction techniques for snail ships, vessels capable of traversing flat terrain, which intrigued them greatly. Upon obtaining this information, the Warring States relayed it back, later discovering through a conversation with Caesar that their acquisition was astutely timed. Caesar revealed that Judge's cloning technology had now surpassed their own, facilitating many of their research endeavors. Initially, the warring states intended to rescue Sanji, only to discover that Sanji was no longer in the Vinsmock kingdom, resigning themselves to the realization that they had arrived too late. Consequently, the warring states did not linger within the Vinsmock family and began to journey through the North Sea. The North Sea proved to be even more tumultuous than the West Sea, with few citizens leading content lives. The nations within the North Sea were excessively belligerent, with daily skirmishes erupting between kingdoms. Rulers, driven solely by self-interest, waged wars without regard for the lives of their subjects. Some nations even resorted to hiring the Vinsmock kingdom to aid them in battle. The thoughtless and inhumane clones of the Vinsmock family wreaked havoc on the battlefield, indiscriminately slaughtering the old and young alike. Thus, every time the armies of the Vinsmock kingdom mobilized, countless lives were lost. The Warring States period did attempt to thwart those atrocious acts, yet the strength of an individual is ultimately constrained. All that the Warring States could accomplish was to establish an academy in the Northern Sea branch to shelter the orphans of war. The turmoil in the Northern Sea also serves as a significant factor for the Revolutionary Army's decision to instigate a coup there. The costs of such an uprising are minimal, and the likelihood of success is considerably high. It is precisely for this reason that the Revolutionary Army favors launching coups in the Northern Sea. Chapter 118. The dominant nation. The nations that have experienced a coup instigated by revolutionary forces did not find themselves in a state of improvement, despite the execution of their kings. Shortly thereafter, a new monarch emerged to reign over these realms. This newly appointed king, a member of the deposed royal family, managed to reclaim his throne by bribing officials within the world government. Rather than learning from the downfall of his predecessor, he imposed even harsher conditions upon his subjects. His motivations were driven by the considerable wealth he had expended to secure his restoration. He was determined not only to recover his investments, but also to amass greater fortunes. Under such a tyrannical mindset, the populace endured even greater suffering than in the pre-revolutionary era. Although the revolutionaries succeeded in their coup, they lacked the strength to safeguard their hard-won gains. This may well explain why the dragon chose not to eliminate the king during the upheaval. Nonetheless, the coup had its merits. Sengoku observed a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the people, a stark contrast to those who had long been dulled by years of warfare and oppression. Moreover, small factions of revolutionaries continued to operate within the country. Their presence emboldened the king, allowing him to exploit his subjects with even greater audacity. Had it not been for the revolutionary squads, Sengoku could scarcely imagine the plight of the citizens. After traversing all the nations of the North Sea, Sengoku's resentment toward the world government deepened, fueling his fervent desire to expedite the overthrow of its dominion. Admiral Sengoku made an unexpected decision that took everyone by surprise. He clandestinely provided support to the Revolutionary Army. The only individuals within the Navy who were privy to this matter were Sengoku, Tsuru, Zephyr, and Garp, while only Dragon was aware of it among the Revolutionary Army. When Garp approached Dragon to inform him of the support, Dragon was taken aback, questioning why Sengoku would choose to assist them. However, he did not decline the offer, as the Revolutionary Army was in dire need of resources. Although the Navy's provisions consisted solely of obsolete equipment, even these discarded items were superior to the gear provided by the kingdoms. The Warring States period even provided them with a batch of artificial devil fruits. With the aid of these resources, the Revolutionary Army experienced rapid growth and strength, launching coups in several kingdoms. This action undoubtedly incensed the Five Elders, prompting them to order the Navy to dispatch a vice admiral to suppress the Revolutionary Army. At that moment, Akainu was troubled about whom to send, but soon received news that the newly appointed commander of the God Knights, Akiji, was eager to demonstrate his power and intended to take matters into his own hands to quell the Revolutionary Army. Naturally, the Five Elders welcomed Akiji's initiative with open arms. They promptly informed the Navy that only a few vice admirals were needed to accompany Akiji. This delighted Akainu immensely, and he immediately shared this good news with Sengoku. By the time Sengoku received the news, he had already departed from the North Sea. Otherwise, he too would have wished to witness Akiji's prowess firsthand. It is inconceivable that Sengoku would alter his course due to such trivial matters. Notably, upon departing from the North Sea, Sengoku encountered a ship belonging to the Celestial Dragons. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with them, but the recklessness of a certain celestial dragon forced his hand. To conceal his involvement, Sengoku eliminated everyone aboard the vessel, sparing only the slaves who had not witnessed his actions. Consequently, the world government attributed this incident to the Revolutionary Army. Upon arriving in the East Blue, Sengoku observed that it was even more peaceful than the South Blue, yet it was rife with pests. This phenomenon can be attributed to Garp's frequent returns to his hometown. His regular visits resulted in a scarcity of formidable pirate crews in the East Blue, leading to a proliferation of pests in many of its branches. Upon discovering these pests, not only did the East Blue Navy suffer consequences, but the Marine officers dispatched for inspections also faced repercussions. After all, The number of pests in the East Blue had exceeded 100, marking the highest capture rate since the first extermination operation. Those officers who failed in their inspections were naturally subject to punishment. For those Marines who had no dealings with the pests, the penalties were not excessively severe. Their ranks were merely demoted by 2 levels, and they were reassigned to branches in the East Blue. Only by accumulating sufficient military merit could they hope to return to the headquarters. This punishment inadvertently worsened the plight of the pirates in the East Blue. Previously, Garp was the sole threat in the region, and as long as their bounties were not excessively high, they felt relatively secure. However, these aggrieved Marines, eager to return to headquarters, began to zealously apprehend the pirates of the East Blue. It is important to note that the Marines who were selected for the inspection teams had graduated from the Navy Academy. While they may not have been exceptionally strong, they were adequately equipped to deal with the pirates of the 4 seas. As a result, Sengoku's endeavors in the East Blue yielded little more than the capture of pests. Among his travels, Sengoku spent the most time in the Goa Kingdom, where he lingered for an entire week. His primary purpose in the Goa Kingdom was to unwind, though he also sought to entice Sabo into joining the Navy. To avoid disturbing the residents of Windmill Village, Sengoku opted for accommodations in an inn within the Goa Kingdom instead of residing in the village itself. After 2 days of rest, Sengoku commenced his search for Sabo. However, after scouring the entire Goa Kingdom for 3 to 4 days without success, he ultimately decided to enlist the aid of his intelligence network to locate Sabo. Subsequently, Sengoku departed from the Goa Kingdom. He also visited the floating restaurant Baratai, where he savored the culinary delights of Redfoot Zeph and encountered Sanji. Nevertheless, Sengoku refrained from directly inviting Sanji to join the Navy, given his current covert status. Instead, he dispatched attractive female Marines to extend the invitation. Sengoku also journeyed to Frost Moon Village, where he learned of Kuina's untimely passing, which left him in deep sorrow. Although Sengoku was not a master swordsman, his prowess allowed him to provide guidance to the 5-year-old Zoro. Upon leaving Frost Moon Village, Sengoku gifted Zoro 2 fine swords and sent someone to invite him to join the Navy. Following this, Sengoku proceeded to Orange Town, where he met Nami. Due to Sengoku's presence, history had shifted. The notorious Arlong, who had originally intended to establish a haven for pirates in the East Blue, had instead embarked on adventures with Fisher Tiger. Consequently, the villagers of Orange Town thrived, and Nami and Nojiko were well cared for by Belmere. Thanks to Sengoku's provision of better treatment for the Marines, Nami's family enjoyed a far more prosperous life than depicted in the manga. Sengoku was determined not to overlook Nami, the prodigious navigator who was destined to join the Navy. He also visited Usopp's hometown, extending an invitation to him as well. After exploring the East Blue, Sengoku set his sights on the New World. Upon entering the New World, Sengoku's first destination was Twin Cape, where he encountered the whale Laboon. His observation haki had developed sufficiently to communicate with animals, and he promptly relayed the news of Brook to Laboon. After delivering the message, Sengoku departed without encountering Crocus, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape. Next, Sengoku journeyed to Little Garden, an ancient island where he obtained a substantial collection of blood samples from extinct beasts. Had he not been alone, Sengoku would surely have captured some live specimens to take back to Marineford. In the small garden, Sengoku encountered the 2 captains of the giant pirate crew, Blue Demon Don Quixote and Red Demon Bragi. Through the system's instigation of a mission, the 3 engaged in a formidable battle. As for the victor, it was undoubtedly Sengoku, who, despite facing the peak strength of the 2 giants, emerged victorious with relative ease. This triumph granted Sengoku the task reward of the giant race's signature skill, Baku Koku. Chapter 119. Usopp. Sengoku naturally extended an invitation to Usopp, as he also ventured to Usopp's homeland. After traversing the East Sea, Sengoku departed towards the New World. Upon reaching the New World, his first stop was the Twin Cape, where he met the whale Laboon. Sengoku's observation haki had developed to the point where he could communicate with animals, and he promptly relayed Brook's message to Laboon. After delivering the news, Sengoku departed without encountering Crocus, the lighthouse keeper of the Twin Cape. Subsequently, Sengoku journeyed to the Small Garden, an ancient island where he procured a substantial quantity of blood samples from extinct ferocious beasts. Had he not been alone, Sengoku would undoubtedly have captured some live beasts to bring back to Marineford. In the Garden of Little Flowers, Sengoku encountered 2 captains of the original giant pirate crew, Blue Demon Dory and Red Demon Bragi. Provoked by a mission issued by the system, the 3 engaged in a fierce battle. Naturally, Sengoku emerged victorious. Despite facing the pinnacle of strength represented by the 2 giants, he triumphed with relative ease. As a reward for this victory, Sengoku acquired the giant clan's signature skill, Conqueror's Dominion. This was precisely why Sengoku sought to battle Dory and Bragi. Although they fought fiercely, they ultimately forged a friendship, with Sengoku sharing tales of the changes in the outside world. After some persuasion from Sengoku, the 2 giants decided against further contests and prepared to return to the giant kingdom of Elbaf. They extended an invitation to Sengoku to visit Elbaf, which he graciously declined. As his journey was far from over, he yearned to continue his exploration of the world. Dory and Bragi, undeterred, insisted that if Sengoku ever traveled to Elbaf, he must seek them out, as they wished to host him splendidly. Upon leaving the garden, Sengoku chose not to follow the route of Luffy as depicted in the manga towards Drum Island. Instead, he opted to explore the surrounding islands, determined to visit every isle along the Grand Line. After departing from Little Garden, Sengoku received a message from the Marines inviting Sanji and others. Among the main cast, only Nami, under the teachings of Bel-Am Ri, agreed to enroll in the Marine Academy. Initially, the Marines intended to transfer the entire Bel-Am Ri family to Marineford, but Bel-Am Ri felt her abilities were inadequate for assignments at headquarters and thus declined. Consequently, Nami was left to attend the Marine Academy in the East Blue. Despite the invitation being extended by a beautiful Marine officer, Sanji still refused, asserting his desire to continue honing his culinary skills under Zeph. He vowed to join the Marines when he was of adequate age to seek out the lovely Marine officer. Zoro's refusal was the most resolute. He had no interest in joining the Marines. To entice Zoro, the Marines established a branch in Frost Moon Village, aiming to show him the true essence of the Marine Corps. Initially, Usopp also declined, not out of his own will, but due to his mother's apprehensions. However, through the unwavering efforts of the Marines and the positive impression left by their good deeds, Usopp's mother recognized that joining the Marines would be beneficial. Nevertheless, she feared that Usopp, being the son of a pirate, might one day find himself in a tragic confrontation with his father. Even though she understood the odds of such an encounter were slim, she was reluctant to let Usopp join. The Marine officer who invited Usopp noticed his mother's deteriorating health and, seeing their lack of funds for treatment, took the initiative to summon a doctor to assist in her care. This act significantly enhanced young Usopp's feelings of gratitude towards the Marines. Unfortunately, the doctor's examination revealed that Usopp's mother's illness was far too grave for any treatment available in the East Blue. The doctor informed them that only the Marines, with their superior medical facilities, could offer hope for her recovery. Upon hearing of a possible treatment for his mother, Usopp urged her to accept help. Yet, his mother preferred to sacrifice herself rather than allow her son to suffer the pain of familial conflict. Thus, she did not consent. The female Marine officer, empathizing as a woman, pointed out that regardless of her feelings for Usopp's father, she must consider the well-being of her 5-year-old son. She argued that if she passed away, Usopp would be left to navigate the treacherous seas alone, and the emotional toll of losing a mother is a burden few can bear. Ultimately, Usopp's mother was swayed and agreed to let him join the Marines, and they all proceeded to Marineford together. However, the journey took a toll on her already fragile health, and upon examination by Marineford doctors, they confirmed that her condition was indeed severe. Had she sought treatment earlier, there may have been a chance for recovery. But now it was too late. They could only work to prolong her life. Upon receiving this news, Usopp wept privately, not wanting to show his sorrow before his mother, instead offering her encouragement. Fortunately, the Marines informed Caesar and Vegapunk of Usopp's mother's condition, leading to the development of a treatment plan. Given the severe damage to her organs, they utilized Usopp's genetic factors to create corresponding organs, while Law would perform the surgery to replace the damaged ones with the newly engineered organs. This innovative technique stemmed from the advancements made by Judge, underscoring Usopp's extraordinary luck. Without Judge's expertise, even if Caesar and the others had devised a solution, his mother likely would not have lived long enough to benefit from it. Reflecting on this, Sengoku could only marvel at Usopp's incredible fortune. Subsequently, Usopp's mother was successfully treated, deepening his gratitude towards the Marines and igniting within him the ambition to become a courageous Marine himself. This transformation spurred Usopp to diligently study at the Marine Academy, leading to his early graduation to Marine Middle School and subsequently to Marine High School. However, due to his young age, he could not yet attend the Marine Academy, as even Smoker, who possessed the smoke fruit, was over 10 years old when he joined. Chapter 120. The Rumbar Pirates. In order to harness Usopp's unique talents, Sengoku decided to temporarily assign him to the scientific division of the organization to study science and technology. Upon receiving this news, Sengoku discovered that only 2 members of the main crew had been recruited. Rather than feeling disheartened, Sengoku was pleased, for these intelligence efforts clearly demonstrated that his endeavors over the years had borne fruit, further solidifying his unwavering resolve. Zhang Guo traversed several islands near the small garden, each inhabited by few residents, lacking even a proper town. After gathering some information about the inhabitants, he departed. He soon arrived at Drum Island, the realm of the Drum Kingdom, where his primary objective was to seek out Chopper. However, the search for Chopper proved to be quite challenging. Zhang Guo scoured all the herds of deer on Drum Island, but found neither Chopper nor his adoptive father, Dr. Hiralik, nor did he locate Chopper at Dory's home. Faced with this predicament, he reluctantly decided to cease his pursuit of Chopper and instead dispatched his intelligence personnel to continue the search. Yet, to Zhang Guo's dismay, even the intelligence agency was unable to locate Chopper. Realizing the inefficiency of expending considerable human resources in the search, he chose to suspend the endeavor and consider resuming it at a later time. As for why the intelligence agency failed to find Chopper, it was due to Zhang Guo's miscalculation regarding the timeline. Chopper had not yet been born. Even with the agency's remarkable intelligence capabilities, it would be impossible to locate a blue-nosed reindeer that had yet to emerge. After leaving the Drum Kingdom, Zhangwu journeyed through several islands before reaching Alabasta. In Alabasta, devoid of crocodile's tyranny, the people thrived under Cobra's benevolent governance. Despite the unfavorable environmental conditions of the kingdom, its citizens remained content. Observing the happiness of the populace, Zhangguo resolved to improve the environmental conditions of Alabasta and immediately instructed Caesar to research methods for transforming the desert landscape. Caesar proposed two approaches for environmental alteration. One involved deforestation to combat desertification, while the other entailed developing advanced machinery to directly alter the desert. Each method had its merits and drawbacks. The first method could be implemented immediately, yet its timeline for effectiveness was exceedingly long, potentially requiring the efforts of an entire generation. Conversely, the second method promised rapid results, but the machinery had yet to be developed, and no one could ascertain the time required for its research. As it remained a mere hypothesis without even a preliminary sketch, the Warring States period promptly established its initial direction, simultaneously revealing to Cobra the technology developed by Caesar that could transform desert environments. Although the results of the first method are slow to manifest, there exists a commendable objective to strive towards. The next destination for the Warring States is the Sky Island, a realm abundant not only in gold but also in the resounding fruits of prosperity. As the Warring States period unfolds, one can only hope that Enel has not yet consumed the rumble fruit. Should that be the case, recruiting him would prove to be a formidable challenge, necessitating the use of force to subdue him. After several days of arduous travel, Sengoku finally arrived beneath the Sky Island. Once he had anchored his vessel securely, he utilized his devil fruit abilities to ascend to the heights of the island. Upon reaching the Sky Island, Sengoku immediately commenced his search for the rumble fruit, with his first destination being the divine palace of Ganful. Upon arriving at the palace, Sengoku discovered that the current ruler of the Sky Island was indeed Ganful, which brought him a sense of relief. After concealing his presence, Sengoku began to search for the thunder fruit within the divine palace. After a prolonged search, he discovered a treasure chest on an altar. Without hesitation, the Warring States immediately proceeded to open the treasure chest, and within it lay a devil fruit, unmistakably shaped like a long, lightning bolt-like spike. Without hesitation, Sengoku promptly secured the thunder fruit. After acquiring the thunder fruit, he departed from Sky Island with utmost speed. Subsequently, Sengoku continued his journey, exploring each island in the first half of the Grand Line. After more than a month of travel, he arrived at the Devil's Triangle. Upon entering the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle, Sengoku beheld the pirate ship of the Rumbar pirates. As Sengoku ventured forth, he heard a melodious tune resonating from the distant ship of the Rumbar pirates. Drawing closer, he recognized the enchanting strains of Binks Sake. Without hesitation, Sengoku leapt aboard the vessel of the Rumbar pirates. In the tumultuous era of the Warring States, an indignant voice exclaimed, "Sir, to whom are you referring?" Zhangwu glanced at the deck and was startled to find it strewn with bleached bones. The voice that spoke was none other than Blake. The Warring States turned to Brooke and said, "So it is you, Brooke?" Brooke, taken aback, replied, "You are not afraid of me? Do you not realize that I am a skeleton now?" Yo-ho-ho. Zhangwu cast a glance at Brooke and exclaimed, "What is there to fear about a skeleton? Quickly tell me, are you Brooke, the sole king of the Rumbar pirates? If not, I shall take my leave." In response to this, Brooke bowed respectfully to Zhangwu and said, "I beg your pardon for my rudeness. It has been over 30 years since I last encountered a living being. Indeed, I am Brooke, the sole king of the Rumbar pirates. May I inquire as to the reason for your visit? In the Warring States era, I am here on behalf of a whale named Labu, who awaits you at the Twin Gorges. Though I cannot fathom why you would leave Labu waiting for such an interminable duration. This foolish whale has been anticipating your arrival for over 30 years. In its desperation to find you, it has relentlessly battered against the Red Earth continent. While the vitality of whales is formidable, there will inevitably come a day when it succumbs to its own relentless collisions with the land." Upon hearing of Labu's plight, Brooke's expression grew markedly tense. He then lamented, "It is not that I have not contemplated returning to seek Labu, yet I have endeavored countless times to escape this peculiar sea, only to find myself unable to leave. I yearn not only to reunite with Labu but also to escort my companions to a serene and picturesque resting place. How wonderful it would be to return to my homeland for their burial. Warring States Road. What do I think it is? Follow me, and you shall escape this eerie sea." Brooke exclaimed with excitement, "Can you truly lead me away from this strange expanse? Trust me and come along. As for your vessel, it would be best not to take it. It has decayed beyond repair. Aren't you all pirates? Don't pirates often claim that the ocean is the finest sanctuary?" Brooke chuckled awkwardly. "Indeed, let them return to the sea. However, I must ensure they are properly laid to rest. May I ask you to wait for me a while?" Chapter 121. Frankie in the Warring States period. One nodded and said, "This is naturally feasible. My intention was to embark on an adventure in these waters. As a user of the Yomi Yomi Nomi, you should be fine without the need for sustenance, correct?" Brooke, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Indeed." I am indeed a user of the Yomi Yomi Nomi and do not require food or drink to replenish my energy. However, I have not tasted normal food in over 30 years. If possible, might you provide me with some provisions? I can exchange treasures for it. I still possess some treasures aboard my ship. Of course, if your supplies are limited, there is no obligation to share. Without further ado, Sengoku returned to his vessel to procure some sustenance for Brook. He then steered his ship straight into the depths of the Devil's Triangle Sail Sea. After wandering the waters for a week, Zhanghua found no signs of other living souls in this realm, nor any other gains. It was time for him to return and seek out Brook. Upon his return to the ship of the Rummer pirates, he discovered that the remains on board had been respectfully gathered, and the vessel had undergone some repairs. Although the craftsmanship left much to be desired indeed, it might have been better left untouched. It was nonetheless evident that Brook had made a sincere effort to restore the aging ship. As Sengoku called out to Brook, he promptly appeared before him. "Sir, I thought you wouldn't return." Brook exclaimed, "I assured you that I would fulfill my promise. Now, hasten to bid farewell to your companions, for I am about to depart from this sea." Brook chuckled, "There's no need for farewells, sir. This week, I have already exchanged countless goodbyes with my friends. I shall accompany you at once." With that, Brook ignited a torch and hurled it onto the deck, which instantly erupted into a blazing inferno, revealing that he had previously doused the deck in oil. Zhanghua nodded and gestured for Brook to follow him. After a day's journey, they finally departed from the treacherous Devil's Triangle. Once they were free from its grasp, Brook expressed his heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, "I cannot thank you enough. Without your aid, I would have remained trapped in the Devil's Triangle indefinitely. By the way, I realize I do not yet know the name of my benefactor. Might you be willing to share your name with me? If it is inconvenient, however, you need not disclose it." Burgundy did not respond to Brook's inquiry, but rather exclaimed with excitement, "Brook, you have come to find Labo's ship." Following the direction indicated by Burgundy, Brook discovered a pirate ship approaching them. The two vessels swiftly drew closer to one another. Warring States leapt directly onto the pirate ship, poised to unleash a massacre. "I shall assist you, my lord," declared Brook, as he too brandished his sword and ascended the vessel. However, as Brook unsheathed his blade, he discovered that the pirates aboard had all succumbed to unconsciousness. It turned out to be the result of the Conqueror's Haki unleashed by Warring States. "Conqueror's Haki. My benefactor, you possess the Conqueror's Haki," Zhanghua declared. "This vessel is yours now. I have not harmed any of its crew. You may deal with them as you wish. Let us part ways here. Perhaps fate will reunite us in the future." With that, Zhanghua leapt back onto his own ship. Brook immediately rushed to a vantage point where he could see Zhanghua and called out, "Benefactor, you have yet to reveal your name to me." After handing Brook a token, Sengoku declared, "I am the Revolutionary Army's Rayleigh, and this is my emblem. When we draw near, you shall recognize me." With that, Sengoku set sail, leaving Brook to ponder aloud, "Rayleigh of the Revolutionary Army, is it? I shall remember this. Rest assured, I will safeguard this emblem with utmost care." As for Sengoku's decision to spare the pirates, it was because he discerned that they were merely young adventurers, freshly embarked upon their journey, their ship still new. His compassion stayed his hand from taking their lives, and he entrusted their fates to Brook. Brook, not one to revel in bloodshed, understood that the mere sight of his formidable appearance would instill fear, perhaps prompting these young souls to reconsider their piratical ambitions and return to their hometowns. Those who remained resolute in their desire to pursue piracy would inevitably meet their demise, for they lacked even the basic navigation skills and were heading directly toward the perilous Devil's Triangle. Thus, Sengoku refrained from slaughtering that band of pirates. The next destination of the Warring States was the islands surrounding the city of Seven Waters. It took merely 3 days for the Warring States to explore the surrounding islands, after which they boarded a maritime train en route to the city of Seven Waters. The first task upon arriving at Water 7 was to seek out Tom, the illustrious creator of the sea train. However, Sengoku opted not to meet Tom directly, but rather to observe him discreetly. He successfully acquired the designs for the Pluton from Frankie. Subsequently, Sengoku conveyed information to Vegapunk, instructing him to safeguard Tom and facilitate his construction of the sea train in Water 7. Vegapunk adeptly secured Tom's safety from the clutches of CP-9 Commander Spandam, without any cost. Nevertheless, to curry favor with Spandam for future endeavors, Sengoku promised to support Spandam's son in his aspirations to become the new commander of CP-9. Naturally, Spandam was grateful for this arrangement and personally escorted Tom to Mariewa, accompanied by Frankie and Iceberg. Thus, Mariewa welcomed 3 highly skilled shipwrights without raising any suspicion. By the time others became aware of Tom, he had already connected the Navy's crucial islands via the sea train. After departing from Water 7, Sengoku traversed various locations, excluding Mariewa, Eni's Lobby, and Impel Down, and was now en route to Amazon Lily. Upon arrival, Sengoku gleaned little of tangible value, save for learning the methods of Haki cultivation practiced by the Amazon Lily warriors, significantly enhancing his understanding of Haki. As for the future Empress Boa Hancock, Sengoku did not encounter her. It was evident that she had ventured out to sea with the Kuja pirates. After absorbing insights on Haki, Sengoku promptly departed from Amazon Lily, advancing towards the New World. On his journey to the New World, Sengoku also visited Fishman Island, which had transformed beyond recognition. The island now thrived with various races coexisting harmoniously, guarded by 2 marine admirals and the warlord of the sea, Tiger, ensuring that no pirates dared to disrupt the peace. Any audacious pirates who attempted to cause trouble were swiftly quelled. Observing the flourishing Fishman Island filled Sengoku with a sense of satisfaction. Not lingering long, he pressed on toward the New World. Upon reaching the New World, Sengoku's first destination was the kingdom of Dressrosa. The absence of Doflamingo had rendered the citizens of Dressrosa exceedingly content, as humans and the dwarves coexisted peacefully. The Marines had established a branch in Dressrosa, where many dwarf soldiers served, with more elite personnel stationed in Mariewa. After spending several days in Dressrosa, Sengoku continued his journey, traversing through various kingdoms for a month before arriving in Zou, the territory of the Mink tribe. As Zhanghua stood behind the towering figure of the Elephant Lord, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice reverberated within his mind. "Stranger, may I inquire as to your purpose in Zouwu?" The unexpected voice startled Zhanghua, prompting him to cast wary glances around him. The voice echoed once more in his consciousness. "Do not be alarmed. It is I who speaks to you. The world knows me as the Elephant Lord. You may call me by that name." Upon hearing the Elephant Lord's self-introduction, Zhanghua was struck with terror as he realized that the figure, which had previously been facing away, was now turned towards him. The profound depths of the Elephant Lord's eyes and the enormity of his trunk sent a chill down Zhanggua's spine. Though he believed in his own strength to overcome the Elephant Lord, Zhanghua had no desire to unwittingly become a victim of a casual flick of that trunk. After all, he certainly did not wish to become the king of the ship. The figure of the Warring States, feigning astonishment, exclaimed, "You are capable of speech. And you possess a name. The creatures of the ocean are truly wondrous. I come to Zaowu with no ill intentions. I am merely an adventurer. I indeed sense no malice within you. Since you wish to embark on an adventure in Zaowu, allow me to offer you a word of caution. Do not harm the inhabitants of Zaowu. As for those who can hear my words, they are few. Not everyone is privileged to listen to me. Zaowu lies upon my back. Would you like me to escort you to Zaowu Island?" Zhanghua expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Xiangzhu, but I am capable of ascending on my own." Upon witnessing this, Xiangzhu ceased any further dialogue, opting instead to continue his aimless wandering. The Warring States docked his vessel at the shores of a desolate island, skillfully employing his abilities to soar onto the back of the statue. He had been discreetly observing the lives of the residents of Zou, who were remarkably simple and unpretentious. Zou was truly an idyllic paradise, but with thoughts of the formidable Mink tribe in mind, the Warring States naturally wished to ally with them. However, his current standing precluded such an endeavor, especially given that the reigning monarchs of Zou were Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, both of whom had served under Whitebeard and Roger,